Chapter 762. Time flew by, and a full 3 hours had passed. Boom! A strong tremor erupted from the Lord's castle. A moment later, a tall figure in a frosty white robe emerged. It was Cao Xing. He gazed at the surrounding buildings and breathed a long sigh of relief. Huh? After a moment, Cao Xing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Finally, I've subdued this blood spider queen. I have to say, this woman's fighting power is truly formidable." His recent battle with Hilda could be described as a battle of spears and human shields. Every time Hilda tried to attack, Cao Xing would draw his spear, stabbing her, forcing her to passively defend. And whenever Cao Xing prepared to attack, the blood spider queen would unleash silk, binding his limbs. The two sides exchanged blows, neither yielding. Thankfully, after 3 hours of fierce fighting, Cao Xing's side emerged victorious. He glanced back. The blood spider queen was now slumped on the glittering throne, her breath fragrant with orchids, seemingly recovering her strength. Seeing this, Cao Xing's face flickered with a smile once again. He remained silent, silently waiting at the doorway for Hilda to emerge. It wasn't until several minutes later that the blood spider queen, now the crimson queen, regained consciousness. Hilda also noticed the figure guarding the gate, and a look of shame and anger crossed her eyes, as if she was somewhat unconvinced of her defeat. She first spun out spider silk, fashioning a form-fitting garment for herself. Then, raising her spider legs, she slowly climbed from the throne. However, she stumbled as she rose, nearly falling. It was clear that the recent battle had exhausted her. After a moment of adjustment, the blood spider queen regained her balance. Then, she stretched out her 8 long legs and tremblingly approached Cao Xing. She glanced at him with a resentful look and whispered, "Let's go, my lord." "Okay." Cao Xing nodded and led Hilda to the center of the territory, next to the power station. Here, a slowly rotating vortex portal appeared, emitting a faint blue light. As they approached, a message appeared above it, "Dungeon entrance." However, at this stage, there was only one dungeon, the Lost Royal City. Cao Xing casually took out 5 high-level magic crystals and dropped them into the portal. "Do you want to activate the dungeon portal and teleport territory member Hilda Bloodkiss into the dungeon, the Lost Royal City?" "Yes." As he clicked OK, a blue beam of light enveloped Hilda. Hilda also sensed the teleportation force. She looked at Cao Xing and whispered, "Goodbye, my lord." Cao Xing nodded. "Well, you go ahead. I'll be here soon. After we finish exploring the ruins, we discuss this in more depth." Hilda's compound eyes fluttered open at the last word. Anxiety flickered across her face, and she couldn't help but lick her crimson lips. "I'm looking forward to it, lord. Next time, I won't lose again, hee." A flash of light appeared before her eyes, and with the blood spider queen's final chuckle, the eerie figure vanished. Cao Xing also heard Zirda's last words, and a smile curled his lips. "I've learned your weakness. Next time, I make you beg for mercy. You're not going to be able to turn things around." Cao Xing chuckled and shook his head. Then, looking at the deserted square, he thought to himself, now Zirda has also successfully reached legendary status, and the territory has an 11th legendary creature. Next, let's go outside and see how the giant city is progressing. Thinking of this, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly strolled toward the outskirts of the territory. He passed through the territory's residential areas and training areas. The staff and combatants on the road stopped their work and saluted respectfully upon seeing Cao Xing. "Lord, good day." "Lord, welcome back." The crowd's eyes shone with enthusiasm and respect. Cao Xing chuckled and nodded in response. Amidst the constant greetings, Cao Xing arrived at the territory's industrial area. His gaze swept over the surrounding buildings. Most of the buildings were operational. Not far away, the aroma of freshly baked rye bread wafted from the open windows of a bakery, mingling with the rich aroma of rum from the adjacent brewery. The clanging sounds of hammering echoed from the 10 blacksmith shops, and faint, stern rebukes could be heard. "Quenching must be done quickly. Are you thinking you're making soup? Control the force when hammering. Don't use excessive force. Bring the materials over here. Hurry." During his absence, everything in the territory had been operating smoothly. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, the territory's development is gradually getting on the right track. Even if I do nothing from now on, even if I become a hands-off manager, it won't affect the territory's operations." Thinking of this, he felt even more satisfied. As he walked, he reached the outer reaches of the territory. The towering city walls snaked like a giant dragon, reaching a height of over 20 meters. Below the walls, defense towers, each 30 meters tall, stood every 50 meters. In addition to the expert-level elemental arrow towers, there were also lighthouses, ice arrow towers, corrosion towers, and others. In the arrow troughs atop the towers, arrows of various colors were ready to be fired. Any enemy entering attack range would be subjected to the tower's concentrated fire. Atop the city walls, more than a dozen Nero's cannons, frost catapults, and other large-scale warfare tools. However, among these numerous defensive facilities, two enormous towers stood out. They were twice as tall as the expert-level arrow towers, reaching nearly 60 meters. The dark red towers pierced the sky like two blood-red swords. Two massive blood-red crystal cores hovered atop them, emitting destructive waves. These behemoths guarded the north and south city gates, respectively. They were none other than the legendary defense towers, the Blood Destroyer Towers. Cao Xing glanced at them. Blood Destroyer Tower. Quality, legendary. Attack power, none. Height, 58 meters. Armor, 100,000. Durability, 5 million/5 million. Attack method, channel the power of the Blood Plane, summoning a Blood Destroyer from the sky. It then deals 16,891,642 to 17,315,623 damage to all enemies within 5,000 meters of the target area. The Blood Destroyer lasts for 10 seconds and will launch a frenzied attack on surrounding enemies. Fire interval, 60 seconds. Maximum range, 100 kilometers. Cao Xing explained, with these two defense towers, plus the Blood Spider Queen Hilda, I crush them even if 10 legendaries attack our territory simultaneously. Furthermore, even against a demigod attack, this defense tower can be quite effective. After checking the properties of the Destroyer Tower, he leaped lightly onto the city wall. Looking down from the heights, a magnificent and bustling construction site suddenly appeared before him. Tens of thousands of workers, like ants, toiled busily on the vast construction site below. Hundreds of chaser robots performed the transport work, hauling multi-ton blocks of stone to designated locations. The Goblin airship hovered in midair, its propellers whipping up gusts of air, continuously transporting large quantities of wood and metal components. In the southeast corner of the construction site, the elderly Chow Yi stood on a makeshift command platform, constantly directing the workers as they adjusted the positions of the buildings. Yol led another group of specialized technicians, debugging the underground drainage system. Elsewhere in the makeshift camp, Edward's logistics team had already erected a network of tents. Dozens of large pots simmered broth day and night, while baskets of wheat bread were delivered to various work areas. The construction site appeared chaotic, but in reality, it was organized. Furthermore, after 5 days of construction, the giant city had begun to take shape. The foundations of the city walls stretched across the horizon like the back of a giant dragon, and the ground of the city streets had been compacted several times, waiting only for the floor to be walked on. There were also some special buildings whose foundations had already been built and would be completed soon. After observing for a moment, Cao Xing's lips curled up again. Based on the current progress, it'd be completely finished in about 2 or 3 months. By then, I have a city of my own. Even the entire snowstorm plain will belong to me. Cao Xing hadn't forgotten that he still had a C-rank mission to complete. If he could deliver the wooden comb to Luo Shi of Chuahai Fort, the old king would grant him the entire snowstorm plain. However, although he had heard of the elusive Luo Shi of Chuahai Fort several times, he had never had the chance to actually meet her. But Cao Xing was confident he would soon find her. He then continued to observe from the city wall for a few minutes. The staff and commanding officers were completely absorbed in the work at hand, completely unaware of Cao Xing, who was inspecting the construction site. After confirming that everything was fine, Cao Xing withdrew his gaze. Next, I go back and rest for a while, then wait for Binglin's return. Just as he was about to leap from the city wall, he suddenly sensed a brilliant aurora erupting from the center of the territory. The multicolored beam shot thousands of meters into the sky, as if a goddess controlling the aurora had awakened, imbued with divine beauty. At the same time, the doors to the dream library opened. Seeing this, Cao Xing instantly realized something, and a smile curved his lips. Judging by the time, Mu Shui will soon be awakening from her dream. Perfect. I can ask her what treasure she's brought back from there, and then send her off to level up in the ruins. With this thought, a pair of transparent wings appeared behind Cao Xing. With a gentle flap, they carried him forward. In just a second or two, he appeared at the entrance of the dream library. Then, a majestic and beautiful female knight, clad in silver armor and holding a long sword, slowly emerged from the library. It was Lu Muxue. Seeing Cao Xing greet her at the entrance, a gentle smile crossed the female knight's face. "Ah Xing, long time no see." Her voice was softer than usual, carrying a sense of a distant past. Chao Xing understood her meaning. Although he perceived only 7 days had passed since he and Lu Muxue parted ways, in her dream, much longer must have passed. Perhaps years, even decades. "Long time no see." A faint smile played on Chao Xing's face, and he stepped forward, embracing the beauty in his arms. Lu Muxue also reached out, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. The silver armor rubbed against his robe with a soft, metallic sound. The two cuddled together for several minutes, conversing quietly. During this time, Lu Muxue briefly recounted her dream experiences to Chao Xing. "I became a knight named Lina, guarding a small town on the northern snowfields." Her voice was soft, yet it carried a certain calming power. "I have fought many battles, watched the townspeople grow from fear to trust." Chao Xing listened quietly, noting that her experiences were similar to those of Sarah and Brown, who had entered earlier. In each case, they transformed into another person within the dream, experiencing their life. Remarkably, the world Lu Muxue inhabited in her dream was also this world. This was different from what Chao Xing had previously imagined, that after entering the dream library, these otherworldly lords would enter other worlds. In short, after enduring a series of life-or-death trials, Lu Muxue remained in the dream for nearly 20 years. That day, she also sensed the signs of the dream's impending collapse. Cracks appeared in the sky, and her power gradually returned. So, before the dream completely collapsed, she brought back something she considered most precious. Lu Muxue released the embrace, and pulled an ancient tome shimmering with a dark golden glow from the backpack at her waist. The cover of the tome was emblazoned with a cross sword and shield. "This is..." Chao Xing's eyes widened slightly. He could sense the powerful and majestic power imbued within this tome. Lu Muxue explained, "This is a knight's inheritance book. Furthermore, this knight is no ordinary knight, but a top-tier warrior, nearing the demigod realm." Hearing this description, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise again. Nearing the demigod realm, yet there is such a powerful knight? Lu Muxue nodded gently. "Yes, she was also my master in my dream." This inheritance book records a heroic level combat skill she created, a legendary combat skill, and a demigod level combat skill, also only half completed. Chao Xing was immediately shocked, and at the same time, he understood the significance of the book Lu Muxue had brought back. This book of heritage is essentially a tool similar to the Sword Master's Manual and the Archmage's Magic Manual. It allows the indigenous people to learn the skills contained within by constantly reading and practicing its contents. However, this manual is significantly more precious, recording both heroic and legendary combat techniques created by a knight. The preciousness of skills of this caliber is self-evident. Mastering any one of them can significantly enhance the strength of those skilled in the knight profession. However, he also noted Lu Muxue's last words. "What does half of a demigod-level combat technique mean?" Chao Xing asked curiously. Lu Muxue flipped open the book, pointing to the last page. That knight master encountered an accident while trying to break through to the demigod realm, and this combat technique was only halfway deduced before being interrupted. But she said this before she died. If any knight in the future can comprehend the heroic and legendary combat techniques he left behind, then when that knight breaks through to the demigod realm, they will most likely be able to complete the half-developed demigod technique. Chao Xing's eyes lit up with realization. "I see." At this point, a new question surfaced in his mind. "Muxue, as far as I know, this kind of inheritance book can only be studied by the indigenous people. It shouldn't be of much use to us." The female knight smiled brightly at this, then slowly shook her head. "Ah Xing, that's not true. I used to think the same thing, but during the dream, I figured it out. In fact, we Blue Star survivors are essentially no different from these natives. We are all human, and we share the same learning abilities. What they can do, we can do too. It just takes more time and effort." After a pause, she seemed to ponder something, then offered an analogy. "Take, for example, Wei Jianni, whom we met earlier." "Wei Jianni?" Hearing this familiar name, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion. "Yes." Lu Muxue nodded slightly, then slowly explained, "This person is extremely gifted in the way of the sword, even more gifted than most people in this world. Therefore, he can understand and practice the sword traditions left by these indigenous peoples. The same applies to us." Chao Xing nodded suddenly, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. "I see. So, you can also learn the skills in this inheritance book." "Yes, but I don't need to practice." Lu Muxue's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. "In my dream, I already learned the heroic and legendary skills. Chao Xing looked at her in amazement, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Excellent, Muxue. Not only did she bring back such a precious manual from her dream, but she also learned 2 powerful skills in advance. It can be said that she gained a lot. This made Chao Xing even more amazed at the wonders of the dream library. He even wanted to go in and experience it himself. Facing Chao Xing's praise, Lu Mushua's face lit up with joy. At this moment, she took the initiative to hand over the precious manual. Here, Ah Xing, I leave this manual to you. Chao Xing glanced at her without saying anything else. Given their relationship, there was no need for unnecessary formalities. The moment he took the manual, he felt a warm energy emanating from its pages. Obtained, Alia's Heavenly Punishment Night Manual, Legendary. Chapter 763. Turning over the radiant pages, an item's attributes emerged. Alia's Heavenly Punishment Knight's Handbook. Quality, Legendary. Item description. This document records the 3 powerful combat techniques honed by the Heavenly Punishment Knight, Alia, who, while carrying out divine punishment in a mortal form, has mastered through a lifetime of training. Learning requirements. Requires a knight with a heart of honor and faith. Skill 1. Heroic skill Divine Wrath Charge. Transforms into Golden Thunder, piercing the battlefield, dealing Agility plus Spirit * 1543% plus attack, true damage to all enemies in its path. After the charge, it triggers Divine Punishment Aftershock, transforming the path into a sacred forbidden zone for 10 seconds. Enemies entering it lose attack * 25%, true damage per second. Note, Alia once used this skill to pierce the demonic army's formation, leaving behind charred ravines that have remained for centuries. Skill 2. Legendary skill Eye of Revelation Judgment, consumes 15 divine power to summon a golden sword of judgment, which floats in the sky and transforms into the Eye of Revelation. Removes camouflage, concealment, stealth, and other effects from all enemies within 10 kilometers below. Gives all allies within 10 kilometers below the Eye of Revenge, allowing them to see through all camouflage below legendary level, and activate the Eye of Revenge upon a critical strike. Effect. Drains 18% of the enemy's health. This attack deals 18% damage. Sword of Judgment. Lasts 120 seconds. After the attack ends, it descends from the sky, dealing attack power * 1588%. Light damage to all enemies. Internal note. This skill sparked controversy within the church, as the Eye of Apocalypse could see through even the secrets of bishops. Skill 3. Demigod level. Final Judgment. Incomplete skill. Unlearnable concept. Mark an enemy for final judgment. The marked target must succeed at 3 consecutive willpower rolls, or they die. The success rate is determined by the spirit and willpower of both parties, capable of bringing judgment down on creatures up to the divine level. If the target remains alive, deal true damage equal to maximum HP * 30%. A charred fingerprint marks the last line of text on the remaining parchment. Alia's message. Later comers, by the time you read this, I may already be considered a heretic by the church. But remember, true judgment distinguishes between the noble and the humble. Even a god, if he strays from justice, he will be punished by heaven. After reading the attributes of this book, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock again. The 3 skills listed therein are each more powerful than the last. The first heroic skill, Divine Wrath Charge, is clearly an advanced and enhanced version of the Knight's Charge skill, similar in function to Assam's Holy Thrust Charge. Both launch a high-speed charge, tearing through the target's defenses and leaving a trail of death in their wake. If these 2 skills are combined, the combined power of the double charge will unleash unimaginable effects on the battlefield. The second legendary skill is even more bizarre, granting all allies the Eye of Retribution. With the added bonus of eternal power, this becomes permanent. From now on, those stealthy assassins and demons will be like lambs to the slaughter before Chao Xing's subjects. These 2 skills alone are terrifying. Not only do they significantly boost the knight's strength, they also enhance allied units. However, this tome also records a demigod skill, the most powerful of all. It can actually directly judge a target, inflicting instant death. Even more terrifying, this skill even works on gods. You can imagine how terrifying this effect would be. However, this skill is incomplete and cannot be learned directly. A thoughtful look flashed in Chao Xing's eyes, and he thought, it seems that since this skill is still incomplete, there's actually a lot of room for improvement. If it's true, as Mu Shui says, that by learning the first 2 skills first and then breaking through to demigod, I can complete this powerful demigod skill. Then the value of this inheritance manual is enormous. even more than a piece of legendary equipment. Thinking of this, his heart grew even more excited. At this moment, Chaoxing noticed the last line of text in the book. Later, when you read this, I may have become a heretic in the eyes of the church. The church again? Before this, he had heard Isabel say that the church highly values the holy light sages within the organization. And after sensing Isabel's breakthrough to legendary status, they would likely come to the territory to look for her. But time passed, and the church did not appear. Chaoxing frowned and whispered, "It seems the master in Lu Mushua's dream is in a hostile relationship with the church. But how is the knight Alia who appeared in this dream connected to the church?" She posed this question to Lu Mushua. The woman paused for a moment, then explained, "From what I understand, my master Alia's way of the night of judgment touches upon the church's most fundamental taboos. They believe that the gods are supreme and cannot be desecrated. And yet, a mortal now dares to judge the gods. Thus, Alia's cultivation has encountered considerable obstruction from the church." At this point, her tone grew more serious. Even her failure to reach the demigod realm was likely due to the church's covert interference. Chaoxing's gaze grew serious after hearing this. Lately, he'd been hearing the name of the church a lot, just as he'd been hearing about the Blood Legion's impending emergence. Somehow, he had a premonition. The church might also be about to emerge. However, aside from Isabel's fragmentary descriptions, Chaoxing knew virtually nothing about this force. Even Hilda, the church's rival, seemed reluctant to mention it. Chaoxing continued, "Mushua, did you have any contact with the Holy See in your dreams?" Lu Mushua pondered this question for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "No. When I met this master, she had already failed in her attempt to reach the demigod realm. The Holy See was almost completely obscured from the public eye by then, but my master once said." Her voice suddenly grew erratic. "When the day of judgment arrives, those shadows hiding behind the holy light will eventually reappear." Chaoxing frowned slightly, pondering the meaning of Lu Mushua's last words. However, after pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with a clear idea. Shaking his head, Chaoxing decided to stop focusing on this matter, and instead smiled lightly. "Mushua, let's forget about this for now. By the way, we recently went exploring that ruin, and I've gained control of it, allowing me to teleport other survivors into it." Hearing this, Lu Mushua's previous solemnity faded, a look of surprise in her eyes. "Control of the ruins?" Chaoxing smiled and nodded, then explained recent events to her. After listening, her lips lifted unconsciously. "I see. Xing, you're amazing. You've found another place for the survivors of the 4 districts to improve their strength." Lu Mushua exclaimed sincerely, her tone filled with undisguised pride and admiration. Chaoxing rubbed her head, feeling the touch of soft hair in his palm. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly asked seriously, "By the way, Mushua, how far away are you from reaching the maximum level of 150? Lu Mushua immediately glanced at her dashboard. After a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Huh? I've actually leveled up a few more times since I entered the dream. Only 4 more levels away from the max level of 150. Chaoxing's lips curled up at this. Because they'd been exploring the ruins and slaying numerous vengeful spirits, they also gained a considerable amount of experience for Lu Mushua. So once she reached the max level, they could attempt to help her break through to demigodhood. And the sheer power of a demigod is self-evident. That's power that truly reaches the divine realm. In this age without gods, demigods are the pinnacle, the most powerful beings, enough to traverse the entire western continent. However, for Lu Mushua to break through, Chaoxing still needs to obtain a large number of divine power fragments. After all, breaking through to demigodhood requires not only divine fire, but also the strengthening of divinity, and this process requires a large number of divine power fragments. According to the Lizardmen chief, at least 100 to 200 divine power fragments are needed, or even more. However, after the Blood Rebellion, Chaoxing's divine power fragments peaked at around 160. After this period of consumption, only 104 remain, barely over 100. So, he urgently needs a large number of divine power fragments. Although Lu Mushua has now reached the high legend level, and can accelerate divine power recovery through the advanced Night Hall, creating divine power fragments, this speed is still too slow compared to others. After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing couldn't help but imagine a short, somewhat ungainly figure. He thought to himself, I wonder if he'd be interested in this dream library. This guy's kingdom has existed for so long, he must have amassed a considerable amount of divine power fragments. How about trying to contact him? Thinking of this, Chaoxing quickly dialed a line. 5 minutes later, the territory's teleportation array flashed. A figure clad in a gray robe, emanating a gray mist, appeared. Before the teleportation array's light faded, a shrill voice rang out, "Lord Chaoxing, I'm here." The figure emanated a vast aura, and the gray mist swept across the territory like tentacles. Upon sensing Chaoxing's presence, the eyes hidden within the gray mist flashed with surprise, and then they transformed into a streak of gray lightning, sprinting towards him. As the gray mist dissipated, it gradually transformed into a short, sturdy figure with a rather ungainly demeanor. He wore an ornate royal robe that was clearly too long, the hems almost dragging on the ground, and a rather comical crown crowned his head. This man was none other than the king of the Grey Mist Kingdom, Grey Phantom Mist. The dwarf rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Lord Chaoxing, what is this magical thing that is you contacting me? Let me see it." After hearing about this, I simply handed everything off to my ministers. Then I teleported to Everfrost City as quickly as possible, and then to your territory. A faint smile crossed Chaoxing's face. This Grey Mist King was the luckiest trade partner he was looking for. As a veteran legend, he must be above level 140, and have spent many years in the legend realm. In other words, the Grey Mist King must have amassed a considerable amount of divine power fragments. So, Chaoxing explained the function of the Dream Library to him. After hearing this, the Grey Mist King's cloudy gray eyes flickered with surprise. "There's such a miraculous library? One that allows us to bring things from our dreams back to the real world?" Gray's voice trembled slightly with excitement, his short hands unconsciously stroking the jeweled belt around his waist. Chaoxing chuckled and nodded. "Yes, a while ago, one of my legendary assassins gained a powerful talent there, significantly increasing his strength. My wife also learned a powerful heroic and legendary skill in there." He briefly recounted the opportunities Lu Muxua and the others had encountered, but didn't reveal their true gains. After hearing this, the Grey Mist King's gaze quickly fell on Lu Muxua. The Aurora Knight understood, and slowly raised the sword of Magdel in his hand. The blade emanated waves of sacred and dangerous energy. Feeling this pressure from deep within his soul, the Grey Mist King's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in amazement, "It truly is a legendary skill. Incredible. This building actually possesses such miraculous abilities. In my 1,000+ years of life, this is the first time I've heard of it." Then, as if realizing something, he tentatively asked, "Lord Chaoxing, do you mean that you want me to experience it?" Indeed, Chaoxing nodded, a perfectly composed smile on his face. After receiving confirmation, King Greymist's eyes flashed with surprise once again. He excitedly spun in a circle, his gray robe arcing through the air. He exclaimed in delight, "Great! If I could gain even greater power, I would then stomp on Everfrost City and crush Black Ox City, showing them that I am the most powerful king of the 4 kingdoms." After saying this, he waved his fist in an exaggerated striking motion, nearly causing his crown to slip from his head. He was already imagining the amazing opportunity he would gain in the Dream Library, the scene of the other 2 kings bowing before him. However, even if this guy were to fantasize, he wouldn't dare bring the Orchid Kingdom along. But at this moment, Chaoxing continued, "Your Majesty, although it was I who invited you to come and experience the Dream Library this time. But I do have some conditions." Hearing this, Gray calmed down a bit. He narrowed his cunning eyes, the gray mist around him shrinking slightly. He tentatively asked, "Lord Chaoxing, what are the conditions?" Chaoxing smiled, "Your Majesty, don't be nervous. It's not a demanding request." He spread his hands, appearing frank. "Because each opening of the Dream Library requires a considerable amount of divine power fragments and other precious materials. After several attempts, my territory's resources have been depleted. So," Chaoxing deliberately dragged out his words, continuing, "If Your Majesty Gray could pay some divine power fragments to maintain the operation of the Dream Library, that would be even better." Hearing this, Gray slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. I was wondering what else it was. Lord Chaoxing, if you had told me earlier, I would have agreed to such a condition. After all, opening such a magical structure does require a considerable amount of money." He patted his pockets, making a jingling sound. A voice echoed, "In return, some price must be paid." Seeing the Grey Mist King's easygoing nature, Chaoxing smiled meaningfully. "In that case, how about 100 divine power fragments?" 100 fragments was already a staggering number. After all, Chaoxing's entire fortune only amounted to about that much. Even Gray gasped at the words, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He subconsciously touched his pocket, his gray mist beard trembling slightly. "That's a lot, really. After all, A single divine power shard requires at least 20 to 30 points of divine power to successfully transform. 100 of them would require thousands of divine power points, or even more. At the speed of a high-level legend, it would take several years to accumulate that much. It sounds short, but it's actually not that long. After all, legendary-level experts also consume a large amount of divine power on a daily basis. Furthermore, even between legendary-level experts, some precious items are traded with divine power shards. At their level, currencies like the crown are of little value. Therefore, divine power shards have become the common currency for these experts. Chaoxing saw his reaction and realized that his offer was a bit high. So, he came up with a compromise, suggesting, "Your Majesty Grey, how about this? You can go in and experience it once. After 7 days, when you awaken from the dream, you can see what you can gain. Then decide how many divine power shards to pay me. How about that?" Upon hearing this proposal, Grey's eyes suddenly gleamed. As a shrewd king, he often enjoyed taking advantage of others. Just as he was about to agree, his eyes suddenly shifted, resting on Chaoxing with a scrutinizing gaze. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the Grey Mist King seemed to have reached a decision. He solemnly said, "Let me go in and experience it first, and then I pay you based on what I gain. Whatever you bring back, I pay you at least 80 divine power fragments. If you truly bring back a treasure that will greatly enhance my strength, I not only pay you more divine power fragments, but I also help you promote the usefulness of this amazing library." How? A subtle smile flickered in Chaoxing's eyes upon hearing this offer. He knew, too, that the Grey Mist King was courting him. After all, Grey had already witnessed Chaoxing's terrifying strength and potential through previous battles. An ally with such boundless potential must be befriended, not offended. Compared to that, 100 or 200 divine power fragments were nothing. Chaoxing nodded readily. "No problem, Your Majesty Grey. If so, then it's settled." The Grey Mist King smiled contentedly, his grey beard waving with delight. Then, with a powerful wave of his hand, Chaoxing withdrew a full 50 divine power fragments right before his eyes. Before the Grey Mist King could react, the glowing divine power fragments fell into the dream library, transforming into dazzling points of energy and disappearing. Grey's eyes widened at the sight, a look of shock welling up in his heart. Although he knew the cost of opening this magical structure would be high, he hadn't expected it to require a full 50 divine power shards, and yet Chaoxing only offered 100 divine power shards, effectively earning him a profit of only 50, a truly generous price. If it were Grey himself, he wouldn't have opened it to the public without at least 500. Thinking of this, the dwarf's eyes flickered with guilt. He secretly resolved that upon waking from this dream, no matter what the outcome, he would give Chaoxing some extra compensation. Chapter 764. Grey Mist King felt a pang of guilt when he saw Chaoxing pull out so many divine power fragments to open the dream library for him. However, he didn't know that Chaoxing had only taken out 10 divine power fragments. The other 40 were simply illusions he had created using his divine power. It was just that his movements were so quick that Grey didn't notice. Chaoxing also noticed the dwarf's subtle expression and smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, the library is open. You may enter." Grey stroked his beard and nodded solemnly. "Okay. I instruct the ministers not to disturb me for the next 7 days. The affairs of the Grey Mist Kingdom will be temporarily handed over to them." Chaoxing nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. At the same time, the Grey Mist King quickly pulled a communication crystal from his belt and declared in a pretentiously commanding voice, "Luca, Simon, listen up, all of you. For the next 7 days, I be in Lord Chaoxing's territory handling some matters. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Even if there's an emergency, don't contact me. Contact the late king directly. He's not too old, anyway. He's at a prime age to strive for success. If that old man ignores you, place 10 jars of the elven wine he hates most in front of his chambers. I guarantee he'd jump out immediately. Do you understand?" There was a moment of silence from the crystal, and then a resounding "as you command," Your Majesty echoed. Satisfied, Grey put the crystal away, his mustache curling proudly. After giving these instructions, the Grey Mist King once again assumed an expectant expression, rubbing his hands and saying, "Lord Chaoxing, I go in first." "Okay, go ahead." Grey took a deep breath, adjusted his crown, and stepped briskly into the library. His figure blurred the moment he crossed the threshold, and he collapsed, falling into a deep sleep. At the same moment, the door to the dream library closed, and a layer of dreamy bubbles rose, enveloping the entire building. Chaoxing looked at the Aurora Knight waiting nearby. "Let's go, Mushue. Go back and rest first, then I take you to the ruins. Lu Muxue responded gently, okay, Ah Xing. With that, the two of them headed towards the Lord's castle together. 2 hours later, Lu Muxue rested in the Lord's castle. Cao Xing stood alone in the center of the territory square. He glanced at his backpack and whispered, next, I use up another bounty from this trip to the ruins. As he spoke, a transparent bubble appeared in Cao Xing's hand. The bubble's surface shimmered with a rainbow of colors, reflecting the shadow of a pitch-black obelisk within. It was another treasure he had uncovered in the alchemist's laboratory, the unfinished stasis obelisk. Furthermore, it was a legendary structure, possessing extremely powerful and comprehensive defensive capabilities. Not only could it generate a translucent blue energy shield that enveloped the entire territory, it also possessed a durability of 1 billion. Most importantly, it was a complete structure. In other words, he could place it right now, without even having to build it. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. With this protective shield, my territory will have an extra layer of security. Thinking of this, he decided to place it immediately. He scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable location. According to the system description, this magic obelisk was a full 32 meters tall, almost surpassing even the energy station. Furthermore, its appearance was well suited for the center of the entire territory. However, the energy station was the core structure of the territory, and it could be continuously upgraded. The magic obelisk certainly couldn't replace it. So, after careful consideration, Cao Xing finally chose to place the magic obelisk between the guardian goddess statue and the craftsman god statue. As he gently raised the bubble in his hand, the shimmering object gradually soared into the air, slowly spinning. As the rotation speed increased, the bubble grew larger, its surface radiating a beautiful sheen. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized bubble had expanded into a colossus tens of meters in diameter, floating quietly in midair. Then, the enormous bubble slowly landed. Boom! After a slight tremor, the bubble gently shattered, and a massive, pitch-black obelisk rose from the ground. The spire pointed toward the sky, and the tower emanated a faint blue halo. A system prompt then appeared. Successfully placed, unfinished static mana obelisk, legendary, territory prosperity increased by 500. I glanced at the stats. Unfinished stasis obelisk. Quality, legendary. Type, territory building. Effect, no construction required. Select an area within the territory to place it. Building area, 350 square meters. Building height, 32 meters. Magic energy reserve, 0/1000000. Building effect 1, global stasis shield, same attributes as before. Building effect 2, attack stasis field, same attributes as before. Building effect 3, mana feedback system, unfinished, unusable. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, placement successful. Next, activate this obelisk's global stasis shield function. As he clicked on the obelisk's interface, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 100,000 mana points to activate the global stasis shield? Note, this is the first time the shield is activated, so it requires a certain amount of mana to activate. Subsequent shield shatters will consume the reserved mana and automatically restore its durability. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's eyes flickered in thought. 100,000 mana points? That doesn't sound like much. According to the calculation of 1 advanced mana crystal equals 1,000 mana points, 1 expert mana crystal equals 5,000 mana points, and master mana crystal equals 50,000 mana points, this means 2 master mana crystals, or 20 expert mana crystals, would be enough. Cao Xing glanced at the total mana crystal reserves in his backpack. Intermediate Magic Crystal * 14162 Advanced Magic Crystal * 1147 Expert Magic Crystal * 580 Master Magic Crystal * 475. After a quick mental calculation, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. After all this exploration and unpacking, the combined energy crystals in my backpack are worth nearly 30 million mana. More than enough to maintain this stasis mana shield. Thinking of this, Cao Xing waved his hand and directly consumed 20 master-level mana crystals, replenishing the stasis mana obelisk with 1 million mana points. At the same time, as the mana filled, the entire pitch-black obelisk suddenly trembled violently. Countless azure energy lines emerged from the black surface of the obelisk, spreading out like blood vessels. Buzz! A humming sound suddenly rang out. Followed by this, a beam of blue energy erupted from the spire, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. Then, a translucent blue light curtain spread outward like a ripple. In the blink of an eye, A massive dome with a diameter of 10 kilometers rapidly took shape, enveloping the entire territory like an inverted bowl. Star-like blue dots of light swirled across the surface of the light curtain, enveloping not only Chaoxing's territory, but also the outer city under construction. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing's eyes flashed with astonishment. He subconsciously took a few steps forward, looking up at the incredible scene. Wow! Is the coverage area of this stasis magic shield based on the coverage area of the energy station? This range far exceeds my imagination, he muttered, his voice filled with unconcealed excitement, and there was something even more astonishing to Chaoxing. The snowflakes that had once been flying all over the sky were now completely blocked by the stasis magic shield. Even the howling cold wind, upon contact with the shield, seemed to hit an invisible wall, unable to penetrate. The temperature throughout the territory was rapidly rising, so much so that even the energy station didn't need to be in high energy mode to maintain a comfortable temperature of over 10 degrees Celsius. Chaoxing stretched out his hand, feeling the warmth throughout the territory, and exclaimed with emotion, "The effect of this stasis magic shield is truly extraordinary. Not to mention its defensive capabilities, just its ability to block wind and snow is nothing short of miraculous. This obelisk left behind by the alchemist is truly a remarkable artifact." He gazed at the pitch-black obelisk, its surface brimming with energy veins, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At the same time, the entire territory's staff, as well as the tens of thousands of construction teams working in the outer city, also observed this miraculous scene. A pale blue energy shield suddenly appeared in the sky above the territory. Not only did it block out the wind and snow, but it also rapidly raised the temperature within the territory, allowing them to feel as warm as if they were inside even outside. This miraculous sight caused everyone to pause their work. Some of the polar people even knelt on the ground, praying continuously. Others stared blankly at the sky, their faces dazed. This miraculous scene was beyond their comprehension. Compared to these workers, the staff within Chaoxing's territory were incredibly excited, for they knew this miraculous scene must be the Lord's masterpiece. Great! With this shield protecting us from the wind and snow, we won't have to endure the freezing cold while we work. It truly is the most sacred territory in the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom. Praise the Mother Earth, praise the great Lord. The crowd erupted in cheers. At this moment, an elderly craftsman shouted, "Everyone, the Lord has created such a warm environment for us, and we must not let him down. From today on, everyone must work even harder. Go hard. Go for it." Everyone shouted in unison, each one working with all their might to speed up the construction process, their efficiency increasing significantly. Outside the shield, the wind and snow continued to rage. Inside the shield, a peaceful and warm scene reigned. Workers, dressed in thin clothing, toiled furiously, while children even played in the open space outside the city. The entire territory seemed to have suddenly transitioned from the harsh winter into the warmth of spring, radiating with unprecedented vitality and energy. As the Lord, Chaoxing naturally observed the scene. Observing the workers' energetic efforts, a smile crept across his face. Next, Chaoxing continued his inspection of the territory. He paused for a moment as he passed the alchemy workshop. A rich herbal aroma wafted from within, refreshing and invigorating. Chaoxing muttered to himself, "Francesca should still be refining the Power Demon's attraction elixir. I prepared nearly 10,000 ingredients for her last time, so she'd be busy for a while." According to the estimated production volume, while there's a chance of failure during the refining process, we should be able to produce several thousand bottles. If it were put up for auction, it would probably fetch a staggering price. But this secret potion only significantly improves strength-type characters. It's completely useless for mages like us. He rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. Looks like I have to find a way to get some legendary spirit-type secret potion formulas later. Then, Chaoxing turned his gaze to the largest blacksmith shop nearby, where heavy hammering could also be heard. Clang! Clang! Roar! Compared to the regular pounding of the other blacksmith shops, the hammering here was more violent, and even a low roar could be heard faintly within it. It was as if the soul of some powerful creature was roaring in frustration. It was clear that Harold was fully engaged in forging the legendary giant rhino's horn. According to Harold, the horn will be finished in about 2 weeks. Then I once again possess a legendary weapon, one personally crafted by the dwarven forgers of my territory. It's truly exciting to think about it. Chaoxing's lips curled slightly. He didn't interrupt the two men working, but continued toward the outskirts. He passed through agricultural and livestock areas. A large expanse of fertile fields covered in greenhouses appeared before him, where many villagers were busy working. The agricultural area hadn't expanded much during this period, only increasing from 200 mu to approximately 240 mu. The crops grown there were primarily various highly economically valuable magical plants, such as agate grapes, silver dewberries, and Kulin barley. It's worth noting that they had recently begun experimenting with cultivating more advanced and economically valuable magical plants. Such things as dream vine, dragon blood grass, aurora grass, and so on. Of course, this is just a small-scale experiment. It will take some time before full-scale cultivation can begin. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Once the territory's agriculture is fully developed, I won't have to go out to collect them. I'd be able to obtain all kinds of precious herbs anytime, anywhere. Then, his gaze shifted to the nearby livestock area. The livestock area has seen a significant increase in size recently. The number of cattle sheds has expanded from 12 to 20. The size of the cattle and chicken flocks has more than doubled. This is especially true of the glow-feathered chickens. These rare magical creatures, under the 24-hour illumination of the holy light, grow and reproduce at an extraordinary rate. In a few months, the number of chickens soared from over 100 to over 400, more than tripling or quadrupling. According to market prices, the value of his batch of bare-feathered chickens exceeded hundreds of millions of kronor, not to mention the cloud yaks, whose number has reached approximately 150 as of today, and whose value is inestimable. Chaoxing gazed at the thriving scene before him, a gratified smile on his face. Besides the economically valuable agricultural and livestock areas, the territory also boasts a special area. There, over 100 ancient trees, their emerald green trunks and canopies spreading like umbrellas, grow. In addition to the most numerous ancient war trees, there are also dozens of ancient wind trees, and a single ancient knowledge tree. These loyal plant guardians guard the territory 24 hours a day, and upon encountering any intruder, they will immediately launch a violent and devastating attack. Furthermore, alongside these guardians grew over 100 ancient red gold trees, their bark cracked like lava. These miraculous plants possess considerable economic value, while also offering considerable ornamental value. Especially at night, these ancient red gold trees emitted a faint heat, like flaming torches. Chaoxing paused to gaze, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. For him, touring the various areas of his territory was like admiring a piece of art he had meticulously crafted, bringing him an incomparable sense of satisfaction. After all, these were his foundations, built piece by piece from scratch. Every ancient tree, every field, every building embodied his painstaking efforts. At this moment, as Chaoxing gazed at the plants before him, a thought suddenly struck him. I remember. During the battle with the legends of the North Wind Alliance, the old man summoned a powerful ancient tree, trapping over a dozen of us. The Grey Mist King said it was a branch from the Tree of Life. Later, that branch was found by Sarah. Thinking of this, he flipped his right hand, and a withered branch appeared out of thin air. It looked unremarkable, as if the power it held had dissipated completely. And when Chaoxing gazed at it, the item's properties suddenly became apparent. Branch of the Tree of Life, withered. Quality, unknown. Status, depleted, inactive, can be planted in soil rich in vitality to restore 1 to 5 life essence every 24 hours. Life essence, 0 out of 120. Item effect. 1. Consumes 100 life essence to summon a projection of the ancient Tree of Life, lasting 30 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Note, if a powerful individual proficient in the wood essence activates this branch, the summoned projection of the ancient Tree of Life will be significantly more powerful and last longer. Item effect. 2. Can be used as a top-level alchemical material to craft other powerful items. Chapter 765. After reading the properties of this branch, a flash of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. I see. Does it need to be planted in the soil now to restore its vitality before it can take effect? Chaoxing pondered for a moment, looking at the ground beneath his feet, and whispered, the pale sacred tree planted in my territory has long since transformed the soil throughout the area, making it rich in vitality. It should meet the planting conditions for this branch. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. So, Chaoxing walked straight towards the center of his territory. Soon, he arrived at the back garden area. A garden filled with a variety of beautiful flowers and plants suddenly appeared before his eyes. After more than 6 months of meticulous cultivation by the sisters, this back garden had expanded considerably. It was filled with a variety of magical plants. The faintly glowing twilight vine climbed all over the fence, and the moonflowers on the ground swayed in the wind. Glittering golden sunflowers, icy blue flowers, and other flowers imbued the area with a vibrant atmosphere of life. Beneath the pale sacred tree hung an exquisite double swing. Two slender girls sat on the swing, chatting softly. A gentle breeze blew, the girl's skirt swaying gently, casting specks of light across the pale tree's canopy. Everything before them was like a dreamlike painting. At this moment, the sisters Juliet and Neve, also sitting on the swing, noticed Chao Xing. Surprise flickered in their clear eyes. "Lord, you're back." They leaped from the swing like little rabbits, their silky hair swishing gracefully in the air. Then, they quickly came to Chao Xing's side, hugging his waist from left to right. Chao Xing reached out and stroked the two women's heads, feeling the touch of their hair under his fingertips, and chuckled softly, "Juliet, Neve, how's work going lately?" Neve raised her little face, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Lord, we're tending the garden every day according to your instructions." Juliet smiled sweetly. "Yes, the plants in the garden are growing well. When will you bring a new batch of flowers for us to plant?" Chao Xing's lips curled slightly at this. "The flowers are gone, but I do have a branch." With that, he took out the branch of the tree of life. The two women's gazes were immediately drawn to him, a look of bewilderment in their eyes. "This branch seems dry, but it seems to be brimming with vitality. How strange." "Lord, what is this?" Juliet asked, bewildered. Even with her vast knowledge, she had never seen such a bizarre branch before. Neve, beside her, curiously reached out her finger and carefully poked the branch. Chao Xing explained the branch's origin and function to them. The two sisters covered their mouths in surprise. Juliet excitedly exclaimed, "So this is a branch of the ancient tree of life. I've heard from those knowledgeable ancient tree masters that the ancient tree of life is one of the oldest sacred trees in the world. Its mystical qualities rival even those of our tree spirits, the pale sacred tree." Neve, with a look of admiration, said, "Lord, you've even found this legendary sacred tree. How impressive." Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. "This is just a branch of the ancient tree of life. I haven't found the entire tree. But you did remind me." In his backpack was a recipe for a powerful life elixir. The key ingredient for refining this elixir was the leaves of the tree of life. Until now, however, he had no idea where the so-called tree of life was. But now, he had some direction to look. This branch was thrown by the king of the divine wood. In other words, this guy might have seen the real ancient tree of life. If they could capture this old king and interrogate him, they might be able to find the ancient tree of life. Of course, that presupposes Chao Xing's strength is sufficient to breach the so-called Silver Fortress and deal with the Mother of the North Wind. Chao Xing temporarily withdrew his thoughts, looking at the beautiful sisters before him, and said, "Next, I trouble you to plant this branch." The two women smiled at each other, and Juliet whispered, "It's not a problem, my lord. That's what we should do." With that, Juliet took the branch and held it carefully. Nif, standing beside her, immediately ran under the swing and retrieved the gardening tools. The two sisters worked in perfect harmony, quickly finding a suitable planting spot in a corner of the garden. As they skillfully shoveled the soil, a fresh scent of earth filled the air. Then, they carefully inserted the branch into the soil, Juliet's slender fingers gently pressing the soil around it to secure it firmly. Nif meticulously tied a silver thread around it to prevent it from blowing over. Chao Xing watched this scene, anticipation welling in his eyes. When the branch was fully planted in this magical land. At first, nothing seemed to change. The branch remained withered and yellow, quietly swaying in the breeze. But when Juliet poured a bowl of cold spirit water over it, something incredible happened. The branch trembled gently as if infused with life, and its once dry bark began to glow with an emerald green. New leaves quickly sprouted from it. To Chao Xing's surprise, a green +1 appeared atop the small branch. Seeing this, he seemed to realize something. He hurriedly opened the Tree of Life branch's panel, and the life source displayed on it had indeed changed. Life source, 1/120, recovering, 1 point restored per hour. A look of disbelief crossed Chao Xing's eyes. You see, according to the system, planting this branch in soil rich in vitality would only restore 1 to 5 life points every 24 hours. But now, after planting it in his own territory, it's steadily restoring 1 life point per hour. That's a 10-fold increase in efficiency. Wow, doesn't that mean this branch will fully recover in just 5 or 6 days? Then I can use the special effect of summoning the ancient Tree of Life projection? Chao Xing muttered to himself, a delighted smile on his face. After all, he had already witnessed the powerful projection effect of this branch. It was actually able to trap all 10 or so legends in place, and for half a minute, if I could control it, it would be a force that could turn the tide of battle. Of course, the branch itself was also noted, stating that it required a powerful individual proficient in the essence of wood to unleash this projection for its full effectiveness. If Chao Xing were to use it himself, the effect would likely be significantly reduced. But even so, this didn't diminish the branch's power. Chao Xing thought to himself, this branch of the Tree of Life has recovered so quickly, most likely due to the blessing of the pale sacred tree. This garden, and indeed this entire territory, has been nourished by the aura of the sacred tree for so long that the soil is imbued with astonishing life energy. He marveled once again at the wonder and power of the pale sacred tree. This, in turn, only heightened his desire to find a complete ancient tree of life, and perhaps even transplant it into his own territory. After all, as an ancient sacred tree on par with the pale tree, it must possess similarly miraculous abilities. Just as Chao Xing was still immersed in transplanting the complete ancient tree of life into his territory, he suddenly sensed a powerful and familiar aura rapidly approaching, accompanied by a powerful sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. He quickly looked up at the sky and saw a small black dot in the distant sky rapidly growing larger. It was tearing through the clouds at a terrifying speed of 2 to 3 kilometers per second. However, under this pressure that would scare many powerful people, Chao Xing not only did not panic, but a smile even appeared on his face. Finally back. After being away from the territory for so many days, I wonder if she has gained anything? He whispered to himself, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Then, Chao Xing looked at the sisters before him and said, Little Neve, Juliet, you will continue to care for this branch and the other plants. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. The two tree spirit sisters exchanged a smile. Juliet nodded gently and said, Okay, Lord. Go on with your work. We contact you if there's anything else. Neve, standing next to him, said loudly, Lord, if you're free, come play games with Neve again. My sister and I both want to play games with you. Juliet blushed at the last word and tugged shyly at Neve's skirt. Chao Xing couldn't help but pause. His gaze fell on the two women, scanning them up and down. The girls' fair fingers were like delicate jade, their tight-fitting dresses tracing graceful curves. Even through their clothes, one could imagine their nearly perfect skin and figures. Chao Xing's heart warmed, and he nodded gently, saying, Okay, I come see you when I'm done. Then let's play games together. Great. Little Neve jumped up happily. Then my sister and I will wait here for the Lord. Okay. Everyone, including her sister Juliet, smiled brightly. Then Chao Xing headed towards the territory's buffer zone. At the same time, the aura was only a dozen kilometers away from the territory, a powerful dragon's might sweeping over like a tidal wave. Tens of thousands of workers also sensed something strange and looked up. Then, they witnessed a shocking scene. Thousands of miles above, a giant dragon covered in deep blue scales was rapidly approaching. Its body was immense, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, seemingly capable of blotting out the sun. The scales on its body, as crystalline as ice, shimmered with a cold luster. Even more astonishing was the presence of a cold figure standing proudly on the dragon's back. She was dressed in a simple, elegant robe, and beneath her beautiful features, a pair of eyes as sharp as ice knives. It was none other than the dragon speaker, Bing Lan. At that moment, standing on the dragon's back, Bing Lan frowned slightly upon seeing the large number of workers and the construction site below. But a moment later, she understood. Without a second's hesitation, she commanded Seraphis to dive over the city wall and into the territory. And in the empty buffer zone of the territory, a figure clad in a frost-white robe, exuding a chilling chill, was already waiting. Sensing the vast magical power emanating from the other person, Bing Lan's pupils suddenly constricted, and she murmured, Legend. The next moment, with a casual wave of her hand, the enormous dragon landed steadily in front of Chao Xing. Bing Lan leaped off the dragon's back. Chao Xing quickly stepped forward, smiling, Welcome back, Bing Lan. The usually stern woman's expression faltered. After so many days of traveling, interacting with strangers, she subconsciously maintained an air of keep away from strangers. This was also her way of protecting herself. Chao Xing, naturally aware of her wariness, continued, Relax, you're home. You don't need to be so nervous here. Hearing this, Bing Lan's tense brows finally softened a little, the chill that had lingered around her gradually dissipated, and she nodded slightly. Although Bing Lan's reaction was rather cold, Chao Xing still wore a gentle smile. Now, report on your recent exploration. Did you find the place I asked you to look for? Bing Lan raised her icy blue eyes and replied, Yes. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. However, Bing Lan immediately added, But there's something unusual about that place. Something unusual? Chao Xing couldn't help but repeat. Bing Lan nodded slightly. Yes. As you suspected, the place has been renamed. It's not called Whirlpool Mountain, but Tianshu Sacred Mountain. Tianshu Sacred Mountain. Chao Xing muttered the strange name under his breath, having no memory of the place. After a pause, he continued, "What about the location of Tianshu Sacred Mountain?" Bing Lan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "In the central area of the western continent." At that moment, Chao Xing's brows furrowed, and he subconsciously muttered, "The center of the western continent. You mean, Xuanhua Mountain is near the borders of the human empire?" Bing Lan nodded, "Yes. This is the conclusion I've reached based on various leads, commissioned by various intelligence agencies, and combined with ancient texts. According to legend, Tianshu Sacred Mountain was called Xuanhua Mountain approximately 6,000 years ago. The name change was due to a major event that affected the entire western continent." She let out a light breath, then calmly began her narration. 6,000 years ago, the human empire had just been established. Its influence in the western continent was not strong, and it was even suppressed and marginalized by other ancient tribes. After several territorial disputes, the various races on the continent accumulated a great deal of resentment towards humanity. That day, the Blood Clan, the Stone Men, the Nara clan, and several other ancient clans united to attack the human empire. They mobilized several demigods, assembled tens of millions of troops, and even deployed powerful weapons, like the Titan cannon, to attack the human empire's territory. The combined forces advanced with unstoppable force, destroying numerous towns, and even slaying legendary warriors. The human empire was in imminent danger. At this point, Bing Lan's voice deepened. At this critical moment, the spatial rift at the center of Whirlpool Mountain began to spin, erupting with a colorful pillar of light pierced heaven and earth. A being bearing 12 divine rings burst forth from it, its divine light illuminating an area of 10,000 miles. This mysterious being also helped the human empire repel powerful enemies, even extinguishing the divine fire of the Nara ancestor with a single blow. Even the other ancient clans were completely suppressed by this mysterious being. After that battle, the other ancient clans were crippled and forced to retreat with their remaining strength. The human empire established its supremacy over the western continent in one fell swoop. From then on, Whirlpool Mountain was renamed Tianshu Holy Mountain, meaning the pivot where destiny rests. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock again after hearing this. The information contained in Bing Lan's words was too astonishing. Whirlpool Mountain had been renamed Tianshu Holy Mountain, and within it lay a terrifying, dormant being. With this being's strength, he could even annihilate the demigod-level Nara ancestor with a single blow, and Chao Xing had already witnessed just how powerful demigod-level warriors could be. If you want to kill such a strongman in seconds, you can't do it unless you have the power to completely crush the opponent. In other words, the being bearing the 12 divine rings could very well be a true deity. This shocking news left Chao Xing silent for a moment, then he slowly asked, "So what happened next? Where did that mysterious being go?" Hearing this question, Bing Lan gently shook her head. "I don't know. It's said that after the battle, he ascended into the sky towards the eternal frozen sea. Some say he left the western continent. There's even a rumor that he's hiding in the secret realm of the human empire's royal family. In short, there are many different opinions." Chao Xing stared at the sky, lost in thought. These legends were too vague to be believed. However, one thing is certain, this being is no longer in Whirlpool Mountain. In other words, if Chao Xing wanted to reach Whirlpool Mountain, also known as Tianshu Sacred Mountain, to eliminate the extremely cold demon insects within, and complete the first stage of the True God trial mission, he wouldn't encounter that mysterious powerful being. Of course, that assumes Chao Xing can reach the center of the western continent. After all, according to various intelligence reports, and also revealed by the survivor named Meng Yi, the human empire has been shrouded in a dream woven by the ancient dragon Morpheus. Not even a demigod, let alone a god, can awaken from this dream. Going there now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Chao Xing. He whispered, "I remember. Mu Shui previously obtained a special epic item called the Light Mirror, Delusion Breaker. This mirror's effect is to release a light of delusion-breaking light within the illusionary scene, guiding the correct path. And the dreams of the ancient dragon Morpheus should also be a type of illusion. So, can this mirror be used within dreams?" Chapter 766. So, can this mirror work in Morpheus's dream? Chao Xing's eyes flickered, and he was tempted to try. But he quickly shook his head. After all, that was the dream of an ancient dragon, an existence even true gods would fear. His strength was far from sufficient. Bing Lan also said, "If you're thinking of heading to the center of the western continent right now, I advise you to give up on that idea for now. I've been trying to get closer to the border of the human empire, hoping to explore the exact location of Tianshu Sacred Mountain. However, when I approached 100,000 kilometers from the center of the continent, I began to feel dizzy, and Seraphis almost fell from the sky several times. When we approached 10,000 kilometers, I was almost unable to resist the drowsiness. We had no choice but to turn back. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. We have a lot to do right now, and we won't take any risks anytime soon. He added mentally. Until he reached demigod-level combat power, there was no way he could reach the center of the empire and encounter that terrifying dream. Binglan nodded slightly. She knew Chao Xing was a cautious person. At this moment, Chao Xing looked to the side, at the giant dragon perched on the ground, a look of scrutiny in his eyes. He suddenly asked, Binglan, Seraphis's potential is probably still at the commander level, right? Hearing this, Binglan nodded, yes. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then took out a bright soul and said solemnly, Here, let Seraphis break through to the overlord level first. I have a gift for it later. Hearing this, Binglan was slightly startled, staring at the soul, frozen in place, seemingly unsure how to respond. Seraphis, beside her, also turned his massive head, sensing the power within the soul, his eyes filled with longing. After a moment's silence, Binglan finally accepted the soul, gently nodding, thank you. Behind him, Seraphis also hummed a low, soft hum, expressing his gratitude to Chao Xing. Chao Xing smiled and waved, you're welcome. Let's get started. Okay. Binglan nodded, turned, and approached the dragon. She took a deep breath and thrust the luminous soul directly into Seraphis's massive body. The next moment, Seraphis's entire body trembled. After a brief silence, the giant dragon couldn't help but raise its head to the heavens and unleash a deafening roar. Yang! The resounding dragon roar instantly resounded across a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The wild beasts in the mountains and forests were instantly terrified and prostrated on the ground. Even the tens of thousands of workers working nearby felt the terrifying roar, as if their very blood was freezing. At the same time, Seraphis began its transformation. With time, its aura grew deeper and more vast. It was as if a giant dragon, dormant in the abyss, was constantly gathering strength, awaiting the moment of soaring into the sky. The air within a radius of hundreds of miles practically froze. As the dragon, at the top of the food chain, faced this dragon's might, almost no creature dared to utter a sound. 3 minutes later, this terrifying dragon's might reached its peak, and then erupted with a roar. Boom! A dazzling column of icy blue light shot up into the sky. A system notification appeared. Your territory creature, the Arctic Dragon Seraphis has successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, increasing its base stats by 30%. Activated the dominant level domain, Arctic Realm. Arctic Realm domain. While within this domain, Seraphis's dragon scales will be imbued with Arctic Frost armor, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 30%. Melee attackers will be countered with 10% of their current attack's ice damage and receive a stacking frostbite effect, reducing attack and movement speed by 5%, stackable up to 3 times. When Seraphis stands still in an extremely cold environment, it regenerates 0.05% of its maximum health per second and creates an Arctic realm beneath its feet, causing nearby enemies to take damage equal to Seraphis's maximum health asterisk 0.1% per second. When the notification ended, Chao Xing looked at the Arctic dragon with some surprise. Unlike most of them, who activated domains oriented towards attack or support after reaching domination, Seraphis's domain was surprisingly more defensive. And the effects looked quite terrifying. Not only did it grant 30% damage reduction and 10% damage reflection, but even while inactive, it could restore health and create a lethal cold realm. This significantly enhanced the survivability of this frigid dragon. Even Binglan, who was standing beside him, was surprised. She stroked Seraphis's thicker scales and murmured, "It's different. A dormant ancient power is awakening within it. This power enriches its vitality." Chao Xing said, "Seraphis's ice realm is a valuable ability. After all, your offensive power is already strong, but your survivability is lacking. Seraphis, as your companion, can make up for this shortcoming." Binglan nodded slightly, realizing Chao Xing's point. A barely perceptible smile played at the corner of her mouth, as if she were pleased with Seraphis's transformation. However, she didn't know that this giant dragon's breakthrough to dominance was only the beginning. The next moment, Chao Xing pulled an ancient dragon scale from his backpack. Deep icy blue lines shone on it, faintly emanating a terrifying dragon's might. The moment the scale appeared, Binglan and Seraphis glanced over at the same time. Her voice trembled slightly. "This is..." Chao Xing replied calmly, Just as you thought, this is the relic that will allow Seraphis to break through to become a legendary dragon. That's what I said, something good for Seraphis. Hearing this, Binglan's pupils constricted sharply. As a dragon tamer queen, she knew exactly what a legendary dragon meant. As long as she didn't encounter those perverted legendaries in Chao Xing's territory, blessed with various gifts. Outside, a legendary dragon could easily defeat 2 or even 3 at once, and now, Chao Xing told her that his companions would soon become that powerful creature. This made Binglan feel like she was dreaming. As soon as she returned to her territory, she was stunned by this overwhelming surprise. Even Seraphis, standing behind her, was trembling slightly, appearing incredibly excited. However, Binglan didn't immediately accept it. Instead, with a complicated expression, she asked, "I remember. You also have a giant dragon as a pet. And I can sense that dragon's potential is even greater than Seraphis's. Won't you leave this relic with it?" Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. Bingbing has only recently reached the Master Realm. It will take some time for her to reach Hero and meet the requirements for legendary advancement. Until then, let Seraphis complete her transformation. As for Bingbing's relic, we figure it out later. After Chao Xing finished speaking, Binglan didn't know how to respond. After a moment's silence, she bowed slightly, then solemnly saluted Chao Xing. "I remember this favor. I will repay you in the future." Even the giant dragon behind them, imitating their master, bowed its head to Chao Xing. Chao Xing couldn't help but laugh at the solemn expressions of the man and the dragon. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you being so serious? You are already members of my territory. As the Lord, helping you advance is also helping myself. And I told you, we're family, aren't we?" Hearing those last words, Binglan turned and locked eyes with Seraphis. The coldness in her eyes melted away, a hint of warmth taking over. She said earnestly, "You're right, we are family. This is our home." Behind her, Seraphis let out a long soft moan, a warm glint in her dragon's eyes. Chao Xing nodded. "That's right." Then he took out a black legendary heart and handed it to Binglan, along with the ancient dragon scale. "Go, help Seraphis break through." Binglan took it with both hands, took a deep breath, and nodded earnestly. "Okay." She then walked over to Seraphis and gently stroked the dragon's icy scales. "My friend, are you ready?" The frigid dragon nodded slightly, a determined look in its eyes. Binglan's lips curled slightly. "Okay, today is the day you enter the realm of legend." Then, she gently pinched it, and the black crystal shattered with a snap. The immense power contained in the legendary heart flowed through Seraphis's body, instantly absorbed. At that moment, the dragon's scales trembled violently. The terrifying dragon's might swept across the territory like a tsunami, and even ice crystals began to fall from the sky. However, this was only the beginning. Binglan removed the ancient dragon scale and gently placed it on Seraphis's head. Then, the dragon unleashed an extremely cold force, absorbing the pure divine power contained within the scale. Seraphis's body began to undergo a startling transformation. The originally icy blue scales gradually transformed into a deep, dark blue, and ancient runes emerged from each scale. Its claws grew longer and sharper, their tips condensed with shimmering ice crystals, as if they could easily tear through glaciers. Most astonishingly, its size began to grow again. From its original 100-meter length, it began to slowly expand and stretch, its bones emitting a teeth-grinding crackling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. As this change occurred, a look of pain appeared in Seraphis's eyes. Its dragon claws gripped the ground tightly, carving cracks stretching over 10 meters long. It couldn't help but let out a painful dragon roar. Roar! Roar! Blows of deep roars echoed, making one feel a tightness in the heart, as if a huge rock were pressing down on one's chest. Binglan's eyes flashed with worry. But she also knew that this kind of pain was necessary for Seraphis to endure, so she could only silently pray for him. The entire breakthrough process lasted a full 10 minutes. Absolute silence fell over the area for hundreds of miles, as no creature dared to utter a sound under the terrifying dragon's might. Birds fell, beasts lay dormant, and even the construction workers at the construction site stopped their movements. Finally, when the last trace of divine power had been absorbed, Seraphis suddenly opened its sapphire-like dragon eyes, flapped its wings, and soared high into the sky with a terrifying hurricane. At this moment, its wingspan had reached 300 meters, its size having doubled. Like an ancient behemoth, it soared above the 9 heavens, carrying a mighty pressure that shook the earth and sky. As it raised its head to the heavens, it roared, the sound spreading outward like a physical entity. Roar! The clouds within a 10,000-meter radius were instantly shattered, and the sun shone golden light through the gaps in the clouds. An extremely cold aura swept out from it, and countless ice crystals instantly condensed on the ground, as if celebrating the birth of a legendary dragon. Your territory creature, Seraphis, has successfully reached the level of a legendary dragon. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000% and attack range by 200%. Due to the significant increase in strength, the ancient bloodline within the body is activated, and the legendary skill, Frost Mist Arctic Catastrophe, is learned. Seraphis's divine power function is now enabled. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing and Bing Lan's eyes also showed surprise. They could all sense that the dragon had officially entered that legendary realm, possessing a power worthy of devastating destruction. Great! Seraphis succeeded. Bing Lan's lips curled up as she gazed at the shimmering voice soaring through the sky. This was the first time she had expressed such intense emotion in all the days she had been in the territory. Chao Xing, however, was even happier. Excellent! Raising Seraphis's potential to dominant before allowing her to break through to legendary was the right decision. Because of its increased potential, this breakthrough also activated a powerful legendary combat skill. With anticipation, he checked the skill's stats. Frost Mist, Frost Sweep. Level, Legendary. Skill cost, 15 spirit points. Skill effect, Seraphis gathers extreme cold power, unleashing a wide area frost dragon breath, dealing 3 times, attack power asterisk 315%, breath damage to all enemies below, within a 2 km radius. Each attack applies the absolute freeze effect to the target. The target is frozen for 1 to 10 seconds, unable to move, and receives 50% increased ice damage. If the target is already frozen, dragon breath damage is increased to ATK asterisk 630%, with the addition of the frost burst effect. When the frozen state is broken, deal true damage equal to 15% of the enemy's maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. After reviewing the attributes of this legendary skill, Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction again. Like other legendary skills, this Frost Mist Frost Catastrophe has an extremely wide attack range. The damage radius reaches 2 kilometers, or a total of 4 kilometers, but unlike other legendary combat skills, this one not only possesses an extremely high attack coefficient, but also possesses a massive crowd control capability. It's an absolutely dominant skill on the battlefield. No wonder this skill is called Arctic Catastrophe. This wave of dragon breath is truly an unstoppable catastrophe for the enemy. Chao Xing sighed softly. Now, let's take a look at the attributes of this legendary dragon after its breakthrough. With anticipation, he brought up Seraphis's new attribute panel. Arctic Dragon, Seraphis. Species, Dragon. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed attributes, click to view. After viewing Seraphis's attributes, Chao Xing couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, this is truly bizarre. Should I say it truly lives up to its name, Dragon Clan status? Although it only has dominant level potential, its attributes after breaking through to legendary status actually crushed even the mutant dominant level Assam. In terms of attributes alone, among all the legendaries in the entire territory, Seraphis is the strongest. Chao Xing stroked his chin, a look of amazement on his face. With Seraphis's successful breakthrough, his territory welcomed its 12th legendary. Most of the gains accumulated previously had been consumed. In the past, he might have been stuck in a period of inactivity, needing to slowly accumulate resources. But now things were different. After all, Chao Xing now controlled the entrance to a ruin, and that ruin would remain open for over half a month. In the time ahead, they could continue exploring the ruins, acquiring more precious resources, or leveling up by killing monsters. Plus, the Great Axe mercenaries and 100,000 survivors were helping him collect jars. Once the ruins were open, Chao Xing was confident he could experience another huge boost. Meanwhile, Seraphis, after soaring for a while and adjusting to the power within, folded its wings and slowly descended. Whoosh, whoosh. Every flap of its enormous wings stirred up gusts of wind. The massive body, like a mountain, slowly descended before Chao Xing. Seraphis, at this size, simply standing there, gave off a suffocating, oppressive feeling. Add to that its thick scales and gleaming claws, and it was a perfect killing machine on the battlefield. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Having a legendary dragon as a mount is truly impressive. This also reinforced his resolve to train the demon dragon Bing Bing. In the near future, I have a dragon as powerful as Seraphis. No. Maybe even stronger. Chao Xing thought with anticipation. At that moment, Binglan's voice brought him back from his thoughts. We've found the location of Whirlpool Mountain, and Seraphis has successfully broken through to legendary status. Is there anything else I can do? This woman had just been out on a 2-week mission, and less than half an hour after returning, she volunteered again. Chao Xing gave her a deep look, understanding her thoughts. She felt she had received too many benefits, and wanted to give back to the territory as soon as possible. However, Chao Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, no rush. Chapter 767. Chao Xing shook his head and said, no rush. Next, you and Seraphis go back and rest for a night. Tomorrow, I take you into the Lost Royal City. Try to kill more monsters there, and improve your strength. Although Binglan didn't quite understand what Chao Xing meant by the Lost Royal City, she nodded slightly. Okay, then I take Seraphis back first. If you need anything, let me know. After this improvement, her attitude towards Chao Xing had softened considerably. Chao Xing waved his hand, go. Soon, the man and the dragon turned and left. Chao Xing was left alone. He checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and dark was approaching. Chao Xing paused, pondering for a moment, checking if there was anything he had forgotten. After confirming that he hadn't forgotten anything, he remembered what he had just promised the 2 tree spirit sisters. So he set off again, heading for the back garden. Under the 2 girls' expectant gazes, he gently lifted them up, one by one. A moment later, they arrived at the sisters' residence. With the clang of a door slamming shut. An hour later, Juliet, frail, had collapsed onto the bed. She lay on her back, her long limbs drooping limply, a faint pink tinge edged across her doll-like, porcelain-white skin. As Juliet glanced to the side, a hint of shock gradually formed in her eyes. Details, click to view. Crack. When Chao Xing pushed open the gate of the settlement and stood on the wide streets of the territory, he felt a surge of freshness. 2 hours of continuous fighting, coupled with the daytime battle against Hilda, hadn't left him feeling weak. Instead, he was still full of energy. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Yes, after reaching the legendary realm, I feel like I have endless energy. Given the current situation, even a 3rd battle wouldn't be a problem. Glancing at the dimming sky, Chao Xing chuckled. Next, it's Mushua's turn. After 7 days, Lu Mushua had just awakened from a dream. So, he quickly entered the Lord's castle. Nightfall. 7 days had passed since Lu Mushua entered the dream. After so many days without seeing each other, the 2 missed each other deeply. A quiet state fell over the Lord's castle. Lu Mushua snuggled against Chao Xing's broad chest, feeling his heartbeat. After a moment, Lu Mushua raised her head and gazed at Chao Xing with eyes as clear as autumn water, a hint of confusion and bewilderment in them. Observing her expression, Chao Xing patted her smooth back and chuckled, What's wrong, Mushua? Is there something on my face? Lu Mushua shook her head slightly, her slender fingers caressing his face. I don't know if it's just my imagination, or if I've been dreaming for too long. This time, I feel like you've changed. Oh! What's different? Chao Xing asked, raising an eyebrow. She studied him intently for a moment, then said, Your features seem deeper, and you exude an inexplicable sense of majesty. Also, you've grown a lot taller. Chao Xing was startled for a moment, then recovered his composure, and explained with a smile, This is the change I've experienced since reaching Legendary. Didn't you also undergo a complete transformation when you reached Legendary? I see. You did grow a lot taller after reaching Legendary. Lu Mushua suddenly realized, and a blush crept across her face. She whispered, I like you like this too. Hearing this, Chao Xing's heart warmed, and he lowered his head to gently kiss her smooth forehead. Lu Mushua immediately shrank back like a frightened deer, but quickly folded herself into his embrace. After a moment, she raised her head again and whispered, By the way, Ah Xing, I have something else to tell you. Chao Xing nodded, Yes, go ahead. The beauty before him bit her lower lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. After a moment, she mustered up the courage to say, I'm pregnant. Hearing this, Chao Xing fell into a moment of daze. The entire room fell silent. At this moment, Chao Xing even thought he had misheard. He confirmed again, What did you say? Pregnant. Lu Mushua nodded gently, yes. After receiving her confirmation, Chao Xing suddenly felt a surge of complex emotions, even a mixture of mixed feelings. Watching his reaction, Lu Mushua said cautiously, What's wrong, Xing? You don't want to? Chao Xing didn't respond. Instead, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. After a moment, he slowly said, That's great, Mushue. We're having our own child. His voice trembled slightly, and Lu Mushue could hear his excitement. The worry in his eyes melted away like ice, and he spoke softly, yes, we're having a child. When he or she grows up, he or she will be as wonderful as their father. Chao Xing chuckled, and as beautiful and smart as their mother. A happy smile crossed Lu Mushue's face. Then, the two embraced each other and began to imagine the future. For example, what to name the child. Would he or she inherit the survivor system after birth? Or would he or she be like the natives of this world? The two discussed various issues for a long time. It was now 11 o'clock in the evening, the lowest point of the day. Outside the territory, the temperature had reached a staggering -73°C. The wind howled outside, like the howling of evil spirits capable of tearing through steel. The energy station within the territory continued to radiate heat. Whether it was the tens of thousands of workers at the construction site or the thousands of staff members in the territory, they didn't have to worry about the extreme cold. In this warm environment, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. And as Chao Xing and the others drifted off to sleep, some shadowy forces also began to take action. In the distant territory of the North Wind Kingdom, in a hidden valley, there stood a massive fortress. It was covered in a variety of large-scale war tools and ancient magic arrays. The frost-covered walls shone a cold silver in the moonlight, appearing impenetrable. And at the heart of the fortress stood a massive fortress, its towering spire piercing the night sky like a sharp sword. This is the North Wind Alliance's base. Silver Fortress. It's said that this fortress was reconstructed from a single ruin, so powerful that even a full-strength attack from a legendary powerhouse would be difficult to shake its foundations, and it could even withstand the arrival of a demigod. The core structure, Silver Fortress, is a fortress of iron, boasting astonishingly strong defenses. Deep within the fortress, in a vast hall, sat more than a dozen figures imbued with a profound aura. Some clad in regal armor, others shrouded in magical robes. The aura emanating from each was as vast as the ocean, reaching legendary levels. They were the legendary powers of Silver Lion, Shenmu, Yeming, Kara, and the kingdom of Vikro. However, the atmosphere within the fortress was somewhat silent and oppressive. Everyone's expressions were as solemn as iron, and an invisible sense of oppression hung in the air. A moment later, the Silver Lion King, clad in silver armor and as majestic as a lion, spoke first. We've concentrated all our forces and defended here all day. The men from the four kingdoms, and that mad otherworldly lord, haven't made any moves. It seems they've given up on attacking us. Hearing this, the other legendaries breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. At the same time, a look of humiliation crossed their eyes. When had the North Wind Alliance, the greatest power in the entire North, fallen to such a state, to have to guard against a surprise attack led by an otherworldly lord, and not even dare to initiate an attack, was a monstrous disgrace. However, recalling the terrifying combat prowess displayed by the legendary underlings of that otherworldly lord on the battlefield, their hearts sank again. At this moment, the elder from the Divine Wood Kingdom slowly stood up. His aged yet sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I believe you all witnessed what happened this day. That otherworldly lord possessed immense combat power, and even the group of legendary warriors under his command possessed formidable combat power. We are no match for him at all. Now, Kai has also been slain by him, and the Northwind Alliance has lost its only demigod." As the elder's voice continued to echo, everyone's mood darkened. After a pause, he continued, "Now, we should discuss how to deal with that otherworldly lord and the threat posed by the Four Kingdoms Alliance." The atmosphere on the field fell silent, with only the occasional crackle of the flames in the fireplace. In today's battle, Chao Xing's unleashed combat power was terrifying, an overwhelming force that dealt a heavy blow to all the legends present. Some even began to feel devastated. The Silver Lion King examined the old man and asked, "Divine Tree, how many branches of your Tree of Life do you have left?" At this question, the powerful warriors on the field all turned their gazes. The old man replied calmly, "Not many. Each use of these branches consumes a large amount of life essence, and they regenerate slowly. We lost another one in battle today. Plus, after this use, the Four Kingdoms are on guard. It will be difficult to achieve the same positive results as today." The Silver Lion King nodded slightly and continued, "Then, what about the rest of the Tree of Life?" The old man from Shenmue immediately sternly refused. "Don't even think about it. That's the foundation of our Shenmue Kingdom. We can't possibly use it against the Four Kingdoms Alliance. Otherwise, I'd rather leave the Northwind Alliance." Seeing his resolute attitude, everyone knew that this plan was highly unlikely to work. The atmosphere fell into silence again. A moment later, Queen Kara gently stroked the scepter inlaid with the space gem, her red lips parted. Can that person from the North Wind Kingdom remain lucid for a while? Everyone raised their heads, their gazes involuntarily turning to the Silver Lion King. They knew who Queen Kara was referring to. Kai Lan's mother, another demigod-level powerhouse from the North Wind Kingdom, the mother of the North Wind. The Silver Lion King pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, saying, no. Not only was she unable to maintain consciousness, but after Kai and Kai Lan were slain, the sealed land briefly lost control. This mother of the North Wind emerged and devoured an entire town in one gulp. He lowered his voice. If she were fully unleashed, I suspect she would destroy us first. The elder of the divine tree added, with the Silver Fortress and the mother of the North Wind, we shouldn't have to worry about a direct assault from the Four Kingdoms and that otherworldly lord. However, unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to release this monster. Otherwise, it would be a devastating disaster not only for the North Wind Alliance, but for the entire North. Hearing this, King Yiming, standing abruptly, slammed the table and declared, if it really comes to that, I don't care whether it's a disaster or not. His handsome face twisted with anger. If Silver Fortress can't be defended, then unleash the mother of the North Wind, and we all perish together. In the corner, the burly middle-aged man who had been relatively silent, King Viklo, glanced at him, his gruff face filled with disdain. Mutual destruction. That's easy to say. Your Nightlight Kingdom, the foundation you worked so hard to build, are you abandoning it? King Nightlight sneered, his eyes gleaming with madness. If these guys really want to wipe us out and annex us, I don't mind. Letting the entire North die with my kingdom. His voice was low, but it carried a chilling resolve. No one agreed with his statement. Everyone frowned, as if contemplating a countermeasure. At this moment, a scout swiftly pushed open the door and knelt on one knee. Your Majesties, a mysterious black-robed figure has arrived outside the Silver Fortress, requesting an audience. According to the fortress's energy fluctuations, this individual has reached the legendary realm. Furthermore, he exudes an extremely sinister aura. Hearing this, the powerful warriors on the scene looked at each other, puzzled. They seemed to have no recollection of this mysterious black-robed figure. The Silver Lion King asked gravely, did this person explain their purpose? The scout respectfully replied, Your Majesty, this person claims to be from the kingdom of Ostia and a legendary black mage. I have come to meet your Majesties to discuss an alliance. The mention of a legendary black mage caused an uproar in the hall. The old man in the sacred tree spoke solemnly, his eyes stern, dark magic. To think someone still wields such an evil power, and has even reached the legendary realm. He tapped his staff and waved his hand, saying, Tell that man we don't want an alliance with him. Send him away. The scout was about to reply when King Yiming interrupted, Wait! I think we could make contact with this dark mage. The old man of Shenmue frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Yiming, are you serious? That's dark magic. A power that caused widespread disaster on the continent thousands of years ago. If it gets out of control, it could pose a threat no less than the mother of the North Wind. We already have an unstable demigod, and now we have to provoke another dark mage? King Yiming shook his head slowly, saying gravely, God. Mu, I understand your concerns, and I also know that the wood origin system of your Shenmue kingdom is most repulsive to this kind of black magic. But, while this power is evil, its might is undeniable. Especially for a legendary-level black mage, who possesses terrifying destructive power. Furthermore, many years ago, the path for a black mage to advance to legendary level disappeared. Those who possess this power are either ancient heirs or... After a pause, he said meaningfully, I think we should contact this person. What are your opinions? He glanced around with a burning gaze, awaiting the other's response. After a brief silence, the Silver Lion King proposed, let's vote. Let everyone decide whether to contact the other party. The minority shall prevail. Everyone exchanged glances, then slowly nodded. And so, the vote to determine the fate of the North Wind Alliance began. On the other side, in the distant Ice Crystal Kingdom, in a remote otherworldly territory, a young man stood in the heart of the Great Crucible, looking upon nearly 10,000 humans kneeling on the ground, their expressions frozen, like the walking dead. Behind him, in the Lord's mansion, a massive black snake, over 100 meters long, slowly wriggled its body, circling the mansion. Black mist continuously seeped from the serpent's scales, blending with the nightmare power that permeated the territory. This young man was none other than the Nightmare God. After this period of covert development, his followers had rapidly grown from a few hundred to over 10,000. And his strength had officially entered another realm. Hee hee. Finally, demigod. Dum raised his hand, looking at the dark purple weapon entwined between his fingertips. Next, if I so desire, I can expand the dream realm to encompass hundreds of kilometers. By then, the speed at which I recruit followers will exponentially increase. Given time, I soon be able to condense my godhood again and ascend to godhood. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his increased power, he suddenly sensed something. He glanced toward the shadows nearby. From the corner, a tall, alluring figure in a dark red dress and a black hat emerged. As she walked, puffs of pale pink mist filled the air, causing the faces of the non-followers on the ground to suddenly shift into a state of fascination and intoxication. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the young man, his face covered in nightmare lines. Hee hee. I wonder who it is. Nemesis, how dare you come to me? Chapter 768. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the young man whose face was covered in nightmare lines. Nemesis, you dare to come to me on your own initiative? The woman known as Nemesis slowly raised her head, and beneath the wide brim of her hat, a breathtakingly beautiful face gradually emerged. Even the nightmare god momentarily lost consciousness upon seeing this face. However, as a dark purple mist emanated from his body, his eyes regained clarity. Even I was nearly smitten, Nemesis. It seems you've also returned to the demigod realm. The woman let out a silvery chuckle. Of course. If I hadn't been a demigod and come to you, I'd be afraid you strip me naked and devour me. Every smile and frown of this woman held a captivating magic, and the pink mist that filled the air grew thicker. The nightmare god had to mobilize even more nightmare power to maintain his sanity. He snorted coldly, "Don't play those little tricks in front of me, or I won't mind devouring your power right now." Oh my! The woman feigned panic and took a half step back, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. "Dum, you're still as dull as ever." Dum said nothing, simply staring at her with a cold gaze. Seeing his growing murderous intent, the woman whispered, "Oh, don't be angry. I really came here to see you about something important. About dealing with that otherworldly lord." At this key word, Dam's pupil shrank slightly. He remained silent, waiting for the woman to continue. At this moment, she continued, "I've contacted Hui Sheng. He has now reached the demigod level. Including me, we now have 3 demigods. Also, I've trained a legendary black mage. If my predictions are correct, he should be in contact with the Northwind Alliance now." At this point, the woman licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she spoke. "With our strength, we're capable of annihilating most of the forces on this continent. So, I'd like to invite you to join us in our mission to destroy this otherworldly lord's territory. What do you think?" Dam looked at her seriously. Gradually, a smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. The night passed quickly. The next day, a system notification appeared. "Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived day 35 of the unrest period. 39 days until event, Dream Fractal opens. 40 days until the Golden Scritz treasure opens. Weather forecast. Light snow today, lows between -62 degrees Celsius and -74 degrees Celsius." When the notification ended, Chaoxing opened his eyes on time. Looking at the beautiful woman sleeping soundly in his arms, he gently patted her smooth back. Lu Muxua felt the touch and gradually opened her sleepy eyes. "Ah Xing." Chaoxing looked at the woman's beautiful face and her flat stomach, and a warm smile spread across his face. "Muxua, how are you feeling? Do you want to rest a little longer? Don't tire our child." Hearing this, Lu Muxua's face flushed, and she glared at him coquettishly. "You're only newly pregnant. How can you be so delicate? Besides, I'm now a legendary warrior, my physique countless times stronger than an average person. I explore the ruins with you, and then break through to demigod status as soon as possible." At this point, she stroked her belly and whispered, "When this child grows up and knows he has a demigod as his mother, he'd be so happy." A tender glint flashed in Chaoxing's eyes, and he reached out to stroke her hair. "Then it seems I have to work hard too. Strive to become a god before the child is born. Then he can proudly tell other children, 'My dad is a god.' That will surely be even more impressive." Lu Muxua chuckled, seemingly amused. The bright smile brightened the room a little. The morning light filtered through the slits in the curtains, casting a goddess-like beauty on her face. Then, Chaoxing lifted the blanket and said, "Now, let's get up." The woman stretched lazily, revealing the graceful curve of her neck. "Okay." The two quickly dressed and donned their armor. 5 minutes later, they stood in the central square of the territory. Besides Chaoxing and Lu Muxua, they were standing before them, a massive legendary dragon, and next to it, the aloof Bing Han. Seraphis lay prostrate on the ground, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the other side, over 100 mercenaries from the Iron Rose mercenary group, each fully armed and well-equipped. Talia, the leader, stood at the front of the group. She stood tall and straight, like a sword unsheathed. A graceful figure was outlined beneath silver-white armor, and the great sword at her back added a touch of majesty to her demeanor. Cao Xing glanced around, and after seeing that everyone was ready, he nodded with satisfaction, saying, "I believe you all know the details. Next, we must first explore the ruins, seizing the 2 weeks of opening time to maximize our profits." Everyone nodded. At the same time, Cao Xing clicked on the vortex portal. "Activate the portal and enter the dungeon. Lost Royal City?" "Yes." As he clicked OK, a dazzling blue light erupted again, enveloping the entire team. Then, everyone's vision went black, and they vanished. When that familiar feeling of dizziness came over them. A few seconds later, they felt themselves once again on solid ground. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in that familiar laboratory. Buzz? The blue geometric shape before them, the world anchor, continued to slowly spin, emitting a bright light. Lu Muxua and Bing Lan, arriving here for the first time, observed their surroundings curiously. Cao Xing announced directly, "Next, do as I say. Each legend will lead a small team to explore the ruins and slay as many wraiths as possible. Focus on improving your own strength. If you see anything suspicious, try to dig deeper." At this point, he glanced at the Iron Rose mercenary leader standing nearby. "Talia, you will lead your own mercenary group and form a separate team. All of you have also benefited from the territory's blessing. You shouldn't encounter any danger in these ruins." Talia straightened her body, her silver armor clinking with a crisp sound. She solemnly declared, "Yes." Excitement filled the eyes of the other mercenaries, who shouted, "We will live up to your trust, great lord." Even now, feeling the surging power within them, they still felt a sense of unreality. Only those who have experienced it firsthand know the terrifying power of this blessing. They never dreamed they would ever attain such immense power. And now, simply by joining this territory, simply by the Lord's blessing, they have reached such heights. This is simply a method beyond the power of the gods. For a moment, the mercenary's eyes turned to Cao Xing with a fervent fervor. Cao Xing nodded slightly. "Now let's move." With that, Talia turned and marched away in a neat, orderly formation with over 100 mercenaries. Bing Lan turned silently, her long, smooth hair swaying gently as she walked toward the lab exit. As for Seraphis, due to its enormous size, the world anchor teleported it directly to the surface. Soon, only Cao Xing and Lu Muxua were left. The female knight said softly, "Xing, I'm leaving too." "Okay, go ahead. Remember to be careful. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'll be nearby." Cao Xing nodded gently and reached out to smooth her hair. Lu Muxua, eyes filled with happiness and satisfaction, turned and left. Cao Xing stood alone in the laboratory. Then he glanced at his level progress. Level 104, 1.545 billion/3.5 billion. After reaching legend, the experience points required for each level are getting increasingly ridiculous. So reaching the maximum level of 150 is going to be a massive undertaking. Cao Xing sighed helplessly. "I have to work hard too. I try to reach level 130 or 140 within the next 2 weeks." Thinking of this, he dodged and quickly left the laboratory. For the next few days, the fog-shrouded ruins were filled with the figures of numerous surviving lords. They cautiously explored the area, maintaining their combat, mage, and hunter formations, moving cautiously through the fog. While battling the vengeful spirits in the fog, they dug for hidden jars underground. Every time a buried jar was unearthed, the team members would cheer excitedly. If, by some stroke of luck, a survivor came across a building hidden in the fog, they would immediately report its location to Cao Xing. This was because Cao Xing had already announced that any otherworldly lord who found such a ruined building and reported it promptly would not only be granted priority access the next time the ruins were opened, but would also be rewarded with a full 5 kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat. Enticed by this outrageous reward, most of these lords chose to report the building's location and wait for Cao Xing to send someone. Of course, a few lords remained unconvinced and wanted to explore on their own. They led their elite troops to break through the door, hoping to unlock the hidden treasures. But it was clear that the terrifyingly powerful, self-destructing golems within would teach them a lesson. Screams and explosions echoed from the building. Not only did those lords suffer heavy losses, they also gained nothing. However, some lords remained steadfast and united a dozen or so lords to form a large team to attack the building, successfully defeating the golems. But a second challenge awaited them, the treasure chest's code. Unable to transform the golems into friendly units, they didn't know how to obtain the code. After forcibly breaking open the treasure chest, they lost everything. After calculating the cost, they realized that the gains from their painstaking efforts to capture the building were far less than the 5 kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat Xiao Xing had promised. After several attempts, most lords gave up the idea and immediately reported the building's location to Xiao Xing. Under the massive search of 100,000 survivors, at least 7 or 8 unexplored buildings were discovered each day. A legendary expert would then escort Tong Chu to the site at top speed. They could often cover dozens of kilometers in a matter of minutes. Even this vast and dangerous ruins presented little obstacle. With the legendary expert's intervention, the golems within were often eliminated in seconds, and Tong Chu would then use mechanical domination to transform them. At this rate, throughout the day, Tong Chu could transform at least 7 or 8, or even a dozen, powerful golems, as well as obtain various rare materials from the treasure chests. Compared to when they first entered, finding only 2 or 3 buildings in 2 days, this efficiency had increased exponentially. The entire ruins felt like a treasure trove being systematically mined, continuously providing Xiao Xing with precious resources. Of course, this wasn't just about the golems and treasure chests. The experience points of the people in the territory were also rapidly increasing. Especially for classes like Xiao Xing and Lu Muxue with status-based abilities, their experience points increased even faster. In just 4 or 5 hours, Xiao Xing's experience bar reached 100%, and he then reached level 105. Meanwhile, besides the happily exploring survivors within the ruins, those outside were also busy. The lords of the 4 districts, in particular, led their elite members to explore various towns and deep mountains and forests. Their goal was to trigger more quests, or to gain experience points by killing monsters outside. They all wanted to reach level 50 as quickly as possible, then break through to the Master Realm. After all, Xiao Xing had mentioned earlier that the 100,000 survivors who had entered earlier were only the first group. After 7 days, a second group could be transported into the ruins. And level 6 creatures were the threshold for entry. So, these survivors were working tirelessly, frantically improving themselves. And so, they maintained their current pace. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. In the early morning, not long after the fog that had enveloped the ruins retreated into the inner city, the otherworldly lords began their movements. They either traveled in groups from the safe zone or emerged from certain buildings. The ruins once again became bustling with activity. In a corner outside the ruins, a young man, clad in a frost-white robe and imbued with a formidable aura, was battling a group of wraiths. Tall and slender, he emanated a powerful chill, freezing the ground hundreds of meters beneath his feet, and coating even the bodies of the wraiths with a thick layer of frost. Puff! A several-meter-long cone of ice shot out, instantly piercing a terrifying-looking mist wraith, dealing over 3 million damage. Instantly slaying it, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. At the same time, a beam of white light rose from Xiao Xing. Your level has increased. Current level, 107. This level up grants attribute increases, strength plus 947, agility plus 1085, spirit plus 1672, constitution plus 1249, and divine power limit plus 10. The improved physical fitness made Xiao Xing stretch out with pleasure. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, 2 levels in 2 days. It's slower than when I first broke through, but it's still not bad. After all, every level he gains now adds 500 million experience points. The experience points required to go from level 107 to 108 have reached an absurd 5 billion, almost 2.5 times that of level 100 to 101. Of course, even more outrageous are those like Zulan and Lu Muxue, who are above level 140. For them, the experience points required to level up now start at 20 billion. After 2 days, Zulan's experience bar has only reached 87% of level 144. Lu Muxue's experience bar has reached 54% of level 145. According to Xiao Xing's prediction, Lu Muxue wouldn't reach the maximum level of 150 until the ruins were completely destroyed. Of course, these legendary powers advance slowly, while the heroic and master powers below them level up much faster. The demon dragon Bing Bing has officially reached the maximum level of 70. Tong Chu has reached level 93, only needing the last 7 levels to reach the maximum level of 100. Further new heroic powers, like Commander Burger, Elisa, White Snake Eilina, Dragonblood fighter Jonard, Josen, and Star Nation swordsman Shao are also rapidly advancing in level. There are also pets like Dubai and Guanyu Chicken. It can be said that the strength of the entire territory is undergoing a transformation every day. After reviewing the system information, Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Once the light feather chicken's buoyancy reaches level 100, I have to try to dispel the curse from me. This thing keeps draining health. It's really disgusting. Looking at the numbers -100,000, -100,000 constantly floating above his head, Chao Xing shook his head. He continued, next, let's pause the upgrades and go find Assam. After all, I have to give him the Book of Alia's heritage as well. I need to study it as soon as possible. With this thought, Chao Xing's wind wings fluttered, carrying him away from the spot. A dozen minutes later, Chao Xing found Assam at the edge of a mist, fighting a vengeful spirit. Behind the Frostwolf Knight were several powerful warriors, including Blot and Shao. Sensing Chao Xing's arrival, they quickly resolved the battle. Swish! Assam's longsword slashed out with a blade of energy that stretched 100 meters, instantly slaying the remaining spirits. Then everyone sheathed their weapons and saluted respectfully, saying, "Good day, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then waved his hand, saying, "You continue." "I find Knight Assam." "Yes," Zhao's steady voice echoed. Then, they turned around and began to lure the spirits from the mist. At that moment, Assam had already jumped off Lin Dong's back. With a firm gaze, he said, "Lord, please give your orders." Chao Xing said nothing, but simply pulled 2 divine power fragments from his backpack. Chapter 769. With Chao Xing's movement, the divine power fragment in his hand transformed into tiny specks of white light and landed on Assam. The Frostwolf Knight suddenly felt a surge of magical power within him. His body trembled slightly, and a flicker of shock flashed at his eyes. The character panel indicated that his divine power had increased from 3 points to 23. Chao Xing said, "Knight Assam, I have replenished your divine power. Now, begin your legendary skill, Holy Frost Wolf." Assam understood his meaning and nodded solemnly, "Yes, Lord." He held the long sword at his waist and leaped onto Winter's back. This Frost Wolf was currently a level 100 creature, with the potential to become a leader. But its aura far surpassed its peers. Beneath its thick white fur lay explosive physical strength. After all, with Assam's commander-level skill, Dance with the First Wolf, Winter could gain 30% of Assam's basic attributes. Those were the basic attributes of a legendary knight, their strength far surpassing even that of a hero. Even dominant creatures of the same rank didn't possess such high attributes. At that moment, the Frost Wolf Winter held his head high, his shoulders over 3 meters tall, his muscular form rippling beneath his silver-white fur, a majestic presence. At the same time, Assam unsheathed his sword with a clang, aiming it skyward. Then, a deep blue beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the man and the wolf. Under the savage gaze of the crowd, a profound and vast power surged forth. However, this time, it wasn't Assam who was at the center, but Winter. The Frost Wolf's body began a startling transformation. Hexagonal frost plates rapidly emerged from its skin, connecting together like a perfect suit of ice armor. The wolf's massive body expanded at a visible rate, its muscles becoming more muscular, and its claws extended into half-meter-long ice blades. The claws dug deep into the frozen earth, and its breath condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. When this terrifying power reached its peak, Winter raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Woo! The wolf's howl echoed over 10 kilometers, sending shivers down the distant adventurer group's spine. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, has activated the legendary combat skill Holy Frost Wolf. Mount Winter shares 80% of Assam's attributes. For the next 100 seconds, attacks from both the mount and the rider will inflict Holy Frostbite. Winter's new skills: Holy Frost Charge, Frost Wolf Guard. Due to the influence of the talent Eternal Power, this state has become permanent. Note: while in permanent mode, you can exit and close it at any time. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. Eternal Power remains as powerful as ever. Even legendary skills can be solidified and remain permanent. This effectively saves Assam countless divine power, which can be used to enhance the effects of other skills. Winter has also gained legendary combat power, which is equivalent to adding a 12th legendary to the territory. And most importantly, Winter, having evolved into the Holy Frost Wolf, is so damn handsome. This icy armor, with its beautifully streamlined form, made it a perfect mount, combining both combat power and handsomeness. Even Chao Xing wanted to give Winter a try. At this moment, Assam rolled down again. The moment his boots touched the ground, A ripple of frost spread out from him. Then, he bowed solemnly and performed a knight's salute. "Thank you, my lord." Beside him, Winter also bowed his head to Chao Xing, letting out a low whimper of gratitude. Chao Xing smiled. "No problem, you deserve it." After a pause, he continued, "Also, I have a gift for you." Under Assam's puzzled gaze, Chao Xing pulled out the heavy tome radiating a pale golden glow. A long sword and a shield were engraved on the cover. The moment the tome appeared, Assam's attention was instantly drawn to it. After examining it for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This book exudes a majestic and sacred aura. I feel a strong pull. Could this be?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, this is a note left by a knight on the verge of achieving demigodhood, the Judgment Knight Alia. She believed in the way of judgment, believing that as long as one possesses the power of justice, one can judge all evil in the world. Even gods who have made mistakes must face judgment." Assam's pupil shrank slightly, realizing the significance of this book of heritage. He said solemnly, "I understand, my lord. I will do my utmost to comprehend its contents as quickly as possible and carry forward this knight's way of judgment." But Chao Xing shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not asking you to learn her judgment knighthood. I rather hope you can comprehend your own knighthood from it and transform it into your own strength. Assam, you have your own path." The knight stood there in a daze. After a moment, he seemed to understand something and nodded vigorously. After handing the book of Alia's heritage to Assam, Chao Xing departed. Whoosh! The wings behind him fluttered gently, maintaining a steady, low-altitude flight. He skirted the foggy areas and skillfully navigated the vast landscape. As he flew, Chao Xing pondered several things. He murmured, "According to the timeline, the ruins still have about 12 days until they close. 5 days later, another group of surviving lords will be teleported in. In other words, at most, only 200,000 lords can be teleported into the ruins." This number was slightly lower than he had expected, but it was more than enough. After all, 200,000 slots were more than enough for him to teleport all the lords from the 4 major districts. As for the lords from the other districts, Chao Xing was helpless. While this ruins looked vast and expansive, it couldn't possibly accommodate over 1 billion lords. With so many people entering, it would be packed in minutes. He continued to think. Besides, the black market auction begins in 6 days. According to Captain Giant Axe, there might be some extremely rare treasures at the auction. I think I could try my luck. Also, I'm going to sell all my gains recently and convert them into cash. You know, he's opened a ton of silver jars, gold jars, and even black jars these past few days. They contain all sorts of priceless gems, worth hundreds of millions of crowns in total. In addition, there are other treasures that can be sold at auction. For example, those precious golems. A complete golem like this, still obeying commands, would absolutely cause a sensation at auction. Its value is as terrifying as a dragon egg. If he just sells a few of them, he'd make a killing. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue playing his next move, he suddenly felt a vibration near his ear. Zizi zizi. A mature and majestic aura echoed along with the sound of electricity. "Lord Chao Xing, I'm Xia Villegas." A flash of surprise crossed Chao Xing's eyes at this unfamiliar name. The surname Villegas belongs to the royal family of the Yuan Kingdom. And the one who could refer to herself by her surname was obviously the Yuan Queen. Chao Xing quickly replied, "Your Majesty Xia, what can I do for you?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then the majestic voice spoke again, "Lord Chao Xing, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm contacting you this time for something." After a pause, she continued, "I found Ms. Rosie, the one you asked me to help find last time." Hearing this news, Chao Xing perked up. "You found Rosie? Where is she?" Queen Yolan's voice remained elegant and composed. "She's in Linglan City. I told her about you and explained that you've been searching for her. She's also very interested in you and is waiting for you at the palace in Linglan City." Chao Xing quickly replied, "I understand. Your Majesty, please tell her I'd be right there." "Okay." With that, Queen Yulan decisively hung up the call. Chao Xing, now soaring in midair, couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect that Luo Shi, whom I've been searching for so many days, would actually show up on her own. Linglan City? It's not far from the ruins, though. At full speed, we'd be there soon." A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "It seems we need to go there." Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear and switched to the team channel. "Everyone, I'm going to the Yuan Kingdom. You continue exploring the ruins at your usual pace. Contact me immediately if you have any questions." After hearing this, the powerful warriors solemnly responded, "Yes, Lord." They didn't say they would go with the Lord. Since Chao Xing's breakthrough to legendary, his combat power has leapt into the top 3 in the territory. Add to that a series of trump cards in hand, and he's more than enough to ensure his own safety. After giving these instructions, Chao Xing's wind wings flapped, and the transparent wings whipped up a puff of mist, carrying him swiftly towards one of the exits. A moment later, he flew out of the ruins and headed straight for the clouds in the southeast. The target: Linglan's main city. Half an hour later, a figure soared 10,000 meters above the Yuan kingdom. He moved with incredible speed, maintaining a speed of 4 to 5 kilometers per second even without deliberately accelerating. The high-altitude air currents ruffled his black hair. Chao Xing channeled his magic power, forming a deep blue shield around him to protect against the wind's force. After flying for a few more minutes, he could already see the majestic and magnificent main city of Linglan. A faint blue energy shield enveloped the entire city. Compared to the icy snow outside, it seemed as if it were blessed by the goddess of spring. Neat rows of distinctive buildings stood side by side, their roofs clad in azure-glazed tiles, radiating a soft glow. The streets were lined with a variety of flowers, forming an endless sea of brilliant blossoms. And along the wide main street, a constant stream of people dressed in brightly colored clothes, carrying flower baskets, filled with laughter and joy. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing exclaimed, "Wow, so lively!" After all his time in this desolate and lonely world, this was the first time he had witnessed such a bustling scene. But Chao Xing soon remembered. A few days ago, Queen Yuan said that Linglan City would be hosting a 100 Flowers festival. It seems the celebration has already begun. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts and flew straight towards the city. After passing through the energy shield unimpeded, he sped all the way to the sky above the palace. Some hidden defensive arrays within the palace flickered faintly, seemingly detecting Chao Xing, but no alarms were triggered. Even the powerful warriors in the shadows stared at the figure in the sky without moving. It was clear that Queen Yuan had specifically instructed them. After waiting for a moment, Chao Xing heard a familiar, elegant voice. "Lord Chao Xing, please come down. Ms. Luo Shi and I are waiting for you in the 100 Flowers Hall." When the voice faded, Chao Xing's gaze swept across the palace. He didn't know where the 100 Flowers Hall was, but he could sense the presence of legendary-level energy from its aura. In a split second, his gaze locked onto a white-domed building surrounded by vines and flowers deep within the palace. With a flash of his body, Chao Xing vanished from the scene. When he reappeared, he was in an empty square. Several well-armed guards stood in front, and behind them was an arched portico constructed of pure white marble. Upon seeing Chao Xing, one of the guard captains quickly stepped forward and said, "Lord Chao Xing, Her Majesty the Queen is waiting inside. She let you in." With that, the other 2 guards quickly pushed open the building's doors, revealing a space brimming with greenery. Chao Xing nodded, "Okay." Then, he stepped directly into the mysterious palace of flowers. The moment he crossed the threshold, Chao Xing felt as if he had entered another world. An endless expanse of emerald green grass appeared before him, covered in a variety of exotic flowers. There were the lis flowers, with petals as clear as crystal, the cata flowers, with faint crimson veins throughout, and the cold butterfly flowers, with their stamens ablaze with orchid flames. A variety of exotic flowers formed a magnificent sea of blossoms. Butterflies, their wings shimmering with light, danced among the blossoms, and the air was filled with a refreshing floral fragrance. Chao Xing gazed at the azure sky above him, and sensed a powerful surge of magic. "Oh my god! This 100 Flowers Palace truly lives up to its reputation. To think such a magical place could exist within the royal palace." He muttered to himself in disbelief. Then, Chao Xing continued on his way. Passing through the blossoms, his gaze fell upon the peculiarly shaped flowers. Names flashed before his eyes. Flower of white light, gold. Winesing grass, orange. Dragon blood rose, legend. Heavenly sound lily of the valley, orange. As he walked, the astonishment in Chao Xing's eyes grew more intense. He couldn't help but exclaim once more, "Wow, not a single flower planted in this garden is below gold quality. There are even top-grade ingredients like lion's head flower and green heart vine, ingredients used to refine legendary secret elixirs." And what Chao Xing had seen was only a small part of the garden. The number of rare and exotic herbs within this 100 Flowers Hall had reached an astonishing number. The value of these rare and exotic herbs alone was inestimable. This is too much. Is this the heritage of the Orchid Kingdom? Before he could even begin to wonder, he had unknowingly arrived at the center of the garden. In the area ahead, a pavilion woven from vines appeared. Around the pavilion, lavender lily-of-the-valley flowers dangled, swaying gently in the breeze. Through the translucent vine barrier, 4 figures could be vaguely seen seated within. "Lord Chaoxing, please enter," the Orchid Queen's commanding voice echoed. Chaoxing took a deep breath and stepped inside. 4 graceful women, each with strikingly beautiful features, yet each possessing a distinctly different temperament, appeared before him. 3 of them were acquaintances. Beside them was the mature and charming Marita, dressed in a deep blue gown. Next to her was the beautiful and youthful Princess Fran, who gazed at him with a half-smile. In the main seat, the Orchid Queen, Cia Villegas, draped in a black robe embroidered with gold patterns, her face radiating majesty. Across from her sat another mysterious and elegant woman. She clutched an organ in her arms, and wore a plain white dress, its lapels and chest embellished with pale golden star patterns. When she raised her head, a delicate and charming face suddenly appeared before Chaoxing. Eyes like the moon, lips like pearls, that was the description of this woman. The few strands of silver at her temples didn't diminish her elegance, but instead added a touch of age-honored charm. It seemed as if even the flowers around her swayed gently with her breath. It was clear that each of these 4 women possessed angelic faces, truly breathtaking. Add to that their unique aura and dignity. Sitting there, the scenery even overshadowed the vibrant sea of flowers outside. More importantly, aside from the woman holding the organ, Queen Yuan, Marita, and Princess Fran all wore wide-neck designs. Add to that their magnificent size, and a quick glance revealed vast expanses of white and deep ravines. So huge. As expected of the Yuan royal family, such excellent genes. Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If any ordinary expert had entered, they would probably have been stunned by now. Thankfully, as a legendary expert, and with his constant encounters with peerless beauties, Chaoxing was able to maintain his composure. He regained his composure and strode towards the empty seat in the center of the pavilion. At that moment, the woman holding the organ was also sizing him up and down. Sensing his vast magical power, admiration flashed in his deep eyes. Chaoxing naturally sat on the stool, right between Marita and Princess Fran. Chapter 770. Chaoxing naturally sat on the stool, perfectly positioned between Marita and Princess Fran. Simply turning slightly to the side, he could see the soft, rosy garments beneath their loose collars. It seemed to draw one's attention. Although Chaoxing didn't know why Marita and Princess Fran were here, he didn't inquire, instead politely nodding to the 4 of them. However, at Chaoxing's greeting, Marita's mature face flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Princess Fran, standing beside him, looked at him with interest, her lips curled slightly, a sly glint in her eyes. Chaoxing felt puzzled. Just as he was wondering why these 2 had reacted this way, Queen Yuan spoke first, breaking the silence. "Lord Chaoxing has arrived, so let's begin." Hearing this, the 3 women nearby, each with a different aura, raised their heads, their expressions growing serious. Queen Yuan said, "Lord Chaoxing, my sister Marita, and my daughter Fran are old acquaintances, so there's no need for introductions." She deliberately emphasized the word old acquaintances before continuing. "Lord Chaoxing, the person before you is Ms. Rosie." Chaoxing nodded slightly, gazing at the legendary, mysterious woman. Rosie also turned her gaze towards him. Slowly speaking, the being who can end the blood chaos truly possesses an extraordinary aura. Your aura clearly indicates a recent breakthrough to the legendary realm. Yet that vast magical power emanates from you, yet it strikes me as a threat. Chaoxing wasn't surprised that the other party could discern his strength. He had just fixed his gaze on this Luo Shi for a moment, but the system displayed a veritable barrage of question marks. This indicated that Luo Shi must be very powerful, at least at the high legend level or above, considering that she had inscribed her name on the ancient arena stone tablet and maintained 3rd place for so many years. Her strength wasn't surprising. Chaoxing smiled and said, "Senior Luo Shi, you're too kind. I'm just lucky. However, I've always heard of you. Even Her Majesty the Queen praised you, as a woman of great learning and charisma. Seeing you today, I can see that your reputation truly lives up to your reputation. Your aura and appearance are as dazzling as the stars in the sky." Hearing Chaoxing's praise, the woman holding the organ looked at him with a strange expression, then glanced at Queen Yuan beside her. Then, with a helpless smile, he shook his head. "I've heard that Lord Chaoxing is a gifted speaker. Now it seems he lives up to his reputation. But I'm a 1,000-year-old antique, not from the same era as you. You better stop complimenting me." Chaoxing chuckled. "Senior Luo Shi, that's not true. There's a saying in our world. As the saying goes, A woman 3 years older than you is a treasure, and a woman 3,000 years older than you is a member of the immortal class. According to the lifespan of legendary warriors, you're in your prime, at your most charming age. If you were to go out, I wonder how many young men and women you charm. These words made the women present burst into laughter. Even Luoshi, who called herself a senior, had a flicker of emotion in her eyes. After all, what woman doesn't like being complimented on her beauty? Even more, the one complimenting her is a man of legendary strength and handsome appearance. A faint smile played on her lips. I'm not good with words, but after so many years, I can tell what kind of person he is. Are you complimenting me now, because you need my help? Chao Xing, unfazed by the awkwardness of being seen, smiled and said, while I do need your help, I meant what I said earlier. Ms. Rosie, you're not old at all. The woman with a unique temperament shook her head helplessly. I understand. Lord Chao Xing, please tell me what you mean first. I have something to discuss with you later. Chao Xing nodded, then said, it's nothing serious. It's mainly about His Majesty Elton. Hearing the name, the charming woman holding the organ raised an eyebrow. Oh, that old man is still alive? At this remark, the whole audience fell into a moment of silence. After all, Elton was the king of a kingdom, and yet this woman seemed to wish him dead. Ahem. Chao Xing coughed awkwardly. His Majesty Elton is still alive, but he probably won't be around for many more years. Rosie's eyes flickered with a complex expression after hearing this. She said slowly, many years ago, I advised him not to over-rely on the power of the kingdom's holy sword. Such a semi-divine weapon will eventually drain the user's vitality. He didn't want to listen to me, and it's his own fault. Chao Xing shook his head and said slowly, that's hard to say. During this blood rebellion, if His Majesty Elton hadn't wielded the kingdom's holy sword and sacrificed his life to unleash the 9 swords of holy judgment, we might have been defeated by the Blood Legion from the very beginning. It was also because of that battle that I gained time to develop and ultimately defeat the Blood Legion. Hearing Chao Xing's defense of Elton, Rosie seemed reluctant to argue inside. What did Elton want you to talk to me about? Chao Xing replied, he asked me to convey something to you and also to bring you something. Rosie's fingers unconsciously rubbed the organ strings. This guy is still so awkward. He doesn't dare tell me directly what's going on, so he actually asked you to come to me. After a pause, she continued, Lord Chao Xing, please speak. Although I don't want to have anything to do with him, as the hero who ended the Blood Rebellion, I have to give you this little courtesy. Chao Xing chuckled. All right, thank you, Ms. Rosie. With a flick of his finger, a stream of light containing a message flew in front of Rosie. This was a trick Chao Xing had mastered after reaching legendary status. It allowed him to convey his message through magic without being known to outsiders. Queen Yuan and Marita, standing nearby, naturally saw Chao Xing's actions, but paid no attention. After all, this was a secret between the Ice Crystal King and Rosie. Rosie's body began to tremble slightly after receiving the message from the stream of light. Even the organ in her arms vibrated slightly. It took her several breaths to calm her emotions. After a moment, Rosie sighed slowly. She didn't say anything more, but continued, Lord Chao Xing, what's the other item? Chao Xing quickly flipped his right hand, and a simple wooden comb appeared in his hand. Here, Senior Luoshi. Looking at the comb before him, this legendary figure, who had lived for over 1,000 years, a look of nostalgia crossed his eyes. She gently reached out and took the comb, her fingertips gently stroking the teeth. Then she slowly said, Lord Chao Xing, I accept the item. Please tell Elton. I already know the details. When I have time, I visit Yongshuang main city. As she finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have successfully completed a C-rank mission, a commission from the Ice Crystal King. Mission reward, 5 million XP. Additional reward, upon returning to the Ice Crystal Kingdom, you will be granted the Snowstorm region as your autonomous territory. Seeing the prompt, a subtle smile curved Chao Xing's lips. This commission had finally been completed. Once the ruins were dealt with, he would officially become the master of the entire Snowstorm Plains. In that area, his authority would be equivalent to that of the Ice Crystal King. He could even set his own taxes, establish his own army, and so on. The thought of it was truly exciting. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing nodded and said, I understand, Ms. Rosie. I will convey your message to His Majesty Elton. Rosie nodded gently and said, Lord Chao Xing, your side of the business has been completed. Now, it's time to discuss my own affairs. Hearing this, Chao Xing was slightly taken aback. Senior Rosie, do you need my help too? His interest suddenly piqued, as if he had spotted a new mission. However, Luoshi slowly shook her head, It's not that I need your help, but I have something to tell you. Chao Xing nodded in realization. I see. Please go on, Ms. Luoxi. The charming woman continued. From what I hear, a high-level legendary has appeared in your territory, and one is even preparing to reach the demigod realm. As soon as the words fell, Chao Xing's pupil shrank, and his magic power briefly lost control. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire Linglan main city. Marita and Princess Fran, who were closest, paled at the aura. Thankfully, Chao Xing extinguished the oppressive feeling in a moment. Then, he looked at the woman before him with a solemn gaze. The fact that a high-level legendary existed in his territory, even one preparing to reach the demigod realm, was known only to a few key members of his territory. Chao Xing was genuinely surprised that this Rosie, having only just met him today, could have known this. This made him wonder if there was a traitor within his own territory. Rosie, seemingly sensing his thoughts, said slowly, "Don't be nervous, Lord Chao Xing. You can think of this as a special method of mine. To put it simply, it's astrology. Through divination, I've learned that a new star will rise within the Ice Crystal Kingdom in the future. Combined with your deeds, I infer that this new star is most likely a member of your territory." As she finished speaking, she tapped her finger in the air before her, drawing a hexagram. The Orchid Queen beside him also said, "Senior Luoxi's astrology is also renowned throughout the northern border of the western continent." Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization. I see. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, as long as there wasn't a traitor, everything would be fine. He generously admitted, "As you said, I plan to have the strongest in the territory attempt to break through to the demigod realm. Of course, it could also be me." Hearing this, the four women on the scene looked in amazement and shock. After all, they knew exactly what a demigod meant. That power could easily destroy an entire kingdom, enough to change the entire situation in the northern border. Even the entire Orchid Kingdom couldn't stand up to such power. The four of them stared at the man in disbelief. Especially Marita, who was standing beside him. As someone who had come into contact with Chao Xing long ago, she had practically watched him grow stronger, step by step, at an incredibly terrifying rate. Thinking back to their first encounter on the Lady River, Chao Xing was still just a third-level mage. Now, he's transformed into a legendary powerhouse, on par with Queen Yuan. Now he needs to strive for the demigod realm. However, Marita's eyes held no trace of envy or jealousy, but rather love and admiration. At this moment, Rosie nodded slightly, a look of as expected in her deep green eyes. She continued, "Can you tell me the approximate timeline for your breakthrough?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure, but it should be within the next 2 months." Hearing this timeline, Queen Yuan couldn't help but interject, 2 months? Didn't you just break through the legendary?" Although Queen Yuan knew that this otherworldly lord was rapidly growing stronger, this was still too much. 2 months. For legends like them, it was a fleeting moment. And yet he was poised to reach the demigod realm, completely exceeding her expectations. Chao Xing smiled but said nothing. The queen, upon seeing this, quickly regained her composure, her expression regaining its dignity. However, looking at her soft, white body rising and falling, one could still see the queen's inner shock. Rosie was silent for a moment, then sighed. "This is truly an incredible rate of growth. Perhaps only someone like you can rewrite your destiny. Even astrology can't predict you. But there's something I need to remind you of." At this point, her expression grew serious. "Although Lord Chao Xing is formidable. But if possible, try not to break through to the demigod realm now." "Not to break through?" Chao Xing looked puzzled. "Why?" The other 3 women, including her, were also curious. Luoxi looked up at the sky above the 100 Flowers Palace and sighed. "I imagine you've heard of that person. Throughout the millennia of Western continental civilization, there existed a mysterious figure hidden in history. No one knows his past, his identity, or his strength. All we know is that he specifically targets weak demigods and steals their divine fire." Hearing this, Chao Xing's gaze hardened again. He knew who Luoxi was talking about. The mysterious being who stole the sacred fire of the Lizardman leader, and also stole the sacred fire of another demigod-level dragon, Bing Bing's mother. Chao Xing called him the fire thief. Luoxi knew from his reaction that Chao Xing had also heard of this person. She continued, "In recent years, many demigod-level warriors in the western continent have encountered this mysterious being. After being attacked, some demigods lost control of their divine power and died silently. Other demigods survived, but their strength was greatly reduced. Because of this mysterious being, the number of demigods in the western continent is dwindling. Many demigods have even deliberately hidden themselves, afraid to reveal themselves, fearing that this being might find them. Nearby, Queen Yuan, having learned some of the secrets, was also aware of this being's existence. Marita and Princess Fran looked astonished, as if they were listening to some bizarre, magical story. Chao Xing looked at her gravely and said, "You're saying that if anyone in my territory breaks through to the demigod level, this mysterious being might attack me?" Luo Qian nodded slowly. Not a possibility, but a certainty. In recent years, as those demigod-level powerhouses have become increasingly secretive, he's run out of targets. The demigods active on the continent are relatively special. This person doesn't dare, or rather, doesn't want to attack them. But, as a lord from another world, without power or connections, you're likely to be targeted. Or, you might already be targeted. When Luo Shi finished speaking, the entire pavilion fell into another brief silence. Chao Xing pondered for a moment and asked, "Senior Luo Shi, from what you said, you seem to know quite a bit about this individual? What kind of being is he, and how powerful is he?" Hearing this question, Luo Shi leaned back slightly, leaning back in her chair and pondering for a moment. She sighed softly, "Actually, I don't know much about this individual either. He's been hiding himself too well. Ever since I became aware of his existence, I've wanted to investigate him. However, over the past 200 years, I've traveled to most of the kingdoms of the Western continent and pored over their historical records, yet I haven't found a single record of him. So, I call him the one hidden behind history. If I hadn't sensed a sense of danger when I was preparing for my breakthrough, and hadn't tried astrology to divine it, I wouldn't have been able to detect his existence." At this point, even the learned Ms. Luo Shi's eyes lit up with deep fear. The four people in the pavilion also fell silent. Chao Xing frowned, pondering and speculating based on the clues Luo Shi had revealed. According to Luo Shi and the Lizardman Chief, only demigods can sense this person's presence. And demigods are powerless against him, helpless to defend themselves, and can only watch as he takes the divine fire. This method sounds absolutely perverted, completely beyond the boundaries of a demigod. But Luo Shi also said that this person only attacks weak demigods and deliberately erases his own existence. This means that he, too, is afraid of something, preventing him from freely seizing the divine fire from others. At this thought, Chao Xing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 771. So, can I understand this as someone who doesn't possess divine-level combat power, but rather possesses some special means of targeting demigods? Or perhaps, he stole so much divine fire specifically to achieve divine status. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing suddenly felt relieved. After all, demigods are different from gods. The power possessed by gods is on a completely different level. Demigods, while powerful, are still within his control. As long as the opponent hasn't broken through to the divine realm, he has a way to deal with him. At this thought, Chao Xing's lips curled up. At this moment, he noticed another thing Luo Shi had said. She had felt a sense of crisis when she broke through. What did this breakthrough refer to? As if Chao Xing had a premonition, he asked, "Ms. Luo Shi, when you broke through back then, did that mean you were preparing to break through to demigod status?" At this question, the other three women also turned their attention to Luo Shi. Luo Shi nodded. "Yes, 200 years ago, I almost reached the legendary limit and was about to break through to demigod. However, because of this person's existence, I had to temporarily put my breakthrough plans on hold. For the past 200 years, I have also been trying to investigate him. Until this threat is resolved, the sooner you break through to demigod, the more dangerous you will be." Hearing this, Chao Xing was deeply shocked. Although he knew that Luo Shi was powerful, he had never expected her to be a quasi-demigod. No wonder the Ice Crystal King said that his talent was far inferior to hers. This is a true genius. Even Queen Yuan, standing by, gave Luo Shi a deep look, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. After confirming Luo Shi's strength, Chao Xing's thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment, something clicked in his mind, and his eyes gleamed again. "Senior Luo Shi, I do have an idea, or rather a plan." Chao Xing said seriously, "If this plan succeeds, not only will it allow you to successfully reach demigodhood, but it might even lead to the unearthing of the fire thief, who has been hiding behind history." A hint of confusion flashed in Luo Shi's eyes. "A plan to uncover the fire thief? What is it?" Chao Xing smiled, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "This is just my rough idea. The details will need to be refined after I return, but no later than 2 months. I contact you once the plan is finalized. How about that?" With that, he pulled a black metal device from his backpack and handed it to Luo Shi. Hearing this, Rosie's slender fingers unconsciously plucked the organ strings, producing a flurry of scattered notes. "Though I don't know why you're so confident you can catch this." Fire thief. After all, I've spent 200 years traveling through so many kingdoms, yet I haven't uncovered his details. But as the lord who ended the blood rebellion, you wouldn't aim for nothing. After a pause, she put away the metal device on the table and replied, I promise. Chao Xing's lips curled up at this. Nearby, Queen Yuan also said, if there's anything you need help with, I will lead the Yuan kingdom to provide assistance. Her voice was firm. Chao Xing smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your support. I will inform you if necessary. Okay. Queen Yuan nodded slightly. At the same time, Chao Xing once again looked at the woman holding the organ. Ms. Rosie, I wonder if you have time to visit my territory soon? Your territory? A hint of doubt flashed across Rosie's eyes again. What is it? Chao Xing explained, Well, there's a woman in my territory who has experienced a similar situation to yours. She possessed an incredible musical talent and a beautiful singing voice, but later lost her voice due to some circumstances. However, with the healing of the Holy Light Sage in my territory, she has regained her singing ability. She is now a teacher in the territory. I believe her talent shouldn't be overlooked. And as a legend in music, perhaps you could offer her some guidance. The woman Chao Xing was referring to was, of course, Gwyneth. As the territory's bard, her voice always soothes hearts, and there's also the instrument Chao Xing recently gifted her. The Traveler's Lament. This Rosie of Chuanhai Fort also wields an organ, and her power is truly formidable. If Gwyneth could learn music from her, perhaps she would benefit greatly. Rosie was silent for a moment, her fingers tracing a beautiful melody across the strings. I'm truly intrigued by someone with experiences so similar to mine. But I have other matters to attend to right now. However, after I've resolved some old matters in the north, I visit your territory. How about that? Chao Xing smiled and said, Of course, no problem. As long as it's convenient for you, you can visit my territory anytime. A woman as learned and beautiful as you, I will surely entertain you with the finest wine and music. Rosie gave him a penetrating look and shook her head helplessly. Then she looked at Queen Yuan, Marita, and the others nearby. Everyone, I've finished my discussion with Lord Chao Xing. Xia, please do as you please. I see you again in a few days, and have a good discussion with you. Queen Yuan gracefully rose. Ms. Luoshi, take care. Rosie nodded, cradling her ancient organ, and slowly stood up and left the pavilion. Her figure disappeared into the blossoms, and soon she was out of the 100 Flowers Palace. The pavilion was left with only Chao Xing, Queen Yuan, Marita, and Princess Fran. However, after Luoshi's departure, the atmosphere seemed to grow even more subtle. Aside from Chao Xing, the other three women remained silent. Princess Fulan kept stealing glances at Chao Xing, while Marita lowered her head, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. After a moment, Queen Yulan broke the silence, saying, Flan, please leave first. Yes, mother. The princess obediently stood up, gave Marita a worried look before leaving the 100 Flowers Hall. On the field, only 3 people remained, sitting opposite each other. Chao Xing noticed the frustration on Queen Yulan's face, as well as Marita's reaction, and his curiosity was already piqued. He couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what happened? Queen Yuan looked at Chao Xing, then at the uneasy Marita, and sighed. Marita, you go ahead. Beside her, this mature woman, who was decisive and in charge of the entire Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, now acted like a child who had done something wrong. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Lord Chao Xing. Although this is sudden, there's something I need to tell you. I'm pregnant. Hearing this, Chao Xing was struck by lightning, frozen in place as if under a spell. You? When did you? He spoke incoherently, his mind replaying the day he had met Marita. Marita's face flushed red to her ears. Queen Yuan sighed, Marita is my biological sister. Her husband passed away many years ago. It's time for her to start a new life. But I didn't expect Lord Chao Xing to be the one she chose. How do you think we should handle this? After saying this, her expression grew more serious. Chao Xing was silent for a moment, his gaze shifting between Marita and Queen Yuan. Then he slowly said, Since this has happened, I must assume due responsibility. How about this? My territory is currently constructing a giant city. How about having Marita return with me? I'm currently short of a treasurer, so I have her fill the position. Queen Yuan frowned slightly, her face filled with incredulity. You kidnapped my sister, and you want her to be your treasurer? In her opinion, Chao Xing's actions weren't just negotiations, but rather gratuitous extortion. However, he nodded earnestly, saying, I swear on my honor that I will never treat Marita unfairly. Furthermore, she will receive the utmost care and respect in my domain. allowing her to live a stable life. Queen Yuan pursed her lips, her slender fingertips unconsciously stroking the tabletop. A thoughtful look flickered in her eyes, as if she were considering Chao Xing's proposal. If anyone dared to impregnate her sister or even kidnap her, they would have been easily suppressed or even killed by this queen. But this person before her was different. Not only was he her ally, but he also possessed immense potential, poised to achieve demigodhood. In terms of status, Marita was clearly out of his league. She seemed unsure of what to do, so she glanced at the noblewoman beside her. "Marita, what do you think?" The mature and charming woman, now like a shy young girl, lowered her head and whispered, I don't mind. If Lord Chaoxing's city needs me, I'm willing to do my best to help him." Queen Yuan held her forehead and sighed, "You've truly lost your mind. I've never seen you like this. If you leave, who will manage the vast Moon Goddess Merchant Guild?" Marita was silent for a moment. Then, she raised her head and whispered, "Your Majesty, how about letting Friend manage the guild? In recent years, she's been by my side, learning the ways of business. She's already fully grasped the guild's affairs. Besides, she's your daughter, a trusted figure." Queen Yuan gave her a deep look. "Do you really want to go with him?" Marita gently stroked her abdomen with both hands, her expression gentle yet resolute. I just want to give my child a warm home. Even as an ordinary person." Queen Yuan was silent for a long time. Chao Xing, including her, gave Marita a deep look, a complex feeling welling up in his heart. For him, this woman was even willing to give up her noble royal status and her position as head of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce to embark on a new life in an unfamiliar territory. Although she and Chao Xing had only been together for a short time, she had already developed a deep trust and dependence on the man who had given her new life. Chao Xing knew that this was the time for him to speak out. "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The Ice Crystal King has agreed to make the snowstorm my own territory, and it will prosper under my rule. In the future, I will establish a commercial city there and maintain close cooperation with the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. This way, Marita will not only be able to manage my territory's commercial system, but also take care of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce." After a pause, he said firmly, "Believe me, in the near future, that place will become the most prosperous commercial center in the entire north." Chao Xing's current demeanor was somewhat like meeting the girl's parents and making a promise. Of course, in such a strict aristocratic system, it was impossible for a member of the royal family to abandon her status and marry a lord. But given Chao Xing's absolute strength and status, these so-called institutions were naturally not worth mentioning. After listening to Chao Xing's words, Queen Yuan whispered, "Elton actually gave you such a large territory, quite willingly. With your strength, it's certainly safer than Lingland's main city." After a pause, she sighed again, "Never mind. Wait until Marita gives birth, then come back to see me, your sister." Marita's eyes lit up with surprise, her rims slightly red. "Thank you, sister." Chao Xing also said solemnly, "Thank you, your Majesty Xia." Queen Yuan waved her hand, turned, and gazed at the sea of flowers outside the pavilion, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Chao Xing and Marita exchanged glances. Tears of happiness welled in the mature woman's eyes, and her gaze toward the man was filled with love. After a moment, Queen Yuan said, "Marita, go out and pack your things. I discussed some matters with Lord Chao Xing." "Yes, your Majesty." She gently stood up. The hem of her deep blue gown rippled gently, as elegant and beautiful as ever. She glanced at the two of them once more, wiped the tears from her eyes, and then walked towards the sea of flowers outside the pavilion. As she walked among the blossoms, a happy smile gradually crept onto Marita's lips, and her steps became more brisk. She knew she was about to embark on a new journey in life. After Marita left, only Chao Xing and Queen Yuan remained in the 100 Flowers Hall. At this moment, the majestic queen slowly sat down in a corner of the pavilion, leaning against a carved magnolia. Her delicate profile was shimmering with a soft glow, and her deep eyes gazed at the blooming sea of flowers in the distance, her thoughts unknown. From this angle, her slender neck was as graceful as a swan's, her deep blue hair flowing in the wind, and her luxurious gown outlined her mature and graceful figure. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing spoke first. "Your Majesty, is there anything you wish to discuss with me?" Queen Yuan turned her head, her lips curled slightly. "You may call me Xia." Chao Xing was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that this noble queen would allow him to address her by her first name. He tentatively called out, "She." "Ya?" Noticing his slightly awkward expression, Queen Yuan smiled softly, a fleeting smile that eclipsed the entire garden's flowers. Even Chao Xing was stunned. Lord Chaoxing, am I beautiful? Queen Yolan's mature voice called out. Chaoxing composed himself and replied, of course, Her Majesty Xia possesses breathtaking beauty. Queen Yuan smiled again, this time with a hint of mischief. How does she compare to my sister? At this question, Chaoxing's breath hitched, and the stunning faces of the two women surfaced in his mind. He spoke slowly. Her Majesty Xia and Marita are both stunning beauties, each with their own unique qualities. However, in terms of temperament, Her Majesty Xia is more graceful and elegant. Hearing Chaoxing's praise, Queen Yolan's eyes brightened. She gently stroked the carvings on the railing, a faint smile on her face as she said, Lord Chaoxing and my sister have a child, and he's particularly enthusiastic about Ms. Luoxi. I see, you don't seem to mind our age? Chaoxing said frankly, of course. In my opinion, the more experienced a woman is, the more charming she is. Besides, you are all still very young and breathtakingly beautiful. He spoke with sincerity, without a trace of falsehood. Queen Yuan nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I speak frankly. According to the tradition of our Yuan royal family, if you take one of our members, you must return one. Chaoxing froze again. You mean, you want to take one from my territory? Hearing this, Queen Yuan was also stunned. She glanced at Chaoxing with resentment, then slowly rose from her chair. As she slowly approached, the delicate fragrance of orchids lingered faintly on Chaoxing's nose. Then, Queen Yuan said earnestly, Lord Chaoxing, what do you think of me? Chaoxing looked at the queen before him, examining her intently. Her nearly 1.8 meters tall made her stand out among the women. Her delicate features were like the finest works of art, and her regal robes accentuated her majestic demeanor. He took a deep breath and spoke sincerely, Her Majesty Xia's beauty is like the brightest star in the night sky, noble and untouchable. Queen Yolan's lips curved up again upon hearing this. She spoke softly, uttering something shocking that left Chaoxing frozen in place. In that case, Lord Chaoxing, are you willing to have a child with me? Chaoxing was completely bewildered at this moment. He had expected Queen Yuan to make other requests, perhaps even demand some favors. But he hadn't expected her request to be this. Chaoxing fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Queen Yuan stood dignifiedly, not pressing him. After a moment, Chaoxing asked, when the child is born, will you tell him that I'm the father? Queen Yuan nodded gently, of course. As a legendary otherworldly lord, the child will be proud of you. She smiled solemnly and asked softly, Lord Chaoxing, what are your thoughts? Chapter 772. Queen Yuan smiled and softly asked, Lord Chaoxing, what are your thoughts? Chaoxing took a deep breath and replied directly, if your majesty is willing, then it is possible. Hearing this, the queen's bright lips curled up into a smile again. In that case, let us begin now. With that, she extended her delicate hand and reached for the waistband of her royal robe. Swish, swish. With a gentle tug, the regal robe fell to her feet. Before Chaoxing could react, a graceful figure appeared before him, instantly capturing his full attention. After removing the voluminous robe, Queen Yolan's impeccable figure was revealed. Her round shoulders were as smooth as mutton-fat jade, and her collarbone was as graceful as a work of art. Beneath the translucent gauze sleeves, the skin of her arms, faintly visible, shone with a pearly sheen. However, the most eye-catching feature was the tightly bound dress that hugged her chest. It gave that perfect soft garment an exaggerated curve. Gulp! Chaoxing swallowed hard. At the same time, Queen Yuan removed her crown, and the loose cuff slid down to her elbows, revealing a small sliver of her arm, as slender as a lotus root. Her skin was so delicate that not a single pore was visible, with only a few faint scars, a reminder that this queen had wielded a sword on the battlefield. A close-fitting silver corset outlined her slender waist. She was now stripped of all her royal trappings, a truly authentic beauty, every inch of her skin radiating the allure of a mature woman. When combined with the queen's majestic demeanor just now, the contrast was even more striking. At this moment, Queen Yuan slowly raised her beautiful head. Seeing Chaoxing's almost stunned expression, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Lord Chaoxing, do I look good? Yes, absolutely beautiful. Chaoxing replied without hesitation. The queen chuckled again. Since that's the case, then it will be up to you to remove this last restraint from me. Chaoxing took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, okay. With that, he stepped forward, the fragrance of flowers filling his face. Details, click to view. 2 hours later. When Queen Yuan opened her eyes, she glared at Chaoxing once more with those charming eyes. Little rascal. With such a solemn expression, such words felt unreal. At this moment, Chao Xing said, "Your Majesty, it's getting late. I must return to the ruins." Hearing this, Queen Yuan gently lifted her long legs and crossed them. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt the space shrink. As if to trap him forever, he took a deep breath. Queen Yuan smiled softly and said, "Lord Chao Xing, don't forget what you promised me. I can't guarantee a child in one go. Until I'm sure you have one, you must continue with me. Of course, I can allow you to rest during normal times." However, hearing this request, Chao Xing frowned slightly and said, "Your Majesty, you know, I have much to attend to. Not only the North Wind Alliance, but also the Fire Thief and those hiding in the shadows. So, I can't stay in Linglan City for too long." A hint of disappointment flashed across Queen Yuan's eyes after hearing this. After a moment, she raised her head and whispered, "If that's the case, how about this? From now on, you will set aside 2 hours every day to accompany me in Linglan City, until I confirm the birth of my child. The ruins aren't far from Linglan City, after all. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Although setting aside 2 hours a day was still a bit too much for him. Adding the travel time, the round trip would take at least 3 hours. But remembering the promise he had made to the queen, he couldn't go back on his word now. He could only grit his teeth and work hard. Try to get the queen pregnant as soon as possible. At this moment, another thought suddenly occurred to Chao Xing. My territory's teleportation array is connected to Yongshuang main city, allowing me to travel back and forth at any time. And Yongshuang main city has a teleportation array that can quickly reach Linglan main city. Then I can use the world anchor to return to my territory at any time. In other words, I can be in Linglan main city almost any time, saving the time of traveling." At this thought, Chao Xing's lips curled up. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes, I promise." Hearing Chao Xing's agreement, Queen Yuan smiled. Before she could speak, she suddenly felt her gaze rise again. Then, she was lifted up by the tall, otherworldly lord. An hour later, Chao Xing walked out of the 100 Flowers Hall. As he passed the entrance, several guards smelled a familiar floral scent. They thought it was Queen Yuan emerging, but when they looked up, they saw the otherworldly lord. The guards looked puzzled, but none of them said anything, simply lowering their heads. After all, they all knew this otherworldly lord was no ordinary person. Even Queen Yuan treated him with great respect. Then, Chao Xing flashed and arrived at the teleportation area of Linglan's main city. There Marita, elegant in a deep blue dress, was already waiting. Seeing Chao Xing arrive, she also caught a whiff of the familiar floral scent and sniffed the air. As if realizing something, the corner of her mouth curved into a smile. "Lord Chao Xing, how does His Majesty feel?" Chao Xing looked at her strangely. "You know?" Marita nodded gently. "Of course. This is a tradition of our Yuan royal family. Besides, Lord Chao Xing is so outstanding, His Majesty will certainly not let you off easily." Chao Xing shook his head helplessly. "Let's not talk about this, Marita. I take you back to the territory first." "Yes, Lord Chao Xing." Marita lifted her skirt, bowed slightly, and performed an elegant salute. "Please take care of me in the future." Chao Xing smiled, walked over, and took the woman's hand. A look of happiness crossed Marita's beautiful face as she was held by the man's strong hand. Buzz! As the teleportation array in Linglan's main city activated, the two figures vanished from the spot. After returning to the territory, Chao Xing first arranged a comfortable and warm large room for Marita. He then assigned her 4 women to take care of her food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. As for the giant city, Chao Xing planned to let her take over the financial affairs after it was fully built. For the time being, just focus on taking good care of your pregnancy. After completing these tasks, Chao Xing arrived at the entrance to the dungeon teleportation array in the center of the territory. And then he activated the teleportation. The familiar blue light reappeared, and his figure vanished from the spot. Just like that, 5 days passed in a flash. During this time, Chao Xing and his combatants explored the ruins. They continuously slew the mist wraiths, gaining a wealth of experience points. Everyone's experience bar steadily rose. Everyone made significant improvements. First up were Lu Muxia and Zulin, who were at the highest levels. They had reached 45% of level 147 and 63% of level 145, respectively. Next up were Isabel and Sarah, at 79% of level 134 and 55% of level 126, respectively. Next came the third wave of legendaries, including Braum and Binglan, whose levels were also between 110 and 120. Then came the fourth wave of legendaries, including Assam, Hilda, and Seraphis. Their levels were advancing more slowly, and were currently still within 110. Finally, it was Chao Xing himself. These 5 days had been exhausting. Every day, he'd been running back and forth between the ruins, the territory, and Linglan City. Furthermore, each stay in Linglan City lasted for over 2 hours. Through these few days of interaction, Chao Xing realized that the suppressed fire within the heart of the Yuan Queen, who had lived for centuries, was truly intense. Even 2 hours a day wasn't enough, and she almost wished she could tie Chao Xing to her side 24/7. And every time, she would resort to all sorts of tactics, including verbal flirtations, difficult maneuvers only a legendary could perform, and unusual scenes. On several occasions, she even brought Chao Xing to the palace hall, where he lay naked on the throne. In 2 hours, Chao Xing would erupt at least 3 or 4 times, all of which Queen Yuan accepted without a care. In her words, it would last until the day she conceived a child. It was truly outrageous. After dealing with Queen Yuan, Chao Xing would return to visit Marita and take care of Xia Yani, Elena, and other women along the way. Then he would return to the ruins to kill monsters with Lu Muxue. In short, it was a constant scramble between women and monsters. Although tiring, it was also enjoyable. Plus, even while he was doing other things, he still earned experience points. In 5 days, his level had officially risen from 107 to 115, roughly equivalent to 2 levels per day. Not bad. Swish. With a blast of enhanced ice cone, he instantly slew the last wraith. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. At this rate, by the time the ruins are open, I should be around level 125 or above. After waiting for another major event, I should be able to reach level 140. He was quite satisfied with this efficiency. After all, for the natives of this world, advancing from a beginner legendary to a high legendary would require hundreds of years of painstaking effort. For someone like him, reaching the maximum level in just a few months is truly astonishing. At this moment, Chao Xing glanced at the chat channel again. Many people were tagging him. He knew what was happening and murmured, "Today is the day the second group of survivors enters the ruins. It's also the day the Great Axe Mercenary Group holds their auction. Time seems a bit tight." He rubbed his temple. How about asking Queen Yuan for a day off? I don't think this woman would mind a day. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. Zizi zizi. As the sound of electricity passed, a familiar and commanding voice echoed. Lord Chao Xing, what's going on? Chao Xing swallowed and said awkwardly, Xia, I have some things to attend to today, so I might not have time to go to Linglan City. So I'd like to ask for your leave. There was a hint of guilt in his tone, like a husband apologizing to his wife after doing something wrong. Silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Chao Xing could sense that the queen seemed a little upset. So, he gritted his teeth and said, tomorrow, I spend 4 hours with you. At this, a soft laugh finally reached the other end of the communicator. 4 hours. Can you hold out, Lord Chao Xing? Her voice still carried the queen's unique majesty, but it was noticeably more cheerful and alluring. Chao Xing couldn't help but think of this cold and solemn queen, with her tall, fiery figure beneath her royal robes. Especially since, even then, she maintained that commanding gaze and expression, which made him unable to stop. Of course, I guarantee it with my integrity. Chao Xing replied righteously. Very good. Queen Yuan said with satisfaction, remember your promise. Now, go about your business. Before the communication was cut off, Chao Xing heard a meaningful laugh. He breathed a sigh of relief. Xia's situation has been resolved. Next, let's bring in the other world lords. With this thought, Chao Xing's wind wings fluttered, carrying him towards the ruins laboratory. When he arrived in front of the world anchor, he opened the chat channel again. Instantly, a flood of messages began to flood the screen. Hua Weifeng at Chao Xing, Boss Chao Xing. When will the gate open? We can't wait. Minging Yao at Chao Xing, bro. Open the gate. I'm itching all over, like ants crawling on me. Zhuang Yao, I'm so excited to go treasure hunting in the ruins. Anybody's want to team up? There's an elf lady with healing skills in my territory. Qi Jun, holy crap. An elf lady? Please take me with you. I have 2 level 55 bosses and a level 58 commander in my territory. Zhu Guihao, level 60 mechanic applying to join the team. Comes with a legion of counterbots, powerful firepower, and the team won't have to bear the consequences if they're destroyed. Clearly, the survivors in the 4 districts couldn't wait any longer. After these days of all-out leveling, many lords have reached the master level, and have several more master-level warriors under their command. They were all eager to enter the ruins and showcase their prowess. However, Chao Xing didn't teleport everyone in immediately. Instead, he glanced at the number of people in the 4 major districts. Online users in the 4 major districts, 752, 342/752, 342. That's a full 750,000 people. While it sounds like a lot, remember, when the 4 major districts were first merged, the number of online users peaked at 930,000. In just a few months, nearly 200,000 elites perished, demonstrating just how terrifying the mortality rate was. To survive in this world, everyone must give their all, not a single day of slacking off. Shaking his head, Chao Xing pushed his thoughts aside. Then, he immediately muted the channel. Channel announcement. Administrator Chao Xing has muted the channel. You can no longer send messages in the chat channel. When the notification ended, the chat messages flooding the screen instantly ceased. After their initial surprise, the survivors quickly reacted. Not only were they not angry about being muted, but they were filled with anticipation. Finally, under their gaze, that familiar name appeared. Chao Xing, Gold everyone, today is the day for the second wave of teleportation. I know you've all been working hard these past few days, and I'm sure quite a few lords have reached the Grandmaster realm. The number of lords waiting to enter is far over 100,000. After a pause, he continued, however, due to limited spots, there's not much I can do. From now on, it's up to your hand speed. I wait 5 minutes, then initiate the teleportation. The first 100,000 lords who apply and meet the requirements will be automatically accepted by the system. Those who don't get in will have to wait until next year. Hearing this, hundreds of thousands of lords across the 4 regions suddenly gasped. Then, they frantically chatted in their private team chats. Hurry, hurry. Boss Chao Xing said it's all about hand speed this time. Let's go to the dungeon portal and wait. That's right. Go notify Wang Gang and the others. If we're late, there won't be any spots left. Go! Instantly, hundreds of thousands of lords sprang into action. Chao Xing still had the server-wide mute activated and waited silently near the world anchor. Time slipped by. 5 minutes passed quickly. Chao Xing promptly announced in the chat channel, now, everyone can apply. Channel announcement. Administrator Chao Xing has disabled the channel mute. You can now speak freely. The moment the notification ended, hundreds of thousands of lords blushed and clicked apply to enter with the fastest speed they've ever seen, and at the dungeon entrance, the number of spots after Lost Royal City began to rapidly decrease. 90,000, 80,000, 70,000. In just 5 seconds, 100,000 spots were cleared. Just as Chao Xing had said, many lords still hadn't secured a spot. Outside, they beat their chests and stamped their feet, saying, "Damn it. How could your click speed be so fast? I was just 1 damn second slow. Yeah. That's outrageous. What kind of click speed is that? So angry. I didn't get a spot." Compared to those lords, who were a step behind and didn't secure a spot, those whose applications were approved were ecstatic. They excitedly shared the good news within their circle, drawing a wave of admiration. At the same time, above Chao Xing's underground laboratory, the 4-kilometer diameter alchemical array erupted with a powerful light. Buzz! The beam of light shot up into the sky, seemingly bursting out from beneath the earth. The powerful energy wave swept across the entire territory, drawing the gazes of the adventurous adventurers and mercenaries who were exploring the area. After Chao Xing's previous teleportation, this ruin had previously been the home turf of these indigenous people. But with the arrival of the 100,000 survivors, they had practically taken over the entire ruins. Before this army of lords, each above level 50, well-equipped, and capable of teaming up, the vengeful spirits in the fog were slain in droves. These foggy areas, once responsible for claiming the lives of countless adventurers, had now become their monster-hunting paradise. Even more astonishing was the survivors' exploration efficiency. Over the previous decades, these indigenous people had only explored 3% of the entire ruins. And now, in just 1 week, this army of 100,000 survivors has explored over 2% of the area. Deep pits were dug into the earth wherever they passed, and swarms of vengeful spirits were drawn out of the mist and slain. It was like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Chapter 773. As large areas of the ruins were explored, numerous treasures, jars, and hearts of power were unearthed. The first group of surviving lords who entered had, to varying degrees, made significant gains. One lord unearthed a black jar, which he sold to Chao Xing for a kilogram of legendary giant rhino meat. Another lord unearthed a large energy cannon, which was purchased by a mercenary leader for a staggering 30 million crowns. Some lords even got incredibly lucky and unearthed ancient weapons worth hundreds of millions, becoming instantly wealthy. Every day, lords shared their discoveries in the ruins in the chat room. Not only the lords of the 4 major districts, but even the lords of other districts were practically beside themselves with envy. This was one reason why the surviving lords outside were so eager to enter the ruins. Buzz. As the light from the teleportation array dissipated, the second group of lords and their elite subjects gradually emerged, totaling hundreds of thousands of figures. They were dressed in a variety of equipment, and some lords rode bizarre mounts. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to show their skills in these ruins. Chao Xing didn't keep them waiting for long. As a matter of routine, he had the Lord of Orin explain the rules of the ruins and state his acquisition conditions. The survivors listened patiently. When he finished, he waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, go explore the ruins. Remember, these ruins are full of opportunities, but also full of dangers. You are all elites from the 4 districts. Before searching for treasure, saving your own lives is paramount." The lords exchanged glances, then shouted, "Understood, Master Chao Xing." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very good. Good luck to everyone." Hundreds of thousands of figures sprang into action. Some formed small teams and advanced cautiously, some formed night orders, and still others summoned vast armies of machines. The scene was a magnificent spectacle. After transporting these lords, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. "Mushua, come to the lab, and come with me to the black market auction." A moment later, Lu Mushua's gentle voice echoed in his ears. "Okay, Ah Xing, I be right there." She hung up, her voice tinged with joy. Chao Xing stood there, waiting silently. Half a minute later, a holy white light shone from the distant mist, rapidly approaching him. As the light approached, an angel with 6 wings, shrouded in a holy white light, descended from the sky. It was Lu Mushua, now in her 6-winged war angel form. She remained as holy and beautiful as ever, though a hint of maternal light appeared in her eyes. What surprised Chao Xing was that she was accompanied by a familiar woman. She was as beautiful as Lu Mushua, her white hair as pure as snow, and she exuded an icy aura, showering the air with ice crystals wherever she passed. This cold and beautiful woman was Bai Ji. Since breaking through to the hero realm, the chill radiated from Bai Ji's ice-soul body has become increasingly intense. Her relationship with Lu Mushua has also grown closer. Especially after Lu Mushua learned of her pregnancy, she kept Bai Ji by her side almost every day. This woman also knew of Lu Mushua's pregnancy, so she cared for her attentively every day. Both survivors of Blue Star, they seemed to have a special tacit understanding. When the 2 beauties landed gracefully before Chao Xing, a breathtaking scene formed. On one side was the holy, warm glow of an angel, while on the other was the cold, aloof aura of frost. Lu Mushua folded her wings and said softly, "Ah Xing, I'm here." She took Bai Ji's arm and continued, "I'd like to bring Bai Ji along to this black market auction. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed he hadn't expected that she would even bring Bai Ji along for such an event. Their relationship had reached the point of being inseparable. But he nodded nonetheless. "Yes." A delighted smile crossed Lu Mushua's face, and she turned to Bai Ji and winked. Bai Ji's expression remained stern, but a hint of joy flickered in her icy blue eyes. "Let's set off now." The wind wings behind Chao Xing spread, and he soared off into the distance. Lu Mushua, holding Bai Ji's hand, followed closely behind, her 6 holy wings gently fluttering. Then, together, the 3 of them flew toward the ruins' exit. Half an hour later, 3 powerful figures soared 10,000 meters into the sky, advancing at a terrifying speed of nearly 10 kilometers per second. The howling cold wind and violent air currents were blocked by a pale blue magic shield, posing no hindrance to them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them arrived above the familiar forest. Beneath this forest, a vast underground city lay hidden. Chao Xing casually found an entrance and entered. This time, he encountered no resistance. Speeding along, he passed through the deep spiral passage, his view suddenly opening. Before him, a vast, ancient underground city appeared again. The brightly lit streets were bustling with people, and the cries of merchants from various ethnic groups, dressed in strange attire, echoed one after another. Chao Xing and Bai Ji had been here once before, so they were used to it. Lu Mushua, visiting here for the first time, was deeply curious about the scene before her. She couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people here. It's so lively." Bai Ji nodded slightly. "It's indeed crowded, even more than last time." Even Chao Xing noticed something unusual. The last time they entered the black market, while it was still bustling, it wasn't nearly as crowded as it is now. Moreover, as he swept his magic through the town, he instantly sensed the auras of numerous masters and heroes. There were even lurking fluctuations of legendary power. He mused, "It seems this auction held by Great Axe is truly remarkable. It's surprising that it attracted so many legendary figures." At that moment, the bustling crowd throughout the city paused, their gazes involuntarily directed in the same direction. That was the center of the black market. An extremely powerful aura rose, and it rapidly approached the direction of Chao Xing and the others. Lu Muxua silently raised her weapon, her 6 wings slightly spread, and she entered a state of alert. However, upon sensing this aura, Chao Xing's face flickered with a smile. "Don't be nervous, Muxua. This is someone we know." Hearing this, a look of doubt crossed Lu Muxua's eyes, and she gradually relaxed her guard. At the same time, a powerful figure streaked across the sky above the city like lightning, instantly appearing before Chao Xing. As the terrifying energy wave dissipated, it gradually transformed into a burly, rugged-looking man. It was Leonard, the mastermind of this black market and leader of the Great Axe mercenary group. Leonard, with a broad smile on his face, was about to speak. But when his gaze fell on Lu Muxua and Bai Ji, who were radiating a holy white light, he was instantly struck by the 2 women's breathtaking appearances. But as a legendary warrior, he possessed incredible composure, and quickly suppressed the amazement in his eyes. Leonard bowed slightly and saluted respectfully, saying, "Lord Chao Xing, welcome. I prepared the best private room for you. The auction will begin shortly." Chao Xing glanced at him and nodded. "Very well, lead the way." "Yes." With that, the legendary figure swiftly turned and led them across the city. A few minutes later, Chao Xing, Lu Muxua, and Bai Ji arrived at a magnificent building in the city center. It looked like a large conference hall, divided into 3 floors. The second and third floors each had a circular corridor, with 2 rows of private rooms. On the first floor, a wide stage covered with a red carpet stood. Below the stage were many luxurious chairs. Already seated were a number of elegantly dressed bidders. After all, not just anyone can enter this auction. To participate, you must first verify your capital and prove sufficient funds before you be given a spot. You must then undergo a personal review by the Great Axe leader before you're even allowed in. Thus, to sit here, even in the first floor conference hall, one must be either wealthy or noble. Leonard, the Great Axe leader, walked first, arriving at a private room on the second floor with the best view. 2 beautiful, graceful maids with animal ears stood at the door. Seeing the usually imposing Leonard approach, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. They quickly bowed their heads and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, President." However, Leonard simply waved his hand, saying, "Go prepare the best refreshments. I need to entertain our distinguished guests. If you neglect us, you know the consequences." His tone was calm, yet it revealed an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the 2 maids quickly replied, "Yes." Then they hurried away. However, as they passed by Chao Xing, they stole a glance at the young man. They were deeply curious about who could be personally received by the guild master. When they saw Chao Xing's face, a look of surprise flashed across the maid's eyes, even a momentary trance. They quickly recovered, lowered their heads, and hurried away. Meanwhile, Leonard had already opened the door to the private room for them. The seriousness on his face had vanished, replaced by a friendly smile. "Lord Chao Xing, please come in." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and stepped directly into the private room. The private room was luxurious yet elegantly decorated. Directly in front was a one-way transparent crystal window, offering a clear view of the entire venue below. However, those outside could not see into the room through the window. Next to it was an exquisite coffee table, and several large wooden chairs. Leonard said respectfully, "Lord Chao Xing, and the 2 ladies, please take a seat." He personally pulled out chairs for the 3 of them, his attitude as humble as a waiter's. Chao Xing found a seat at his leisure, with Lu Muxua and Bai Ji sitting on either side of him. Leonard then continued, "Lord Chao Xing, this is the top VIP room. You will be guaranteed absolute privacy. When the auction begins, if you see an item you like and wish to bid, simply enter the number using the magic crystal on the table, and it will automatically appear in the adjacent window. Anything else, if you need anything, simply ring the bell, and the maid outside will come in and fulfill your every request." He emphasized the words "every request" with a meaningful smile. Of course, You can also call me directly. I rush over as quickly as possible. Chao-Shing nodded slightly. I understand, Leonard, you're thoughtful. The burly legendary powerhouse quickly waved his hand. No, it's my duty. His attitude was extremely respectful, without the slightest bit of the airs of a legendary powerhouse. However, Leonard didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment. After all, he had known the young lord's formidable power from earlier. Recently, he had accomplished one astonishing feat after another. First, he entered the ancient arena within the ruins and, in one fell swoop, broke a record that had stood for decades, even initiating the final trial. Later, he engaged the North Wind King in a decisive battle, instantly slaying the demigod-level warrior and his son. Then, he united the four kingdoms, forcing the legendary figure of the North Wind Alliance to flee in panic. These deeds had spread throughout the major powers in the northern borders of the western continent. Now, those powers had labeled Chao-Shing a figure they absolutely could not provoke. Not only could he not provoke him, but he was also expected to curry favor with him as much as possible. Thus, such a powerful figure was worthy of Leonard's humble reception, treated with the highest honors. Chao-Shing leaned back in his chair and asked, Leonard, do you know anything special about this auction? The burly captain rubbed his hands at the question. Lord Chao-Shing, as the organizer, I naturally know the items. However, to maintain some secrecy, I won't reveal too much. As if afraid Chao-Shing would be upset, he quickly added, but I can guarantee that the grand finale of this auction will absolutely astonish you. It's a treasure even legendary warriors would be fascinated by. Chao-Shing's interest piqued. He chuckled and said, Really? Then I wait and see. I hope this auction won't disappoint me. Leonard patted his chest and promised, I swear on the honor of the Great Axe Mercenary Group, I will never let Lord Chao-Shing down. If there's nothing that excites you, I just give myself to Lord Chao-Shing. Hearing the last sentence, Lu Muxue, standing next to him, covered her mouth and chuckled. Baiji gave him a cold glance. Chao-Shing said speechlessly, I have no interest in you. You should focus on your Great Axe Mercenaries. Leonard rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. Then, Chao-Shing continued, Leonard, if there's something I'm interested in at this auction, I might bid. However, I don't have much money right now. I need to offer a batch of gems and other materials. Would you be willing to pay for them? Leonard quickly said, Lord Chao-Shing, if you're short on cash, I can lend you 500 million. Just pay me back later when it's convenient for you. Chao-Shing waved his hand and shook his head, no need. I don't like owing favors. Leonard, seeing this, didn't force it. All right then. His expression straightened, and he said seriously, in that case, let me see Lord Chao-Shing's goods. If the goods are of good quality, I will definitely buy them at a fair price. Chao-Shing nodded and waved his hand. He pulled out a large number of gems from his backpack, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire room. There were blue-quality lapis lazuli shards, spinel fragments, topaz fragments. There were also purple and gold-quality opal orbs, jade orbs, black diamonds, and so on. Among them were the dark crystals and shimmering crystals recently produced by the crystal people in his territory. As for the rainbow crystals, he definitely wouldn't sell them. He wouldn't even have enough of these materials, which could enhance legendary weapons, for himself. Even so, the value of this batch of gems was staggering. Over 1,000 in total, piled together, they formed a mountain-like heap. Even the knowledgeable Leonard was stunned. This? So much? He swallowed, as if realizing something. Lord Chao-Shing, excuse me, are these all the finds from the ruins? Chao-Shing nodded slightly. About the same. Some I saved. Please help me determine the value of these orbs. Leonard's expression straightened, and he quickly said, no problem. Lord Chao-Shing, please wait. Then he began to unleash his divine power, rapidly sweeping over the jewels. In just a few seconds, he had confirmed the quality and quantity of the goods. Leonard said, Lord Chao-Shing, the gems, orbs, and fragments you have here total 1,178. There are 723 fragments in total. Based on the market price of 3,000 to 5,000 kronor, I give you a flat price of 4,000 kronor each. The other gems and orbs have a market value ranging from 600,000 to 3 million kronor. In that case, he raised his head and smiled sincerely. Totaling them all, I give you 480 million kronor. How about that? Hearing this figure, Chao-Shing raised an eyebrow. According to his estimate, the gems in the ruins were worth around 200 million. Even if he added in his recent gains and the crystals in his territory, the total would be around 400 million. And now, Leonard's offer of 480 million exceeded his expectations. Of course, Chao Xing knew this was a gesture of goodwill. He didn't pay attention to the details and nodded, saying, "All right, let's do the deal directly at this price." Leonard exclaimed, "Lord Chao Xing, so straightforward." With a wave of his hand, he swept all the gems off the table. Then he handed Chao Xing a purse filled to the brim with crowns. Chapter 774. Ding! Transaction successful. You lost the Celestine Fragment, Lapis Lazuli Fragment, and Topaz Orb. You gained coins * 480 million. The two parties quickly completed the transaction. At that moment, Chao Xing's assets, originally only a few million crowns, instantly increased to hundreds of millions. A satisfied smile played across his face. Leonard also smiled, seemingly pleased to have completed a deal with Chao Xing. For someone like him, who had controlled a ruin for years, a few 100 million crowns was nothing to him. He was happy that this transaction had earned him the favor of a powerful figure like Chao Xing. That was the most precious thing. At this moment, Leonard raised his head and continued, "Lord Chao Xing, have you considered preparing more funds?" "More?" Chao Xing asked with a hint of doubt. "Yes," Leonard replied, "from what I've heard, the grand finale lots are all amazing. You might not have enough kronor." Chao Xing frowned slightly. "You're saying that 400 million kronor might not even be enough to buy a single grand finale lot?" Leonard smiled awkwardly. "Probably." "Yes," he added cautiously, "according to inside information, the cheapest grand finale lot has a starting price of 200 million kronor. The highest starting price has even reached 1 billion kronor. Some of the lots require even higher level items, like divine power fragments." Hearing this, even Lu Muxiu and Bai Ji, who were sitting nearby, looked surprised. After all, 400 million kronor is no small sum. That sum is enough to buy a small town, and yet, now, it can't even afford a single item. Of course, true treasures can't be measured by value. For example, while ordinary daily necessities and other treasures can be purchased with kronor, those top-tier treasures capable of benefiting legendary masters are simply unattainable no matter how much money you spend. In the eyes of these masters, anything useful is worth the expense. With their strength, they can earn money if they lose it, but opportunities to improve their strength are few and far between. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then said, "Since that's the case, I put some treasures up for auction." With a flip of his right hand, a bottle of secret medicine emitting a faint red glow appeared out of thin air. The moment the secret medicine appeared, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the entire private room. A red, crystalline liquid flowed from the transparent glass bottle, reflecting an eerie glow under the light. The moment Leonard laid eyes on the potion, his gaze was riveted. He could sense its incredible allure, even causing his divine power to surge. What kind of secret potion is this?" He spoke in a trembling voice. "I sense a powerful force within it, a powerful attraction." Chao Xing said calmly, "This is the legendary secret elixir of power and demonic attraction. Upon consumption, it grants a legendary warrior a 30% increase in strength for approximately 10 minutes. 30%? Leonard asked in disbelief. Is it really such a significant improvement? For these legendary warriors, a 30% improvement is almost like a transformation of potential. In a life or death battle, this secret medicine could be a powerful weapon for a comeback. Chao Xing said calmly, "Of course it's true. It was personally concocted by a legendary alchemist in my territory. You can try the effects first." With a flick of his hand, the bottle flew into Leonard's hands. The legendary warrior held the warm bottle in his hand, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, as if he was hesitant to drink such an unknown substance. But after just a moment, he made his decision. He simply opened the bottle cap and downed it all. Gulp, gulp, as the scarlet liquid entered his throat. As a legendary secret medicine, its effects took effect with astonishing speed. In a mere second, Leonard's skin turned visibly red. Waves of scorching steam erupted from his pores, forming a hazy mist within the private room. At the same time, a violent aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire underground city. The wandering merchants, mercenaries, and nobles. Their faces paled under this powerful pressure. The entire black market instantly fell silent. Even some hidden legendary masters were alarmed, looking toward the auction hall in disbelief. Such a powerful force, almost reaching the high legendary realm. Is this Leonard's aura? Has this guy gotten even stronger? Or is this guy breaking through? Amidst the lingering speculations of these legendary masters, Leonard seemed to have grown accustomed to the surge in power. He excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, what an incredible increase! Lord Chao Xing, this potion is truly miraculous." It's truly a legendary elixir. I feel like I've reached the threshold of high-level legend. Chao Xing, still wearing a faint smile, asked, "Are these potions worthy enough to be auctioned?" Great Axe nodded quickly, of course. Not only can they be auctioned, but if there are enough of them, they can even be the grand prize. The rugged middle-aged man was filled with excitement. After a pause, he cautiously inquired, "But Lord Chao Xing, what price are you offering? And how many bottles are you selling?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then said, "This time, I'm going to sell a bundle of 100 bottles." Hearing this, Leonard's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, 100 bottles? Did I hear correctly? You actually have so many of these precious, legendary secret medicines? His voice cracked with excitement. Chao Xing didn't explain. Instead, he pulled 100 bottles of the same powerful red secret medicine from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Leonard couldn't take his eyes off the potions. He swallowed, suppressing a shock. As expected of Lord Chao Xing, you truly possess an extraordinary heritage. So, what's your starting price for these 100 bottles? Chao Xing pondered for a moment and said, "How about starting at 500 million kronor?" Leonard was slightly stunned at this figure, then smiled and shook his head. "Lord Chao Xing, your price is too low. Given the potion's effectiveness, a single bottle would be worth over 20 million. For your 100 bottles, the minimum starting price is 1 billion kronor. A flash of understanding flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He had underestimated the value of the magic power elixir and its allure to legendary warriors. According to Leonard, these 100 bottles would likely fetch no less than 2 billion kronor. Even Chao Xing was moved by this astonishing figure. After all, he had never made so much money in a single go. And more importantly, he still had thousands of bottles of this elixir in his backpack. Francesca had also produced over 1,000 bottles during this time and hadn't taken them out. In other words, just selling the magic power elixir could net Chao Xing a staggering profit of tens of billions of crowns. As expected of a legendary alchemist, with enough materials, he's a money-printing machine. Of course, considering the difficulty of creating this secret elixir, it's no surprise. After all, just finding the formula alone has stumped countless people. Not to mention the need for a legendary alchemist, a rarity across the continent, and the sheer volume of materials required. Each bottle of this secret elixir represents an incalculable investment of resources. Chao Xing said, "Then start the bidding at 1 billion crowns." Leonard nodded quickly. "No problem. Based on my experience, this batch of elixirs will definitely fetch over 2.5 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Muxia and Bai Ji's eyes widened. They had never seen so much money before. A smile appeared on their faces, happy for Chao Xing's success. At this moment, Leonard waved his hand and took all 100 bottles of potion. Then, he looked up at Chao Xing, tentatively asking, "Lord Chao Xing, do you still have this legendary secret medicine? I'd like to purchase a batch from you for my own use. Don't worry, the price per bottle won't be less than 20 million crowns. Just look." Chao Xing glanced at him and chuckled inwardly. Legendary secret medicines like this can greatly enhance the strength of these legendary power-type warriors, but the boost is ultimately only temporary. Once the effect wears off, they have to take it again if they face a powerful enemy. So, they wanted to stockpile a batch for emergencies. Unlike Chao Xing, who, with the blessing of the eternal power, only needs to take one bottle for permanent use. It's a considerable saving of resources. He said, "How about this? I sell you 20 more bottles individually, and you give me 400 million kronor. How about that?" Leonard's face lit up with ecstasy upon hearing this. He quickly replied, "Of course, no problem. Including the bottle I just drank, I give you 420 million kronor." With that, he quickly pulled out a purse. Chao Xing chuckled, then pulled out 20 bottles of magic power elixir from his backpack, completing another transaction. Transaction successful. You lose, magic power elixir, legendary, *20, you gain, coins *420 million. Leonard carefully put the potions into his backpack, a satisfied look on his face, and his gaze towards Chao Xing grew even more respectful. "Lord Chao Xing, you truly deserve to be the most powerful lord in the entire north. You casually offer such a precious secret medicine. I've been running this black market for so many years, and clients like you are quite rare." After a pause, he asked again, "Do you have any other treasures you like to sell? This auction has gathered many powerful individuals from across the continent. If the items you have are truly rare, they could fetch a price far exceeding the value of the goods themselves." Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then glanced at his backpack. "Leonard, I do have some items I'm ready to sell. However, I don't want to trade in crowns. I like to bid in divine power fragments. Is that okay? Hearing this, Captain Giant Axe was stunned for a moment. As a legendary, he naturally knew what divine power fragments were. This item was equivalent to the currency used by legends and demigods. Its production was relatively small, but its uses were widespread. It's just that no one had enough for themselves. Unless they come across an extremely rare treasure that could significantly enhance their own abilities, no one would be willing to trade it. He replied in a low voice, "Of course we can. But the price might not be what you expect. You know, there are very few legendary masters willing to trade divine power fragments." Chao Xing nodded. "I understand. I try putting it up for sale, and see if it's okay." "Of course," Leonard said cheerfully, "but what does Lord Chao Xing want to offer this time?" Chao Xing didn't speak, but stood up from his chair. He raised his head, and surveyed the entire private room. The room was nearly 12 meters high, barely large enough to accommodate the items he wanted to display. With a wave of his hand, a massive golem, crafted entirely from a dark blue exotic metal, and with flowing lines, appeared within the room. Mysterious runes swirled across the golem's surface, and the energy core in its chest radiated a faint blue light. An aura of destruction emanated from its body. The moment Leonard saw the golem, his pupils suddenly constricted. He seemed to realize something, his voice trembling. This. Is this the golem from the ruins?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, it's a hero-level golem, with combat power equivalent to a commander of the same rank. And more importantly, it's a complete golem. Not only can it perfectly execute all commands, it can also follow other masters." Chao Xing had previously tested this golem. When Tong Chu Chu used mechanical domination to transform it into a friendly unit, he effectively gained supreme control. Similarly, he could unbind it, allowing the golem to reset its systems and follow its new owner. Furthermore, after this period of exploration, he now had over 60 golems under his control. Of these, there were 11 hero-level golems alone, so selling one or two wouldn't be a big deal. Leonard asked in disbelief, "You mean? This golem can change masters, and even I can command it?" "Indeed." After receiving confirmation, Leonard was stunned beyond words. He took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. "Lord Chao Xing, you truly scare me time and time again. I thought those legendary secret medicines were already your most valuable treasures, but you've given me an even bigger surprise. It's hard to believe you even possess a complete heroic-level golem. Given its value, it will definitely be one of the most valuable items in the entire auction." His expression straightened, his gaze serious and confirming. "Lord Chao Xing, are you really sure you want to sell this golem? A heroic-level golem is no ordinary item. It can even be a strategic weapon." Chao Xing nodded. "Indeed, but I'll only be selling 2 at this time. As for the starting price..." He pondered for a moment, then said, "Please set the starting price at 50 divine power fragments." Leonard was once again shocked when he heard about 2 golems. A war machine of this caliber would be treasured by any ordinary kingdom, yet this lord was actually offering 2 at once. He replied crisply, "No problem. Your 2 golems will surely cause a sensation throughout the venue." Chao Xing smiled. "That's it. I leave the rest to you." "Okay, Lord Chao Xing." Leonard nodded solemnly. At this moment, he seemed to recall something and asked hesitantly, "Before the auction begins, would you mind if I spread the word that there will be a hero-level golem up for auction?" "Why?" Leonard explained. "Well, this golem technology is cutting-edge technology that the major kingdoms have long sought to research and crack. But we've been struggling to find suitable samples, and the replicas we developed from broken golems are nothing like them. If they knew there were complete, controllable golems up for auction here, they'd definitely come regardless of the price. Even the legendaries from those kingdoms would make a special trip to this black market. Then your golem might fetch a higher price." Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he heard they could attract legendaries from other kingdoms. "Then, according to your estimates, can you attract the legendaries from the Northwind Alliance?" At the mention of the Northwind Alliance, a serious look flashed in Leonard's eyes. He also knew that Lord Chao Xing had a feud with the Northwind Alliance, perhaps even a sworn enemy. But because the legendaries of the Northwind Alliance were holed up in the Silver Fortress in the northern border, Chao Xing had no chance to strike. If they were truly drawn here, another legendary fall might occur here. Thinking of this, Leonard wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Well, I can't say for sure. The Northwind Alliance is far away from the black market. Even if they learn the news, they might not be able to make it. Also, we have rules in the black market. Fighting is prohibited within the city. Lord Chao Xing, what do you think?" He looked at Chao Xing cautiously, his eyes filled with trepidation. Chao Xing smiled. I understand. You go and make the arrangements. Leonard's expression straightened, and he nodded with a sense of relief. Yes. With that, he quickly exited the private room, gently closing the door behind him. Chao Xing sat back in his chair. Bai Ji and Lu Muxue, who were standing nearby, turned their heads, one on each side, their delicate faces etched with confusion. Chapter 775. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a little amused and asked, What's wrong? Lu Muxue whispered, Ah Xing. Are you really going to auction this powerful golem? Of course. Chao Xing casually picked up a snack from the table and said, Our territory has only been developed for a short time, and we're in need of a large number of divine power fragments right now. Those veteran legends have quite a few divine power fragments, so we can take this opportunity to expand our supply. But, Bai Ji's cold voice echoed, will they really crack the system through reverse engineering? Golem manufacturing technology? Hearing this question, Chao Xing's lips curled up into a smile. It doesn't matter if it's cracked. The Azura civilization left these golems behind, hoping that future generations would inherit their technology. It's just that after so many years, no one has truly mastered it. If they can truly figure it out, future wars will likely result in fewer casualties. After a pause, he continued with a meaningful smile, and I have blueprints for a golem even more advanced than these. The two women nodded in understanding. Lu Muxue's face reappeared. Bai Ji seemed lost in thought. Then, they continued to wait in the private room for the auction to officially begin. At the same time, a piece of gossip quickly reached the ears of the major powers in the Northern Territory through secret channels. Between the Four Kingdoms and the Northwind Alliance, there were several powerful kingdoms in the Northern Territory that stood independently of the two major factions. In the distant Frost Valley Sound region lies a magnificent city. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Bologna. In the royal palace, a middle-aged man draped in a snow wolfskin cloak suddenly rose from his throne. What? In that underground black market, there's a complete, heroic-level golem for sale, one that's even controllable. Below, a scout knelt on one knee. Absolutely true, Your Majesty. This is the news personally released by the leader of the Great Axe Mercenaries. Hearing this, the King of Bologna bowed his head in thought for a moment. Hero-level golems. Just recently, our country's R&D department cracked the energy core technology of a master-level golem. If we can obtain this hero-level golem as a sample, perhaps we can achieve the final breakthrough. Then, we can start mass production. By then, I have a large number of master-level and hero-level golems. Even without joining the two major alliances, no one in the north can underestimate the Kingdom of Bologna. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and he began to imagine the kingdom's rise. It seems, I need to go there in person. Elsewhere, in a mechanical city hidden beneath the crowds, a powerful figure, half of his body transformed into machinery, opened his electronic eyes, a scarlet light that stood out against the darkness. A complete heroic golem? It just happens that I need to replace my mechanical body, and I'm just missing the final piece. If I could crack the golem's technology. His mechanical arm clicked, and a look of longing crossed his eyes. Perhaps I could achieve true immortality. The other four kingdoms, the Northwind Alliance, and others also received this news. Many legendary masters were alarmed. To them, a single heroic golem might pose no threat in terms of combat power. But more importantly, it held strategic significance. Whoever could first crack the technology would be the first to control the golem army. The next moment, those masters sprang into action. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the entire morning had passed. There was still half an hour before the auction officially began. Because the auction was held annually, and the Great Axe Mercenaries regularly collected various rare treasures, there were many items on offer. From the first warm-up item to the finale, it would take at least a dozen hours. However, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were both in their own private rooms, so they could rest if they were tired, so a longer period of time wouldn't be a problem for them. Besides, Chao Xing had also observed many interesting phenomena during this morning. Ever since Leonard spread the news of the golem, numerous powerful auras have entered the black market. Some of them deliberately concealed their presence, remaining discreet and low-key, as if trying to avoid being detected. Others were unabashed, their legendary auras unmistakable. Some of them were even acquaintances of Chao Xing's. Sensing these auras, he raised an eyebrow. Oh? This guy's here too? However, Chao Xing didn't go over to greet them. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the auction to begin. And so, another half hour passed. At the same time, a dull bell rang from the center of the underground city. Ding! The sound of the bell transformed into tangible sound waves, spreading outward. This signaled the official start of the auction. The entire underground black market, both inside and outside the venue, fell silent. Even Chao Xing peered through the window toward the venue below. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, a burly figure emerged from the back. A confident smile graced his face, emanating a breathtaking aura of power. It was Leonard, leader of the Great Axe mercenary group. At this moment, he appeared imposing, far superior to his deferential demeanor before Chao Xing. Clad in a dark red battle robe, his signature great axe tucked at his waist, each step was steady and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual black market auction. Leonard's deep voice echoed throughout the room, nearly everyone's attention fixed on him. He glanced around, his gaze lingering for a moment on several private rooms. Then he continued, as I'm sure you've all heard, we've prepared some extremely rare treasures for this auction. Some of these would even excite even legendary masters. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly heated up, with many already whispering among themselves, and some urging him to begin. Leonard observed the effect with satisfaction and continued, but before that, as is customary, let's begin with some appetizers. He clapped his hands. Clap! Clap! As the voice fell, for women, dressed in matching gowns, with stunning features and pointed ears, walked onto the stage, pushing an exquisite display cart. The women walked gracefully, each step seeming to glide on ice. Their furry tails, especially those held high behind them, attracted countless glances. Some of the sons of powerful officials gazed at them with intense lust. In the private room, Bai Ji's cold voice echoed, the Snow Fox tribe. This rare subhuman race possesses a powerful talent for seduction, and their value is comparable to that of the elves. They have been assigned to serve as maids by the Great Axe mercenary group. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He also saw the attributes of these fox maids. In particular, their fox charm talent imbued them with an innate charm, attracting the attention of both the same and opposite sex. But for Chao Xing, it didn't matter. After all, his territory contained an entire ancient elf tribe. There are over 100 elven girls of this beauty. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the items on the display car below. Meanwhile, Leonard's voice continued below. The first lot is 100 leaves from the sacred tree of the southern continent, the ancient tree of life. After speaking, one of the Snow Fox maids lifted the red carpet of the display car, revealing a glass box underneath. Neatly stacked inside were 100 lush, tender leaves. Under the light, these leaves shone with a shimmering luster. Even from such a distance, everyone could sense a surge of vibrant vitality. Upon seeing the leaves on the display cart, the venue below erupted in excitement. They're actually leaves from the Book of Life. They could even get their hands on something like this. This Great Axe mercenary group really has some connections. Yes. It's said these leaves contain immense vitality. Even taken directly, they can prolong life. If refined into a legendary elixir, they can even bring the dead back to life. I must photograph these leaves. My father is old and needs this kind of thing. Contact the family immediately and mobilize funds. We must secure these leaves at all costs. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly heated up. Many nobles and merchants eagerly raised their bidding paddles, their eyes gleaming with determination. After all, no matter what world, life is the most precious treasure. So, this magical item that could increase lifespan would surely spark a frenzy of competition. This tree of life leaf is especially valuable to elderly dignitaries, and those with hidden illnesses. In the private room, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue exchanged a glance. He said with interest, this guy actually has such a valuable item hidden away. No wonder he wouldn't reveal the auction item in advance. Lu Muxue asked softly, Xing, should we bid? Chao Xing didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the already restless crowd below and said, no rush, let's see what happens first. As long as it's within your budget, you can try bidding. You know, there's a legendary alchemist in Chao Xing's territory. If we could buy these Tree of Life leaves and give them to Francesca, we might be able to refine a higher level recovery potion, perhaps even a legendary one. The beauty nodded gently, and everyone's eyes once again fixed on the venue below. At the same time, Leonard announced loudly, starting price, 100 million crowns. Each bid must be no less than 5 million crowns. Now, the bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the venue below raised signs, and numbers lit up in the windows of several private rooms on the second and third floors. In just over 10 seconds, the price rose to 200 million crowns, and continued to rise. After another round of fierce bidding, the price of these 100 Tree of Life leaves had reached 300 million crowns. At this price, the upward trend finally subsided. After all, even Chaoxing's legendary secret elixir, the Magic Power Elixir, only has a market price of around 20 million kronor per bottle. The current price of 300 million kronor is equivalent to 3 million kronor per Tree of Life leaf. While the effects of these leaves are astonishing, they are ultimately just raw materials. When the price reached 320 million kronor, the bidders fell silent. Below, Leonard had already withdrawn, replaced by a dignified female supporter in a silver gown. Her appearance was mature yet elegant, and she surveyed the audience with a gentle smile. Then, she spoke slowly, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. The distinguished guest in box 4 on the 3rd floor has bid 320 million kronor. Anybody else wanting to follow? After a moment's wait, no one raised the bid. The magic hourglass nearby began to count down. The female host gracefully raised her hammer, ready to drop it. Just then, a new number appeared in a private room on the 2nd floor. 330 million. The announcement of this price immediately triggered a flurry of murmurs. They speculated about the identity of the occupant of this private room. The original bidder in the 3rd floor private room fell silent for a moment. Perhaps because he had heard about the price of private room 1 on the 2nd floor, or perhaps because he felt that this batch of Tree of Life leaves had exceeded his expectations. In the end, he chose not to raise the bid further. When the magic hourglass ran out, the female host gently lowered her hammer. With a bright smile, she said, "Congratulations to our distinguished guest in box 1 on the 2nd floor for successfully winning these precious leaves of life. These items will be delivered to your box shortly." When the first lot was auctioned, everyone in the room turned away. Those who hadn't snagged a spot had regret in their eyes, and finally shook their heads helplessly. At auctions like this, financial resources and perseverance are crucial. One shouldn't get carried away by a single item and invest all their money in it. So, they quickly suppressed their emotions and waited for the next exciting item to come up. Below, the beautiful female host clapped her hands softly, and 4 Snow Fox maids once again wheeled a new display cart onto the stage. Now, let's begin the bidding for the second item. The second lot is a bottle of ancient poison called Dragon Hunter Toxin. When applied to weapons, it inflicts significant additional damage to dragon-like creatures and also imparts a potent neurotoxin. The starting bid is 20 million, with each bid increasing by at least 1 million. Bidding begins now. As the host has finished speaking, many mercenaries and powerful warriors in the audience raised their bidding paddles. As experienced warriors, they clearly understood the importance of this potion. If they could slay a dragon with it, they would become legendary dragon slayers. Not only would they obtain the dragon's treasure, but they would also become famous across the continent, achieving true fame and fortune. In the private room, Chaoxing leaned back in a wooden chair, a faint smile on his face. Not bad, 330 million for these 100 leaves. A bit cheaper than I expected. Lu Muxuan nodded gently, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. She also knew that these 100 leaves were a steal. After all, under Francesca's legendary alchemist's blessing, these leaves might be worth 1 in anyone else's hands, but in Chaoxing's hands, they were worth 10. After being refined into a secret elixir, their value would increase tenfold or more. At this moment, Bai Ji, standing nearby, asked, "Will you continue to bid on that bottle of poison?" Chaoxing tapped his fingers lightly on his offhand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Clearly, this potion would be of great benefit to him. From his previous experience with holy water, he knew that this poison, applied to weapons, could also be blessed by eternal power. In other words, the potion's effects persist as long as the weapon isn't replaced. Furthermore, this poison is specifically designed for dragons. Although Chaoxing currently enjoys a good relationship with these dragons, there's no guarantee it'd be useful in the future. He whispered, "This auction is truly interesting. 2 items in a row have caught my eye. Let's see the price first. If it's over 50 million, there's no point in arguing." Bai Ji nodded slightly, her cold demeanor returning to its usual icy expression as she gazed indifferently at the fierce bidding below. Someone had shouted that there were signs of a dragon in the nearby Daisha Mountains, sending the price of this potion soaring again. Those mercenaries and adventurers, constantly on the brink of death, went berserk. In a short period of time, the value of this poison had soared to 70 million. Clearly, this far exceeded its actual value. This was why the Great Axe mercenary group held an auction. With just a little guidance, greed and desire can drive the price up several times over. A strange look crossed Chaoxing's face after hearing about the Daisha Mountains. It's true there are giant dragons there, but The dragons there are no ordinary creatures. As a former demigod-level dragon, even now reduced to legendary status, it still possesses terrifying power. Even a formidable figure like the Cunard War King would be no match for this dragoness. Shaking his head, Chaoxing smiled and said, "Forget it, let them fight it out. This potion is no longer worth pursuing." Below, after fierce bidding, the potion finally fetched a staggering 90 million crowns. At this price, the frenzied bidding subsided. The bidder was a middle-aged woman in the first-floor lobby. Clad in dark red light armor, with only one arm remaining, she exuded a murderous aura. As she stood up, her immense strength was unmistakable, reaching heroic levels. Chapter 776. The woman bidding exudes a heroic aura. No wonder she's willing to pay 90 million for this bottle of poison. With this strength, and the aid of the potion, she might actually be able to accomplish the feat of slaying a dragon. Of course, this only applies to dragons below legendary level. In the corner, a figure draped in a black robe had a conflicted look in his eyes. He seemed to be debating whether to continue. As he pondered, the grains in the magic hourglass began to fall rapidly. Until the last grain fell, no one bid again. The beautiful female host lowered her hammer again, a sweet smile on her face. "Let us congratulate this lady on successfully bidding on this precious bottle of Dragon Hunter Toxin. We hope you achieve your wish and hunt your desired prey." The others on the field also looked envious. The one-armed female warrior simply nodded, then returned to her seat, and tucked her bidding card into her lap. The hostess continued, "Now, let's begin the bidding for the third lot. This is an extremely ancient pearl from the mysterious country of Ur. Its starting price is 20 million crowns, and each bid must be no less than 1 million crowns." When the hostess finished speaking, the excitement surrounding this pearl was noticeably less intense than the previous two lots. Many guests didn't even know what this pearl was used for. However, quite a few mercenaries had heard of the mysterious country of Ur. For a moment, a low buzz of discussion filled the venue. Chaoxing sat in his private room, peering through the one-way glass at the item information for the pearl below. Or pearl orange. Quality, epic. Item effect. When embedded in a weapon or equipment, it increases the basic equipment stats by 10% and adds the additional sacrificial power effect. Sacrificial power, upon activation, increases attack damage by 3,500 points for the next 60 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Note, this is an ancient pearl, its crafting process has been lost. As a survivor lord, his innate system functions once again prove powerful. Chaoxing mused quietly. Compared to other epic quality gems, this pearl's effects are quite good. However, my colorful crystal is far more effective than this or pearl, so there's no need to bid. This item is more for collection purposes. Thinking of this, he didn't bid. The reaction in the venue below was also lukewarm. After about 2 or 3 minutes of bidding, the pearl was finally sold to a mysterious black-robed figure for 30 million crowns. Next came the 4th, 5th, and 6th lots. However, the reactions to these items were similar to those of the Ur Pearl, with few bidders. The final prices were between 25 million and 35 million crowns. Of course, this was normal. After all, this auction had over 100 lots, and it was impossible for everyone to cause a sensation. Chaoxing stared at them for a while, then began to lose interest. He browsed the Survivor forum, and then followed the news from the ruins. He only glanced casually when the host announced a new item. However, Lu Muxue and Bai Ji, who were standing nearby, were watching intently, seemingly fascinated by this auction. Just as Chaoxing was feeling bored, there was a knock on the private room door. Then, a gentle voice rang out, "Sir, we have brought you the item you just won." Hearing this, Chaoxing perked up. He straightened his expression and said, "Come in." "Yes, sir." As the words fell, 2 maids, dressed in plain gauze dresses and with delicate features, entered, pushing an exquisite display cart. With graceful movements, they approached the coffee table and gently lifted the red cloth covering it. As the red cloth fell, a transparent box was revealed. Inside, 100 emerald green leaves, exuding an extremely rich scent of life. "Sir, please take a look," the maid said softly. Chaoxing took a quick glance, and knew it was the Tree of Life leaves he had bought. He was about to put all the leaves into his backpack, when he suddenly remembered something and paused. The 2 maids looked puzzled and asked, "Sir, is there a problem?" Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then asked, "I paid 330 million kronor for these leaves. When will the money be paid?" The maids glanced at each other, and the one on the left replied softly, "The president said you could pay now or wait until the auction is over to pay them all at once." Upon hearing this, Chaoxing shook his head and said, Give it now. With that, he tossed up a purse containing exactly 330 million kronor. The two maids were visibly nervous. It was their first time handling such a large sum of money, and a flicker of worry crossed their eyes. But when they remembered that they were at the Great Axe Mercenary Group's headquarters, where even the legendary leader was personally in charge, their nervousness gradually dissipated. Before removing the leaves, Chaoxing emphasized, "This transaction is complete, isn't it?" The two women nodded respectfully. "Yes, sir." "Very good." Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction, then with a wave of his hand, he swept the 100 lush green leaves into his backpack with a whirlwind of energy. A system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. You gain Tree of Life leaves *100, you lose coins *330 million. Ding! The Diamond membership card item activates, and you receive a refund of coins *66 million. Seeing the system notification, Chaoxing's lips curled again with a smile. This was why he emphasized that this was a transaction. Because this would trigger the refund effect of the Diamond membership card. Equivalently, for a mere 264 million, he purchased this batch of precious leaves. The two maids were unaware of the hidden agenda. They simply thought their distinguished guest's behavior was a bit odd. But they didn't dare show it. They lowered their heads, awaiting instructions. Chaoxing waved his hand and said, "You may leave. Be careful, don't let anyone steal your purse." The two women's faces lit up with gratitude upon hearing this. They whispered, "Thank you for the reminder, sir. We take good care of it." With that, they slowly exited the private room, pushing the empty cart. Just before the door closed, they raised their heads and cautiously glanced at Chaoxing from the corner of their eyes, a shy blush spreading across their faces. After the maids left, Chaoxing eagerly took out a leaf and examined its detailed properties. Leaf of the Tree of Life. Quality, unknown. Item description, a leaf from the sacred tree of the southern continent, imbued with immense vitality. Item effect 1. Can be consumed directly, instantly restores 1 million health points and increases lifespan by 5 years. This effect can be used 3 times. Item effect 2. A top-tier alchemical material, capable of being refined into various life-related elixirs. As expected of the Tree of Life. A single leaf has such a powerful effect. If this could be refined into a secret elixir, the effects would likely be multiplied several times over. Chaoxing sighed, a tinge of anticipation welling up in his heart. I wonder if Francesca has the formula for this secret elixir? If so, I definitely find a way to collect it, and try to refine a batch of this secret elixir from these leaves. He made up his mind that after this auction, he would return to the territory to find the witch. Afterward, Chaoxing sat back in his chair, occasionally checking the forums, and keeping an eye on the items being auctioned. 3 hours passed in a flash. The auction proceeded smoothly. In 3 hours, over 70 items had been auctioned, most of which were successfully sold. A few were unpopular, as their specific functions and effects were unclear, so no one dared to bid, and they ultimately went unsold. In total, the auction was almost 1/3 complete. During this period, Chaoxing also participated in several auctions, ultimately successfully acquiring 2 items. They were a batch of magical plants, twisted vine seeds, gold, and a batch of cash crops, star magic beans, gold. The total cost was 57 million crowns. The former, when planted and grown, will release a large number of vines to delay the enemy's movement when attacked. The latter produces the ingredient for a premium beverage known as magic coffee. The ground powder can temporarily enhance the drinker's magical perception and maintain alertness. It has considerable economic value. Overall, it's quite good. Just as Chaoxing finished reviewing the item's information, Lu Mushua tugged at his robe and whispered, "Ah Xing, look at this lot." Chaoxing immediately looked down. His gaze settled on the item on the display car. It was a solid amber-colored object, roughly the size of an adult's head. And it emitted a distinct fragrance that permeated the entire venue. Many bidders craned their necks, their gazes fixed on the display. What a strange smell. What is this? Confused, Chaoxing peered through the one-way glass and landed on the item's information. Ancient ambergris block, orange. Quality, epic. Weight, 45.12 kilograms. Item description, a rare material formed from the secretions of an ancient sea beast through thousands of years of sedimentation. Item effect, can be crafted into epic quality bait, useful for attracting deep-sea giants. Note, when using ambergris as bait, ensure your fishing rod is sturdy enough and your own strength is sufficient, otherwise you will be dragged into the water by these giants. Wow, epic quality bait? Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, the highest quality bait, he had encountered before was only purple. Yet, despite this bait managed to catch a golden salmon, a magical creature of incredible value. The scent of the ancient ambergris before him was noticeably stronger and more ancient. It possessed a fatal attraction for most fish. Chaoxing thought to himself, according to the item description, this ambergris seems to be a special bait used to catch deep-sea giants. I wonder if it's more effective than the special pet food of the Hack Frog clan. Clearly, this ambergris had piqued Chaoxing's interest. Furthermore, he also had a Mad King fishing rod, orange, in his backpack. If they combined the two, maybe they could actually try to catch one of those giants. And Chaoxing wasn't the only one whose interest was piqued. As the beautiful female host explained the effects of this ambergris, the fishing enthusiasts below erupted in excitement. No matter what world they were in, fishermen were known for their willingness to spend money. Some experienced anglers were already rubbing their hands in anticipation. This is top-tier bait, and it's so huge. If we go fishing in the permafrost and catch some giants, we might make a killing. I want this piece of ambergris. I've been eyeing that old barbel fish in the Blackwater River for ages, and this time I'm going to catch it. Ha ha. No one's going to compete with me. I've been preparing for 3 years to catch that deep-sea giant squid. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue was once again stirred. Even some of the mysterious masters in the private room showed a slight aura fluctuation. Observing the lively reaction from the audience, the female host wore a gentle smile. She tapped the hammer gently and said in a pleasant voice, "This piece of ambergris weighs a whopping 45 kilograms and is an extremely rare, intact piece. The starting price is 50 million kronor, and the minimum bid in increments is 5 million kronor. The bidding begins now." With that, the enthusiastic fishing enthusiasts immediately began bidding frantically. Numbers lit up in several private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. In the blink of an eye, the bid for this piece of ancient ambergris had reached 110 million kronor, and the price continued to climb. Seeing this, Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh. These fishermen are crazy. But I want this thing too. After waiting for a while, the bid had reached 150 million kronor. The upward trend finally showed signs of slowing. At this point, Chaoxing decisively placed his bid. Mu Shui, enter the price. 180 million kronor. The female knight was momentarily stunned at this, but she acted without hesitation. As this astonishing figure was announced, the window of the private room lit up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that private room. The mercenaries' eyes flashed with surprise, and they whispered to each other. It's the mysterious master in this private room again. He last time took a chance and bought the leaves of the world tree. I didn't expect he'd be interested in this ambergris. Yes. This person, to be sitting in private room number 1 on the 2nd floor, must have a strong background. Perhaps he's a legendary master. At the mention of the word legendary master, the room suddenly fell silent. After all, a master of this caliber would be treated with respect by even the king of a nation, so those below the legendary level naturally wouldn't dare offend them easily. The atmosphere in the meeting room fell silent. Whether it was because of the fear of the mysterious figure in the private room, or because the price of 180 million was a bit beyond their budget, no one bid for a moment. The magic hourglass ticked slowly. The female host raised the hammer and waited quietly. Just before the final moment, the hammer was about to fall. A number lit up in the window above box 1 on the 3rd floor. 190 million. The entire audience erupted in astonishment at this bid. Gods be damned. Someone actually bid against this mysterious master. Yes. Isn't he afraid of offending a legendary figure? At this moment, one of the old mercenaries, wearing an eye patch, chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Those who can enter the auction box must possess exceptional backgrounds, or considerable power. Perhaps this person is also a legendary master. Furthermore, each box is equipped with aura-blocking devices, keeping everyone's identities secret. Therefore, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted by that powerful figure. After hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with sudden realization. It seems these two mysterious beings are about to engage in a fierce duel. Yes, this is going to be a showdown. For a moment, they all held their breath, their eyes darting back and forth between the 2nd and 3rd floor private rooms. Inside the room, Chaoxing was somewhat surprised by the other party's offer. Still want to match? In that case, he glanced at Lu Mushue beside him. Raise the price, right up to 200 million. Okay. The beautiful woman quickly entered the numbers on the table. Instantly, the numbers on the window of private room number 1 on the 2nd floor changed again. Upon seeing the full 200 million, the venue erupted in uproar again. The 2nd floor has indeed raised the price. I wonder if the mysterious master on the third floor will continue to bid. I've heard that those legendary masters are incredibly wealthy, easily spending tens of billions of kronor. If this pile of ambergris fetches 1 billion kronor, that would be hilarious. Do you think the legendary masters are stupid? 1 billion kronor? Even their wealth isn't plentiful. That's true. Amidst the chatter, the host's sweet voice chimed in. The VIP in box 1 on the second floor has bid 200 million kronor. Is there a higher bid? A brief silence fell over the venue, and everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to the third floor box. The sand in the magic hourglass slowly fell, and everyone's heart hung in the air. Just when they thought these two mysterious masters were about to engage in a fierce duel, the hourglass ran out, and the one on the third floor didn't make another bid. The female host gently tapped the auction hammer. Well, let us congratulate the distinguished guest on the second floor for successfully winning this precious item. Only then did the crowd of onlookers react, and a sense of disappointment welled up in their hearts. They had expected a fierce duel, but it ended so abruptly. However, this auction moved at a brisk pace. As soon as the ambergris was sold, the female host announced the next lot. Everyone's attention was once again drawn to it. Chapter 777. At this moment, a faint smile crossed Chaoxing's face after he had bought the ambergris. Not bad, 200 million kronor for it. I thought it would cost around 300 million. If you include the cashback from the diamond membership card, it only cost 160 million. Compared to the value of this piece of ambergris, it's a steal. He was extremely satisfied, and couldn't help but sigh that the position Leonard had arranged for him was indeed a good one. Even some legendary masters wouldn't want to offend an unknown being with a mysterious background and power for something worth only a few hundred million. Bai Ji, who was standing next to him, turned around and asked with a hint of curiosity, "You know how to fish?" At this question, Chaoxing raised an eyebrow. "Are you kidding? See the title above my head? It's Fishing Master." With that, he changed his title to Fishing Master, and a golden fishhook symbol suddenly appeared above his head. Lu Muxue, standing nearby, softly echoed, "Sister Baiji, Ah Xing is amazing at fishing. He's not only caught rare species, like emerald snapper and golden salmon. He's even caught the legendary king salmon." Her tone was filled with intense pride, and her eyes lit up. Baiji looked a little surprised, and thoughtfully said, "If that's the case, then I know of a special area of water where there's a rare fish called the black-spotted starfish." "Black-spotted starfish?" Chaoxing asked, puzzled. "What's so special about this fish?" "Yes." Baiji nodded gently. "It is said that this black-spotted starfish is extremely ancient, and its power is unfathomable. In those waters, even masters are powerless. And legend has it that this fish once swallowed a mysterious key. This key can be used to open the door to the sunken palace at the bottom of the permafrost sea. If anyone can reel in this black-spotted starfish and cut open its stomach, they will obtain this mysterious key." After hearing Baiji's story, Chaoxing's eyes gleamed. "Interesting. Is it related to the permafrost sea again? A sunken palace on the seabed sounds like it has a very important origin." Lately, he'd been hearing the name of the permafrost sea frequently, and coupled with the system's prompts, he had a premonition that they would soon be heading to that legendary sea. Chaoxing asked, "Do you remember the location of the waters where the black-spotted starfish was found?" Baiji nodded slightly. "Yes, it's in a place called Frost Valley Sound, and the waters there are called Quiet Moon Lake. If you're interested, I can take you there." Chaoxing pondered for a moment. Frost Valley Sound was a place he had never heard of before. He opened the map, typed in the name, and took a quick look. He realized it was over 10,000 kilometers away from the black market. It was even farther away from his base camp, the Snowstorm Plains, at nearly 20,000 kilometers. But at their current speed, it wasn't too far. Chaoxing nodded. "Okay, I go check it out later when I have time." "Okay." Baiji then resumed her icy demeanor, and sat quietly aside. Next, Chaoxing and the others looked at the items below. This time, a level 70 epic weapon, the Reaper Scimitar, orange, was pushed up. Chaoxing took a look. The weapon's stats were quite good. Not only did it have powerful attack power, but it also had a special effect called Life Harvest. Each enemy killed increased its critical strike chance by 1%, stacking up to 100%. But it had little effect on him or his subjects, because their critical strike chances were all above 80%. Also, while the stats of a weapon like this could be enhanced by eternal power, the effect would disappear if the weapon was removed and replaced with a new one. So he didn't bid. Not only that, he didn't bid again for the next few hours. Because by the middle of the auction, The new items that came up were all weapons, equipment, and so on. While the quality was decent, it was far inferior to the equipment Xiaoxing possessed. Compared to the epic weapons crafted by Harold, the difference was far greater. Furthermore, the starting price for these gold, epic pieces of equipment was 20 million crowns, and the lowest price per piece was 40 million crowns. Xiaoxing felt it was a bit of a bargain. However, the group of mercenaries and adventurers below were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They rushed to bid, and when they saw a weapon that suited them, they were even willing to spend their entire savings to secure it. After all, in this world, weapons of powerful attributes and high quality were still rare. Although Xiaoxing had acquired so much epic equipment along the way, that was only because he had slain numerous powerful beings and opened numerous treasure chests. Most of the other survivors didn't even possess a single piece of epic equipment. The same was true for these natives. Any mercenary with a golden weapon or piece of equipment was considered well equipped. Many of them were even at the 7th level, wearing purple quality light armor. Hence, their frantic bidding. Or perhaps it could be argued that most of these mercenaries were aiming for this high quality, high level equipment. They constantly saved up money, hoping to snag a handy weapon at the annual auction to upgrade themselves. So, the atmosphere at halftime was even more heated than the first half, finally. After another 2 hours had passed. This auction had already lasted 7 hours. During this time, many mercenaries with limited budgets had secured their desired items, spent their funds, and then left satisfied. Of course, there were also more new faces entering the market. It was truly a lively affair. And so, the auction finally entered its second half. The items in the second half were still rare items, exotic fruits, and even magical plants. And the quality was even higher than in the first half, with starting prices starting at 30 to 40 million. Even Xiaoxing couldn't resist the temptation and bid for 2 more items. They were Frost Elf's Tear and Dragon's Blood Amber. These 2 items cost him another 100 million kronor. So far, he's spent a total of 687 million kronor on this auction. After the cashback from the Diamond membership card, that's 550 million kronor. Xiaoxing prepared nearly 1 billion kronor for this auction. But he ended up spending more than half of that on just 6 items. Xiaoxing shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, this money just flows like water. It's simply not enough. With the remaining 400 million kronor, I wonder if I can snag a top lot. According to estimates, it's highly unlikely. After all, Leonard had previously said that the starting price for the top lot would be 200 million kronor. If these top-selling items are truly valuable and attract fierce competition, they could fetch 10 times the price. But it's okay. If you really come across something you like, just bid up and grab it. If you're short on cash, I still have thousands of bottles of magic elixir in my backpack. These elixirs are worth over 20 billion and can be cashed in at any time. I just can't believe I can't snag a top-selling item with all that money. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing's face lit up with a calm smile. Then, he glanced at the attributes of the 2 new items he had purchased. Frost Elf's Tear Orange. Quality, Special. Item Description. An ice crystal fruit that only forms deep within the permafrost glaciers of the far north. Legend has it that it was formed from the tears of an ancient frost elf. Item Effect. After consumption, increases ice resistance by 25% and grants the special ability, Ancient Frost Elf's Tears. Ancient Frost Elf's Tears condenses the essence of ice, bestowing tears upon a summoned creature, granting it a 30% stat boost. If the summoned creature is a frost elf, it gains an additional 20% stat boost and activates skills such as Blizzard and Strengthened Frost Shell. Lasting 120 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Number of uses, 1. Dragon Blood Amber Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Description. This amber contains a drop of ancient dragon blood, said to hold special powers. Item Effect. Crushing it and absorbing the blood will temporarily transform a part of the body into a dragon, such as growing dragon scale armor or dragon claws. There's a small chance of activating dragon wings. Side Effect. During the dragon transformation process, you will experience constant pain from burning blood vessels. Please use with caution. After reviewing the attributes of these 2 treasures, Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Although a bit pricey, it's definitely worth it. Especially this Frost Elf's Tear. It'd be incredibly useful to me. After all, he had learned the early stage skill Summon Frost Elf quite early on. However, this Summon Frost Elf's combat power is equivalent to that of an ordinary creature, and it only inherits 80% of Xiaoxing's attributes. While it's fine for bullying creatures below legendary level, its effectiveness against legendary creatures is quite limited. Now with this Frost Elf's Tear, Chao Xing can not only significantly increase his ice resistance, but also use its new abilities to strengthen the Frost Elf. This way, these summoned creatures can also be used in legendary level battles. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly took out the crystal clear fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. After about a second, the power contained in the fruit began to take effect. An extremely cold air surged in his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body. But in a split second, this chill was assimilated by the vast magical power within Chao Xing's body, transforming into his own strength. At the same time, his icy aura intensified further, and the entire room was instantly frozen in a thick layer of ice. But in a mere moment, Chao Xing controlled the coldness within his body, and the temperature in the room returned to normal. Successfully consume Frost Elf's Tear, increasing your ice resistance by 25% and granting the special ability Ancient Frost Elf's Tear. Feeling the power surging within him, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The enhanced Frost Elf is almost equivalent to a level 100 boss creature. Although its combat power isn't strong, its health is quite high. This way, I have a tank I can summon at any time. Frost Elf's Tear is quite effective. As for the other item, Dragon's Blood Amber, he plans to give it to Burgi once he returns to his territory. Speaking of which, I still have a drop of Kralkatorix's blood in my backpack, waiting for Burgi to fuse it. Now that he's successfully reached Hero, all he needs is a suitable relic to help him reach Legendary, and then try fusing this drop of the ancient dragon's blood. At this thought, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with anticipation. At this moment, Lu Muxua spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Axing, the host said, we're about to enter the grand finale. Chao Xing perked up immediately, his eyes gleaming as he gazed towards the booth. Finally, the grand finale. Not only him, but the vast majority of people in the entire venue straightened their backs, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even in the private rooms on the second and third floors, powerful auras could be seen emanating from the air. After all, Leonard had already leaked the news before the auction even began. Many legendary figures had traveled thousands of miles from all over the Northern Territory just for these legendary grand finale items. Dear guests, we've been waiting for a long time. The hostess' voice rose a few notches. Now, we're about to enter the long-awaited grand finale. We had prepared 4 grand finale items this time, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the number has increased to 6. Each item is incredibly valuable and unique. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. The audience erupted in excited chatter. Many were already rubbing their hands, ready to go all out. The hostess maintained a flawless professional smile. Her endurance was truly remarkable. She had stood there for nearly 10 hours straight, maintaining a high spirit, a sweet smile, and an elegant demeanor. The Great Axe Mercenary Group's management and training capabilities are truly remarkable. Now, let's introduce the first grand finale item. She gave a gentle high five, and 2 sturdy men pushed up a special display cart. As soon as they entered the venue, everyone sensed an extremely sharp aura, a stinging sensation as if their bodies were being sliced by invisible sword energy. A sturdy man peeled back the red silk covering, revealing a blood-red, broken sword. Then, everyone's gaze fixed on the shard. Is this a broken weapon? It seems so. It still looks like a sword, and it exudes a powerful murderous aura. But it's broken like this, so it shouldn't be usable, right? What's the origin of this grand finale? Some guests were perplexed. But others, powerful warriors with heroic strength, had already sprung to their feet. Their gazes were fixed on the broken blade, their pupils filled with surprise, desire, and greed. The auras of many powerful individuals fluctuated, as if they could no longer suppress their inner urge to seize the item. However, as a wave of legendary energy emerged, those who were about to make a move suddenly paled, and their senses returned. They stared at the broken blade on the stage with fear in their hearts. They had just actually thought of forcibly taking this grand prize item. They were simply courting death. After all, this was the Great Axe Mercenary Group, with a legendary expert in person. If they dared to make a move, they would likely be slain by that legendary expert in an instant. The female host took in the audience's reactions, her smile undimmed. As you can see, this is a relic called the Scarlet Broken Blade. It contains immensely destructive divine power. It is an essential tool for heroic level experts proficient in swordsmanship to achieve the legendary level. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience erupted in an uproar again. Gods be damned. This thing is actually a relic. This is something that all those heroic warriors dream of. Indeed, countless warriors have been stuck in the heroic realm for years, lacking that crucial relic. No wonder some people almost wanted to fight. The chance to break through to legendary status, I'd be tempted too. In the private room, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock. The first and grandest item is actually a relic, and it's a sword. This thing is so important to me. You know, there are many in his territory who wield swords and haven't yet reached legendary status. Among them are the Star Kingdom swordsman Xiao and the Valkyrie Mernina. Especially for the latter, this relic is even more important. You know, Mernina may only be a level 100 hero right now, but with the power of her second form and the Valkyrie's wrath, she can already unleash the combat power of a high-level legendary. If she were to break through to legendary, it's hard to imagine how powerful she would become. Even a formidable being like the Lizardman Chieftain wouldn't be her match unless he forcibly entered the demigod realm. Most crucially, after Marinella reaches legendary, she only needs to collect 5,000 more divine power points, equivalent to 500 divine power fragments, to unlock her second form. Thus, she would instantly possess demigod-level combat power. Once, 5,000 divine power points seemed an unattainable goal for Chao Xing. But now, it doesn't seem so far-fetched. Furthermore, exchanging 5,000 divine power for the power of a demigod is a massive profit. Thinking of this, Chao Xing instantly made up his mind to acquire this relic, no matter the cost. Many others shared his idea. As mentioned earlier, the sword is the most powerful of all weapons. Even in this world, there are many powerful swordsmen. Below, there are at least 7 or 8 hero-level swordsmen. Their eyes were fixed on the broken blade in the venue, and their breathing became rapid. Chapter 778. Relic, Scarlet Broken Blade sparked a fierce scramble among the powerful. The female host, seeing this, announced, "Now, let's begin the bidding for this first and final item. The starting price is 300 million crowns, and each bid must be no less than 10 million crowns." As the words fell, the masters and experts remained silent. After all, this kind of relic is only crucial to heroes. With their strength and financial resources, they are not yet able to compete at this level. The heroic level experts were already bidding frantically. 350 million. I, Frostblade Victor, swear to break through to the legendary realm. I offer 400 million. I, Red Crow Lions, will definitely take possession of this relic. I offer 500 million. Everyone, I've been stuck in the heroic realm for years. My time is running out. I beg for your help. In a short period of time, the bidding for this relic soared to 1 billion. The experts all expressed their deepest appreciation for this relic. However, this opportunity to break through to the legendary realm is truly rare. It's important to you, and equally important to me. So, everyone was essentially refusing to give in. The heroic level experts were so eager to compete that they raised the price to a whopping 1.5 billion. The nobles and merchants were stunned by this scene. They seemed to have never expected these normally low-key experts to be able to offer such a staggering amount of wealth. However, what they don't know is that reaching the legendary realm is the lifelong goal of countless people. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, they risk everything. However, there was no movement in the private rooms on the second and third floors. These mysterious guests, whose identities were unknown, seemed to be waiting for something. Down below in the first floor venue, after 2 minutes of fierce bidding, the relic's price soared to a staggering 3 billion kronor. Compared to the starting price of 300 million kronor, it had increased tenfold. At this price, even the heroic level masters were struggling to afford it. The relic was indeed precious, but it wasn't a 100% guarantee of a breakthrough. A single failure would drain their foundation, forcing them to wait years before achieving another breakthrough. Additionally, the expenses of these heroic level masters were substantial, so they couldn't save a lot of kronor. 3 billion was already the entire savings of many heroic level masters. In the venue, the one who offered this price was an old man in a gray cloak. He slowly stood up, and a decadent yet powerful aura swept through the room. A hoarse voice rang out from beneath his cloak. "Everyone, I, Twilight Swordmaster Karel, am willing to offer my life savings for this item. If anyone else offers." The old man slowly removed his cloak, revealing a face scarred by swords. "I have 2 copies of heroic swordsmanship manuals here, which you can use as collateral." With these words, the entire room fell silent again. It seemed as if no one had expected this self-proclaimed Twilight Swordmaster to be so resolute, willing to part with his entire life's work. 2 copies at that. For a moment, the other competitors hesitated. "What are heroic swordsmanship manuals?" Chao Xing asked, somewhat puzzled. Off to the side, Bai Ji, her expression icy, explained, "I heard about this before from an unidentified indigenous person. This so-called swordsmanship secret is the complete inheritance of a powerful combat technique. These indigenous people can master this combat technique by studying its contents. Bai Ji paused, as if gathering her words. In our terms, these are 2 heroic-level skill books. However, learning them requires a specific profession and a good understanding. After hearing her easy-to-understand explanation, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with enlightenment. At the same time, he couldn't help but be impressed by the old swordsman's determination. After all, a heroic combat skill book like this could be considered a powerful person's most precious treasure, something not even the closest of relatives would easily pass on. In fact, in Chao Xing's opinion, it was almost worth the relic itself. But, despite the old swordsman's incredible determination, Chao Xing didn't want to miss out on this relic. He had less than 2 months left before his breakthrough and the execution of his plan to deal with the fire thief. Furthermore, many powerful enemies were lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow and plunge him into an irretrievable state. So, Chao Xing had to seize every opportunity to become stronger, just as he was about to make his bid. A dazzling, magical number lit up in the window of a second-floor private room. 5 billion. When this outrageous price was announced, the entire room fell silent. Despair filled the eyes of everyone, including the old man, Karel. He knew that if the mysterious masters on the second and third floors made a move, he would lose his competitive advantage. Compared to these beings, the hero class was still too weak. Their foundation was infinitely inferior. His hands trembled as he slowly returned to his seat, seemingly aging 10 years. On the stage, the beautiful host's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing the price. But she had also seen the world, and she quickly suppressed her shock, returning to a sweet smile. The VIP in box 7 on the second floor has bid 5 billion crowns. Is there a higher bid? In the venue, the hero class masters who had previously bid looked at each other in bewilderment. This price was far beyond their means, not to mention the added value of 2 heroic swordsmanship manuals. Unless they could offer something even more precious. The sands of the magic hourglass slowly fell, making the atmosphere even more solemn. Just as darkness was about to fade, suddenly, there was movement in a private room on the 3rd floor. Buzz! As the light brightened, an exaggerated price appeared in the window again. 5.5 billion. The mercenaries and adventurers stared at the figure in shock. It was clear they had never seen so many crowns in their lives. The hostess chuckled softly. The guest in private room 8 on the 3rd floor has offered 5.5 billion. Is there a higher price? Everyone looked at each other, instinctively believing that this price was the upper limit. No matter how precious a relic was, selling it for billions was still a bit exaggerated. However, at that moment, the guest in private room 7 on the 2nd floor made another bid. 6 billion. When this number appeared, no one had time to be surprised. Box 8 on the 3rd floor bid again. 6.5 billion. Insane! These 2 mysterious masters must be crazy. They're actually spending so much money on a relic. That's outrageous. These legendary masters are truly wealthy. Yeah. And they've already reached legendary status. Why would they spend so much money on this relic? I really don't understand. It's just that these masters think differently than we do. They might have their own uses for it. The conference hall erupted in heated discussion once again. However, when the price of 6.5 billion was announced, box 7 on the 2nd floor seemed to fall silent. After a moment's wait, no one bid again. The magic hourglass had already drained halfway. If no one bid in half a minute, the relic would belong to the mysterious master in box 8 on the 3rd floor. In the 1st floor meeting room, the nobles were discussing this price. Must be the limit for even those legendary masters. Yes, 6.5 billion is no small sum. It seems this mysterious master will win this relic. Just when everyone thought the final bid was about to be finalized, a beam of light suddenly shone from box 1 on the 2nd floor. A staggering figure appeared in the window. 7 billion. When this figure appeared, the entire room erupted in excitement again. 7 billion. And there's another expert. It's that guy from box 1 again. He's already made several attempts. Yes. He looks very powerful. I wonder if the guy on the 3rd floor will continue to follow. As everyone waited with bated breath, a moment of silence fell in the private room on the 3rd floor, as if they were also weighing their options. Just as the gravel was about to settle, the number on the window suddenly jumped. 75 billion. When this price was announced, the entire audience erupted in astonishment again. Even the host on stage showed a look of surprise. Clearly, this price far exceeded the Great Axe mercenaries' expectations. At this moment, an elderly voice echoed from the private room. My distinguished guest in box 1, Karel, and I have been friends for many years. He is incredibly talented, but due to a bottleneck, he has been stuck in the heroic realm. Now that his time is running out, I would like to help him fulfill his long-cherished wish. Would you be willing to do so? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of the crowd as the sound. Because they knew that if they continued bidding, this person would likely create a grudge against this legendary figure. However, the mysterious figure in box 1 on the second floor was no ordinary person. After the auction, perhaps a clash between two legendary figures would ensue. At this thought, even the mercenaries, who had been waiting to witness the excitement, grew nervous. In box 1, Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and Bai Ji exchanged glances and shook their heads. Clearly, none of them recognized the powerful figure who had suddenly spoken. Chao Xing said, "I don't know who he is, but he's probably a legend. Don't worry about him. Keep bidding, up to 8 billion. Lu Muxue nodded gently and began entering a price. However, her gaze towards the old man below was slightly complicated. It wasn't pity or sympathy, but rather a sense of regret. Anyone who could create two heroic combat techniques on their own was at least a master of Qinong's caliber, possessing both supreme strength and talent. Now, unable to break through to the legendary stage, his lifespan was nearing its end. It was truly a pity. Chao Xing saw her thoughts and chuckled, "Don't worry, this Corel is indeed quite capable and talented. I go talk to him after the auction." At this, Lu Muxue's expression paused slightly. But she quickly realized something, and a smile crept across her face. At the same time, the numbers on the window of their private room began to flicker again. 8 billion. After Chao Xing's outrageous bid, the atmosphere in the venue grew tense. In fact, relics had appeared in previous auctions, but the prices generally hovered around 4 to 5 billion. The high price this time was due to the immense popularity of swords, coupled with the hidden scramble among several legendary masters. Everyone seemed to be anticipating a fierce duel. If these two legendary masters came to blows, this auction would be truly interesting. However, the mysterious master in the third floor box seemed quite reasonable. When Chao Xing's 8 billion bid appeared, he didn't bid any further. Only as the magic hourglass was about to run out did a sigh echo. Ah! It was clear to everyone that the mysterious master had given up the bid. The hostess gently lowered her hammer. The auction is over. Let us congratulate the distinguished guest in box 1 on the second floor for successfully winning this relic at a price of 8 billion kronor. Regret flashed in everyone's eyes, as if they were sorry they hadn't seen a good show. They sighed. As expected, it was this mysterious person in box 1 on the second floor who won this relic. Yes. He's incredibly powerful. He's won so many items. His background is truly unfathomable. I envy the auctioneer who won this relic. He made a killing. 8 billion kronor. It's probably one of the top 10 auction results. While everyone was still basking in the relic's astronomical price, the hostess gracefully turned and signaled for the waiter to bring in a new display stand. "Now, let's bring in the second piece." As she finished her words, two waiters wheeled in an exquisite mahogany display stand. As the red cloth was removed, an ancient tome shimmering with a dark golden glow was revealed. Embraced prominently were the words, "Thousand blades chasing souls, shadows splitting." The moment the tome appeared, many eyes turned towards it. These glances were filled with confusion, surprise, and even a hint of suspicion. The female host, donning special gloves, carefully held up the tome, saying, "Everyone here, I'm sure many of you have already guessed it. This second lot is a martial arts inheritance, and it's a legendary martial arts technique." At the mention of legendary martial arts technique, the audience erupted in another uproar. From the second and third floor private rooms, powerful auras emanated. Chao Xing sensed several familiar auras within. It was clear that this legendary combat skill had already captivated these powerful individuals. However, the hostess's next words cooled the heated atmosphere. However, this is a specialized combat skill. Only those who wield flying knives can learn and utilize it. Here, boos erupted from the audience. The restless atmosphere in the private rooms on the second and third floors also calmed down. After all, compared to the ever-popular sword, this shadow-based, and especially flying knife-based, combat skill was arguably less popular. When the hostess announced that the starting price for this combat skill was 200 million crowns, the reaction in the room was relatively subdued. In the end, this legendary combat skill was purchased for 600 million crowns by a mysterious expert in a private room on the third floor. Then, the third and final item appeared. This time, a giant khaki shield appeared. This shield, emanating a thick earth elemental aura, stood over 2 meters tall and was carried aloft by 4 sturdy attendants. The sheer size of the shield attracted considerable attention. The female host explained, As you can see, this is a giant shield of epic quality. And it's no ordinary standard equipment. This giant shield was crafted by the legendary blacksmith, Vim Anvil, who used a variety of rare materials in its forging. Not only does it possess incredible defensive power, it's also reinforced with the legendary colorful crystal. The cost alone exceeds 300 million crowns. Hearing this, many mercenaries on the scene were intrigued. As a symbol of knighthood and tankiness, the shield holds a position in this world almost on par with the sword and staff. However, this shield is unlike a traditional round shield. It's a standard tower shield. In other words, it can only be used by those specializing in defense, such as Brown. Xiaoxing glanced at the stats. Vim's Divine Great Shield, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 100. Armor, 41825 to 44,261, heavy armor. Indeed, as the female host had said, this great shield possesses astonishing defensive power, enhanced by colorful crystals. For epic equipment, it's already top tier. Xiaoxing whispered, Braum is the only shield guard in my territory right now. Furthermore, the shield of origin he holds is miles ahead of this Vim's Divine Great Shield. Shaking his head, he wasn't prepared to bid for the shield. However, just because Xiaoxing disdained this giant tower shield didn't mean others didn't. The host struck the hammer and announced, bidding begins now. The starting price is 400 million crowns. Each bid must be no less than 10 million crowns. Below, a group of burly men immediately began bidding fiercely. 420 million. Our Iron Tower mercenary group wants this. 450 million. This shield is perfect for our president. 500 million. I've saved all that money from hunting so many snow giants in the far north plains, and I've been waiting for today. As the price continued to climb, Xiaoxing noticed a bidding light in a private room on the 3rd floor. It seemed even legendary experts were interested in this top-grade shield. In the end, the Vim Divine Power Giant Shield sold for 2.2 billion crowns, a respectable price. When the female host finalized the bid, a sweet smile appeared on her face again. Now, let's move on to the 4th lot. This finale is something special. It's a secret medicine and a legendary one at that. Hearing this, everyone in the room brightened, even Xiaoxing and the others perked up. Chapter 779. Lu Muxua whispered, Axing, the auction of our secret medicine has begun. Xiaoxing smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, finally, it's my turn to bid. I wonder what price these 100 bottles of my secret medicine will fetch. Meanwhile, the guests below were already stirring. Legendary level secret potion. Did I hear correctly? Gods be damned. I've never seen a potion of this caliber in my life. Madam, could you please elaborate on the specific effects? Faced with the crowd's questions, the female host patiently explained, please be patient, everyone. According to our president's personal testing, this secret potion can increase the strength of a legendary level warrior by 30%, a hero level warrior by 40%, and a master level warrior by 50%. The effect lasts between 5 and 10 minutes. After a pause, she added, however, this secret potion only benefits strength-based warriors. It has significant side effects for other classes. That's why it's also called the Power Demon Elixir. The audience erupted in astonishment at the astonishing amplification effect. Before they could even begin to react in shock, the female host continued, and this time, there are a full 100 bottles available in a bundle. Hearing the mention of a full 100 bottles of legendary secret potion, waves of intense auras once again permeated the many private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. For these legendary masters, relics were undoubtedly valuable, but having already reached legendary status, such a breakthrough medium was no longer crucial. So, they didn't participate in the auction. And now, a secret medicine capable of increasing strength by 30% lay before them, a full 100 bottles in all. Almost everyone knew how valuable this secret medicine was to them. It was clear these powerful individuals were already eager to buy it. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, the female host slowly brought down the gavel. The starting price for these 100 bottles of secret medicine is 1 billion crowns, and each bid must be no less than 10 million crowns. Now, the bidding begins. As soon as she finished speaking, a resounding voice echoed from the 3rd floor private room. 1.5 billion crowns. This direct bid increase of 500 million shocked the entire audience. But the next second, fierce bidding erupted in the other private rooms. The numbers in the windows flashed frantically. 1.6 billion, 1.8 billion, 2 billion. The price climbed at an astonishing rate, surpassing the 2 billion mark in the blink of an eye, reaching the figure Leonard had predicted. Xiaoxing watched the frenzied bidding, his lips curling up unconsciously. It seems the value of these secret medicines is even higher than we imagined. Even Lu Mushua was delighted. After all, making money itself is a joyful thing. Those participating in the auction for this secret medicine were essentially the mysterious and powerful figures in the private rooms on the second and third floors. Clearly, these powerful figures wanted to secure all of the secret medicine, hoping to use it to boost their power in critical moments. And with a full 100 bottles, they could use this secret medicine freely on a regular basis. 2,100,000,000, 2,200,000,000, 2,300,000,000. When the price reached 2,500,000,000, it had completely exceeded Chao Xing and the others' expectations. At the same time, the upward trend in the bidding gradually slowed. Now, only private room 7 on the second floor and 11 on the third floor were competing. Furthermore, these two mysterious individuals increased the price by at least 50 million kronor each time they bid, as if they were determined to secure every last drop of this batch of secret medicine. The auctioneer's sweet voice echoed throughout the venue. Guest in box 11 on the third floor bids 2.6 billion kronor. Then, the window of box 7 on the second floor dimly lit up, revealing a staggering figure of 2.65 billion. Seeing this, the group of mercenaries murmured, "They're still bidding higher. It seems these two are really getting serious. Yeah, it's already 2.7 billion kronor. I don't think this batch of legendary potions is worth that much. What do you know? At their level, even a 10% increase in strength would cost far more than that. This secret medicine can boost strength by a full 30%, making it even more significant for these powerful individuals." That's right. If you can possess the power to turn defeat into victory at a crucial moment, any amount of money is worth it. The others agreed. At this moment, another mercenary, looking at the special private room on the second floor, said, "Have you noticed? The mysterious master in private room number 1 on the second floor hasn't made a move from the beginning to the end. Do you think he wait until the very end to intervene?" Hearing this, the other mercenaries' expressions shifted, their gazes simultaneously turning toward the window, solemn expressions in their eyes. After all, this individual had successfully secured what he wanted several times before. Especially for that relic, he offered a staggering price of 8 billion kronor. From this, it's clear that this individual's strength and background are beyond imagination. If this person were to bid, the price of these potions might reach a new peak. However, what they didn't know was that Chao Xing had put these potions up for auction himself. How could he possibly participate in the bidding? Amidst the discussion, the bid for these 100 bottles finally reached 3 billion kronor. The bidder was the mysterious and powerful individual in box 11 on the third floor. The person in box 7 on the second floor fell into a brief silence after seeing the other party's bid, seemingly debating whether to continue bidding. The sands of the magic hourglass slowly flowed. Chao Xing also noticed that the bidding was nearing its end. He thought to himself, should I bid too, and try to raise the price? After some thought, he quickly rejected the idea. After all, the price of these secret potions at 3 billion kronor was already beyond expectations. If he bid again at this point, and the mysterious and powerful individual on the third floor didn't continue bidding, that would be a big deal. It's crucial to know when to stop and be content. So, Chao Xing leaned back on a large wooden chair, awaiting the auction's results. Time ticked by, until the magic hourglass ran dry. The female host brought down the auction hammer. With a professional smile on her face, she said, "Let us congratulate the distinguished guest in box 11 on the third floor for successfully bidding on this batch of precious secret medicines for 3 billion. A sparse round of applause erupted from the audience. While the 3 billion price for these 100 bottles of secret medicine was impressive, it wasn't as shocking as the 8 billion that the previous relic fetched. Many eyes remained fixed on box 1 on the second floor, as if puzzled by the mysterious figure's lack of bids. After a pause, the hostess continued, "Next, we have our 5th grand finale, the second to last lot of this auction. Originally, it was presented as our most valuable lot, but a more valuable lot was added to the mix, so it moved to second place. As for what our grand finale is, I'm sure many of you here have heard the news." At this, the expressions of some mysterious figures in black cloaks below the venue shifted slightly. It was clear that they had heard the news released by the Great Axe mercenaries, and had come from all over the place specifically to compete for that legendary treasure. Those less powerful or less prestigious nobles, or mercenaries, still had no idea what the grand finale was. Confusion lingered in their eyes, and they whispered to each other. "What's the host talking about? Something about the ultimate grand prize, something Captain Giant Axe even announced personally. I don't know, but it sounds incredibly precious and rare, and so many powerful individuals have come all the way here. Indeed, it seems this ultimate prize has a significant origin. As the discussion continued, the guests' anticipation grew. At the same time, two snow fox maids wheeled an exquisite display cart onto the stage. The wheels hummed softly as they rolled across the ground, as if carrying something heavy. The female host said, "Before we unveil the ultimate prize, let me solemnly introduce you to the second highest prize item. It's equally precious, and comes from a renowned race on the southern continent, the dwarves. This hammer was forged by the renowned blacksmith, Grinder Frostbeard. It's called the Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence." Hearing this name, some of the guests looked thoughtful. Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. The name sounds familiar, but I just can't place it. Another mercenary said, "I haven't heard of this hammer's name, but I've heard of its forger, Grinder Frostbeard. He's said to be a legendary forger." "What? A legendary forger? Such a figure is rare even among the dwarves, right?" "Yes. How did his hammer end up here?" Just as everyone was puzzled, the female host continued, "Its hammerhead is a frozen Arctic heart, a pitch-black frost core encased in 1,000-year-old Arctic ice. It is said that equipment forged with this hammer will greatly enhance its ice power, transforming it into a complete new weapon." After a pause, she emphasized, "Most importantly, this hammer is of legendary quality." As she finished, the snow fox maid next to her peeled back the red cloth from the display cart with an elegant and solemn gesture. Suddenly, a frosty blue hammer, seemingly forged from millennia-old black ice and encased in a jet-black black ice, suddenly appeared. An intense chill instantly swept through the entire room, causing the temperature to drop below -50 degrees Celsius. When the hammer's true form was revealed, a brief silence fell, as if even breathing had frozen. Then, a frenzy of exclamations erupted. The mercenaries exclaimed in disbelief, "A legendary holy hammer? Did I hear correctly? How is this possible? This is outrageous. A legendary item has appeared. I've attended so many auctions, but I've never encountered anything like it. And it's a forging hammer, a rare item. I wonder how many legendary blacksmiths would be willing to give away their entire fortune just to get one. How could anyone be willing to put such a precious item up for auction? It's unbelievable." Not only the audience below, but even the mysterious figures in the private rooms were stunned. Powerful auras erupted, their gazes fixed on the forging hammer on the stage, emitting a chilling aura. Even Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and the others were filled with intense shock. Chao Xing exclaimed in amazement, "This giant axe mercenary group is truly outrageous. Even putting a legendary forging hammer up for auction. If word gets out, I wonder how many master blacksmiths, even legendary blacksmiths, will flock to the auction." Lu Muxue nodded in agreement. At this moment, Bai Ji, standing nearby, said in a cold voice, "I think they probably don't dare spread the news. For those blacksmiths, the hammer they hold is their most precious item, comparable to their lives, and they absolutely cannot afford to lose it. As the host said, a legendary hammer is almost a treasure of their tribe. Furthermore, this hammer comes from that powerful race, the dwarves. If they knew their sacred artifact was lost, they might cross a continent to hunt it down." Chao Xing nodded slightly, agreeing that Baiji's words made sense. This also prompted a new question. How did the great axe mercenaries manage to cross a continent and acquire this legendary forging hammer from the dwarves? You have to remember that, despite the system update lifting the map restrictions on this world, survivors can freely explore anywhere, including traveling to different continents. But so far, the number of survivors who have traveled to other continents is extremely small. Even Chao Xing lacks the ability, or perhaps the time, to travel to other continents. How could a single legendary figure from the great axe mercenaries accomplish this? Thinking of this, Chao Xing glanced toward the back of the booth and whispered, "I guess I have to ask Leonard about this after the auction ends. How did they acquire this legendary forging hammer?" He silently made up his mind. Standing nearby, Lu Muxue frowned slightly, seeming somewhat puzzled. She asked softly, "Ah Xing, have you noticed something?" What's that?" Chao Xing turned and looked. Lu Muxue continued, "While the two golems we're auctioning off to the great axe mercenaries are valuable, their value shouldn't be comparable to this legendary forging hammer. Why did the great axe mercenaries consider our golems the most valuable items, even more valuable than this forging hammer?" Chao Xing frowned slightly, for even he found it quite strange. As Lu Muxue had said, the golems' value lay in their significance to the great powers. By comparison, a heroic-level golem couldn't possibly compare to a legendary equipment box. At this moment, the female host spoke, answering their questions. "Dear guests, please be patient. Before the auction of this forging hammer officially begins, there are some precautions I need to explain in advance. After I've explained them, you can decide whether or not to bid." The incessant chatter below gradually quieted. They all raised their heads, their gaze fixed on the exhibition stand. The female host exhaled softly and said, "I believe you all understand that a legendary forging hammer is so valuable that it could almost be considered a clan treasure. Even a powerful tribe, like the dwarves, possess few such sacred artifacts. So, upon learning that their sacred hammer is missing, they might send powerful dwarven warriors to recover it." Many people had already guessed at this potential danger. The female host was quite conscientious in upfrontly explaining the stakes involved in bidding for this forging hammer. After a pause, she continued, "What I just said was only the first point. There's another point to note, and it's the most important one. That is, any piece of legendary equipment is soul-bound to its wielder. Until the previous bound owner is completely gone, it will only recognize the power of its original owner, and no one else can use it. And that legendary forger, Grinder Frostbeard, is still alive. So, this Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence is still bound, and even if you bid for it, you can't use it." When she finished her explanation, everyone in the room was stunned. The heated atmosphere instantly cooled, and disappointment crossed many faces. The mercenaries said regretfully, "I see. I was wondering why the Great Axe mercenaries would auction off such a precious legendary hammer. Turns out the original owner is still alive. What a shame. Such a shame. An unusable legendary item is worth less than a piece of scrap metal. Yes, no wonder this forging hammer couldn't become the top lot." Just as everyone lamented the unusable existence of this legendary forging hammer, another figure, wearing a silver mask and whose face couldn't be seen, sneered. He said sinisterly, "You're mistaken. Although this forging hammer is unusable, it still holds immense value. You know, the materials used to forge legendary equipment are all rare treasures. We can completely destroy this forging hammer first, then extract the core material, and use it to craft other weapons or equipment. If we find a forger with equally exceptional forging skills, we might even be able to forge a brand new piece of legendary equipment." At these words, the holy forging hammer on the stage, emitting a strong chill, emitted a low humming sound. Bursts of cold air erupted, as if resisting the proposal. Icy mist surged like waves, even the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. However, it was ultimately just a tool. While possessing a faint sense of intelligence, it could do nothing. And in the conference hall below, muffled discussions continued. Although this person's proposal sounded somewhat wasteful, it did indeed tempt many people. At this moment, another mysterious figure, wearing black leather armor and a dagger at his waist, chuckled sinisterly. "Hee. There's one more important thing you shouldn't forget. This legendary forging hammer was forged by those proud dwarves. If they knew their sacred relic had landed in the western continent, they would surely send people to search for it. Those who are confident in their abilities can take a picture of it. Then, maybe you can negotiate a good price with the dwarves, or even make a killing." The expressions of many in the meeting hall shifted slightly at this proposal. Even in the private rooms, faint ripples of movement could be heard. The two men's chorus subtly livened up the atmosphere. Chapter 780. The two men's chorus of support subtly livened up the auction. The female host stood on the stage, taking in the crowd's reactions, a professional smile still on her face. After a moment's wait, she gracefully raised the hammer. Now, the auction for the Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence officially begins. The starting bid is 1 billion, and each increment must be no less than 50 million. With the resounding sound of the hammer, compared to the lively atmosphere surrounding the previous finale items, this auction seemed to fall into an eerie silence. No one bid, seemingly observing and contemplating something. For a moment, the vast auction hall was utterly silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. The magic hourglass on the stage quietly dripped fine sand. And so, half a minute passed. The female host's smile remained undimmed, for she knew that someone would definitely bid for this precious, legendary forging hammer. Even if it were bought as a collectible, it would surely go unsold. The current situation was simply because no one wanted to be the first to bid. She said calmly, 10 seconds remain. If no one bids, this precious legendary equipment will unfortunately go unsold. At this, the crowd below finally stirred slightly. A slight commotion rose in the corner. Some people whispered, others fiddled with their number plates, as if weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, from the shadows of the last row, a mysterious black-robed figure suddenly raised his number plate. A hoarse voice emanated from beneath his hood. "Let me try. I'm just about to forge a handy weapon. The frost core on this hammer looks good. It could be used to craft a core orb for a staff." As the man finished speaking, the hammer on the display began to hum softly again. The icy hammer trembled slightly, as if foreseeing its impending horrific fate. However, the first bid immediately triggered a chain reaction, with many others following suit. A burly mercenary said, 1.1 billion. I want this hammer for my collection. Hearing this, a powerful figure wielding a greatsword nearby unhesitatingly chided him. Campbell, you're such a complete idiot, and yet you're collecting it. I think you're planning on reselling it. Hee, I won't let you get away with it. I offer 1.5 billion crowns. The two men seemed to have a grudge, and the burly mercenary glared at him, as if ready to explode. But as his gaze fell on the back of the display, a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and his rage was suppressed. This is the Great Axe Mercenary Group's base. No one is allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Great Axe leader, the legendary powerhouse. The female host smiled gently and said, guest number 47 bids 1.5 billion. Is there anyone who can offer more? As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of bids rang out. I offer 1.7 billion. 1.8 billion. I take 2 billion. The price began to rise at an alarming rate, and even those who had been waiting to see what happened began to join the fray. After all, even if this legendary forging hammer was unusable, its value was still immeasurable. It's worth many people breaking the bank to buy it. However, when the bid reached the 3 billion mark, the upward trend began to slow again. This was evident from the previous auction for the relic. These mercenaries and nobles all had approximately 3 billion in liquid funds. Perhaps they also had many valuable assets, such as territories, magical mines, and family treasures. But they wouldn't risk everything for a piece of unusable legendary equipment. It could be said that as long as the mysterious beings on the second and third floors didn't make a move, the price would have almost reached its peak. The one who offered 3 billion was a seemingly young mercenary. He held up his sign, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. He seemed to have already seen himself taking possession of the forging hammer. However, before his excitement could last long, the next scene shattered his fantasy. A light shone from the window of box 14 on the third floor. 3.1 billion. When this number appeared, the bidder in the venue froze in place. A conflicted look crossed his eyes, as if hesitating whether to continue bidding. However, before the bidder on the first floor could react, a number lit up in another private room on the third floor. 3.2 billion. Soon after, numbers lit up in the other private rooms. 3.25 billion. 3.3 billion. 3.5 billion. The bidders in these private rooms were equally frantic. In the blink of an eye, the bid reached 5 billion. The one who had bid the highest price was a mysterious and powerful figure in private room number 6 on the second floor. Below, hundreds of eyes peered at the one-way window of that private room, seemingly trying to guess the identity of the bidder. At this price, it was practically at the market's limit. Even the mysterious masters in the boxes stopped bidding. If it were a working legendary weapon, even 50 billion wouldn't be enough to buy it, let alone 5 billion. But this thing was ultimately a hot potato, with a high probability of only two outcomes. Either it would be destroyed, and its core materials incorporated into other equipment, or it would be found by the dwarves and recovered. Time ticked by. The mercenaries whispered among themselves. 5 billion is about the limit, right? Yeah, any higher would be insane. In my opinion, this thing is worth only 3 billion kronor at most. Whoever spent that much on it, what a fool. Before the man finished speaking, another mercenary quickly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. These beings above are not something you can afford to provoke. Hearing this, the mercenary quickly shut up, a look of fear in his eyes. Just when everyone thought the item was about to fall into the hands of the seller in box 6, another number flashed in the window of box 1 on the second floor. 6 billion, directly surpassing the 10 billion price paid for box 6. The room erupted in an uproar. Some guests suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's that mysterious and powerful figure in box 1. He's made another move. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. He's truly bold. He spent 8 billion on that relic, and now he's spending another 6 billion on a collectible. At this point, a young man dressed in aristocratic attire couldn't help but sneer. That's not bold at all, that's just foolishness with too much money and nowhere to spend it. Upon hearing this, a woman wearing a silver mask nearby said coldly, don't say such things. What if this mysterious expert has a use for it? Use it? What use? The nobleman curled his lips in disdain. Is he going to the southern continent to kill that legendary blacksmith? I think he's lost his mind. However, before he could finish his words, a vast aura erupted from the exhibition hall backstage. The terrifying pressure suddenly appeared like a giant mountain, bearing down on the young noble. Crack, crack! With a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, the young noble's legs instantly buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Ah! A sharp scream echoed throughout the venue. Everyone turned their gaze. They saw the young man kneeling on the ground, his face pale and contorted in agony. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the excruciating pain, and said, "Damn it! Who dares to lay a hand on me? I make you pay." Everyone was speechless, stunned by his sudden change of heart. At that moment, a faint voice rang out from behind the booth. "You must not humiliate the guests of our great axe mercenary group on my territory. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." The cold murderous intent in the voice sent a chill down the spine of the young noble and the other guests, for they all knew the speaker's identity. The great axe mercenary group leader, the mastermind behind this black market, a terrifying figure with legendary combat power. After the shock, everyone's hearts were filled with even greater shock. This powerful legendary figure had actually attacked this young noble simply because he had spoken rudely to the guests on the second floor. As previously mentioned, anyone who could attend this auction, even those on the first floor, possessed exceptionally strong backgrounds and considerable power. Yet, the other parties showed no hesitation, seemingly completely ignoring the noble's alleged background. This made them wonder, what was the identity of the mysterious figure in box 1 on the second floor that warranted such protection from the great axe leader? At this moment, the young noble, kneeling on the ground, continued to grit his teeth, saying, "My father is the Duke of Corona. How dare you?" Before he could finish, a faint voice echoed, "No matter who your father is, you must abide by the rules in my great axe territory. However, considering this is your first offense, I forgive your ignorance. Take him away." With that, two burly mercenaries emerged from a corner and dragged the ignorant noble away like a chicken. Throughout the entire process, the venue was utterly silent, everyone stunned by this thunderous move. And on the stage, the female host remained calm and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the price of private room number 1 on the second floor has already reached a staggering 6 billion. Anyone wish to bid further?" At this, the auction hall fell into a brief silence. 20 seconds passed, and still no one bid. After all, after the recent incident, they were even more wary of the mysterious existence of that private room, and no one dared to bid rashly. The female host slowly raised the gavel. "If no one bids in 10 seconds, this legendary forging hammer will belong to Chao Xing." Time slipped. Just as the magic hourglass held only 5 seconds left, an astonishing figure once again lit up the window of box 6 on the second floor. 7 billion crowns. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue erupted again. Gods be damned. They've caught up again. This guy in box 6 doesn't seem to be afraid of box 1 status. Of course, those who could enter the boxes on the second and third floors are no ordinary people. Looking at the two of them, they both seem eager to bid for this forging hammer. Something exciting is about to happen. Hundreds of eyes flickered back and forth between box 6 and box 1, as if they could sense the invisible clash between these two mysterious and powerful figures. As for the noble who had just been dragged out, they were forgotten in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the box where Chao Xing was, Lu Muxue frowned slightly and asked, "Ah Xing, should we continue?" Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Follow, of course. After all, this is a legendary forging hammer. As long as I can buy it with crowns, it's worth any price." As mentioned before, every piece of legendary equipment is unique, and some powerful legendary equipment is priceless. Treasures of this level are rarely traded unless they are exchanged for items of equal value. And now, because the forging hammer is bound to its original owner's soul, it has become an unusable collectible, which is why it is appearing at the auction. However, Chao Xing had forcibly removed the soul-binding effects of some legendary equipment more than once before. In other words, once this forging hammer fell into his hands, he would surely be able to remove the bindings in the future. Chao Xing said cheerfully, "It just so happens. After becoming a legendary blacksmith, Harold still needs a handy hammer." Lu Muxue replied, "Okay, then we add another 10 billion. The next moment, the astonishing figure of 8 billion appeared again on the window of box 1 on the second floor. The guest's eyes flashed with intense disbelief. Because this figure already reached the price of the first, grand finale, the legendary relic. "This is insane! Another 8 billion kronor." A noble lady in an elegant gown exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand. "This mysterious master has spent nearly 17 billion kronor since the first item. Yes, this person's background is truly unfathomable. I wonder if the person in box 6 will continue to follow." Everyone held their breath, as if waiting for the confrontation to escalate. A moment later, numbers flickered again on the window of box 6. 9 billion. This number resonated through the venue like a thunderclap. They actually caught up. Amazing. This distinguished guest in box 6 has quite the background. This completely surpasses the value of that relic. Yes, the powerful individual in box 1 must be feeling the pressure too. A heated discussion ensued, speculating whether the price for box 1 would continue to rise. Inside the box, Lu Muxua turned to look at Chao Xing, a questioning look in her eyes. Chao Xing said directly, "Continue, up to 10 billion. His voice was remarkably calm, as if 10 billion meant nothing to him. In fact, after knowing the value of the legendary secret medicine he possessed, 10 billion seemed like a small sum to him. Based on the minimum price of 20 million per bottle, 1,000 bottles would be worth 20 billion. If you add in the ones Francesca had recently refined, there would easily be 1 or 2,000 bottles of the secret medicine, with a value reaching tens of billions of crowns. So, with such strong financial support, he was determined to obtain this legendary forging hammer." Lu Muxua nodded slightly. "Okay, Ah Xing." Her slender fingers began to gracefully glide across the crystal. Then, a figure that took the audience's breath away suddenly appeared. 10 billion crowns. When this number appeared, the venue fell into a long silence. For more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. Their eyes darted between the two private rooms, their expressions filled with shock and awe. A clash of such powerful individuals, even if it was merely a contest of financial resources, left them breathless. The magic hourglass ticked slowly. 25 seconds had passed, and the deadline was about to expire. Still no movement from private room 6, seemingly abandoning the auction. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final result. When the 30 seconds were up, the female host took a deep breath and gently brought down the hammer. "Let us congratulate this distinguished guest from private room 1 on the 2nd floor for winning this precious dwarven relic. The Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. This price is enough to rank in the top 10 of all the auctions held by our Great Axe mercenary group." The audience erupted in thunderous applause, mingled with resounding cheers, and this legendary forging hammer had also been secured by Chao Xing. In the private room, a delighted smile crossed Lu Muxua's face. "Great Xing! Mr. Harold will surely be delighted to hear this news." Even Bai Ji, standing nearby, showed a hint of surprise, marveling at Chao Xing's immense power. After all, spending 10 billion kronor directly was still quite astonishing. At this moment, a smile curved Chao Xing's lips. "Not bad. This way, 2 of the 6 top lots were won by me, and the other 2 were also commissioned by me to Great Axe Auction. In other words, most of the top lots are related to me." Thinking of this, he nodded again with satisfaction. Below, the female host calmed herself down and continued, "Next, we have the final item of this auction, the one our president has deemed the most valuable." The previously noisy venue instantly quieted down upon hearing this. Many eyes turned to the woman on the stage, their gazes filled with intense curiosity and desire. After all, the host had already mentioned that this item was a last-minute addition, and had even relegated the legendary forging hammer to the second-to-last spot. Add to that the hype generated by the Great Axe mercenaries, and everyone's anticipation had already risen immensely. They asked impatiently, "Beautiful lady, please show us what this rare and priceless treasure is." "Yes, we've been waiting for a long time." "What exactly is it? Let us open your eyes." The female host smiled faintly. "Please be patient, everyone. Due to the enormous size of this item, its display will require some time to prepare. Also, once the item is displayed, please refrain from any undue behavior." She then took a few steps back. Where she had been standing, 2 circular magic circles over 3 meters in diameter suddenly appeared. Complex runes appeared on the ground, emitting a strong blue glow. Boom! A series of intense vibrations echoed, as if something enormous was about to rise from the earth. The chandelier in the auction hall swayed violently, and the entire building shook violently. As the shaking intensified, the guests below had to cling to the armrests of their chairs or other supports to maintain their balance. Chapter 781. As they stared in disbelief, they suddenly saw 2 massive metal heads gradually rise from the center of the stage. Their cold metal faces were inlaid with 2 magical eyes emitting a faint blue glow, sending a chill down their spines. Then appeared an oval-shaped body, its limbs covered in magical patterns. Finally, 2 colossal golems, over 10 meters tall, their bodies gleaming with a dark blue metallic sheen, their chests inlaid with a massive crystal, loomed large in the center of the stage. In the first floor meeting room, everyone gaped in disbelief, their mouths wide open. Am I seeing things? These are those terrifying golems from the ruins. How could they appear here? Oh my god. The aura of these two golems is definitely no less than heroic level. If they lose control, they slaughter most of the people here. A young noble exclaimed, "What terrifying mechanical monsters. They're like moving war machines. If only I could control them." At this point, his eyes flickered with fear and greed. Compared to the shock and panic of the people on the first floor, the terrifying aura in the private rooms on the second and third floors erupted almost undisguisedly. Ha ha ha. They're complete heroic level golems indeed. I'm taking these too. A gruff voice boomed from a private room on the third floor. It sounded like thunder. Hee hee. It's too early to say that now. Another cold voice echoed from the box across the way, its tone also filled with intense desire. Click, click, the golem is mine. A mechanical sound like the turning of gears came. It was clear that the vast majority of these legendary masters had come solely for the two golems. Over a dozen powerful mental energies intersected and collided above the auction hall, a suffocating pressure thickening the air. In the first floor meeting room, mercenaries, nobles, and merchants all paled under the pressure of the auras of over a dozen legendary masters, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They seemed poised to faint. In the booth, the female host in a red gown collapsed to the ground, her gorgeous gown falling apart, revealing a pair of slender, fair legs. However, no one had the heart to admire this erotic scene. They were all straining their wits against the terrifying mental pressure, even breathing becoming difficult. Until then, a deep, commanding voice echoed from the back of the exhibition hall. "Everyone, please bid politely. I reiterate, this is my great access territory. Any unruly behavior or disruption of order is prohibited at the auction." The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if echoing directly in their minds. The terrifying aura gradually receded. The mental pressure that enveloped the entire auction hall also dissipated. The guests on the first floor gasped in relief, their eyes filled with fear, and many were wiping sweat from their foreheads. Clearly, they had not expected the mere appearance of these two golems to provoke such a violent reaction from these legendary masters. Some mercenaries murmured, "Oh my god. What are these masters doing? No matter how precious these golems are, they shouldn't cause them to lose their composure like this, right?" Yes. These powerful warriors already possess legendary combat power, so why are they so obsessed with heroic level golems, even going so far as to fight over them? Many people in the audience were bewildered, deeply puzzled. At this moment, someone with inside knowledge explained the significance of these two golems to these legendary warriors. The guests' eyes lit up with sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. It's incredible. These heroic level golems actually hold such crucial strategic significance. Yes. Whoever can crack the technology first will gain control of the golem army. No wonder these powerful figures are so anxious. Goodness. No wonder these two golems are the finale items. Their value truly surpasses that unusable legendary equipment. Indeed. As the discussion continued, a new question surfaced in everyone's minds. So such a precious golem, and one that attracted so many legendary powerhouses? What staggering price would it fetch? 10 billion? 50 billion? Or, even more terrifying, 100 billion? The thought made everyone present gasp. Several businessmen in the front row began calculating their net worth, only to shake their heads with a wry smile. An auction of this magnitude was no longer something they could participate in. At this moment, the female host had already risen from the ground. She first adjusted her dress, forced a professional smile, and gradually regained her composure. "Thank you all for your cooperation. I believe you all understand the significance and value of these two heroic golems, and many distinguished guests are eager to participate in the auction. But," she paused. Then she continued, "but before the auction officially begins, we have a special note. Because the distinguished guest who sent the bid specifically requested that he not use crowns, but only a more advanced resource, divine power fragments. So, this auction requires divine power fragments as payment." The entire audience erupted in an uproar upon hearing this, and a fluctuating aura emanated from the private rooms. Clearly, it wasn't just the mercenaries and nobles on the first floor who were surprised. Even the mysterious legendary masters in the private rooms on the second and third floors were deeply surprised. In the first floor venue, most of the mercenaries and nobles exchanged bewildered glances. Divine power fragments? What are those? I don't know. Is it some kind of special gem? A young mercenary asked, scratching his head. No, I think it's more like some kind of energy crystal. His companion frowned and speculated. At this moment, a mysterious figure draped in a black robe scoffed, "What an ignorant bunch. You don't even know what a divine power fragment is. Hearing this, the mercenaries' faces froze, then blushed. Who are you calling ignorant? That's right. Why are you pretending? If you knew, tell me what this thing is. The figure sneered again, then said with a certain smugness, of course I know. When heroes reach the legendary level, they awaken a special power. This power has extremely powerful effects. It can not only be used to enhance the explosiveness of their combat skills, but can also be applied in various ways. That's why it's called divine power. When the divine power within legendary experts accumulates to a certain level, it can be transformed into a divine power fragment. This fragment has a wide range of uses for legendary experts, equivalent to a high-level currency and resource. After hearing this person's explanation, the faces of those around him brightened with realization. So that's how it is. After reaching the legendary realm, one can actually master this miraculous power. Indeed, it's amazing. No wonder the guests on the second and third floors were so excited when they heard they needed divine power fragments. So, the person consigning these two golems must also be a legendary expert? Most likely. Apart from experts of this caliber, no one else could obtain such precious golems. Compared to the heated discussions in the lobby on the first floor, in the private rooms on the second and third floors, a group of mysterious experts wore thoughtful expressions. Trading with divine power fragments. This mysterious consigner really knows how to choose the right time. In the private room on the third floor, a gloomy old man spoke slowly. Elsewhere, a powerful figure in a gray-white coat snorted, "Humph. I brought so many crowns this time, but I didn't dare take any of the things I seen earlier, all for these two golems. And they actually want divine power fragments? This great axe mercenary group is truly shameless. They didn't spread the news sooner, only revealing it at the last minute." In another private room, a woman in a regal purple robe chuckled, "Haha. Luckily I brought quite a few divine power fragments before I left this time. Looks like I have a good chance of winning a golem." The female host at the booth below, seeing the atmosphere building, cleared her throat and said, "Next, the golem auction will begin. However, since there are two of these precious golems, they will be split into two separate auctions. First, let's start with the first one, the one on the left, the Pack 7000. In addition to its immense combat power, it also possesses a magical fortress energy core that can regenerate itself by consuming energy. In other words, if you win it, all you need to do is provide it with sufficient energy, and you have a practically immortal iron guard that faithfully executes all your commands." Hearing this, everyone in the room turned their gaze towards the towering golem. The crystal core on the golem's chest glowed a dangerous red, as if responding to the host's introduction. Atop its metal head, a pair of gleaming blue eyes darted back and forth, restoring the nobles and merchants, filling them with a sense of deadly danger. Even the more timid ones couldn't help but take a half step back. Being stared at by it was no less terrifying than being locked in the sight of a steel beast. It instilled a sense of dread. A merchant took a few deep breaths, suppressing his fear. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a terrifying golem! If only the Chamber of Commerce could buy one and use it as a guard. From now on, when our caravans travel across the continent, we won't have to worry about bandits and monsters anymore." Another noble whispered, "If we could get one of these golems back, with its formidable combat power, it would solidify my position within the family. Then, I will restore the glory of the Kessis family." Everyone's eyes flickered with longing, but it quickly dimmed. They all knew that a treasure of this caliber was simply beyond their reach. The female host's voice continued, "The starting bid for the first stage is 10 divine power fragments. Each bid must be no less than 1 divine power fragment. Now, the auction officially begins." A moment of silence fell upon the room. This silence wasn't due to a lack of bids, but rather the calm before the storm. Everyone could sense the tension in the air. In private room number 1 on the second floor, Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and Bai Ji were also quietly waiting. The magical barrier within the private room blocked out the outside noise, allowing only the auctioneer's voice to be heard clearly. At this point, Lu Muxue couldn't help but ask curiously, "Axing, what do you think the price of these two golems for divine power fragments would be?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "Probably between 80 and 100. He had previously speculated during his exploration of the ruins that the first few golems of this type would fetch the highest price. Once the technology for these golems was cracked and mass production began, the price would inevitably drop significantly. Trying to trade these golems for a large number of divine power fragments would be impossible. After all, divine power fragments were incredibly valuable to these legendary powerhouses. 100 pieces was no small sum. Only those with deep and profound backgrounds could afford them. That was why he estimated the price wouldn't exceed this range. Of course, selling for 100 divine power fragments was already quite impressive. Remember, Chao Xing's entire fortune now only amounted to less than 100, and that was accumulated through completing several major events. If both golems could be sold for such a staggering price, he'd be rich. At least, the divine power fragments needed for one of the people in the territory to reach demigod status would be available. Thinking of this, Chao Xing sighed inwardly. What a shame this trade can't continue forever. Otherwise, relying solely on these golems from the ruins, I could become wealthy and achieve divine power fragment freedom. Of course, if these forces still didn't have the technology to crack the golems after bidding them off, Chao Xing could continue selling the golems from the ruins for divine power fragments. It just might not be as high a price as this time. Hearing this, Lu Muxuan nodded thoughtfully. Then, they continued to wait with anticipation. After a full 15 seconds, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Until the host said, 15 seconds left, this precious item will go unsold. Dear guests, please hurry. As soon as she finished speaking, a number lit up in the window of a private room on the 3rd floor, as if unable to resist. 15. Seeing this, the host took the lead and said, the distinguished guest in private room 8 on the 3rd floor has bid 15 divine power fragments. Is there anyone who can offer more? The next moment, a number also lit up in private room 9 on the 2nd floor. 20. This bid directly increased the price by 5 divine power fragments. The bidder seemed determined to win. A low murmur suddenly erupted in the venue, and everyone realized that the mysterious masters were about to make their move. Sure enough, as the masters in these 2 rooms placed their bids, numbers began to light up in the other rooms. 25. 30. 40. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 50, and continued its terrifying upward trend. In just a dozen seconds, at least half of the masters in the rooms had already placed their bids. The current bid price had reached a full 90 divine power fragments. This price exceeded Chao Xing's lowest expectations. The others in the venue were also stunned. By now, they all knew the power and preciousness of the divine power fragments. They were precious resources that legendary masters had expended immense time and effort to assemble, equivalent to their very foundation. And the fact that these masters had suddenly offered so many fragments in a fight for the golem was truly astonishing. The hostess' voice grew slightly excited. The distinguished guest in box 5, on the 2nd floor, has bid 90 divine power fragments. Is there anyone who can offer more? A brief silence fell again, and time slowly slipped away. After about 20 seconds, the deadline for the transaction was about to be reached. Chao Xing murmured, it seems this price has almost reached its limit. As he had expected, the transaction price was between 80 and 100 divine power fragments. Of course, this price was already very good. Even if the transaction was completed now, he would have already made a huge profit. After all, this golem was found in the ruins, and its creator was the Azura civilization. Chao Xing didn't pay anything during the entire process, merely allowing Tong Chu Chu to use mechanical transformation once. This truly translates to a profit for nothing. Just as the female host's gavel was about to fall, a number lit up in the window of another private room. 100 divine power fragments. Everyone was slightly stunned by this. It seemed they hadn't expected someone to offer a higher price. The person who had originally bid 90 fragments, upon seeing someone undercut their bid, suddenly erupted with a cold and powerful aura. A hoarse voice rang out, 100 divine power fragments. Are you crazy? While this golem is precious, the technology it embodies is too ancient. No one can guarantee it can be cracked in a short time. You lose everything. At these words, a terrifying and dangerous aura emanated from the private room on the 3rd floor. What's your business? I've got this golem. If you're brave enough, keep bidding. His voice carried the distinct hum of machinery, as shrill as the whirring of gears. The entire room fell silent at this mysterious being's forceful retort. They vaguely anticipated another fierce exchange. In the 2nd floor private room, the being publicly rebuked paused for a moment before suddenly letting out a sarcastic laugh. Heh. I was wondering who it was. It turns out it's you, half human, half ghost. Hundreds of years ago, I heard someone, in pursuit of so-called immortality, willingly gave up their physical strength and transformed themselves into a machine. But because the transformation failed, they became a half-human, half-machine monster, unable even to manage their own lives. Now they can only hide in that underground city all day, conducting some shameful research. Chapter 782. Everyone in the 1st floor meeting room was stunned by this revelation. This was the first time they had heard such a secret. The mercenaries whispered, transforming the human body into machinery? How insane. Yeah, no wonder he failed. I've never heard of anyone succeeding at something like this. Keep your voice down. This person doesn't look easy to get along with. Everyone fell silent, their eyes flickering between the windows of the two private rooms. The man in the third-floor private room didn't seem angry at the public revelation. Instead, he let out a mechanical laugh. Burger, what does a fool like you know? The power of the human body has its limits. Even if you're a legend or a demigod, you eventually decay and die. Only the eternal nature of machinery is the truth. Someday, when you're all dying of old age, and see me still alive and kicking, you realize how foolish you were today. His tone was filled with overwhelming confidence, as if he could already see the day of his own success. After a pause, his voice turned icy cold. Bet R, if you're not convinced, make your bid. The same goes for everyone else. If you want it, just bid. No matter what price you offer, I'd beat it. No one can take this golem from me. As his words fell, a series of metallic grinding sounds rang out. Everyone could hear the determination of this being. He was determined to single-handedly challenge the might of all the legendary warriors on the field. One could only marvel at his madness and immense confidence. However, the legendary experts present were either from various factions or established veterans, each possessing profound backgrounds. Naturally, they wouldn't easily withdraw from the competition simply because of the other party's words. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out from another private room on the third floor. Arturo, I meet you. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling number lit up in the window of this private room. 110 divine power fragments. Before they could even react with surprise, the mysterious cyborg snorted coldly and continued to raise the price without hesitation. 120 divine power fragments, followed by a hearty laugh from another private room. Haha, the competition is so fierce. I'm joining in the fun too. A number lit up in the window. 130 divine power fragments, and the cyborg followed suit almost without hesitation. 140 divine power fragments, as this person had said, no matter who offered, he would outbid them. Not to be outdone, the other legendary masters each offered an outrageous price. After several rounds of bidding, this mechanic had reached a staggering price of 180 divine power fragments. The entire venue fell silent again, with only the mechanic's voice audible. Anyone else want to bid? I keep you company. This time, even the private rooms on the second and third floors fell silent. Clearly, the opponent's strength was putting immense pressure on the masters. From private room number 3 on the second floor, a powerful voice boomed. For this golem, a staggering 180 divine power fragments have been offered. Even for legendary warriors like us, it takes a long time to accumulate this much. Arturo, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Hearing this, the mechanical modifier snorted coldly. What should I be afraid of? Once this modification is complete, I will have an infinite lifespan. By then, even 180, let alone 180, divine power fragments will be just a matter of time for me. Hearing his answer, everyone fell silent again. In box 1, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua's faces were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Neither of them had expected the first golem to fetch such a staggering price. It had completely exceeded their most optimistic expectations. Chao Xing tapped his fingers on the armrest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Great, great! I actually got 180 divine power fragments. That's beyond my expectations. If the second machine can fetch another 150, then I've netted over 300 divine power fragments from this auction. Add to that the remaining fragments I have, and the total will definitely exceed 400. With this, the 5,000 divine power points needed for Melanina to attain demigod power are within reach. You have to know that Melanina's attainment of demigod power is of great significance to him, even surpassing other legendary power holders in achieving demigod status. Primarily, this Valkyrie only needs to enter a near-death state and then activate her second form to instantly attain a power level that leaps a major level. She doesn't need to absorb divine power to strengthen her divinity and ignite the divine fire like other legendary power holders before achieving demigod status. Furthermore, other powerful individuals face the possibility of failure during their breakthrough. On the other hand, Melanina only needs sufficient divine power to reach the demigod realm with a 100% certainty. With eternal power, she can infinitely activate her second form. Most importantly, she doesn't yet have the divine fire, and without the divine fire, Melanina won't be coveted by the mysterious fire thief. This, in turn, will greatly increase the success rate of his upcoming plan. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes wandered between the private rooms, a tinge of anticipation rising in his heart. Inside the venue, the female host's sweet voice rang out. The distinguished guest in private room 4 on the 3rd floor has already bid 180 divine power fragments. Is there anyone who can surpass that? Faced with this staggering figure, more than 10 seconds passed without a response. This mechanical modder was truly arrogant. Seeing no one speak, he continued his provocation. Idiot from the kingdom of Bologna, are you going to raise your bid further? A metallic voice rang through the window, tinged with clear sarcasm. In response to his provocation, the being who had initially revealed his identity unleashed a powerful aura. Like a suppressed volcano about to erupt. Boom! Everyone in the conference hall felt a tightness in their hearts, as if a 1,000-pound boulder were pressing down on their chests. And then, a faint aura emanated from the back of the venue. The mysterious and powerful being snorted coldly. Finally, he suppressed the aura. Seeing no response, the cyborg laughed triumphantly. Crack, crack. The laughter was like the grinding of rusty gears, sharp and piercing. The idiots from the kingdom of Bologna don't dare raise the price anymore. Is anyone still willing to compete with me? We're all veteran legends. You don't even have 200 divine power fragments, do you? Below, everyone stared at the 3rd floor window with strange expressions. Even though no one else wanted to compete with him anymore, he kept on provoking him. If it weren't for this person's unique identity, they have suspected he was a hired shill for the Great Axe mercenary group. Chao Xing, on the other hand, gazed at the window with admiration. Not bad, this guy is quite interesting. You better keep raising the price. Get it up to 200 divine power fragments. Just as he was sighing at the cyborg's wit, he unexpectedly changed the subject, his gaze fixed on the box where Chao Xing was. Hey, guy in box 1, do you want to play with me? You were so strong in the previous auction. You must have quite a rich background, right? Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression froze in the box. Nearby, Lu Muxua and Bai Ji covered their faces with their hands and chuckled softly. They hadn't expected that Chao Xing would be praising him one moment, only to have the other person turn on him the next. Chao Xing's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, this guy. He's really not afraid of getting beaten up. He teased everyone. But in the end, Chao Xing remained silent. Down below, the others' expressions were even more puzzling. They whispered, this guy is truly insane. He actually took the initiative to provoke the guy in box 1. Yeah. He's a complete lunatic. But the guy in box 1 didn't say anything, apparently unwilling to continue the argument. Everyone sighed in admiration. Although this mechanical modifier was arrogant, he certainly had the resources to be so. Of course, those legendary masters were no pushovers either. As seasoned veterans, they certainly wouldn't impulsively raise their bids based on such a low-level provocation. When the magic hourglass had completely drained, the female host gently brought down the auction hammer. Let us congratulate this distinguished guest from room 4 on the 3rd floor for successfully winning the first golem at the price of 180 divine power fragments. The room was completely silent, not even a peep of applause. After all, that guy's words had offended nearly every legendary master present. If they applauded now, they would be considered to be in league with this lunatic, which would be a real joke. In the private room, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Although the first golem's price didn't exceed 200 divine power fragments, it far exceeded his expectations. This also made him look forward to what price the second golem would fetch. The female host said at the right moment, next, we will begin the auction for the second golem, the Pro 0811 model. It boasts the same powerful performance and combat capability as the first golem, and also boasts extremely powerful maneuverability and flight capabilities only possessed by legendary level warriors. You can see the thrusters behind it. They utilize extremely advanced magical technology, allowing it to perform a variety of agile aerial maneuvers. Furthermore, this golem is equipped with a total of 8 energy cannons and 32 small launchers throughout its body, making it a truly versatile combat machine. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gentle puff of air erupted from the golem's back, instantly launching it into the air. Then, its cannons deployed, emitting waves of blue energy. Buzz! A destructive, oppressive feeling spread like a tide. After displaying its cannons, the golem dodged once more, landing steadily on the display stand. The entire process was smooth and silent. The speed of a heroic golem was truly astonishing, practically teleporting to ordinary eyes. The mercenaries and merchants were stunned, their eyes filled with greed and desire, barely concealed. This war golem, with its powerful firepower and ultra-high mobility, was the perfect guard and killing machine. If one could obtain one, as long as they didn't encounter a legendary expert, they would have virtually unimpeded access to the continent. Unfortunately, none of them could afford it. The hostess continued, the starting price for this golem is the same as the previous one, 10 divine power shards. Each bid must be increased by at least 1 divine power shard. Now, the bidding begins. This golem didn't keep the crowd waiting for long. Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, a dazzling number lit up in box 3 on the second floor. 15 divine power shards, followed by, bids from other boxes followed. 20, 30, 40. In a short period of time, the price of this golem once again reached a staggering 100 divine power shards. At this point, the upward trend slowed again. After waiting for a few seconds, the hostess asked again, the guest in box 14 on the third floor has bid 100 divine power shards. Is there anyone who can offer more? As soon as the words left his mouth, another box lit up. 110. Before the host could speak, box 14 on the third floor raised the bid again. 120. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, another box lit up, bringing the bid to 130 divine power fragments. Immediately afterwards, box 14 on the third floor raised the bid again, bringing it directly to 140. In the meeting room below, everyone was stunned. The style of this person on the third floor, box 14, was somewhat similar to that of the mechanical motto. No matter how much you bid, they would always beat you. It was clear that this person was also determined to obtain this second golem. The female host, with a sweet smile on her face, said, the current bid has reached 140 divine power fragments. Any higher bids? After a moment's silence, an old voice suddenly echoed from box 9 on the second floor. If I'm not mistaken, the one making the bid now should be Queen Xia, right? Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper, yet it held an undeniable authority. At the mention of Queen Xia, the crowd erupted in an uproar. After all, everyone knew that the current queen of the Yuan kingdom was named Xia, and she was a well-known figure throughout the entire northern territory. Queen Yuan not only possessed immense power and status, but also possessed a breathtakingly beautiful appearance. In her youth, before she even reached legendary status, countless princes, nobles, and even legendary figures from other kingdoms sought her hand in marriage. It's said that the threshold of the Yuan palace was repeatedly breached, and 3 legendary figures even engaged in a brawl outside Yuan city for her favor, nearly sparking a war. Since she achieved legendary status and assumed the helm of the Yuan kingdom, she has managed the country with impeccable order. She was, one might say, a perfect woman, a blend of beauty, ability, and skill. No one had expected this legendary queen to arrive in person at the conference. For a moment, countless eyes turned to the private room. However, the being within did not respond. The old voice continued, I know it's you, Xia. It is said that your Yuan kingdom, due to its proximity to this ruin, has secretly collected numerous golem samples, and your research and development progress far surpasses that of other factions. If I grant you access to a complete golem this time, you might be able to crack its core technology. The conference room erupted in excitement upon hearing this secret. A strong vibration echoed through several private rooms, and the emotions within fluctuated violently. And immediately, someone made another bid. 150 pieces. Seeing this, a wave of aura emanated from Chao Xing in the third floor room. Old thing, are you courting death? A cold female voice finally rang out, its tone tinged with terrifying murderous intent. Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this voice. After their recent interactions, he was incredibly familiar with Queen Yolan's voice. It was clearly Xia. However, she seemed furious that her scheme had been exposed. The old voice let out a hoarse laugh. Little girl, are you pissed off? Your Yuan kingdom wants to monopolize golem technology, but I won't let you. Don't forget, your previous queen treated our Silver Fur kingdom in the same way. Below, everyone felt their scalps tingle as they listened to these tales of grudges and hatred. This involved the secrets of the two kingdoms. Knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. But after the other party finished speaking, Queen Yolan's aura calmed. She seemed too lazy to engage in a verbal battle, and simply flashed a number. 160 divine power fragments. Another uproar erupted in the arena. This price was even approaching the price offered by the mechanical modifier just now. This guy, eager to watch the fun, spoke in a voice like the turning of gears. That's right, that's it. No matter how these fools try to instigate or bid, we will suppress them with absolute strength. These guys are trying to play mind games, so we outdo them. Queen Xia, I support you. This person sounded supportive of Queen Yuan, but in reality, he was fanning the flames. Sure enough, as he finished speaking, the number in the box that had exposed Queen Yolan's scheme flashed again. 170 divine power fragments. The Orchid Queen raised the price without hesitation. 180 divine power fragments. The old man's hoarse laughter echoed again. Hee hee. Little girl Xia, it seems I was right. Your Orchid Kingdom values this golem very highly. But it won't be so easy to buy it. The next moment, the old man made another bid. 190 divine power fragments. This price once again silenced the entire room. It was obvious to everyone that the other party was deliberately trying to prevent the Orchid Queen from obtaining the golem. If she bid again, she would have to offer at least 191 divine power fragments, even exceeding the price offered by the previous lunatic. Such a large number of divine power fragments is no small sum. For any legend, offering such a large sum would require significant investment. Even the Orchid Queen didn't immediately bid, instead falling silent. Time ticked by. Everyone watched the countdown on the magic hourglass tick away, whispering to each other. It seems even the Orchid Kingdom can't afford such a price. Yes, I've heard from the legends that this many divine power fragments would take years to accumulate. Now we're in for something interesting. From the other side, that hoarse voice echoed again. Little Xia, are you from the Orchid Kingdom still bidding? Or have you run out of divine power fragments? There was a hint of provocation in her voice, along with a hint of undisguised pride. Even the mechanical modifier continued to fan the flames. Queen Yuan, follow. Let them see the depth of an ancient kingdom. Amidst the clamor, a strong aura rippled from the private room, as if hesitating. Inside the room, a woman dressed in black royal robes sat upright on a large wooden chair, gazing at the transparent window. Her eyes held a cold, murderous intent, as if she wanted to pierce through the barrier and execute the other person on the spot. Beside her, a beautiful girl, slightly younger but bearing a resemblance to her, whispered, Mother, should we continue bidding? Queen Yuan remained silent, her slender fingers stroking the wooden chair, as if she were pondering something. After a moment, she sighed and said, Follow. This golem is vital to our Yuan kingdom. Even a small price is worth paying. I'm afraid these guys won't give up and raise the price to something we can't afford. Hearing this, Princess Fran's brows flickered with worry. She knew that if she continued bidding now, she would be playing into the hands of those provocateurs. But if she didn't bid, she wouldn't want to see this final golem go to someone else. Just as she was about to enter a new price, Queen Yuan's expression suddenly changed. A familiar voice echoed from the black metal sphere beside her ear. After hearing that voice, Queen Yuan quickly said, Flan, stop. Princess Fran's hand, about to bid, hovered in midair, and she looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Queen Yuan reached out her delicate hand and pressed the small sphere beside her ear. After hearing the words from the other side, a bright smile gradually formed on her lips. At the same time, a look of emotion appeared in her eyes. She whispered in critical moments, Are you still the most reliable? Okay, I understand. Putting down the communicator, Queen Xia gracefully stood up and walked to the window. She gazed at the nearly empty magic hourglass and suddenly let out a meaningful smile. Chapter 783. Queen Yuan slowly spoke, Since the elders of the Silver Fur Kingdom need this golem, it would be inappropriate for me, a junior, to take it away from them. Congratulations, senior, on getting what you wish for. As these words fell, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. For they all understood that Queen Yuan had given up her bid for the golem. This surprised everyone who had been expecting to see a clash and a showdown. The mechanical modification enthusiast shouted in dissatisfaction, Why give up? Keep bidding. You're crushing these guys. Queen Yuan, are you running low on divine power fragments? I can lend you some. Anyway, I've accumulated quite a few divine power fragments over the years, and I don't have much use for them. As he finished speaking, the room shook again. After all, for most legendary powerhouses, divine power fragments are an extremely scarce resource, not even enough for their daily needs. Accumulating a large number of divine power fragments would require an untold amount of time. If they were unlucky and encountered a major battle, all their accumulated fragments might be used up. And from what the mechanic had said, even after spending 180 divine power fragments to buy that golem, he still had plenty left. This made them envious. Even then, the Orchid Queen calmly replied, Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. The elders of the Silver Fur Kingdom need this golem more than I do. Seeing his persuasion was fruitless, the mechanic fanatic sighed with regret. Even the box owner, who had bid 190 divine power fragments, fell silent. An elderly man sat in a large chair in the private room, his expression uncertain. I miscalculated. Why did that little girl Xia suddenly give up? According to the information I received, she would have done everything in her power, even at a huge cost, to seize this golem. What's going on now? The old woman's expression darkened, and she angrily said, "Our Silver Fur Kingdom doesn't research this kind of golem technology, so even if we bid for it, it would be a waste." Damn it! I've been tricked by a woman from the Orchid Kingdom again. The thought of this made the old woman feel even more pained, and she wanted to regret it. But with so many people witnessing, and bound by the rules of the Great Axe Mercenary Group, she could only swallow her anger. At the same time, the 30-second auction time quickly ended. When the magic hourglass ran out, the female host announced loudly, "Let us congratulate this distinguished guest for winning this powerful golem for 190 divine power fragments." A silence fell, and everyone looked at the private room on the third floor with strange expressions. Because everyone could see that the other party didn't really want the golem. At this moment, they were like being held on a fire, caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, the old woman snorted coldly, "Xia, you're quite good." And the Orchid Queen simply chuckled, "You're welcome, senior." Her voice was casual and calm. But the more she spoke, the more furious she became. A hint of terror emanated from the private room. However, before the old woman could erupt, a burly figure gradually emerged from behind the booth. His steps were steady and composed, a great axe strapped to his waist, a faint smile on his rugged face. This man was the leader of the Great Axe Mercenary Group. He spoke in a resonant voice, "Dear guests, thank you for participating. This auction has concluded successfully. Those who have successfully won lots, please proceed to the backstage area, where a dedicated staff member will meet you. As for those who have won the grand prize, I will personally visit your private room to complete the transaction. Until then, please be patient and do not leave midway." These words served as a warning to those who, after winning a treasure, wished to change their minds and flee the auction. The Great Axe Mercenary Group had held auctions for so many years that they were familiar with all sorts of situations. After a brief closing speech, the guests gradually dispersed. Only a few prominent buyers remained in the private room, awaiting the final transaction. In box number 1 on the second floor, Chao Xing leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. Lu Muxue excitedly said, "Great, Xing. That way, we've sold 370 divine power fragments from these two golems." Her tone was filled with intense surprise. After all, this number was truly astonishing. Even for a legendary to break through to demigod and fulfill the requirements for strengthening their divinity, they would only need around 200 divine power fragments at most. And this time, they made more than double that. Chao Xing was also very happy at this moment. In fact, he had sold more than 370 divine power fragments. A full 470. The reason Queen Yuan gave up the bid during the final round of bidding was precisely because of another deal Chao Xing had made with her. He had promised to sell her a similarly heroic golem for 100 divine power fragments. When the woman learned the golem was Chao Xing's work, she was initially surprised. But after considering his recent achievements in the ruins, she found the situation quite natural. She agreed to the offer without hesitation. Then, the following events unfolded. Chao Xing secretly rejoiced. The proceeds from this auction far exceeded my expectations. Not only did I get a relic that could allow Male Nina to reach legendary, but I also got a legendary level forging hammer, plus 470 divine power fragments. Now, including the divine power fragments in my backpack, I have over 500, more than enough for Male Nina to unlock her second form. By then, I have my first demigod level warrior. Thinking of this, he almost couldn't wait to return to the territory and let Male Nina break through to legendary. But first, he had to wait for Captain Great Axe to deliver the items. Then the three of them continued to wait in the private room. Since Captain Great Axe needed to handle other transactions first, and would return to Chao Xing to complete the biggest deal, the three of them were in no hurry and leisurely sipped the spiritual tea brought by the maid. Time flew by, and about half an hour had passed. During this time, Chao Xing felt waves of legendary aura fluctuations, and the old woman's cold snort, and finally left in anger. A smile played on his lips, and then he shook his head. Late into the night, there was finally a knock on the box door. "Knock, knock, knock." Then, the booming voice of the Great Axe leader rang out, "Lord Chao Xing, it's me." Chao Xing smiled, "Come in." "Yes." As the door opened, a burly figure entered. Following him were several delicate snow fox maids, pushing 2 display carts. Leonard smiled brightly and said, "Sorry for the long wait, Lord Chao Xing. I'm sorry for wasting some time dealing with those 2 legends." Chao Xing waved his hand. "No problem. Was the transaction successfully completed?" Leonard nodded solemnly. "Of course. Our Great Axe Mercenary Group has held so many auctions, and we've never had anyone run away midway. He clapped his hands. A maid stepped forward respectfully, extending her fair hands and presenting a storage device. Leonard took it and said earnestly, "Lord Chaoxing, this is your proceeds from this auction. The price of 100 bottles of the secret elixir of power demon is 3 billion crowns. As agreed upon, we will charge a 2% service fee, which comes to 60 million crowns. As for the 2 golems behind, the price is 370 divine power fragments." He paused for a moment, then said sincerely, "We will not charge you a service fee for these 2 golems. Let's just consider it a friendship. Thank you, Lord Chaoxing, for your trust in our great axe mercenaries." Chaoxing's heart moved slightly. As mentioned earlier, the leader of the great axe mercenary group may appear rough on the outside, but he's actually quite thoughtful. He's always been quite polite to me. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." With that, Chaoxing took the space backpack and transferred the contents into his own. Gain: coins asterisk 2.94 billion. Gain: divine power fragments asterisk 370. At that moment, seeing the number of divine power fragments in his backpack surpass 400, Chaoxing felt a wave of satisfaction. Finally, his biggest goal for this auction was achieved. "Lord Chaoxing, let's proceed with the second transaction." Leonard, still smiling, asked for his opinion. Chaoxing nodded. "Okay." At the same time, the great axe leader clapped his hands softly. Behind him, 2 delicate-looking maids pushed the display card up and gently lifted the red cloth. The next moment, 2 treasures emanating a powerful aura appeared before the crowd. Everyone in the box couldn't help but look over. On the left display card was a blood-red, broken blade that exuded a murderous aura. On the right, a frosty blue hammer, seemingly forged from millennial black ice, shone brightly. The appearance of these 2 items revealed that they were no ordinary treasures. "Lord Chaoxing, this is the relic you purchased, along with another legendary forging hammer. The bid for these 2 top lots is 18 billion crowns. What do you think?" Leonard asked tentatively. At this question, Bai Ji and Lu Muxua looked at Chaoxing with a hint of worry in their eyes. Because they all knew Chaoxing didn't have that much money. Chaoxing smiled calmly. "No rush. Before that, I wonder if you're interested in another deal with me?" Leonard was slightly stunned, then asked tentatively, "Another deal? What?" Chaoxing said casually, 1,000 bottles of the magic power attraction elixir. Can you take it?" Hearing this staggering figure, even the knowledgeable Leonard couldn't help but gasp. His 1,000 bottles. That many? His tone was filled with intense disbelief, and they even thought they had misheard. Even the maids behind him stared at this mysterious otherworldly lord with disbelief. From the previous auction, they all knew how precious this magic power attraction elixir was. It was practically worth the lives of these maids. And now, this young man claimed he still had 1,000 bottles. It truly overturned their expectations. Chaoxing nodded slightly. After receiving confirmation, the shock on Leonard's face gradually faded, transforming into a look of joy. "Lord Chaoxing, you truly never fail to scare me." Chaoxing smiled. "How about it? Can you take it?" "Yes. Of course," Leonard said without hesitation. "Although the value of this batch of secret medicine is staggering, our great axe mercenary group can still provide it." After a pause, he added with a slight embarrassment, however, "The price may not be calculated based on the auction price. You know, Lord Chaoxing, a price like this can only be achieved under special circumstances like auctions. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be able to fetch this much for a single bottle." Here, he glanced cautiously at Chaoxing, as if observing his reaction. Chaoxing readily replied, "Okay, then 22 million per bottle, how about that?" Leonard paused at this offer. In reality, even if the Great Axe Mercenary Group acquired and sold a secret medicine like this, the price per bottle would still be around 25 million crowns. At Chaoxing's price, the profit per bottle would only be around 3 million crowns. After deducting miscellaneous operating costs and risks, the profit would be around 2 million crowns. However, Chaoxing had already made a significant purchase this time, and Leonard wanted to maintain a good relationship with such a large client. He immediately nodded and said, "No problem, we take your price." Then, 1,000 bottles of the magical power elixir, at 22 million each, that's 22 billion. After deducting the 18 billion kronor you spent on the 2 top lots, we pay you another 4 billion kronor. How about that? However, Chaoxing shook his head and said, "No, let's do it one by one. I give you 1,000 bottles of the magical power elixir, and you give me 22 billion kronor." Then I spend another 18 billion kronor to cover the cost of the 2 top lots. Leonard was slightly stunned, and the maids, including him, looked at Chao Xing with their beautiful eyes wide open, confused. They seemed confused as to why he was going to such lengths. Chao Xing smiled, but didn't explain further. They naturally didn't know the wonderful use of the diamond membership card in his backpack. These 2 steps might seem a bit cumbersome, but they would save him an untold amount of money. Leonard pondered for a moment. This works. Lord Chao Xing, please wait a moment. I send for the funds. He turned and whispered a few words to a maid. The maid bowed respectfully and hurried away, her snow-white foxtail faintly visible beneath her skirt. A momentary silence fell in the private room as everyone waited in silence. Soon, the maid returned with an exquisite space box. Leonard took the box and solemnly handed it to Chao Xing. This contains 22 billion kronor. Please count it. Chao Xing casually put the box away and transferred the coins inside into his backpack. Receive, coins * 22 billion. Seeing the prompt, he nodded in satisfaction again. This wave of transactions could be said to have pushed his assets over 10 billion for the first time. Unfortunately, the money was about to be spent before it even warmed up. Chao Xing said calmly, then, I pay you another 18 billion crowns to complete the transaction for these 2 top-selling items, right? Leonard nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord Chao Xing. Chao Xing said nothing more. He simply took the 18 billion crowns from his backpack, placed them in the exquisite space box, and returned them to Leonard. Then, with a wave of his hand, he gathered the 2 items from the exhibition car into his backpack. Transaction successful. You gained Relic, Scarlet Blade *1, Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence, Legendary *1, and Lost Coins *18 billion. Ding! Item Diamond Membership Card activated, returning coins *3.6 billion. Chao Xing's lips curled slightly. This round trip saved 3.6 billion crowns. This amount, if used to buy food, would be enough to sustain a territory of tens of thousands for at least a year. A huge profit. After the 2 transactions were completed, Chao Xing looked meaningfully at the great axe captain before him. Leonard, besides this auction, you haven't forgotten the task I entrusted you with earlier, have you? Leonard paused, as if realizing something. He quickly said, how could I have forgotten? Lord Chao Xing asked me a few days ago to help collect the jars from this black market. We've been searching diligently these past few days, and we've collected almost every jar in the black market. Chao Xing asked, how many have you collected? Leonard said respectfully, I haven't collected the common earthenware jars. I've mainly collected silver jars, gold jars, and the most precious black jars. Currently, there are 115 silver jars, 17 gold jars, and 4 black jars. Look! Hearing this number, Chao Xing was delighted. Not to mention the silver and gold jars, there are even 4 black jars. With so many jars, even if he doesn't get the same incredible luck as before and uncover a relic, he'd still be able to find a fair share of platinum coins, and then, combined with the coins in his backpack, he can redeem them for a large number of ancient treasure chests. The thought of it is truly thrilling, Chao Xing said. Very well, then I go with the market price. Silver jars are 150,000 kronor each, so 115 equals 17.25 million. Gold jars are 3 million kronor each, so 17 equals 51 million. And the black jars are 25 million kronor each, so 4 equals 100 million. Totaling all this, I give you another 168.25 million kronor, correct? The great axe captain nodded repeatedly. That's right, Lord Chao Xing. Okay, then let's trade now. Chao Xing pulled out another kronor from his backpack. Leonard also pulled out over 100 jars of various colors from his storage items. After both parties had stored their goods and coins in their backpacks, the familiar transaction prompt reappeared. Diamond membership card this time. He returned 33.65 million kronor. Not bad at all. After the transaction was completed, Leonard tactfully said, then I won't bother you anymore. I'm sorry to have you in the private room for so long. If you need anything in the future, or want to sell other treasures, you can always come to me at this black market. The Great Axe Mercenary Group awaits your visit. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then, Leonard and the maids respectfully left the room. Chao Xing and the other 2 were the only ones left in the private room. Chao Xing glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Let's go! It's time for us to return. Lu Muxue and Bai Ji nodded. With that, the 3 of them vanished from the auction room. Chapter 784. A few minutes later. Above the underground black market, In the snow-covered forest, the jungle was silent at night, a chill wind howling. The temperature reached a staggering -75 degrees Celsius, even the breath instantly condensed into ice crystals, and beneath a massive cedar tree, an elderly figure stood alone. A deep sense of desolation etched upon his face, his aura weak, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. This old man was none other than Twilight swordsman Corel, who had offered his life savings and 2 heroic skills to bid for the relic at the meeting. In the end, the relic was bought by Chao Xing for 8 billion. At this moment, the Twilight swordsman hunched over, as if he had lost his last shred of hope. He clutched the long sword at his waist, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After a moment he sighed, alas. Still unable to reach that legendary realm? Is this my fate? Just as he was losing all hope, 3 figures broke through the dense treetops and descended like gods under the full moon's light. The bright moonlight outlined their silhouettes. On either side, suspended in midair, stood a woman of breathtaking beauty and extraordinary grace. In the center, a tall male mage in a frost-blue robe. They were Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and the others. Before returning to his territory, he remembered one more thing: to meet the Twilight swordsman, and to see if he could lure him back to his territory. The old man gazed at the 3 extraordinary figures before him, a hint of vigilance flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Who are you?" Chao Xing said calmly. "I bought that relic at the auction just now." As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody, broken blade materialized in his hand. The moment the old man saw the blade, his eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Since you've already bought it, this relic is yours. Why are you coming to me now? What do you mean by that?" Chao Xing sensed his probing, and didn't want to beat around the bush. He stated bluntly, "I am a lord from another world. My name is Chao Xing. I see you have considerable talent and strength, but you simply lack the opportunity to reach that realm. Now, I'm giving you that opportunity." After a pause, he continued, "Join my domain, and I can guarantee you extend your lifespan by at least another 100 years. Also, within 3 years, I guarantee you reach the legendary realm. As a condition, I require your loyalty and the contribution of your 2 heroic combat skills. Are you willing?" As he finished speaking, the suspicion in the Twilight Swordmaster's eyes turned to confusion, and he froze in his tracks. He trembled, his face filled with disbelief, and said, You? What did you say? Extend my lifespan by 100 years, and help me reach the legendary realm?" Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes, what do you think?" The old man didn't immediately agree, but fell into deep thought. Breaking through the legend is his greatest wish in this life, but now, when this opportunity is presented to him, it is a little hard to believe. Chao Xing didn't rush him, but allowed him to consider it slowly. After a moment's hesitation, Corel said in a deep voice, "I can tell you're no ordinary person. The fact that you're willing to spend over 10 billion on those items proves your depth. But reaching legendary status is no small feat, even those kings can't do it. How can I trust you? This Twilight swordsman has lived so long, he's seen the wickedness of human nature and wouldn't trust anyone easily." Hearing this, Chao Xing chuckled softly, a hint of smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He and Lu Muxue exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly, as if reaching some kind of consensus. The next moment, a powerful aura, vast and deep, erupted from them simultaneously. The chill emanating from Chao Xing's body swept across like a polar storm, instantly dropping the temperature of the entire forest to -90 degrees Celsius. The leaves of the plants were completely frozen in the extreme cold, crackling as if they would shatter into ice in the next second. The brilliant aurora radiating from Lu Muxue's body was like the arrival of midnight day, illuminating the vast forest spanning over 100 kilometers in diameter. All creatures in the forest were enveloped in a dual dreamworld woven from extreme cold and aurora. The 2 of them unleashed legendary pressure without reservation. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, even the Twilight swordsman trembled violently, his lips turning pale. However, they only released their aura for less than 2 seconds before retracting it. Chao Xing casually said, "Now, is that enough to convince you?" Corel took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. "I am Corel Shining Blade, and I am at your service, my lord." 5 minutes later, somewhere on a flat surface amidst the raging snowfields, a vast territory stood. Though it was already late at night, the territory was brightly lit by various lighthouses and other magical devices. A pale blue energy shield enveloped the entire territory. It seemed fragile, yet possessed terrifying defensive power capable of withstanding legendary attacks. At this moment, near the territory's central square, a teleportation array lit up with a dazzling light. for figures loomed within the screen of light. When the light completely dissipated, Chao Xing, Bai Ji, Lu Muxue, and the others emerged. Teleportation successful, you have returned to the territory. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing gradually opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar and prosperous scene around him, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Then, turning to the two beauties beside him, he said, Muxue, take Baiji and find her a place to rest. You've worked hard tonight. You spend the night in the territory. Tomorrow, we continue to the ruins to kill monsters and level up. Lu Muxue nodded gently. Okay, Ah Xing. With that, she turned and took Baiji's hand. Let's go, Sister Baiji. The cool woman responded calmly, and left with Lu Muxue. Left behind were Chao Xing and the Twilight Sword Master. He looked at Corel and said in a deep voice, Corel, as agreed, I will now recruit you into the territory. The old man nodded solemnly. Understood, Lord Chao Xing. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and sent him a recruitment invitation. The next second, a system prompt appeared. Recruitment successful. Corel Light Blade LV-100, Level 10 Overlord creature, has joined your territory, increasing the territory's population by 10. At that moment, the moment the Twilight Sword Master joined the territory, he felt a surge of immense vitality surge within him. This vitality rapidly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing his body to undergo a rebirth-like transformation. His once wrinkled skin became delicate, his cloudy eyes regained clarity, and his gray hair regained its luster. Even his back straightened, as if he had suddenly become 30 years younger, transformed into a vigorous middle-aged man. At this moment, Corel felt the changes in his body, his pupils filled with intense shock and disbelief. This. What is going on? Twilight, how did I suddenly regain so much vitality and become so young? He was completely bewildered and stunned. Chao Xing chuckled and replied, I said I would extend your life by at least 100 years. That is exactly the promise I kept. After the shock subsided, Corel gradually regained his composure, and tears welled up in his eyes as his clarity returned. He knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Lord, for your rebirth. Corel is willing to spend the rest of his life repaying your kindness. Because you helped restore his vitality, the loyalty of territory member, Corel's Shining Blade has increased significantly. Current loyalty, 85. For these beings nearing the end of their lives, the Pale Tree's blessing of life is nothing short of a miracle. Few would be unimpressed by such a powerful blessing. This also made Chao Xing sigh with admiration. Even the Pale Sacred Tree, which wasn't specialized in the realm of life, possessed such a powerful blessing effect. If it were an ancient life tree, equally renowned as the Pale Sacred Tree, and even more adept at the laws of life, how much more powerful would the effect be? He couldn't help but think of heading to the southern continent to search for this legendary ancient tree. But for now, he had to deal with the affairs of his territory first. Chao Xing gradually gathered his thoughts. At this moment, the Twilight Swordsman before him respectfully stepped forward and handed over 2 ancient books. He solemnly stated, Since Lord has fulfilled his promise, I will fulfill mine. These 2 sword manuals record the 2 heroic combat techniques I have developed through my lifelong training, Twilight Blade Flash and Midnight Sword Dance. Please accept them, Lord. Chao Xing accepted the manuals and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I appreciate your sincerity. From now on, you will be a member of my territory, and I will help you reach the legendary realm as quickly as possible. Now, return and rest. Your room is room 17, in the second ring area. The Twilight Sword Master solemnly said, As you command, Lord. Without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the residential area of the territory. Chao Xing, clutching the 2 books in one hand, walked alone towards the center of the territory. Not far ahead stood a black tower-like building, over 30 meters tall. Next to it, there is a vortex portal about 2 meters high, emitting a faint blue light. It was the core structure of the territory, the energy station and the dungeon portal. Chao Xing gradually stopped when he reached the energy station. Then he flipped open 2 volumes, and information about 2 combat skills suddenly appeared before him. Twilight Blade Flash, Heroic Combat Skill. Learning Level, Level 70. Skill Effect, Unleash Twilight Strike at a speed exceeding the visual limit, dashing forward a distance, Agility *0.1 meters, Dealing, Attack *454% plus Agility *350%, slash damage to enemies along the way. At the end of the dash, activate Cross Judgment, Dealing, Attack *562% plus Strength *657%, True Damage and applying Twilight Mark. The marked target's attack speed is reduced by 50% for the next 8 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Note, like the resolute final ray of setting sun at dusk, like the deadly shadow of a night owl swooping over the treetops, the blade hasn't yet reached the target, but twilight has arrived. Midnight Sword Dance, Heroic Skill. Learning level, level 70. Skill effect, unleash all your might, unleashing 12 ultra-fast slashes in 0.3 seconds. Each slash deals attack power asterisk 205% plus agility asterisk 314% physical damage. During the ultra-fast slashes, there's a 50% chance of unleashing sword energy, dealing equal damage to enemies in the path ahead. When this skill ends, Midnight Finale triggers, dealing accumulated combo damage asterisk 30%, ultimate damage to the target. Each unit killed reduces the cooldown by 1 minute, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. Skill cooldown, 35 minutes. Note, this skill can be used in combination with Twilight Blade Flash. If you cast Midnight Sword Dance after Twilight Blade Flash, the Aurora Twilight special effect will be activated. Gives all attacks within the next 3 seconds a guaranteed critical hit, and a 100% chance of triggering the Sword Chi effect. Note 2. When the blade begins to hum, the curtain of midnight slowly draws back. After reviewing the attributes of these two combat skills, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration. As expected of a combat skill created by a genius swordsman on the verge of legend, these attributes are truly impressive. The former's Twilight Blade Flash combines ultra-high-speed slashes with long-range dashes and a good damage coefficient. The latter's Midnight Sword Dance combines ultra-high-speed bursts with area damage. With 12 slashes followed by Midnight Finale, the damage is simply off the charts. And most importantly, these two skills can be used together, creating a powerful combination. The more Chao Xing read, the more satisfied he became. In my territory, another swordsman, Xiao, also excels in speed attacks, with incredible burst. If he could master these two combat techniques, combined with the demonic sword whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer, he would be incredibly powerful. It's simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to hand over the two combat techniques to him immediately. After all, Xiao was currently in the ruins, and could use the world anchor to teleport back at any time. When Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear, allowing the Star Kingdom swordsman to return to his territory, he didn't hesitate. He immediately set off, heading for the laboratory as quickly as possible. Before the fog completely enveloped the ruins, he returned to the territory. Buzz! The vortex portal before him slowly spun. A moment later, a figure dressed in black swordsman's garb, with long black hair tied up and a pitch-black magic sword at his waist, appeared before Chao Xing. He bowed slightly and solemnly said, "Lord, Xiao has returned to the territory. Please give me your orders." Chao Xing nodded and said seriously, "Xiao, you are the most talented swordsman in my territory. I have high hopes for you. Recently, I acquired 2 more books on heroic combat techniques. They were created by another swordsman." At this point, the 2 ancient books appeared in his hands again. When the Star Kingdom swordsman heard the words heroic combat techniques, a flicker of excitement and shock flashed across his eyes. But considering his lord's immense powers, he no longer found it surprising. Chao Xing said, "I now hand these 2 combat manuals to you. I hope you can master them as soon as possible." Xiao took a deep breath, calming his inner emotions. Then he stepped forward and solemnly accepted the 2 ancient books from Chao Xing's hand. "Thank you, Lord. Xiao will live up to your trust and master these 2 combat manuals as quickly as possible." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very well. It's getting late now. You should return and rest." "As you wish." With that, the swordsman quickly turned and headed for his room. Soon, Chao Xing was once again the only one left in the central area of the territory. He walked with his hands behind his back, pondering, now, that Twilight Swordsman has been successfully recruited into the territory, and his 2 heroic combat manuals have been successfully passed on to Xiao. Next, let's examine the properties of the other 2 grand prize items. There's no need to examine the effects of the relic, Scarlet Broken Blade. It's similar to the other relics. The only difference is that it allows sword-wielding hero-level warriors to break through to legendary status. The recipient of this relic has already been chosen. Aside from Mernina, there's no one in the entire territory more suitable. As for the other grand prize item, Frost Core Hammer of Eternal Silence, I need to examine it carefully. The next moment, a frosty white hammer appeared out of thin air in Chao Xing's hands. The hammer's entire length reached approximately 50 centimeters, its lower body encased in a thick layer of black ice, with a black core embedded in its center. The hammer emanated an intense chill, Simply holding it in his hand sent a tingling sensation. However, as a legendary Frost mage, Chao Xing naturally ignored this chill. He glanced at the properties. Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, none. Attack power, none. Equipment requirement, legendary forging mastery. Additional effects. 1. Frostcore power, when forging with this hammer, strength increases by 300% and vitality by 300%, lasting until the forging is completed. Additional effects. 2. Frost quenching, during the forging process, hammer strikes naturally release an extremely cold force, tightening the material's internal structure and increasing the equipment's base stats by 10% to 30%. Additional effects. 3. Divine Craftsman speed, increases forging speed by an additional 50% and increases forging success rate by 15%. Additional effects. 3. Frost Soul Brand, legendary effect. Ice-type equipment forged with this hammer will always be accompanied by Frostcore. This affix grants the item 1 or 2 of the following random additional effects. Frost. When launching an ice attack, the chance of freezing enemies increases by 50% based on the skill's base effect. Ice Soul. The item gains an additional 40% ice resistance and reduces fire damage by an additional 20%. Frost Fury. Critical strikes have a 35% chance of triggering ice explosion, dealing an equal amount of Frost AoE damage to all enemies within 50 meters. Eternal Silence. Rare effect. The instant you cast the skill, there's a 25% chance of triggering Frostcore Burst, increasing this skill's damage by 200%, with a minimum trigger interval of no less than 60 seconds. Note, this hammer is soul-bound to the legendary forger, Grinder Frostbeard. It cannot be used by others until the binding is removed. Equipment description. A single hammer, the frost remains forever. Grinder Frostbeard. After reading the long list of attributes for this forging hammer, Chao Xing's eyes once again flashed with amazement. Oh my god! This forging hammer is truly extraordinary. Not only does it increase the basic stats of the equipment, it also significantly increases forging speed and success rate. Most importantly, that legendary special effect at the back can actually add 1 or 2 of the 4 additional effects. Chapter 785. This is incredible! Chao Xing exclaimed in amazement. You know, most equipment of the same quality has similar stats. The difference lies in the additional effects. And now, using this forging hammer to craft ice-type equipment not only significantly improves its stats, but also adds at least 2 powerful additional effects. In other words, even if it's green quality equipment, the stats of equipment crafted with this hammer are comparable to purple quality equipment of the same level. Using it to craft legendary equipment, it can even be made even more powerful. This gives you an idea of how powerful this forging hammer is. This is insane. This way, even if you use this hammer to craft green equipment in bulk, you can sell it for the price of purple equipment. That's a profit of dozens or even hundreds of times. After all, at Harold's current forging efficiency, he can craft hundreds of green quality equipment a day, and even 100 or 200 blue quality equipment. If we were to release this equipment into the market, it would surely cause a frenzy among the survivors. But after the excitement wore off, Chao Xing felt a pang of regret. What a shame! This thing can't be used until its soul binding is removed. Those 2 legendary pieces of equipment Harold is crafting also happen to have ice attributes, otherwise they would be perfect for use. At this moment, another thought occurred to Chao Xing. I remember. Last time I opened the ancient Bright Moon treasure chest, I activated a decoding chip, which I used to remove the binding effect of the Demon Codex. Next, after the ruins are open, I should be able to collect quite a few black canisters from the survivors. And these black jars can yield a fair amount of platinum coins. Adding to the reserves in my backpack, I should be able to exchange them for a few Bright Moon treasure chests. Then, if I'm lucky enough to get another chip, I can use it to remove the binding effect on this thing. Although the chances are slim, it's definitely worth a try. Thinking of this, Chao Xing muttered, it seems Harold's legendary equipment forging will have to be suspended for a few days. So, he pressed the communication device at his ear and relayed his instructions to the dwarven blacksmith. Although Harold didn't know why Chao Xing stopped mid-process, he still faithfully carried out the Lord's orders. I understand, Lord. I focus on forging other equipment for the next few days, aiming to craft the rest of the legendary giant rhino. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, Chao Xing put the forging hammer into his backpack. Then he returned to the dwelling of the Dryad sisters and handed them the 2 magical plants he had bought at the auction, the Twisted Vine Seed, gold, and the Star Bean, gold. After spending a brief moment with the sisters, Chao Xing left their dwelling. Now, alone, he returned to the center of his territory. Looking at the items in his backpack, he whispered, "Now, there are only 2 items left from the auction that remain. One is the 100 leaves of the Tree of Life, and the other is the relic that will allow Marlena to reach the legendary realm. Now, let's go find that witch and see the effects of the Tree of Life leaves." With this in mind, Chao Xing headed straight for the alchemy workshop. Creaky. As the door swung open, a rich herbal aroma filled the air. Moonlight streamed through the skylight, casting a silvery blue twilight over the entire workshop. However, the witch was nowhere to be seen in the alchemy workshop, only the crucible still gurgled and bubbled. Clearly, the witch had just finished her day's work. Chao Xing's gaze searched the dimly lit workshop, finally catching sight of a simple wooden bed in a corner. The moonlight fell precisely there, illuminating the graceful figure lying on her side. Her long, dark brown hair spread like silk across her pillow, and her pretty, half-blood face, characteristic of a woman of mixed race, appeared remarkably peaceful in her sleep. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks, and her deep purple lips added a touch of eerie beauty. Because the temperature in the territory was comfortable, she wore only a thin silk nightgown. Her long, slender legs were slightly curled, creating a curve that would make your heart race. It was a scene reminiscent of when he first met this half-blood witch in that ancient castle. Chao Xing, once again marveled at her beauty, stood still. But at that moment, Francesca suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of deep, beautiful emerald eyes instantly locked onto Chao Xing. After recognizing the newcomer, the wariness in the witch's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a casual expression. "It's you. What's the matter with you coming to see me so late?" She lazily rose, her silk nightgown sliding down with a movement, revealing even more of her fair skin. Chao Xing admired the witch's perfect figure and smiled. "Indeed, there's something. How many bottles of the magical power elixir have you produced recently?" Francesca rubbed her sleepy eyes and lazily nodded at a distant storage box. "About 1,600 bottles, but the raw materials ran out 2 days ago." She yawned, looking particularly alluring. Hearing this figure, Chao Xing felt a flicker of surprise. After all, at the Great Axe Mercenary Group's purchase price of 22 million per bottle, that's over 35 billion crowns, and this output is just the result of Francesca's 5 days of work. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. A legendary alchemist is a veritable money-printing machine. No, not even printing money can be this fast. Of course, Chao Xing didn't plan to sell this batch of potions to the Great Axe Mercenaries. Instead, he planned to sell them in his own city's pharmacies after the construction of the giant city was completed. This way, not only would he eliminate the middlemen who profited by the price difference, but he would also attract many powerful individuals to purchase. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, and went to the storage box behind the alchemy workshop. He transferred all the potions from the storage box into his backpack. Obtained, Secret Potion of Power Demon, Legendary, *1623. After doing this, he went straight to Francesca. At this moment, the witch was still sitting on the small wooden bed, the neckline of her nightgown slightly open due to her previous movements, revealing a suggestive whiteness. Due to her loose pajamas, and Chao Xing's commanding view from above, her delicate collarbone and the faintly visible curves were clearly visible. Especially when Chao Xing saw her perfect form, he subconsciously swallowed. Francesca seemed to notice his gaze, and covered her collar with her hands. But the next second, as if a thought occurred to her, she gradually loosened her grip. At this moment, the beautiful witch lowered her head, her pretty face slightly flushed, and it was unclear what she was thinking. From Chao Xing's angle, her whiteness was even more striking. The witch's form was so perfect that it was impossible to look away. Chao Xing gently squatted down and moved closer to Francesca. A stunningly beautiful face was close at hand, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of herbs and flowers. The moonlight cast a silver rim on her delicate features, and her long eyelashes fluttered. What? The witch seemed startled by his sudden action, her amethyst eyes widening slightly. She instinctively shrank back, but the small wooden bed kept her still. Chao Xing gazed at her deep purple lips, still stained with the magic potion she'd taken before bed, their edges gleaming with a lustrous sheen. "You?" Francesca began to speak. Chao Xing had already kissed her. The witch's body tensed instantly, her slender hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The potion on her lips held a slightly bittersweet taste, yet surprisingly captivating. Chao Xing savored the unique flavor, feeling her warm breath on his cheek. Gradually, the surprise in Francesca's violet eyes gave way to bewilderment. When the kiss ended, the witch's face was flushed like a sunset glow. Chao-Xing noticed that her breathing was becoming increasingly rapid. Francesca, do you want to continue? The witch shuddered slightly at the question. Her slender fingers clasped together, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, she raised her head and spoke slowly. I've lived for hundreds of years. Before this, I've never been so close to another member of the opposite sex. If my age doesn't bother me. Before she could finish, Chao-Xing kissed her again. And even more fiercely than before. The witch collapsed onto her back, her violet eyes widening. However, after feeling Chao-Xing's hot breath and the man's broad chest, her emotions gradually calmed. Francesca reached out and embraced the man before her. In the moonlight, their intertwined shadows swayed gently on the wall. The only sounds in the alchemy workshop were the occasional gurgling of the crucible and the gradually synchronized sounds of breathing. Late night. Two figures cuddled together on the small wooden bed. The sheets still clung to a faint crimson stain, gleaming darkly in the moonlight. Chao-Xing sat leaning against the edge of the bed, his well-proportioned, muscular upper body exposed, the lines of his muscles defined like a sculpture in the moonlight. Above him, a truly stunning face rested quietly against his broad chest, dark brown hair cascading between his arms. The two of them quietly savored the calm after the storm. After a long pause, Chao-Xing asked, "How do you feel?" Francesca raised her head and gave him a scathing look. "How dare you ask?" Her voice was languid, the shimmer of her violet eyes. Chao-Xing smiled and gently stroked her smooth back. At that moment, as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot. I have something to show you." What is it?" Francesca raised her beautiful face, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Chao-Xing pulled a lush green leaf from his backpack and held it out to her. The leaf glowed with a shimmering green light, trembling slightly as if alive. She seemed to sense the rich vitality imbued within the leaf, and her slender fingers carefully took it. After examining it for a moment, the witch's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. This leaf holds such pure vitality. Could it be the leaf of the legendary Tree of Life? Chao-Xing nodded. "Yes, I stumbled upon some this time. Do you have any good recipes for this material?" The witch pondered for a moment, her slender fingers gently tracing his chest. The leaves of the Tree of Life are a well-known alchemical material on the continent, and there are quite a few recipes documented for them. Among them is the Eternal Spring Potion, which delays aging and significantly increases lifespan, and the Natural Contract Potion, which permanently increases a certain amount of spiritual power and grants the ability to communicate with plants. And there's also the Withering Reversal Potion, which has a truly forbidden effect and can revive creatures that have been dead for no more than an hour. After listening to Francesca's description of the series of secret medicines, Chao-Xing's eyes lit up with amazement. For each of these secret medicines possessed an extremely powerful effect. Whether it's extending life, permanently increasing mental strength, or even the almost miraculous ability to resurrect the dead, its value is undoubtedly many times greater than the power demon's guzzling elixir. If he could refine it, he'd be rich. Suppressing his excitement, Chao-Xing said solemnly, "Besides the above potions, are there any that offer more healing or therapeutic effects?" While these potions are incredibly effective, they can't fully utilize the power of his innate eternal power. What he wanted was something like the master-level life elixir, something that could restore a significant amount of health over a period of time. Hearing this question, Francesca's eyes flickered with thought. Does it have a healing effect? This is just the most common potion brewed by the Tree of Life. However, if you can find me the ingredients, Forest Heart Rain and 4 Seasons Nectar, I can brew another secret potion called Life Source Essence. Life Source Essence. Chao-Xing repeated in a low voice, "What are the effects of this potion?" Francesca nodded slightly, her delicate jawline gently tracing his chest. "It is said that creatures who consume this potion can recover from all injuries in a short period of time. This includes regenerating broken limbs and curing stubborn ailments. And the remaining vitality in the potion will continue to work within the body, restoring a significant amount of health points every second." Hearing this, Chao-Xing's eyes lit up with astonishment. Based on this description, this life source essence is truly terrifying. It can even regenerate severed limbs. You have to know, this world is filled with numerous kingdoms and factions. Wars, large and small, are almost constant, fought for territory or rare resources. And countless warriors have sustained hidden illnesses from injuries sustained in the successive battles. If they knew that Chao-Xing's territory contained this miraculous secret medicine, it would surely cause a sensation across the continent. Thinking of this, Chao-Xing asked gravely, "So, all I need to do is gather Forest Heart Rain and 4 Seasons Nectar for you, and you can make it, right?" Francesca nodded gently, her slender fingers tucking a lock of her hair. But these two ingredients are hard to find. Forest heart rain can only be gathered from the oldest sacred tree in the heart of certain sacred forests. And 4 seasons nectar requires the simultaneous collection of magical nectars from 4 different climates. She paused, as if realizing something. I almost forgot. You possess a miraculous ability. These 2 ingredients shouldn't be difficult for you. A faint smile crossed Xiaoxing's face, and he nodded gently. Yes, I see if I can gather them tomorrow morning. The beautiful witch nodded again. At this moment, as if remembering something, a strange smile suddenly curved her lips. Did you know that the leaves of this tree of life, besides being used to refine medicine, also have a special ability? Xiaoxing looked at her in confusion. What special ability? A sly glint flashed in the witch's purple eyes. This leaf itself holds immense vitality. If you crush it and apply it to your body, your skin will quickly absorb it, and you feel an extremely stimulating flow of life energy. What do you mean? Francesca didn't speak, but rolled over and sat upright. Moonlight streamed down from above her head. From this angle, her perfect figure was fully visible. Her fair skin glowed with a lustrous luster, appearing almost delicate. Beneath her slender shoulders, her concave collarbone was clearly defined. And as his gaze shifted downward, his perky, white breasts caught his eye even more. Just as Xiaoxing was admiring Francesca's figure, he saw her gently pick up a leaf of the tree of life and place it in her mouth. Her purple lips moved softly, and her long, dark brown hair fell to either side of her face, casting a soft halo in the moonlight. Then, right in front of Xiaoxing, she began chewing. Details clicked to view. After a moment, Francesca raised her head, her purple eyes gleaming with the glint of a triumphant prank. A trace of emerald green juice still lingered at the corner of her mouth, making her look particularly alluring in the moonlight. How's it going? Do you feel it? Francesca asked softly, her voice as soft as honey. This special method isn't recorded in any alchemical text. Xiaoxing took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging energy in his body. So, how did you know this method? The witch blushed at this question. Because I'm half elven. Elven newlyweds always use this secret recipe on their wedding night. So, I've heard of this method. Xiaoxing nodded. It's indeed quite exciting. Francesca, continue. The witch nodded knowingly, then lowered her head again. A moment later, Xiaoxing felt that intense heat surge through his body again. For the rest of the night, he spent the entire night in this intense heat. Chapter 786. The next day. As the dawn light rose, it cast a shadow over the buildings of the territory, adding a touch of mysterious beauty to them. Clang! The door to the alchemy workshop swung open. A figure in a frost-blue robe, his hair slightly disheveled, emerged. His steps were unsteady, and his face was pale, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, then shook his head. The effect of this tree of life leaf is truly extraordinary. It can last this long. That's all thanks to Francesca and I being legendary masters. The average person's physique simply couldn't withstand such a prolonged period. Late last night, Xiaoxing was initially suppressed by Francesca's tree of life leaves. Lying on the wooden bed, feeling hot all over, he could only allow her to do what she wanted. But soon, he took the initiative. Furthermore, the effects of the tree of life leaves significantly increased his attack speed, and his weapon also possessed a special enchantment. After a full night of fighting, even Francesca was exhausted. Plus, it was only her virginity. So she was already fast asleep. Xiaoxing smiled and shook his head, then whispered, Next, I'm going to the market to put a batch of legendary giant rhino meat on the shelves. Gather the forest heart rain dew and 4 seasons nectar that Francesca needs. Then, I go to the Orchid Kingdom again to complete the transaction with the Orchid Queen. The total number of divine power fragments in his backpack had reached 465. However, he still fell a bit short of the 5,000 divine power points required for Mernina to activate her second form. But if he could complete the transaction with Queen Yuan and obtain 100 divine power fragments, that would be more than enough. At this moment, Xiaoxing remembered what he had promised the Queen yesterday. He shook his head helplessly and said, Looks like another big battle. Then, Xiaoxing went to the market area and, as usual, put a batch of legendary giant rhino meat on the shelves. After 10 minutes of trading, he had used a total of 63 kilograms of giant rhino meat. He received 500 forest heart rain and 100 4 seasons nectar. That was just enough to use up the entire batch of tree of life leaves. According to Francesca, refining this life source essence has a certain chance of failure. Xiaoxing weighed the ingredients in his hand and calculated, I have 99 of them. Even if I'm not very good, I can still refine 50 or 60 bottles, right? Thinking of this, he nodded with satisfaction and headed straight for the alchemy workshop. Pushing open the workshop door, Francesca was still fast asleep. Her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, completely unlike the aloof which she usually was. Chao Xing didn't wake her, but quietly placed all the ingredients into the storage box. Then he quietly left the alchemy workshop, closing the door behind him. Standing on the bluestone street outside the alchemy workshop, he clapped his hands. The leaves of the Tree of Life have been obtained. Next, we need to head to Linglan City to complete the deal with Queen Yuan. Chao Xing then pressed the communication device at his ear and explained his itinerary to Lu Muxue. Although he hadn't returned home all night, the woman showed no dissatisfaction and gently urged him to rest and not overwork himself. A touch of emotion welled up in Chao Xing's heart, and he whispered, Muxue, you're pregnant now, so you need to rest. If you feel tired, don't go to the ruins. Just stay in the territory. Lu Muxue's gentle voice came from the other end of the communicator. Okay, Xing, I have Sister Baiji to take care of me. Don't worry. Okay, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Yes, Lu Muxue replied obediently. After a few more routine exchanges, they hung up. Chao Xing headed straight for the territory's teleportation array and activated the teleport. Buzz! As a beam of light shot up into the sky, his figure gradually vanished from the spot. And not long after Chao Xing left, Lu Muxue and Baiji opened the dungeon portal and entered the ruins. Everyone else in the territory, including the others, began their usual day of exploration and battle. On the training grounds, newly recruited Twilight Swordmaster Corel was familiarizing himself with the young body, his eyes filled with passion. In the blacksmith's shop, Harold set aside the more than half-finished ice rhino horn and began forging 4 giant hooves, each as big as a city gate. Outside the territory, the engineering team also began their day's work. With only 6 days left until the lost royal city closed, they had to seize every moment and strive to improve themselves. Buzz! As the light flashed before his eyes, Chao Xing could already smell a faint floral fragrance before he regained his sight. This was the scent unique to the main city of Linglan, elegant yet fragrant, as if cleansing the soul. When he opened his eyes, a magnificent palace, bursting with blossoms, appeared before him once again. The lily-of-the-valley flowers on the city walls danced in the wind, and the streets lining the streets were a scene of breathtaking beauty. Though it wasn't his first time here, Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim, how beautiful. At the same time, the master of this city, the ruler of the entire Yuan kingdom, immediately sensed his arrival. A commanding voice echoed beside him, I'm in the bedroom. Lord Chao Xing, please come on your own. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled helplessly. This woman is truly careless. However, after several previous visits here, and having experimented with various scenarios with Queen Yuan, he was already quite familiar with the terrain of this palace. Chao Xing shook his head, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing on the terrace outside the queen's bedroom. This place was filled with rare moon orchids, which glowed faintly even during the day. A few colorful butterflies, startled by his sudden appearance, fluttered their wings and flew off into the distance. Come in, the orchid queen's languid voice rang out from the inner hall. Chao Xing walked forward skillfully, and pushed open the carved white jade door. However, the scene before him startled him slightly. Today, the orchid queen wasn't wearing her usual finery, but rather a simple, elegant home outfit. She wore a moon-white silk gown, embroidered with faint silver patterns. Her long hair was casually tied back with a jade hairpin. The most surprising thing was that she was barefoot, with only a silver chain adorning her fair ankles. What? You don't recognize me? The queen was leaning on the couch by the window, her lips curled slightly. Chao Xing coughed lightly, trying to avert his gaze from the pair of jade-like feet. That's not the case. It's just that this is the first time I've seen you dressed like this, and I'm a little surprised. Queen Yuan raised her head, a playful smile playing on her lips. She closed the book, then slowly stood up and approached Chao Xing. A faint floral fragrance filled his face, not the usual majestic and cold scent, but a languid warmth, like a rose drenched in dew in a garden at dawn. Her skirt swayed gently with her steps, each step a light and graceful one, as if treading on moonlight. One could not help but stare blankly. Have you seen enough? When Queen Yuan's playful voice rang out, Chao Xing finally came to his senses. His eyes flickered slightly, a smile playing on his lips. I haven't seen enough. If your majesty wishes, I can watch for another 100 years. Queen Yuan chuckled softly, her laughter as clear as wind chimes. What a frivolous little thing. If anyone else spoke to me like that, they would be put to death immediately. Qiaoxing smiled as well, his gaze meeting hers calmly. Your Majesty, would you be willing to execute me? The queen shook her head slightly, then said slowly, of course not. I'm not pregnant with your child yet. Don't forget what you promised me yesterday. She licked her lips, a hint of desire gradually emerging in her beautiful eyes. Queen Yuan reached out with delicate fingers and gently untied the belt around her waist. Swish. Swish. As the elegant long dress slipped off, a tall, fair, and perfectly formed figure appeared before Qiaoxing once again. Queen Yuan let her arms hang naturally at her sides, uninhibitedly showcasing her figure. Especially, upon seeing Qiaoxing's almost wide-open eyes, the corners of her mouth curled up. Her majestic face held a seductive smile, and centuries of experience added a unique mature charm to her. At this moment, Qiaoxing, even after a night of battle with Francesca, felt his mouth dry again. He grabbed Queen Yuan's slender waist and tossed her onto the couch. After 4.5 hours, the shaking of the palace finally subsided. In the queen's chamber, tables and chairs were scattered across the floor, and even the curtains were torn into strips, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. The two had fought for 4 hours, shifting locations countless times. After the battle, Queen Yuan had put on her elegant long dress again and sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at Qiaoxing, who was reclining on the bed, she gently stroked her belly, a smile on her lips. Lord Qiaoxing performed very bravely today. I feel like this time, she's almost pregnant. But to be on the safe side, we have to wait until the official confirmation before stopping. Qiaoxing looked at the beautiful and alluring queen, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Then he said calmly, Xia, let's talk about something else. This time, I brought the golem. Hearing this, Queen Yuan's beautiful eyes gleamed. She slowly stood up, and with a flick of her slender fingers, a magnificent gown embroidered with dark golden patterns automatically slipped onto her. As she donned the regal gown, an invisible aura of majesty emanated from her. She seemed once again to have become the queen who towered over all. Let's go, Lord Qiaoxing. This place is too small. Let's go outside. Qiaoxing nodded, donned his gear, and followed Queen Xia outside. In the square of Lingland's main city, the two stood at the edge. Queen Yuan casually said, Is this space big enough? Qiaoxing nodded again, yes. With that, he waved his hand. With a flash of dark light, a massive creature emerged from the undead bag. The 10-meter-tall golem crashed to the ground, shaking the ground slightly. This golem was constructed entirely of dark blue metal, equipped with 2 massive cannons at the front and rear. Its core radiated a dangerous red light, resembling a dormant steel behemoth. The moment she saw the golem, Queen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly is a hero-level golem. I didn't expect Lord Qiaoxing to still have one after auctioning off 2 golems. At this point, she suddenly turned, a dangerous curve curling her red lips. You truly are worthy of the man I've chosen. Qiaoxing spread his hands. This golem is yours. If you need anything in the future, come and discuss it with me. Don't rush into bidding against others. Queen Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you saying that I should rely on you? Her voice suddenly took on a dangerous tone. Qiaoxing pondered for a moment, then chuckled. I wouldn't call it reliance. It's more accurate to say mutual assistance. After all, we are allies, right? If all goes well, you give birth to a child of ours in the future. So I should help you all the more. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Queen Yuan's eyes. But she quickly adjusted her expression, a perfect smile playing on her lips. You're right, we are allies. In the future, you even be the father of our child. With that, she extended her delicate hand again, and an exquisite space ring flew out. Qiaoxing instinctively reached out to take it. The ring felt cold to the touch, still tinged with the queen's faint body fragrance. Queen Yuan said calmly, This is the reward I promised you. Qiaoxing glanced at the ring's contents. A full 100 glowing fragments of divine power neatly stacked within. Thank you. You're welcome. The queen turned, her elegant gown fluttering gently in the breeze. I know you've been busy lately. Then I allow you some time to rest. I contact you next month based on your pregnancy, okay? Qiaoxing paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay. He then added, If I have time, I visit you often. Queen Yuan waved her hand away from him, her voice vague. As you wish. With that, she turned and left with graceful steps. The elegant black gown dragged on the stone pavement, leaving behind a receding silhouette. Qiaoxing watched her retreat and sighed, What a woman of character. It's a shame. We all have our own foundations to manage. Shaking his head, he set aside the matter of Queen Yuan and looked back at the ring in his hand. A smile crossed his face. Great. Now the divine power fragments have officially exceeded 500. More than enough for Marina to unlock her second form. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait to return, help Marina officially reach legendary, and then unlock her second form. With a flash, he arrived at the teleportation array in Linglan City again. He then transited through Yongshuang City and headed for his own territory. Buzz! The beam of light from the teleportation array shot up into the sky, and Chao Xing's figure vanished. The dizzy feeling returned. However, after so many teleportations, he had long since grown accustomed to it. After a few seconds, his vision gradually returned. Chao Xing had successfully returned to his own territory. Then, he immediately pressed the communication device at his ear and asked, Marlene, report your location. The Valkyrie was still exploring the ruins. Although she wouldn't gain any experience points from killing monsters right now, her legendary power allowed her to serve as a guard. If she encountered an overly powerful vengeful spirit or encountered an unexpected situation, the Valkyrie would intervene. At the same time, Marlene's voice came clearly. She said respectfully, Master, I'm near the ruins laboratory. Please give me your instructions. Chao Xing smiled and said, very well. Now, please return to the territory. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, Master, I'll be back shortly. After a brief exchange, both parties hung up. Chao Xing also arrived at the center of the territory, waiting silently. After a few seconds, the vortex portal next to the energy station began to slowly rotate. Buzz, buzz. When the spatial fluctuations reached their peak, a red figure gracefully stepped out. The figure wore tattered armor, her hair flowing in a stream of red. The dark gold mask on her face, though completely obscuring her features, added a strange beauty to her. That innate heroic aura exuded a unique charm. Of course, her body still looked somewhat strange due to the missing parts. The Valkyries remained saluted respectfully. Master, I have returned to the territory. Chao Xing looked at this powerful and loyal warrior, his eyes filled with relief. Marlenina, are you ready for your transformation? She slowly raised her head, a pair of questioning eyes appearing beneath the dark gold mask. Master, what do you mean? A disembodied voice called out. Chao Xing didn't explain, but slowly pulled the blood-red, broken blade from his backpack. In the sunlight, the broken blade shone an eerie crimson light, complementing the radiance of Malenina's red hair. The moment she saw the broken blade, Malenina's aura shifted. Is this the relic that will allow me to reach the legendary realm? Her voice trembled, a rare tremor. Indeed, you will re-enter that realm. Chao Xing's voice was firm and gentle. After hearing this, Malenina didn't respond immediately. Instead, she paused, contemplating something. Besides her surprise, her hands trembled slightly, as if she were a little nervous. Chao Xing noticed the expression on her face and asked, What's wrong? Are you worried? The Valkyrie hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Master, I do have some concerns. Before I reach the legendary realm, there are some things I need to explain in advance. Chao Xing remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Chapter 787. Marinina continued, My consciousness was bestowed upon me by you. It's like a new soul born from an empty shell, possessing a completely independent consciousness. But I have a hunch. If I break through to the legendary realm, this broken body will regain some of its former strength. At the same time, I might also receive a large amount of memories that don't belong to me. Chao Xing's brow furrowed, a thoughtful look in his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this situation. I had originally thought that the owner of this body was completely dead, and that Marinina now possessed a completely new consciousness. And after spending time together, her consciousness had gradually developed into an independent personality. Now, it seems that this body still retains some deep, instinctive memories. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, this is the corpse of a god. Even dead, even incomplete, it still possesses power unimaginable to ordinary people. Her mask reflected a cold light as she whispered, Master, if I regain those memories, it might have some impact on my consciousness. Perhaps. Before she could finish, Chao Xing raised his hand to interrupt. He chuckled and asked, Marlenina, if you reach legendary status, will you still recognize me as your master? There's no need to worry about that. Simply answer whether you will recognize me as your master. Hearing this, the Valkyrie's shoulders trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, Of course. My loyalty to you will never waver. Very good. Chao Xing nodded, then stepped forward and handed the blood-red broken blade and the legendary heart to her. No matter how many memories you've absorbed, As long as you still recognize me as your master, you are mine. No one can take you away from me, understand? Marianina's shoulders trembled slightly, and beneath her golden mask, a look of emotion crossed her sharp eyes. After a moment, she solemnly declared, I understand, master. No matter what happens, I will always be your Marianina. Without hesitation, she crushed the legendary heart in her hand. Crack! With a shattering sound, pure power was absorbed by the broken body. Instantly, a torrent of energy erupted, spreading over 10 kilometers. Immediately, Marianina unleashed the divine power within her body, drawing upon the power contained within the broken blade. The blood-red blade hovered in the air, emitting a dazzling red light that resonated strongly with the energy emanating from Marianina. As divine power entered her body, Marianina's aura suddenly shifted dramatically. Her body began to undergo earth-shattering transformations. The stumped right leg sprouted new flesh and bone at a visible speed. The dark golden mask gradually melted in half, revealing the lower half of a breathtakingly perfect face. Her eyes, in particular, were like two blazing blood-red stars, deep and menacing. To be stared at by those eyes was like being locked upon by an ancient goddess of war, leaving no room for resistance. At this moment, the aura emanating from Marianina far surpassed the pressure of any of their predecessors, even those who had achieved legendary status. Even the stagnation magic shield enveloping the entire territory trembled violently, its aura instantly spreading over hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, as the aura emanating from Marianina grew stronger, it far surpassed the might of the mighty dragon Seraphis at its legendary breakthrough. The workers, beasts, and nearby otherworldly lords were all stunned and frozen in place by this terrifying aura. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly sensed an unfamiliar power emanating from the Valkyrie's body. This power seemed to share the same origin as Marianina's, yet it carried a completely different aura. Moreover, within this power was a vast divine power, one instinctively wanting to kneel and submit. That was the power of the gods. At the same time, Marianina abruptly closed her eyes the moment that divine power emerged. Her body trembled violently, as if receiving a shockwave of overwhelming memories. Chao Xing, standing nearby, felt an even greater sense of oppression emanating from his soul. He whispered, Is this receiving the impact of those memories? It seemed something's amiss. Marianina's muscles were tense, her lower lip bleeding from biting. But even so, she struggled to maintain her composure. As time passed, the power grew more dangerous, sometimes violent like a raging wave, sometimes cold as the abyss. Chao Xing stared at the Valkyrie before him, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with worry. But there was nothing he could do, so he could only pray silently. I hope you can pull through. After a long wait. I don't know if it was a minute or 10. Marianina's aura was constantly changing. Sometimes it was as violent as thunder, sometimes as calm as water, as if engaged in an invisible tug-of-war. Her expression shifted accordingly, now contorted with pain, now cold and majestic. As time passed, she even involuntarily entered her second form. Her whole body burned with red flames, her red wings fully spread, dazzling like a butterfly bathed in flames. However, Chao Xing sensed her now as an energy vessel about to overload, ready to burst at any moment. A hint of worry crossed his eyes. Marlene's current condition seems a bit dangerous. This broken body's power is inherently unstable, and the sudden receipt of such a massive force has only exacerbated this vulnerability. Add to that the impact of that memory, and she could explode at any moment. Should we forcibly interrupt her breakthrough? Just as Chao Xing was considering whether to intervene, Marlene's body suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, instantly suppressing all her violent aura. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying burst of sword energy erupted from her pupils. Clang! The sword energy streaked across the sky above the territory, carving a deep crack in the surrounding stasis magic shield. The magic shield, originally boasting a durability of 1 billion, instantly dropped by half. At the same time, the red wings that had materialized behind Marlene automatically folded in, and the flames on her body subsided. She became calmer than ever, yet the restrained pressure she exuded was even more unsettling. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Marianina, has successfully reached legendary status. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000% and attack range by 200%. Due to this significant increase in strength, she gains a special ability, Divine Resonance passive. The upper limit of divine power has been significantly increased. The moment he saw this notification, Chao Xing was initially stunned, then a flash of ecstasy filled his eyes. Oh my god, it worked! Ha ha ha! Marianina has reached legendary. He had been about to forcibly interrupt Marianina's breakthrough, But to his surprise, she succeeded instantly. What a surprise! At the same time, Marina slowly turned her head and gazed at her lord. Beneath the half-dark gold mask, her blood-red eyes held an unprecedented clarity and determination. Her red lips parted softly. "Master, I'm back." Her voice remained respectful, yet it held a touch of ancient, majestic rhythm. Chao Xing stepped forward, observing her intently, and asked, "How do you feel? Have those memories had any effect on you?" Marina shook her head gently. "They are just fragments of the past." She raised her hand, gradually grasping the long sword. "And I will always be your sharp blade." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with relief. "Very good, you haven't disappointed me. Now tell me, what do you see in your memories?" At this question, her body stiffened noticeably for a moment, as if she were recalling something unpleasant. The light in her blood-red eyes flickered, and the air around her trembled slightly with her fluctuating emotions. "Master, those memories are mostly scenes of battle." Her voice deepened. "I saw some very terrifying enemies. They wore pitch-black armor and wielded weapons capable of tearing through space. Some legendary and demigod-level warriors were easily slain by them." Her fingertips trembled unconsciously. Furthermore, those terrifying beings launched a large-scale war. As the flames of war spread, the 4 continents were engulfed in endless conflict. Many powerful gods also participated in the battle. The original owner of this body fought them, even leaving this plane. Her voice grew increasingly hurried, and then, "I don't know what happened. All the gods were defeated. One god after another fell, their statues crumbled, and the kingdoms they had built crumbled. The sky and the earth lost their color, the laws of nature fell into chaos, and the entire world seemed to be plunged into eternal darkness." Marina paused, her face pale beneath her mask. "After that, even I. No, the original owner of this body was slain. The remains fell from the sky into the battlefield of the gods. And then my memory ended." After a pause, she added, "And, during the battle, I heard something. They will come back." After listening to Marina's story, Chao Xing frowned, his eyes grim. Her words contained an enormous amount of information. First, there was the mysterious enemy group, capable of easily slaying legends and demigods. Even when numerous gods joined the battle, they were utterly defeated, their armor and weapons scattered, one after another. Who were those enemies? How powerful were they? What was their purpose? Chao Xing knew nothing of these things. He didn't even know why the fight had begun. Furthermore, the place where Marlene's original body, the Valkyrie, had died, was called the Divine War Land. And the Divine War Land was connected to Luo's inheritance of the human emperor. The more he thought about it, the more complex the situation seemed. He whispered, "So, it seems that the creatures of the 4 continents won the war back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today." And when Marlene said they would return, did that mean these terrifying enemies would return? After pondering for a while, he came up with nothing. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's put that aside. Even if the enemy was powerful, that was a long time ago. Even if they show signs of returning, it's not just my responsibility. If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. There are many beings in this world more powerful than me. At least, this world's 6 true gods and ancient dragons are still here. As long as..." He paused, his pupils constricting. "Wait a minute. Based on the previous series of events, it seems the 6 true gods and ancient dragons all want to maintain balance. Or perhaps this is the ultimate desire of those true god-level creatures. However, due to reasons unknown to me, the balance is gradually being disrupted. And according to them, when the rules are unbalanced, there will be terrible consequences. Are those terrifying creatures one of those consequences?" Chao Xing swallowed, suddenly feeling a chill on his back. After the death of the crystal dragon Kralkatorrik, the next dragon to die will most likely be the ice and persuasion dragon Yorma. And now Shaitan, the death and shadow dragon, and Morpheus, the dream dragon, have arrived in the western continent. This place seems like a vast vortex of death, drawing terrifying beings one after another into its murky waters. And if this trend continues, these ancient dragons will perish one after another. Chao Xing's voice suddenly grew dry. So, when the last ancient dragon falls, will the rules be completely unbalanced? Will those terrifying creatures also descend upon the 4 continents at this time? A chilling wind blew without warning, and thick, dark clouds appeared in the once clear sky, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder. Chao Xing realized he might have touched upon a hidden secret, one of the ultimate secrets of this world. Even, it involved some terrifying beings. Those beings possessed power beyond imagination. Even the mere thought of them would be sensed. Chao Xing realized he couldn't speculate any further, or else it might lead to some unpleasant consequences, so he quickly shook his head. Never mind all that. It will likely be a long time before the 6 ancient dragons are completely defeated. And during this time, my strength can continue to grow. Even if the rules ever truly become unbalanced, I must possess the strength to protect myself. At this thought, his gaze grew firm again. Marlene, standing beside him, also said firmly, Master, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. With the sharp blade in my hand, I will slay all your enemies. With these words, she firmly grasped the hilt of the bloodthirster blade, the blade slicing through the air with a gentle clang. Chao Xing, hearing this, also smiled. All right, then, let's continue to grow stronger together, striving to possess the power to resolve any crisis before it arrives. Marlene nodded firmly. Then, Chao Xing glanced at the Valkyrie's attributes after reaching the legendary realm. The following are the attributes after activating Valkyrie's Fury and legendary second form, fully activated. Valkyrie remains, Marlene. Race, unknown. Level 100, 0/2 billion. Potential, Mutation Overlord. Divine Power, 137/100, 000. Second form activated, naturally regenerates 5 divine power points daily. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reviewing her long list of attributes, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god! These attributes are too terrifying, aren't they? You have to remember that the average legendary, upon reaching their first breakthrough, has a health point of just over 200 million and an attack power of around 1 million. And now, Marlene had just broken through. With the 100% attribute boost from Valkyrie's Fury, and the 200% attribute boost from Valkyrie's Body, along with the blessing of the Pale Tree, her health had reached an incredible 1.4 billion. Her attack power was even more outrageous, almost breaking through 5 million. What does this mean? According to the stat growth rate of these legendary powerhouses with each level increase, a max level legendary at level 150 would have around 600 million health and nearly 2 million attack power. And now, Marlene, having just broken through, had crushed these max level legendaries by several times. With such a powerful base coefficient, her combat power far surpassed those max level legendaries. A single God Slayer, severed in two, could deal at least 400 million true damage. In other words, ordinary legendaries would be instantly destroyed by her. Even high-level legendaries, like Elton and the Lizardman Chieftain, would be seriously injured if not killed. It could be said that Marlene had now become the territory's strongest force. Even Chao Xing couldn't match her single-round damage output. Great! As expected of a former Valkyrie, these attributes are truly powerful. If only I could find her a powerful legendary weapon, or even a semi-artifact. I can't imagine how powerful Marlene will be. Chao Xing became increasingly satisfied, almost eager to find her a powerful weapon. However, legendary weapons aren't easy to find. Until then, she'd have to use the Bloodthirster blade. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing took another look at the other passive skill she had awakened after reaching legendary. Divine Mark. Divine Mark passive. Level, legendary. Skill effect. Each attack of Marlene's activates the remaining divinity within her. Attacks deal 10% true damage and reduce the target's attack power by 5%, lasts 5 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. If the enemy is a divine being, demigod/god, an additional 20% divine suppression effect is applied. Divine suppression reduces the target's attributes by 20%, and attacks directly attack the target's divine fire/godhood, dealing damage. Chapter 788. Marlene's passive skill, Divine Mark, seems quite powerful. Chao Xing couldn't help but smack his lips. Not only does all her attacks inflict true damage, it effectively elevates Marlene's already formidable output to a new level. Most importantly, the divine suppression effect behind it can actually be used against demigods and gods. Chao Xing's eyes gleamed. You know, with his current power increase, even some legendary creatures are no longer a concern for him. His opponents are those hidden demigods, even gods. Marlene's ability is truly a qualitative change. Great! This breakthrough is truly enormous. And I can make her even stronger. Chao Xing's heartbeat quickened as he glanced at the divine power fragments in his backpack. Because soon, this Valkyrie would possess the power of a demigod. He took a deep breath and called out, Marlene, come to me. The Valkyrie stepped forward, pressing one hand to her chest. Master, please command. Chao Xing solemnly said, now, prepare for your second transformation. Hearing this, A look of confusion crossed her eyes. Second transformation. What do you mean? Chao Xing said nothing, but simply pulled 490 divine power fragments from his backpack. Since Marlene had already activated the divine power function, she could regenerate 5 divine power points daily. Over the past few days, she had accumulated 130 divine power points, saving him 13 divine power fragments. But because he wanted to leave her some divine power to unleash her legendary combat skills, Chao Xing had specially prepared some extra. At that moment, the Valkyrie's breath hitched as she gazed at the luminous heap of divine power in Chao Xing's hands. You've already gathered so much, she explained in amazement. Master, you truly are almighty. Chao Xing smiled, then casually tossed all the divine power fragments in his hand into the air. Then, these 490 divine power fragments transformed into tiny specks of starlight, pouring into Marinella's body like a galaxy. Her form was instantly enveloped in dazzling divine light, and an invisible pressure emanated from her. And on the system panel, her divine power value officially reached 5,037 points. Feeling the divine power surging within her, Marinella solemnly declared, Master, come! I'm ready to embrace the new power. Then, she deactivated Valkyrie's fury and her second form. Her base attributes dropped significantly, and her aura also declined, becoming comparable to that of Assam, Binglan, and the others. Chao Xing nodded and raised his staff. Because Malinina's second form requires her to enter the near-death state before it can be activated, she must first be depleted of her health. As Chao Xing swung his staff, icy elements within a radius of dozens of miles were mobilized. Clang! In an instant, massive cones of ice appeared behind him, each emitting a piercing chill. Then, he pressed his staff. Swish! Swish! All the cones shot out and accurately hit Malinina, dealing a series of 1 to 2 million in damage. Her health had dropped by about 1/10 after this wave of attacks. Chao Xing followed suit, and after several waves of attacks, her health began to drain like water. In the blink of an eye, it was completely depleted. She seemed to have suffered a severe blow, her body swaying, her breath as weak as a candle in the wind, as if she would be extinguished at any moment. Just as she was about to collapse, the Valkyrie gripped the hilt of the Bloodthirster blade tightly, and pierced the bluestone floor with a fierce blow. Puff! She pressed both hands against the hilt, struggling to maintain her balance. The next moment, she raised her head, a blood-red flame blazing in her pupils, the blazing light seemingly piercing the soul. Chao Xing noticed that on her stat panel, the divine power value instantly dropped from 5037 to 37. Buzz! Marianina's body suddenly erupted in blood-red flames, and terrifying waves of power erupted continuously, even slightly distorting the surrounding air. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the flames grew stronger, her body gradually soared into the air. Burning blood-red flames shot up 1,000 meters into the sky, threatening to ignite the entire sky. A pair of flaming butterfly wings slowly unfolded behind her, her crimson hair dancing in the wind, like a deity descending to earth. Then, an unprecedented divine might instantly swept across the entire snowy plain. Warcraft within 1,000 miles of her body prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and wailing. Countless creatures involuntarily knelt in worship. Even the inanimate plants and trees bowed their branches in that direction. At that moment, the entire snowy plain fell into absolute silence. Not only that, even the main city of Yongshuang, thousands of kilometers away, sensed this terrifying aura. Ice Crystal King Elton sat upright on his throne. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Demigod! He immediately summoned the semi-divine artifact, the kingdom's holy sword, his eyes revealing an unprecedented solemnity. However, as he carefully sensed it, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Looking from the direction of the aura, it seems to be the snowstorm. Could it be Lord Chao Xing? At this moment, the Ice Crystal King's expression became extremely vivid. Shock, confusion, disbelief. He had originally thought that it would take Chao Xing at least a year or two to achieve demigod-level combat power. And that was his lowest possible estimate. After all, even the most brilliant genius needs countless years to reach the threshold of demigodhood. The fastest known record was held by a mysterious master thousands of years ago. It is said that he went from a first-level mortal to the ultimate limit of the 10th level in just 20 years. And within 2 years, he broke through his limits and entered the legendary realm, setting the fastest record in Western continent history. But even so, it took that mysterious powerhouse nearly 100 years to complete the transformation from legendary to demigod. During the Blood Rebellion, Chao Xing's subordinates had only just reached legendary, and he himself was only at hero-level combat power. The result? How long had it been since the Blood Rebellion? In just over a month, he already possessed demigod-level combat power. For both Qiaoxing himself and his subjects. This speed was truly outrageous. It practically broke every known record of cultivation on the continent. Lord Qiaoxing. The Ice Crystal King smiled wryly, and shook his head, his gaze darting off into the distance. Perhaps, you truly will be the one to create miracles. His eyes were filled with emotion. At this moment, the Ice Crystal King suddenly realized something. No, Lord Qiaoxing has just forged a mortal feud with the North Wind Alliance. And according to him, some of the gods who escaped from the Netherworld might also seek to deal with him. In other words, his possession of demigod power cannot be exposed so quickly. At this thought, the Ice Crystal King made a split-second decision. He suddenly grasped the kingdom's holy sword and raised it high into the sky. This semi-divine weapon unleashed its unleashed might, a vast energy surge radiating over 1,000 kilometers. It directly obscured the power surge emanating from the whirlwind snowfield. Meanwhile, within Qiaoxing's territory, Marinina, her red hair flowing and her body ablaze with blood-red flames, continued to hover 1,000 meters in the air. The flaming butterfly wings behind her slowly fluttered, each flap leaving a trail in the air, like the trail of a burning meteor. Over time, the violent divine might within her gradually subsided. It didn't dissipate, but rather gradually became more restrained. Like a sheathed blade, she perfectly sealed her destructive power within. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Marinina, is in a near-death state. The Talent Valkyrie body is activated, consuming 5,000 divine power points to transform into a demigod form for 1 hour. Under the influence of the Talent Eternal Power, this state has become permanent. Because Marlene has entered demigod form, her demigod skills, Blood Butterfly Dance, Crimson Oath, Boundary Breaker have been activated. Node 1. While in permanent mode, the Valkyrie body form can be exited and deactivated at any time. However, after officially achieving demigod status, reactivating the second form requires 100,000 divine power. Note 2. If a Valkyrie enters the second form with less than 100,000 divine power, after achieving demigod status, she will not possess divine-level combat power, but will instead receive a 200% increase in all attributes. If the divine power reaches 100,000, one will directly possess divine combat power. When this series of system notifications ended, Qiaoxing's face was already filled with ecstasy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, I've indeed ascended directly to the demigod realm, and even activated 2 additional demigod skills. The power of demigod skills can be seen from another demigod-level skill book, Apocalypse Night. This terrifying combat skill has a maximum attack range of hundreds of kilometers, and a single strike is enough to decimate all life in an entire region. Now, Marinella has directly activated too. He gazed at the figure ablaze with blood-red flames in midair, his heart filled with uncontrollable excitement. At the same time, he also noticed the note at the end. It's the same as when I activated my second form. Once Marinella reaches level 150 and officially breaks through to demigod status, then activating my second form will instantly grant me a leap in combat power, reaching the divine level. However, this time, it require a full 100,000 divine power points. This outrageous figure left Qiaoxing somewhat bewildered. You know, just accumulating those 5,000 divine power points took him a tremendous amount of effort. It would take him forever to accumulate another 100,000. But Qiaoxing soon regained his composure. After all, with Marinella, a demigod-level warrior, at least the territory's safety was absolutely guaranteed. As for the 100,000 divine power points, we take our time. At the same time, Marinella's aura had completely calmed, and the suffocating pressure of the demigod had receded like a tide. The woman took a deep breath, and the flickering flames in her pupils gradually subsided, transforming into a deep, dark gold. At that moment, Malinina's figure vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already standing before him. Her speed was as fast as teleportation. So fast! Qiaoxing was shocked, and he even took a step back subconsciously. Even with his legendary Frost Mage skills, he couldn't track Malinina's movements. This speed even surpassed that of the fresh blood leader they had encountered. Urgi! If she had possessed such power back then, the battle would have been over before it even began. The Valkyrie placed her right hand on her chest and said respectfully, "Master, this body has gradually regained some of its strength." Her voice was still cold, but it held a touch of sacred majesty. Qiaoxing regained his composure and gazed at the Valkyrie, whose body emanated a faint flame, with admiration in his eyes. In this form, Marlene looked like a war goddess straight out of myth. Very well, I'm proud of your growth. Hearing this, the Valkyrie's sharp gaze suddenly softened, and she whispered, everything I have is given by my master. She lowered her head slightly, a flicker of devotion in her dark golden eyes. This power will always be at your service. Cao Xing felt a slight warmth in his heart, and he gazed at the Valkyrie before him with admiration. Then, he opened Marlene's stats panel. He checked the two newly activated demigod skills. Skill, Blood Butterfly Dance. Level, Demigod Skill, exclusive to Valkyrie Marlene. Skill cost, 300 Divine Power. Skill effect, Marlene transforms into a blood-colored phantom butterfly, teleporting to the enemy's side, maximum single teleportation distance, 50 kilometers. Unlimited teleportation slashes within 10 seconds, number of slashes depends on agility and attack speed. Each slash deals, attack power asterisk 415% plus agility asterisk 847% damage and applies the blood flame effect, which lasts for 10 seconds. Blood flame causes the target to lose Valkyrie agility asterisk 1378% health per second and suppresses their healing by 8%. Stacks up to 10 times. Skill cooldown, 3 days. Skill, Crimson Oath Boundary Slash. Level, Demigod Skill, Valkyrie Marlena exclusive. Skill cost, 250 to 2500 mana. Skill effect, Marlena charges for 1 to 3 seconds, unleashing a sword beam that tears through space, dealing attack power asterisk 18,800%, devastating damage to enemies within a 10 to 500 kilometers radius, with the Law of Destruction effect. Law Break reduces the target's armor slash magic resistance to 0 for 5 seconds. Attribute, doubles damage to divine creatures. Skill cooldown, 6 days. After viewing the stats of these two skills, Cao Xing was completely stunned. Isn't this terrifying? These two skills are simply divine abilities that can slay any god or Buddha who stands in their way. He muttered to himself, his voice a little hoarse. The former's blood butterfly dance has an incredible effect. Once activated, it grants unlimited teleportation and slashing for the next 10 seconds. What a concept! With Marlene's current movement speed and blade draw speed, flashing over a dozen times a second, completing dozens of slashes is a piece of cake. In other words, in those 10 seconds, she could launch at least 100 attacks. That translates to an attack coefficient multiplied by hundreds. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying burst, not to mention the blood flame effect, which drains a massive amount of health per second after reaching 10 stacks. The latter's Crimson Oath, Boundary Breaker, is equally outrageous. Not only does it have a terrifying maximum attack range of 500 kilometers, but it also boasts an attack coefficient of nearly 200 times. On top of that, the special effect behind it doubles the damage against divine units. This means that even demigods would have to retreat in fear of this strike. Horrifying. The former, as an ultimate single-target burst, combines unparalleled flexibility, leaving the enemy defenseless. The latter, as a large-scale group attack, with a mere 3 seconds of charge time, makes it even more impossible for the enemy to avoid it. If these two skills are used together, even demigods will be decimated. Cao Xing gasped. Of course, demigod skills are powerful, but their cost is also truly outrageous. It often costs hundreds of divine power points, and even Crimson Oath, Boundary Slash can consume up to 2,500. This is equivalent to the divine power he's been saving for so long, which might only be enough for one ultimate move. Not to mention Assam's demigod skill Apocalypse Night also requires a large amount of divine power. It seems, no matter how much divine power I have, it won't be enough. Cao Xing rubbed his temple, feeling both excited and headache. But soon, he returned his attention to Marlena. Speaking of which, I only know that demigod-level powerhouses are much more powerful than legends, but I've never seen their specific attributes. It just so happens that Marlena is a member of my territory, and now that she's activated her second form, her stats are also demigod level. I think I can check it out. So, Cao Xing once again opened Marlena's new stat panel. P.S. This is also the panel after activating Valkyrie's Wrath, 100% stat boost, but because her second form directly grants her a cross-level combat power, there's no additional 200% stat boost. Valkyrie remains, Marlena. Race, unknown. Level 100, 0/2 billion. Potential, Mutation Overlord. Divine Power, 137/100, 000. Second form activated, naturally regenerates 10 divine power points daily. Divine Fire, none. Divinity, 100% Nirvana. Detailed stats. Click to view. After viewing Marinina's new stat panel, Chao Xing was completely stunned. Because this is simply outrageous. A full 7.1 billion health points, nearly 20 million attack points, plus 3 million agility. How does this even begin to comprehend? If she were to unleash the legendary skill God Destruction, cutting in two now, it would deal at least over 1 billion damage. And this skill only consumes 10 points of divine power, with no charge time. In other words, anyone below the rank of demigod would be instantly killed. If she were to use those two terrifying demigod skills, even a demigod would likely be killed instantly. This simply blew Chao Xing's mind. Clearly, after entering her second form, with Valkyrie's Wrath and a series of percentage-based blessings, Marinina's attributes absolutely crushed most demigods. Chapter 789. With Marinina's current strength, even if the 3 demigods of the Blood Legion had attacked together, they would have been defeated by her, leaving them in disarray. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. Very good. From today on, I officially possess the strength of a demigod. Next, let's see which one loses their patience first and comes looking for trouble. Then, I wipe them all out. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Of course, defeating those demigods wouldn't be so easy. Although Marinina's attributes suppressed them, she didn't possess the divine fire. According to the Lizardman Chief, the divine fire is the source of the demigod's power, granting them immense strength. In fact, as long as the divine fire remains extinguished, the demigod cannot die. Chao Xing shook his head and continued studying Marinina's panel. In addition to the significant attribute boost, her divine power regeneration rate also doubled. She now recovers 10 divine power points daily. If she trains in the warrior camp, she can recover 12 points daily, which is quite impressive. Also, Marlene has gained a new feature called Nirvana. What it does is unknown. However, Chao Xing does know that his attribute panel has a feature called Crystal. I guess I find out what this feature does once I reach level 150 and prepare for the demigod breakthrough. After almost completing his study of Marlene's panel, Chao Xing gradually withdrew his gaze. Then, he looked at the Valkyrie and said, "Next, you will continue to the ruins and slay the wraiths within en masse to increase your level. If anything happens, I contact you immediately." Marlenina had just broken through, and was only at level 100. In other words, she still had a lot of room for improvement. The Valkyrie was about to respond when Chao Xing, as if remembering something, added, "By the way, under normal circumstances, don't expose your demigod power, just maintain your legendary form." Marlenina paused, understanding his meaning. She nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, master." Without hesitation, she turned and stepped into the vortex behind her. Buzz! With a flash of light from the vortex portal, Marlenina's figure vanished. Chao Xing continued his tour of the territory. He then observed the engineering team outside. After confirming that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, he turned and headed to the center of the territory. Then he stepped into the dungeon portal and began his leveling journey. After all, even though Chao Xing could still gain experience while sitting in the territory, his leveling speed was quite fast. But that wasn't as fast as his own personal involvement, and he needed to raise his level as quickly as possible. Next, Chao Xing's men followed their usual pattern, attacking the fog first, drawing the wraiths within, and then slaying them in waves. After slaying all the wraiths in this area, they moved on to the next. Led by a dozen legendary and heroic warriors, the territory's combatants slaughtered countless wraiths daily. Similarly, with this killing efficiency, their levels increased rapidly. Legendary mages like Chao Xing, who were nearly reaching level 120, could maintain a level-up rate of roughly 1 level per day. And beings like Lu Muxia and Zevelin, who were above level 145, could maintain a level-up rate of 1 level every 2 days. Recently broken legendaries like Marlene, Hilda, Seraphis, and Assam leveled up even faster, roughly 2 or 3 levels a day. Add to that the heroic level masters, who were also frantically killing monsters and leveling up. It can be said that the members of Chao Xing's territory saw significant daily improvements during their time in the ruins. Of course, in addition to them, the survivors also reaped a rich harvest. 200,000 survivors, leading their master-level masters, continuously explored and excavated the ruins. With such a large number of people, astonishing discoveries and gains were made every day. Some lucky souls, who unearthed black pots, became instantly wealthy, while lords who opened special treasure chests gained vast resources. Some lords even unearthed complete ancient weapons from underground, energy cannons, death's kiss silos, sky curtains, and so on. The constant discovery of astonishing treasures fueled this group of survivors, who frantically explored every possible location. In the outside world, the other survivors, upon witnessing their haul, were filled with envy. They repeatedly clicked apply to enter on the dungeon portal, but because the quota had been filled, it was all in vain. And so, 5 days passed in a flash. One day, a small group of survivors stood amidst the rubble, gazing ahead from afar, their eyes filled with shock and awe. There, a stunning figure wielded a blood-drinking long sword, her red hair flowing. She slashed at the mist with sword energy, each strike carrying a suffocating pressure. Clang! The sword energy seemed to slice through the air, emitting a series of trembling sounds that instantly extended over 10 kilometers. The vengeful spirits within, barely aware of their presence, were instantly slain, their shrill wails echoing. After decisively dispatching the vengeful spirits in the area, the figure vanished in a flash. The survivors exchanged glances. A young man swallowed. So terrifying. The female team member next to her trembled. Yes, it feels like she could instantly kill us all with a single strike. Too powerful. Is this legendary power? I'm so envious. Everyone gazed at the direction the red figure departed, their eyes filled with longing. At this moment, a young snow hunter said, "Brothers, have you noticed that Boss Chao Xing seems to have more and more legendary warriors under his command?" Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, I've encountered at least 6 or 7 of them in the ruins these past few days. And each one is incredibly powerful, far more powerful than the legendaries we saw in the video earlier. Indeed, and these legendaries are growing stronger every day. I can't believe how powerful Boss Chao Xing really is now. Many people looked thoughtful at this question. During the blood expansion, the survivors knew that Chao Xing commanded 6 legendary warriors. Now, almost 2 months later, no one knew the extent to which his territory's power had increased. Some said at least 8. After all, Chao Xing's legendary breakthrough announcement had just been released. Others said 10. The opinions were widely divergent. What they didn't know was that Chao Xing's subordinates already had 11 legendary warriors, including 1 demigod-level warrior. Compared to the Blood Rebellion, this was a qualitative change. Just as they were discussing this, several system prompts flashed before them. Attention all survivors in the Lost Royal City dungeon. Time remaining until this dungeon opens. 0:59. After this time expires, the fog in the inner city will once again engulf the ruins, and the dungeon will close. Please manage your time and exit this dungeon area promptly. All in the dungeon. The 3 consecutive system prompts stunned everyone for a moment. But soon, the survivors regained their composure. Brothers, the dungeon is closing soon. We need to leave. So fast. I haven't finished grinding yet. Yeah, I really want to stay a few more days. This time, the Lost Royal City dungeon has brought sweet rewards to the survivors from all 4 regions. Not to mention, just the sheer number of wraiths slain during this period has earned them a massive amount of experience points. In terms of level alone, they are generally 10 to 20 levels higher than the survivors from other regions. Currently, all of the 100,000 surviving lords who entered the ruins in the first batch have reached level 60 or above, with a few already reaching level 70. And the second batch of 100,000 lords who entered the ruins have also almost all reached level 60. Add to that the proceeds from other materials, jars, and so on, and everyone's made a killing. Time to go, brothers. We've reaped a substantial harvest this time. A burly man patted his backpack and said, "This alone could buy all the gear for the core members of my territory." Another survivor exclaimed excitedly, "Yeah, my luck was incredible this time. I dug up an ancient cannon. Big win. Ha. I also dug up an ancient weapon. A mercenary offered 80 million crowns for it. That's awesome. Let's go, brothers. We come back next year." The 200,000 survivors, like marching ants, converged on the ruins towards the world anchor. At that moment, a violent energy surge suddenly erupted from the depths of the distant ruins. A blood-red sword light shot up into the sky, its destructive radius reaching dozens of kilometers, as if splitting the entire fog in two. What is that? The survivors paused, staring in confusion. However, the appearance of that blood-red sword light seemed to set off a chain reaction. From the ruins, a terrifying aura rose. Boom! Southwest. A brilliant aurora streaked across the sky, annihilating every vengeful spirit in its path, as if even the fog had been dispelled. A beautiful figure could be vaguely seen within the aurora. She stood in the air, sword held high, like a goddess controlling the aurora. Northeast. Hundreds of thousands of frost blue meteorites appeared in the sky, descending with devastating force. Each meteorite smashed into the mist, unleashing a bone-chilling icy storm. To the north, a thundercloud over a kilometer in diameter emerged, dark purple lightning pouring down like a torrential downpour, transforming an area over 10 kilometers in radius into a thunderous purgatory. To the northwest, a massive vortex of light slowly formed, engulfing the surrounding mist and extinguishing all the vengeful spirits within. Not only that, everyone heard a deafening roar. Ing! A resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the ruins, as a massive, deep blue dragon with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters soared into the sky. Atop its back, a cold figure stood proudly, its long sword wielding a dazzling blaze. Off to the other side, a long wolf howl echoed through the sky. Woo! A giant wolf, covered in icy armor, soared into the sky, carrying its master with it. Beyond that, a raging army of blood spiders rushed into the fog, frantically self-destructing. Each blood spider explosion unleashed a blood-red shockwave with a radius of tens of meters. The entire ruin shook violently under the onslaught of these terrifying attacks. Boom! Boom! The survivors stood there, stunned, some slumping to the ground with their legs weakened. A young survivor said in a trembling voice, "The auras of these powerful men. They all seem like legends under Boss Chao Xing." "What are they doing?" Another survivor exclaimed, "I know. Boss Chao Xing must have seen the system prompt and ordered his men to clear the area. Too powerful. This kind of power is simply beyond human reach." They stared in shock at the figures madly erupting in the ruins, as if witnessing a miracle. Even the thick fog that had previously enveloped the entire ruin seemed to thin significantly under this attack. Elsewhere, after Chao Xing unleashed Forbidden Spell, Doomsday Ice Star, the chill he emanated seemed to freeze the air for hundreds of meters around him. Who? He exhaled a breath of air tinged with ice crystals, and the chill gradually subsided. Below, the double Doomsday Ice Star blasted a devastating zone stretching tens of kilometers. The ground was dotted with deep pits over 100 meters in diameter, their bottoms still emanating intense cold air. A thick layer of solid ice covered the entire landscape. At the same time, a system notification appeared. You used the forbidden spell Doomsday Ice Star, successfully killing 3,542 mist wraiths, elites, bosses, and leaders, gaining 1.239 billion experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants gained 619.5 million experience points. With one wave of bombardment, he directly gained 1.2 billion experience points, bringing the remaining 10% of his experience bar to 100%. At the same time, a white light appeared around him. Your level has increased. Current level, 128. Attribute increases from this level. Strength plus 1057, Agility plus 1192, Spirit plus 1425, Constitution plus 1142, and Divine Power limit plus 10. With the level up, his attributes increased again. However, this was just the beginning. As system notifications appeared one after another, his experience points continued to rise rapidly. Your territory member, Mernina, used the legendary skill, Divine Destruction, Severed, to kill 4,126 mist wraiths, elites, bosses, and leaders, earning 1.431 billion experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants earned experience points, 715.5 million. Your territory member, Zevelin Donchi, used the forbidden spell, Heavenly Punishment, to kill 2469 mist wraiths, earning 912 million experience points. Combatants earned experience points, 456 million. Your system notifications kept flashing across the screen, and Chao Xing practically watched his experience bar rise bit by bit. What kind of a concept is this? You have to remember, he's already reached level 128, and the experience points required to level up have reached a staggering 14 billion. But even so, he's still maintaining such a terrifying leveling speed. This gives you an idea of how many monsters they've killed in this burst. When the explosion ended, a white light shone again on Chao Xing's body. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 129. This upgrade? Feeling the surge of power within him, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Not bad. I reached level 129 before the ruins closed. This 29 level attribute boost makes me even stronger than before. And it wasn't just Chao Xing. The other subjects also generally increased by about 1 or 2 levels. He scrolled through the system notifications. Your territory member, Marlenina, has been upgraded, current level, 114. Your territory member, Zevelin Donchi, has been upgraded, current level 147. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua, has been upgraded, current level 149. A long list of upgrade notifications flashed by. Chao Xing did a quick mental tally. Currently, the highest levels were still Zebulon and Lu Mushua, both of whom were approaching the maximum level of 150. The second tier consisted of Chao Xing, Holy Light Sage Isabel, Witch Francesca, Dragon Speaker Binglon, Assassin Sarah Blade Dance, and Brown Iron Wall, a total of 6 powerful individuals. Their levels were 142, 129, 134, 138, 134, and 126, respectively. The third tier consists of the newly achieved legends, Blood Spider Queen Hilda, Frostwolf Knight Assam, Dragon Seraphis, and Mernina. A total of 4. Their levels are 120, 115, 112, 114. As for the masters and heroes, there's no need to mention them. They've already reached the maximum level for their current stage, awaiting only new hero hearts or corresponding relics to reach new realms. It can be said that during the 20 days since entering the ruins, Chao Xing's territory has undergone a dramatic transformation. In addition to this increase in strength, Chao Xing has also reaped a wealth of spoils. At this moment, he gazed at the mountain of jars, ancient coins, and materials in his backpack, as well as the hundreds of golems resting quietly in his necromancer's pouch. A look of satisfaction crossed his face, and he sighed inwardly. This trip to the ruins has yielded so much. Not only did I acquire 2 legendary weapons, but the strength of all our members has skyrocketed. Furthermore, if we can digest all the spoils in our backpacks, we might even see some improvements. Now, it's time to go back. He was already impatient to count the spoils, so Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "Everyone, lead your teams to the laboratory area. We're preparing to return to the territory." Everyone responded quickly via their communication devices. "Yes, Lord." Then, legions led by legendary and heroic figures advanced towards the laboratory. Chao Xing himself, in a flash, vanished from the scene. Chapter 790. A dozen minutes later, Chao Xing stood near the glowing geometric shape, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Before him stood a powerful group of legends, heroes, and even master-level warriors. They formed neat formations, their gazes fixed firmly on their lord. Among them were new members Talia Iron Rose, Twilight Blade Master Corel, and Tauren Chieftain Kane. Assam, who had already broken through to the legendary realm, stepped forward and spoke first. "Lord, we have all arrived safely at the ruins with no casualties. Please give your instructions." Chao Xing nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Excellent. You have all worked hard over the past 2 weeks. But our efforts have paid off. Your strength has significantly improved." Everyone nodded solemnly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chao Xing continued, "Now that the ruins are about to close, we will return to our territory." With that, he activated the world anchor. Buzz! The blue geometric shape began to slowly spin, a dazzling blue light erupting from it. The next moment, it enveloped the hundreds of people in the entire laboratory. With a wave of distorted space, everyone vanished from their original positions. Above the ruins laboratory, atop the alchemical array, for kilometers in diameter, hundreds of thousands of survivors gathered. Here were their makeshift camps and tents. Many survivors were packing up their loot and luggage, creating a bustling scene. Some, without hesitation, used 5 high-level magic crystals to activate teleportation, sending themselves back to their territory. Buzz! The teleportation lights continued to illuminate the crowd. Many survivors remained lingering, seemingly awaiting the final moment of the ruins' closure. Some activated the system's built-in video function to capture the spectacular scene, while others took the opportunity to snap photos with their teammates. At the same time, a vast fog suddenly emerged from the distant inner city, spreading across the ruins. Many previously safe areas were engulfed by the ruins, and the explored routes were disappearing at a visible rate. Even the alchemical circle they were within was suppressed by the fog, shrinking steadily. Seeing this, the survivors realized they could not delay any longer. A heavily armored warrior shouted, "Brothers, it's time to go. If we don't leave now, we'd be swallowed by the fog. Oh my god! I'm running low on mana crystals. Does anyone have some? Lend me some? Wait for me. I'm leaving too." At the last moment, the remaining survivors pulled out their mana crystals and activated their teleportation. Waves of blue light continued to emerge. In the blink of an eye, all the survivors and their subjects vanished. Not long after they left, the alchemy circle was completely engulfed by the swirling fog, shrouding the entire ruins. It would fall into a year-long silence, and by this time next year, the fog would dissipate again. Buzz. Following a wave of energy, a system notification appeared. You have successfully returned to the territory. Chaoxing opened his eyes, and once again saw the familiar building in the center of the territory, and the hundreds of combatants. They all recovered from their teleportation and regrouped. At the same time, the countdown on the dungeon portal completely reset. Chaoxing whispered, "It's over. 20 days of ruins exploration. Next, there should be a period of calm. Then, in a month, the Dream Fractal and Golden Scrits treasure events will begin. And my massive city should be completed before the events begin. There's nothing essential to do in the near future, so let's rest up." Just as Chaoxing was about to dismiss everyone and let them go back to rest, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He turned around and glanced at the portal behind him, noticing something strange. The instance one, the lost royal city on it was still lit, just as it had been when it was open. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the instance hasn't closed yet? But the countdown is clearly over. A strange look crossed Chaoxing's eyes. He decided to give it a try, to see if he could actually enter. Then, he lightly tapped the instance, and a system prompt appeared. "Do you want to initiate the teleport and enter the instance? Lost Royal City?" At that moment, Chaoxing's pupils suddenly constricted, a look of disbelief in his eyes. "Oh my god! It's actually possible! Can everyone still enter the instance?" Chaoxing quickly opened the chat channel. After observing for a moment, he discovered that none of the other survivors had experienced this phenomenon. According to their descriptions, their instance interface had turned gray, inaccessible. At that moment, he seemed to realize something. So that's how it is. So this seems to be a privilege reserved for me alone? Even if the ruins are closed, I can still enter. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering, the so-called closure of the ruins is actually due to that strange fog that shrouds the entire place, preventing living beings from exploring. But if his strength is strong enough to ignore that fog, wouldn't he be able to enter freely? Chaoxing quickly figured out the reason behind this. He continued his analysis. Although this fog is strange, its main threat lies in its ability to cause disorientation and the unknown creatures that dwell within it. I now possess the demigod-level Mernina. In other words, the system has determined that I can force my way through this fog, and so has kept the ruins open to me. Of course, it could also be because I control the world anchor. Chaoxing was eager to give it a try. As the saying goes, the more skilled, the bolder. Even before he became a legend, he had dared to challenge this fog. Now with 10 legends and a demigod at his disposal, he's even more fearless. However, this fog is somewhat strange. It can make one lose themselves in it, like entering another dimension. To be on the safe side, I try again after I acquire a second demigod-level warrior, or even god-level warrior power. That won't take long. Thinking of this, Chaoxing made a silent decision. Then, looking at the combatants before him, he announced, "Everyone may return to rest. Everyone can have a day off today." Hearing this, the people in the territory exchanged glances, a smile breaking across their faces. Then, they shouted, "As you command, Lord." After everyone dispersed, Chaoxing stood in the territory. A gentle breeze blew, wafting a delicate fragrance from the magical plants in the back garden. Nearby, Elisa, Tong Chu-Chu, the Beastard girl Healy, as well as Lu Mushua, Talia, and other women. They all stared at him eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a little amused. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Elisa was the first to jump out, excitedly saying, "Lord, are we going to start smashing the jars next?" Captain Elisa saw it. The Lord has received a lot of jars these past few days. Hearing this, Chaoxing was slightly startled. Then, he looked at the other beauties and asked, "Are you waiting to open the jars too?" They all blushed and nodded sheepishly. Hurley's animal ears twitched slightly, and her tail swayed unconsciously. Even the newest member, Talia, looked at him expectantly. Seeing this, Chaoxing chuckled and said, "Okay, if that's the case, let's all open the jars together." "Yeah!" Elisa cheered and jumped up. "Long live the Lord!" The others couldn't help but smile with joy. Chaoxing smiled and shook his head, then glanced at the number of jars in his backpack. Recently, he had sent over a dozen teams to explore and excavate the ruins, so quite a few jars were unearthed every day. Of course, most of them were clay pots and silver pots. Gold pots were relatively rare. As for black pots, it's even more difficult to find them. But after so many days of accumulation, he had amassed quite a few. In addition, he also purchased a large number of pots from the giant axe mercenaries, and many survivors had voluntarily handed their own pots to Cao Xing in exchange for legendary giant rhino meat. So, during this period, he had accumulated silver pots *4 28 gold pots *65 black pots *21. What an astonishing number! No one else had likely ever seen so many pots in their entire lives. Cao Xing thought to himself, yes, the total number of gold and black pots is 86. More than enough to earn the title of Can Opening King. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. He immediately took out over 300 silver pots, and over 50 gold pots. Wow! Instantly, the ground was filled with two-colored jars, many still covered in dirt. The women nearby, their mouths slightly open in astonishment at the sight of this vast pile of jars, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oh my God! There are so many! Talia exclaimed softly. Beside them, Elisa's eyes lit up, and she practically jumped for joy. Great! Now Captain Elisa can have her fun! The others were also stunned by the spectacular sight. Cao Xing smiled and first changed into Star Reaper title. Then he announced, alright, everyone, you can start smashing the jars now. Upon hearing this, the women cheered like children who had been given candy, and then sprang into action. They stepped forward, either picking up the jars and slamming them to the ground, or they took out hammers and smashed them hard against the jars. Elisa's method of opening the jars was the most unique. She stood at a distance, unsheathed her ancient elven longbow, and unleashed arrows imbued with the breath of wind. Swish! Swish! Snap! Crack! Instantly, the sound of jars shattering and arrows piercing the air filled the air. The sight of hundreds of jars opening simultaneously was a spectacular spectacle, with shards scattering across the ground like snowflakes. Most astonishingly, each jar released a deluge of silver and gold coins, as well as glittering gems. The sight was truly dazzling. In a blink of an eye, the ground was covered with a glittering heap of treasures. Cao Xing spotted several black diamonds the size of pebbles, as well as red crystals. These were the expert-level power hearts and master-level power hearts. Additionally, a variety of miscellaneous gems and materials were scattered across the floor. The scene was quite spectacular. At the same time, system notifications continued to appear. Successfully opened a gold jar. Progress towards the achievement Can Opener King has been increased. Current progress, 81 out of 100. Successfully opened a gold jar. Progress towards the achievement Can Opener King has been increased. Current progress, 82 out of 100. Successful. After a series of notifications, a special notification appeared. Ding! You have opened a total of 100 gold quality jars or higher. You have completed the hidden achievement, Can Opener King achievement reward. 1 Can Opener King title, 1 unopened black jar. Seeing this notification, Cao Xing's face once again showed a look of satisfaction. Yes, I've successfully completed this achievement, and even earned a title. He decided to check the title's attributes later. Now all he had to do was collect the pile of loot on the ground. Cao Xing waved his hand, and the scattered ancient coins, gems, and even various jar fragments vanished. A system screen appeared. Obtained. Silver ancient coins *13152. Obtained. Gold ancient coins *2275. Obtained. Expert level hearts of strength *137. Obtained. Master level hearts of strength *25. Obtained. Sunstone fragments, purple, *175. Obtained. Coral blocks, purple, *126. Obtained. Flax flowers, gold, *13. Obtained. Black diamonds *5. Obtained. Agate orbs, gold, *16. Obtained. Similar to the last time he opened a large number of jars. Cao Xing once again obtained a large number of hearts of power, orbs, and gem fragments. A rough estimate suggests that the combined value of these gems and other miscellaneous materials is no less than 1 billion kronor. Of course, with Cao Xing's current financial resources, he wasn't as excited about these orbs worth 1 billion kronor as before. The most crucial thing was the tens of thousands of ancient coins. The sheer number was simply beyond imagination. He excitedly exclaimed, "Great, great! So many ancient coins again this time. Including my previous accumulation, my total silver ancient coins has reached 15,500, and my gold ancient coins total 4,200. Based on the exchange rate of 100 ancient coins for 1 ancient treasure chest, the ancient coins in my backpack can be exchanged for nearly 200 ancient treasure chests." After arriving at this staggering figure, Chao Xing could barely contain his joy. This is outrageous. I guess no one has ever been able to redeem so many treasure chests at once like me. Of course, before redeeming the chests, he still had over 20 black jars to open. Those were the most valuable jars, and they could even reveal precious relics, the hero's heart, and other things he needed most. At the same time, the blush still lingered on the faces of the women nearby. They looked at Chao Xing with anticipation, as if eager to continue smashing the jars. Chao Xing chuckled, there are only 22 jars left. Once they're opened, they be gone. I let you open them too. Great. Elisa cheered again. The next moment, Chao Xing waved his hand. Amid the pile of broken jars on the ground, 22 completely black jars suddenly emerged. The women held their breath, staring intently at these seemingly ordinary jars. However, everyone was well aware of the staggering value of these jars. When Chao Xing announced begin, they sprang into action again, each aiming at a black jar and smashing it open. Crack! Crack! With the crackling sound of the jar, dark fragments flew everywhere. Bursts of dazzling light erupted from within, and a large number of ancient platinum coins, mixed with other treasures, rained down like raindrops. Among them, Chao Xing spotted at least 2 blood-red fruits emitting a strong aura. They were red blood heart fruits. In addition, there were a dozen dark red crystals, the hero's heart. Furthermore, Chao Xing spotted pieces of earth-yellow ancient hardwood, legend. The surface of these woods was covered with mysterious natural patterns, exuding an ancient aura. When the last jar was smashed, the women stood there excitedly, gazing at the dazzling array of loot on the ground. Chao Xing couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation. Let me see what these 20-odd jars can reveal. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the scattered loot into his backpack. Obtained, Platinum Ancient Coins * 712. Obtained, Hero's Heart * 14. Obtained, Relic, Falcon's Eye. Obtained, Colorful Crystal * 3. Obtained, Blood Heart Fruit * 3. Obtained, Ancient Hardwood * 5. Obtained, Pure Shard * 12. Obtained, Meteorite Ingot * 114. Obtained. When the system notifications that had been flooding the screen appeared again, Chao Xing's lips curled up into a smile. Great! Over 700 platinum ancient coins. Adding the platinum coins I already have in my backpack, I have over 1,200 in total. If I exchange them for ancient bright moon treasure chests, that's a full 12. Plus, there are still 3 unopened ancient bright moon treasure chests from the last time I went through the ancient arena. That means I can open 15 chests at once. What a concept. You have to remember, Chao Xing has only opened 5 or 6 ancient bright moon treasure chests so far, and each one has yielded something truly remarkable. This time, with 15, it's hard to imagine how many precious treasures he could uncover. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He continued to examine the rest of the loot. In addition to these over 700 platinum ancient coins, there were also 14 heroes' hearts and 1 relic. Of these, only one of the relics he needed most had been found. But this was normal. After all, the chances of finding a relic from a black jar were slim to begin with. Chao Xing had already collected 4 relics on this trip to the ruins, which was considered incredibly lucky, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. Chapter 791. Chao Xing wasn't particularly disappointed. In short, all the jars in the ruins had been opened, yielding a bountiful harvest. The next step was to transform the gains into combat power. Chao Xing whispered, first, we need to digest those hearts of power to help the other members achieve breakthroughs. He glanced at his backpack. Expert level hearts of power * 214, master level hearts of power * 47, hero hearts * 19. This time, he had directly opened 14 hero hearts. Adding to the gains from the previous few days, the total reached 19. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. With this wave of digestion, I'd probably be able to gain dozens more masters, or even a dozen heroes. Then, Chao Xing checked the properties of another breakthrough material. The relic, Falcon's Eye. With a flip of his right hand, a translucent golden crystal appeared out of thin air. The crystal was about the size of a goose egg, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Most astonishingly, the crystal seemed to contain a lifelike avian eye, its golden pupil gleaming with a sharp, cold glow even in the dim light. When Chao Xing turned it, the pupil actually moved with it, as if it were alive. Strange thing. Chao Xing grumbled, then checked its properties. Relic, Falcon's Eye. Quality, unknown. Item description, the eye left behind by a legendary giant eagle, imbued with immense divine power. Item Effect 1. One of the key ingredients required for certain classes to reach the legendary realm, such as tamers, archers, hunters. It significantly enhances their vision. Item Effect 2. Allows the user to directly devour this relic, granting the special ability Eagle Vision. After reading the relic's properties, Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this thing is really different from other relics. It can actually allow so many classes to reach legendary. And most importantly, if anyone swallows this thing, they gain a special ability, Eagle Vision." Clearly, he wouldn't use it for himself. Even if Eagle Vision were truly useful, it certainly wouldn't be as helpful as a legendary for the territory. So, this I should belong to Rennie's. After all, there were no animal trainers in Xiaoxing's territory, and the only hunter was Xia Yanni. After confirming who would distribute the spoils, Xiaoxing pressed the communication device at his ear. Rennie's, Jode Ironfist, Yaskin, Ellie Sylvia, Baifu Blackheart. Xiaoxing recited a long list of names. Any other core combatants, who haven't reached heroic status yet, gather at the territory center. Upon command, over a dozen figures sprang into action. The fastest was Rennie's. This Ascalonian archer possessed not only level 100 strength, but also the potential to reach dominant. Like a gust of wind, they appeared before Xiaoxing. Next came Volibear, the dragon Bingbing, the frost moose Xiaolin. Then came the new and old members. Among them were Gain and Rune from the Dragon Blood champions. Plague Priest Fanas, Centaur Harati, Wind Mage Alan, Earth Mage Tyron, Boar Warrior Lab, a total of 16 master-level creatures. They had been stuck at level 70 for a long time, and now they only needed a hero's heart to successfully break through. As for the master-level and expert-level hearts of power, Xiaoxing planned to digest them this time, and then distribute them to other troops according to the proportion. At the same time, more than a dozen figures and 3 massive monsters stood before Xiaoxing. They all looked at their lord with anticipation. Xiaoxing waved his hand without further ado. A dozen hearts of power fell into their hands. They instinctively took them, feeling the surging power contained within the crystals, and their hearts grew excited. They knew they were about to reach the hero stage. And only by breaking through to the hero stage could they enter the legendary realm. Xiaoxing announced, "All right, you will begin your breakthrough now." Everyone straightened up and responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." The next moment, they crushed the heroes' hearts in their hands. Crack! Crack! The crystals shattered in succession, and the pure power was absorbed by them. Instantly, powerful auras erupted. All 11 of them had entered the breakthrough state. At the same time, Xiaoxing approached Volibear and the dragon Bingbing. At this moment, these behemoths were crouching in a corner of the square, their massive bodies dominating a large area. The sheer power they emanated filled anyone with a sense of fear, and all at the mere sight of them. This was especially true of the demonic dragon Bingbing. This little creature had only recently hatched from its eggshell, yet it had already reached the maximum level of 70. Not only was its combat power beyond imagination, but its size had also grown considerably. From its initial appearance, the dragonlet, barely the size of its head, had grown to a height of nearly 2 meters, with a wingspan of 3 meters. Although it was tiny compared to Bingland's dragon, its innate dragon might cause the surrounding Frost Moose and Griffin Kings to instinctively retreat. Bingbing graciously approached, nuzzling Xiaoxing with her smooth head. The chill air it exhaled condensed into tiny ice crystals, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiaoxing stroked it for a moment, praising it. "Not bad. Grow up quickly. I'm waiting for you to become a true master of the skies, even more powerful than Seraphis. Then I ride you around." Bingbing understood her master's words and excitedly flapped her wings, stirring up a gust of air mingled with ice shards. Xiaoxing smiled and pulled 3 heroes' hearts from his backpack. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of magical energy tugged at the 3 dark red crystals, suspending them in midair. Then, with another tap of his finger, all the crystals shattered simultaneously. Crack! With a distinct crackling sound, the pure power contained within flowed directly into the bodies of the 3 behemoths. The next moment, their bodies trembled simultaneously, freezing in place. Zz zz. A series of electric sounds echoed, and Volibear's fur stood on end, the entangled lightning transforming into a tangible magma. The dragon Bingbing's wings fully extended, and ice crystals grew wildly, covering the surface of its scales. Also, Xiaolin's body, beside him, underwent a startling transformation, its soft fur floating lightly like silk. An invisible sense of oppression emanated from them. Add to that the dozen or so master-level experts, who were breaking through nearby, and even the air seemed to thicken. At this point, The three pets had also entered the breakthrough state. Chao Xing clapped his hands, then turned and walked towards the other end of the square. There stood a woman, her figure as tall as a cedar, carrying a wooden bow. Her emerald green eyes shone like the sharpest arrows, and her long brown hair was casually tied back, a few strands swaying gently in the breeze. It was Rennie's Hawkeye. As one of the earliest members of her territory, Rennie's had made tremendous contributions, and was unwaveringly loyal to Chao Xing. Now, she had finally had the opportunity to break through to the legendary level. Chao Xing removed the relic, Hawkeye's eye from his backpack, then the legendary heart. Rennie's, hold on. Rennie's instinctively extended her hands. Her fingertips, callous from years of bow work, still maintained a remarkable steadiness. Feeling the divine power contained within these two items, Rennie's pupils constricted, and her slender fingers trembled slightly. Lord, Chao Xing smiled gently and whispered, no need to say more. You deserve this. Now, break through to legendary status. From now on, you can fight alongside me, just like before. At the last word, Rennie's shoulders trembled. Since the territory's combat power has continuously increased, the enemy has also grown stronger. While powerful heroes, like Rennie's are powerful, they can no longer serve as the main force accompanying Chao Xing on various high-level battlefields as they once did. Though she kept silent, she felt deeply unwilling. After all, in the past, Chao Xing had always been there in every battle. So she trained tirelessly through the night, day after day, just to become stronger as quickly as possible, so that she could once again fight alongside Chao Xing. Now, finally, this opportunity. The hesitation in Rennie's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by the absolute focus of a hunter locking onto his prey. As you command? I will protect the Lord with my life. Her voice was as firm as iron, echoing throughout the square. With her words, Rennie's crushed the legendary heart on the spot, completely absorbing the pure power contained within. An invisible wave of air swirled around her, gently swaying the pale sacred tree nearby. The already fierce aura surged even further, becoming as sharp as a knife. The mere proximity sent a stinging sensation through the air. Then, the dark golden eye of the falcon appeared in her palm, and she slowly lifted it into the air. The eye, as if alive, suddenly turned, its golden iris meeting her gaze, its pupil reflecting the archer's resolute face. The next moment, a golden light flashed like lightning, piercing the space between her brows. Rennie's body jerked back, her long hair dancing wildly in the energy storm, and the bluestone tiles of the square cracked beneath her feet. Tap, tap, tap. As she regained her balance, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle's tip, and dark golden lines appeared in her eyes. An incomparably pure divine aura flowed through her, causing every inch of her skin to radiate a faint glow. As Rennie's aura grew stronger, the Ascalonian archer entered a breakthrough phase. Then, it was a matter of silent waiting. Alyssa and Xiao Chu stood hand in hand, their gazes shifting between the group of powerful warriors, their eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Talia pursed her lips, her hands involuntarily clenching around the hilt of her great sword. She knew what this breakthrough meant. Next, this territory would soon be filled with a large number of heroes, even legendary figures. Thinking of this, Talia sighed deeply. After all, in the outside world, a hero-level figure was already a powerful presence capable of ruling a region, and even legends couldn't underestimate such a figure. She, a rare genius, had spent decades to successfully reach this level. In this territory, however, their heroes emerged in batches, their strength increasing at a noticeable rate every day. In the past 2 weeks since joining the territory, the astonishing deeds she had witnessed had completely overturned Talia's imagination. She gazed at the growing voices and murmured, "This territory is destined to become famous across the 4 continents. It could even change the very fabric of the world." At the same time, after several minutes of waiting, waves of terrifying auras suddenly erupted like a storm. Ing! Resounding dragon roars erupted from the 2 dragon blood warrior leaders, their spears emitting a powerful chill. The centaur Saint Haradi stamped his hooves, and a vast field of bright red flowers suddenly spread beneath his feet. The plague priest Fana's black scepter blossomed with dark green plague flowers. Even the giant Jord Irefrost had his skin transformed into flowing metal. The wind mage Alan and the earth mage Tyran were now completely enveloped by the various elemental forces. Boom! The shockwave from the energy explosion shook the entire territory violently. Aside, Elisa hurriedly pulled Xiao Chu behind her. Before they could recover, the 3 behemoths that were breaking through also completed their transformation simultaneously. Roar! Volleybell raised his head and let out a roar that shook the mountains. Lightning surged from his body, and his size grew even larger. A dazzling blue light burst from the gaps between the dragon's icy scales. Its wingspan doubled, and a vast dragon's might spread like a tidal wave. A dazzling crown of ice crystals condensed on Xiaolan's antlers, and her soft fur spread out like silk. All creatures within a radius of dozens of kilometers were frozen in place by these dozen auras, daring not to move. At the same time, 13 system prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Harati Softhoof, successfully achieved a breakthrough to a hero-level creature. Base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 50. Your pet, Bing Bing, successfully achieved a breakthrough to a hero-level creature. Base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 50. Your territory member. With this, Chao Xing's territory now had 13 more hero-level creatures. He glanced around with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. Excellent. 16 hero hearts, 13 successful. That's quite a feat. The 3 who failed to achieve a breakthrough were Baifu Blackheart, Boar Warrior Lab, and Ascalon Captain Yaskin. Compared to the other companions, who successfully achieved a breakthrough, these 3 couldn't hide the look of disappointment on their faces. Rab's hands, gripping his 2 blades, drooped limply. Yaskin's sword grip trembled slightly. Baifu Blackheart, holding the jet-black crystal against his chest, remained silent. Chao Xing strode towards them, his voice steady and powerful. Don't be discouraged. Come to me and claim the hero's heart, and continue your breakthrough. This time, he had accumulated a total of 19 heroes' hearts in his backpack, and there were exactly 3 remaining. The 3 of them looked up suddenly, their eyes alight with hope. Before they could react, Chao Xing waved his hand, and 3 streams of light flew into their hands. Baifu Blackheart's claw-like palm caught the crystal, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing waved his hand, saying, No problem, begin your breakthrough. Failure is only temporary. I believe in your potential. The heroic realm is not your final destination. The 3 nodded solemnly. Then, they crushed the hearts of power in their hands, and entered the breakthrough state. Because they had failed previously, some unabsorbed energy essence still remained within their bodies. Thus, this breakthrough was exceptionally smooth. Just a minute later, 3 auras, more intense than before, rose into the sky. Your territory member, Lab, has successfully reached hero-level creature status, with base attributes increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 50. Your territory member. When the prompt ended, it also meant that the 16 master-level warriors before them had all reached the hero level. And with that, the hero's heart in Chao Xing's backpack was completely depleted. Very good. Chao Xing crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming. This way, I have over 20 more legends in reserve. As long as I keep developing, in the near future, I even have over 30 legends, or even demigod-level creatures. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't help but clench his fists. The territory's development was far exceeding his expectations. This emerging superarmy would become his sharpest weapon and strongest backing against future disasters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rennie's breakthrough had reached its final stage. Countless golden arrows appeared around her, forming a powerful, lethal field that kept everyone at bay. Suddenly, all the arrows simultaneously turned, pointing skyward. Swoosh! One after another, the arrows shot up into the sky, soaring 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. When Rennie slowly opened her eyes, her pupils had completely turned a dark gold. Wherever her gaze reached, everyone felt a shudder of being completely seen through. She seemed to transform into a sharp arrow, piercing through everything. A legendary archer has officially been born. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, has successfully achieved a legendary level breakthrough, transforming from Ascalon Archer to Sky Hunter. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1,000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Due to the divine power of the relic Falcon's Eye, this breakthrough also activates the legendary skill, Sky Eye passive. Rennie's Hawkeye's divine power function has been activated. Chapter 792. When the successful breakthrough notification ended, the terrifying aura emanating from Rennie's gradually receded. She gradually approached Chao Xing, a faint golden pattern of light blooming beneath her feet with each step. As she looked at the man before her, a familiar tenderness finally appeared in her eyes, once filled with divinity. Lord, I succeeded. Her voice was ethereal and distant, as if it came from the clouds. Chao Xing nodded with relief. He could sense the surge of power coursing through Rennie's, especially in her eyes. They seemed like the eyes of a god, imbued with some mysterious power. Everyone else, including her, stared at her in shock. Elisa's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Rennies, you've become so powerful. Your eyes have become so beautiful, like the stars in the sky." Rennies smiled gently and explained softly, "This must be the new ability I gained after reaching Legendary. When you reach Legendary in the future, you might be able to awaken abilities even stronger than mine." Hearing this, Elisa's expression suddenly lit up with anticipation. "Wow, really? Indeed? Great. Then Captain Elisa must strive to become stronger too, and become Legendary Elisa." Elisa tightened her longbow behind her, and spoke seriously. Everyone looked at this lively young woman, their faces also softly smiling. At the same time, Chaoxing also noticed the system notification. Rennies had activated an additional skill when she reached Legendary. And it was a Legendary level passive skill. He murmured to himself, "I've only seen one passive skill of this caliber, and that's my Cold Domination. I wonder how this skill's specific effects compare to Cold Control." Chaoxing glanced at the skill's stats with anticipation. Eye of the Sky passive. Quality, Legendary. Skill effect. Dynamic vision is maximized, allowing you to capture ultra-fast targets and increasing your field of view by 100%. When attacking, there's a 35% chance of entering the sky pursuit state, increasing arrow speed by 500% for 60 seconds. Trigger interval, 120 seconds. After reviewing the skill's stats, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Clearly, as a Legendary level passive, Eye of the Sky is incredibly powerful. Just the first two effects alone, maximizing dynamic vision and increasing field of view by 100%, are already incredible. Adding the subsequent sky pursuit effect, flight speed can be increased by a full 5 times. This also means that during combat, Rennies' reaction speed can even keep up with enemies several times stronger than her, allowing her to inflict damage. Yes, Rennies' legendary weapon, Elegy of Ages, also has the time lost effect. Combined with this passive, it's practically guaranteed to hit the target every time. Now, let's take a look at this archer's complete stats. With some anticipation, Chaoxing clicked on her stat panel. Name, Rennies Hawkeye. Race, human. Occupation, Sky Hunter. Potential, Domination. Level 100, 0/2 billion. Divine Power, 0/100, regenerates 1 point naturally daily. Detailed stats, click to view. Satisfaction once again crossed Chaoxing's eyes. Although everyone's stats might seem similar after reaching the Legendary realm, since the lowest potential starts at Commander, there are still significant differences based on their equipment and skills. This is especially true for an archer like Rennies, who possesses a legendary weapon and a 100% critical hit rate, enhanced by the legendary skill Sky Pursuit. A single arrow from her can now deal millions of damage. And if she reaches full power, Rennies can fire at least a dozen arrows per second. That's equivalent to tens of millions of damage per second. She's a Reaper of Death on the battlefield, slaying anyone she touches. Chaoxing closed Rennies' profile. With this, the collective breakthrough was officially complete. The territory had gained a total of 16 heroes, 1 legendary, and their strength and heritage had skyrocketed once again. Chaoxing glanced around, pausing for a moment on each person. Everyone met his gaze with determination. Okay, everyone can go back and rest now. There shouldn't be much to do next. Just focus on defending the territory. The residents responded one after another, "Yes, Lord." With that, the dozen or so figures turned and walked away. Even the women, including Elisa and Lu Mushua, left the area after opening the jars. The demon dragon Bing Bing didn't leave. It flapped its wings, happily circling over the territory. Although this little dragon had only just broken through to the hero level, its flight speed far exceeded the hero level's limit. The flapping of its wings stirred up wisps of icy mist, and sparkling ice crystals fell wherever it passed. Chaoxing smiled and shook his head, unconcerned. Then, he looked at his backpack, his voice rising with excitement. Now, it's time to use up all those ancient coins and open a bunch of treasure chests. He glanced at the total number of ancient coins. Silver ancient coins *15592, gold ancient coins *4246, platinum ancient coins *1217. Yes, the ancient coins here can be exchanged for nearly 200 ancient treasure chests. Now I can open as many as I want. Chaoxing rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He took a deep breath and began exchanging all the ancient coins in his backpack for treasure chests. Do you want to spend 15,500 silver ancient coins to exchange for 155 ancient silver treasure chests? When the prompt appeared, he clicked yes without hesitation. Exchange successful. 15,500 silver ancient coins off. Chao Xing's backpack suddenly overflowed with a large number of ancient silver treasure chests, bringing the total to 183. Yes, next is the gold coins. Do you want to spend 4,200 gold coins to exchange for 42 ancient gold treasure chests? Yes. Exchange successful. Gold coins reduced by 4,200. He continued clicking on the exchange button. Do you want to spend 1,200 platinum coins to exchange for 12 ancient bright moon treasure chests? Yes. Exchange successful. Platinum coins reduced by 1,200. At this point, all the ancient coins had been exchanged. Then he checked the total number of treasure chests in his backpack. Ancient silver treasure chest * 183 ancient gold treasure chest * 48 ancient bright moon treasure chest * 15. Just as he expected, the total number of treasure chests exceeded 240. Among them, the most precious bright moon treasure chests, including the previous accumulation, there were already 15. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, muttering to himself, as usual, let's start with the lowest level, most numerous ancient silver treasure chests. With a wave of his hand, nearly 200 treasure chests, gleaming silver, were neatly arranged on the square before him. The view was a dazzling spectacle of silver light, a truly stunning sight. Chao Xing's mind shifted, and his awareness enveloped every treasure chest on the field. Open ancient silver treasure chest * 183? Yes. The moment he clicked confirm, over 180 treasure chests slowly opened, emitting bursts of purple or golden light. Chao Xing didn't examine each one individually. Instead, he simply waved his hand and put all the items in the treasure chest into his backpack. Instantly, a screen-filling system notification appeared. Obtained, intermediate ancient weapon, electric submachine gun, purple. Obtained, ancient mercenary light armor, purple. Obtained, ancient great armor, purple. Obtained, mechanical power arm, purple. Obtained, advanced energy core, gold, * 14. Obtained, compound bow, purple, * 1. Obtained, ancient formula, intermediate power fluid. Obtained, ancient formula, soldier stimulant. Obtained, ancient formula, alloy skin fluid. Obtained. These 183 silver treasure chests revealed a large number of weapons, armor, and a total of 32 ancient formulas, among other items. When Chao Xing was at a lower level, these pieces of equipment were of great help to him. But now, equipment of this quality no longer excites him. As for the dozens of ancient recipes at the back, they can be sifted through later to identify potions that offer temporary buffs. For example, soldier stimulant, which temporarily increases attack speed and stamina. There's also metal fluid, which temporarily hardens a part of the body into steel. And adrenaline, which significantly restores health and stamina in a short period of time. These are all quite good. Chao Xing pondered, besides those precious potion formulas, if I were to sell the other ancient weapons, I'd be looking at least several 100,000 crowns. Even if I can't use them myself, I can wait until the giant city is completed and sell them in my own city's weapon shop. The natives of this world, including the survivors, are also very interested in these ancient weapons. There's bound to be a scramble for them then. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Next, let's open those 48 golden treasure chests. He began by dissolving the nearly 200 silver treasure chests into mithril. With a flash of dazzling white light, the once filled treasure chests vanished. Then, with another gentle wave of his hand, nearly 50 golden treasure chests, radiating a brilliant golden light, were neatly arranged on the open space before him. His consciousness shifted, and a system prompt appeared. Open ancient golden treasure chests * 48? Yes. As he clicked confirm, all the golden treasure chests opened simultaneously, and bursts of dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, tinting the entire square golden. Chao Xing didn't waste time admiring the spectacular sight. With a wave of his hand, he immediately tucked all the items into his backpack. Obtained, ancient weapon goddess of vengeance, gold. Obtained, ancient weapon dragon flame burst, gold. Obtained, quantum shield launcher, gold. Obtained, advanced power armor, gold, * 1. Obtained, advanced radar detection device, gold, * 1. Obtained, large bomber drone, gold, * 1. Obtained, ancient formula metal affinity fluid, gold. Obtained, ancient formula demon dog scent potion, gold. Obtained, Ancient Formula Load Energy Agent, Gold. Obtained. When the screen-filling notifications ended, Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to silver treasure chests, the items found in golden treasure chests were naturally several notches higher in quality. This time, I unboxed over 30 ancient weapons and 8 ancient potion recipes. Chaoxing took a quick look, and even he was tempted by a few of the items. For example, the advanced radar detection device, shaped like a crystal ball, periodically scans all hidden life forms within a 10-kilometer radius and marks them on the map for 10 seconds. This will be extremely useful in reconnaissance and defense. And then, there's the advanced power armor. Once donned, even an ordinary person can possess the combat power and physical fitness of a Tier 5 expert. For those major powers, if they could develop this, it would be a powerful tool for mass-producing elite warriors. However, for Chaoxing, it was of little use. With the blessing of eternal power, he could easily create a group of master-level troops with a single buff. Additionally, there was the old money bag, which could offset damage with coins in his backpack, and the rejuvenation bracket, which increased healing by 100% when not in combat. These items all had useful functions. Chaoxing carefully selected the items that interested him. The rest were placed in another backpack, waiting to be sold once the giant city was completed. Then he took another look at the 8 recipes. After eliminating the useless ones, he selected 3 potion recipes with relatively good properties. For example, the metal affinity fluid could increase mechanical affinity by 20% to 40% for a certain period of time. This potion could significantly enhance Tong Chuchu's combat effectiveness. There's also a load energy potions that slightly boost your health and grant you a layer of energy shield. There's also an advanced repair kit that can be dropped on a building to temporarily restore 30 to 50% of its durability. After sorting everything out, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The ancient weapons alone in these 200 or so treasure chests are worth billions of crowns. That doesn't even include the ongoing value of the other formulas. And this is just what's been found in the dozens of gold jars. Even at the purchase price of 3 million per jar, the cost is only a few hundred million. It's arguably more than tenfold the profit. Of course, money isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that these things can help me build my reputation. Let others know that the weapon shop in Chaoxing City has a large number of ancient weapons for sale, thereby attracting more people. Next, it's the most precious and important Bright Moon treasure chest. Chaoxing took a deep breath and pulled out the 15 most magnificent Bright Moon treasure chests, emitting a moon-white glow from his backpack. Seeing so many Bright Moon treasure chests before him, even Chaoxing's heartbeat quickened. He whispered, hopefully, these chests will reveal something useful. As he stepped forward, a system prompt appeared. Open 15 ancient Bright Moon treasure chests. Yes. As Chaoxing clicked OK, beams of orange or black light burst forth from the 15 chests. Instantly, they soared thousands of meters into the sky. He still didn't examine each one individually, but instead stored everything inside his backpack. Obtained, Ancient Intercontinental Missile, orange. Obtained, Symbiotic Scorpion, orange. Obtained, Dragon Grade Power Armor, orange. Obtained, Jade Elephant Heart, orange, *3. Obtained, Ancient Formula Spikelet Cardatonic, orange, *1. Obtained, Ancient Formula Super Fire Resistant, orange. Obtained, Ancient Formula Heretic Essence, orange. Obtained, Type 7 Cracking Chip, orange. Obtained, Hero Grade Energy Core *5. Obtained, Master Grade Energy Crystal *174. Obtained. After the long system prompt, Chaoxing's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god! What did I see? 3 Jade Elephant Hearts and a decryption chip. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, his breathing quickened. The importance of these 2 items goes without saying. When absorbed by a magical plant, the first heart of the Jade Elephant accelerates growth by 200 years. The second, while its effect diminishes, still provides over 100 years of growth. Together, the 3 can accelerate growth by at least 400 years. In other words, if Chaoxing feeds all 3 to the pale sacred tree, it will leap to 800 years of age. It only needs 1 or 200 years to reach 1,000 years of age and awaken the sacred tree spirit. When that happens, Chaoxing will revive the sacred tree, said to possess all-knowing knowledge, in his own territory, and the latter decryption chip is equally invaluable. After all, he had recently acquired a legendary forging hammer, which hadn't yet been unbound. With this chip, he could immediately remove the soul binding from the forging hammer and give it to Harold. Then, the blacksmith would be able to wield this hammer to help everyone forge powerful equipment far superior to their peers. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt a little impatient. Of course, besides these two items, a host of other bizarre and unusual items had been unlocked this time. Though he had never seen them before, the names alone suggested they were extraordinary. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to first examine the properties of these items before consuming the other rewards. Huh? Chaoxing let out a light breath and whispered first, the first three items. He pulled the first item from his backpack. It had looked ordinary in the backpack. But once it was out, it instantly transformed into a massive bomb, 7 or 8 meters tall, and over 3 meters in diameter. The silver-white metal shell was covered in intricate runic patterns, emitting a heart-pounding energy surge. Beneath this super bomb lies a black launch pad. This item is the first item found in these Halua treasure chests. An ancient intercontinental missile. Chapter 793. I glanced at the attributes. Ancient intercontinental missile, orange. Quality, epic. Description: one of the most advanced technologies of ancient civilization, it possesses terrifying power to devastate an entire region. Combining the abilities of legendary alchemists and arcane mages, it can be launched at any time. Effects: 1. Select an area on the map and launch this intercontinental missile. After a rapid flight, the missile will descend towards the target ground. Deals 211,625,432 to 224,257,166 points of destructive damage to all creatures within 100 to 500 kilometers of the area. Maximum attack range, 20,000 kilometers. Effect: 2. Upon detonation, this intercontinental missile will release arcane pollution, 182,323 to 221,532 damage per second, for 30 days. Oh my god! So outrageous? Chaoxing gasped. Not only can it inflict over 200 million in damage, but its damage range reaches a maximum of 500 kilometers. Plus, with a full 20,000 kilometers of range. He swallowed hard and muttered, "Isn't this thing too outrageous? What does this even mean? With 200 million in damage, even a typical legendary warrior would be severely injured instantly, and the subsequent attack range is even more terrifying, reaching 20,000 kilometers. This means that from where he stands, he can even bombard the territory of the Northern Wind Alliance. Add to that a full 500 kilometers of damage range, and there's literally no escape. This thing's range and destructive power are almost approaching demigod level. Chaoxing couldn't help but think, what if I were to aim this thing at the North Wind Alliance headquarters right now, and fire it directly? I wonder, can their Silver Fortress, said to be able to withstand the arrival of a demigod, withstand this bombardment? Even if it can, they'd probably suffer heavy losses. He was tempted to try, but quickly shook his head. Forget it. There's only one of these powerful weapons, so I have to save it for a critical moment. Then I give them another big one. That scene will surely be spectacular. At this thought, a dangerous smile curled Chaoxing's lips. He carefully put the terrifying intercontinental missile back into his backpack, then took out his second item. It was a very strange object, resembling a blood-red gem, without a trace of impurities within. And in the very center of this gem, sealed was a pitch-black scorpion, its tail sting gleaming with a cold light. The scorpion's stinger quivered from time to time. Though small, it exuded an air of extreme danger, as if it could burst forth at any moment. What the heck is this? Chaoxing frowned. With a look of curiosity, he checked his eye stats. Symbiotic Scorpion, orange. Quality, epic. Item effect, releases the ancient creature, the Symbiotic Scorpion, which attaches to your weapon, increasing its base stats by 50%. Each attack triggers the armor-breaking sting effect, reducing the enemy's armor by 100 points for 20 seconds, stacking up to 1,000 times. Note, each attack drains 10,000 health points from the user. If the user's health reaches 0, the Symbiotic Scorpion will detach from the weapon and return to its dormant state. Note 2. To remove the Symbiotic Scorpion's symbiotic effect, you must sacrifice 90% of your current maximum health. If your health is insufficient, the effect cannot be removed. After reading the introduction, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with disbelief. The scorpion sealed in here is actually alive. He couldn't help but exclaim, it can even attach itself to weapons. What a bizarre creature. However, this armor-piercing stinger is quite effective. Each attack reduces the enemy's armor by 100 points. Stacking it 1,000 times adds up to a full 100,000 points. Even a legendary powerhouse like Chaoxing only has 40,000 or 50,000 points of armor. Equivalent to completely stacking it, it instantly wipes out the enemy's armor. Quite terrifying, and most importantly, this thing isn't a gem or an orb, so it doesn't occupy a weapon slot. It's a powerful bonus. As for the side effects, Chaoxing simply ignored them. For others, losing 10,000 points of health with every attack is quite unpleasant. After all, this thing doesn't just drain health once a second, but with every attack. Given the attack speed of heroes and legendary warriors, launching 7 or 8 attacks per second, or even more than 10, is common. It's fine for a quick fight, but in a protracted battle, this thing is a death warrant. However, Chaoxing, thanks to his natural talent, can regenerate nearly 200,000 health points per second. Next, all he needs to do is remove the curse. The gaze of the Mother of the North Wind. With his health regeneration speed, the side effects are almost negligible. What a wonderful thing. Chaoxing fondly toyed with the blood-red gem, already imagining the terrifying effect it would have on his weapon. He carefully placed the symbiote scorpion in his backpack, ready to use it once the curse was lifted. Next, it's the third treasure. Chaoxing rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then, he pulled a strangely shaped object from his backpack. It was a streamlined mecha, roughly 2 meters tall, a dark gold hue. The surface was covered in patterns resembling dragon scales, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The interior of the mecha was hollow, just enough to accommodate one person. It resembled Iron Man's suit. He glanced at the attributes. Dragon Grade Power Armor Orange. Quality, Epic. Durability, 50, 000/50, 000/000. Armor, 12,000 to 1,200. Energy Core, Dragon Abyss Power Core, consumes 100 mana per second, restores 1% durability. Energy Reserve, 0/100, 000. Item Effects. 1. Standby Mode. Once worn, this equipment functions solely as a layer of metal armor and does not affect the wearer's combat abilities. Note, due to the mecha's material, this mode still provides 12,000 base armor points, but it will reduce the agility of legendary level and higher characters by 5% to 10%. Item Effects. 2. Combat Mode instantly activates the mecha's combat capabilities, activating the combat module, energy burst, energy shield, and overclocking. And so on, totaling 13 skills. Activates Dragon Might Field, inflicting a continuous stun effect on surrounding enemies. Item Effect 3. Automatic Mode. Entering automatic combat mode, the power armor takes over all control systems, integrating intelligent computing to make optimal combat decisions in a short period of time. Note, in this mode, the armor fights completely autonomously, increasing combat effectiveness to 150%, but doubling energy consumption. Equipment Description. Ancient technology combines magic and the power of dragons, creating this powerful and versatile armor. After reviewing the attributes of this power armor, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with enlightenment. I see. Armor that instantly grants heroic level combat power? He gently stroked the energy lines coursing through the armor surface. Although this level of armor isn't powerful enough for me, it does have many advantages. First, there's standby mode. This mode doesn't affect the wearer's normal attacks, but it helps resist attacks, effectively adding a shield with 50 million durability. For a powerful warrior who retains their own unique fighting style, this feature is perfect. Combat mode requires manual control, and while it consumes a significant amount of energy, the armor's combat power is well worth it. Finally, auto mode is even more convenient, effectively handing over combat entirely to the armor's intelligent system. It's a truly versatile design. Chaoxing mused quietly. It seems this ancient civilization's technology is truly advanced. If this dragon-grade power armor can be mass-produced, it would be equivalent to mass-producing hero-level warriors. And no ordinary hero. Looking at the description and stats of this power armor, it's at least equivalent to a level 100 overlord. You can imagine what this entails. Practically the pinnacle of mortal power below legendary. Its practicality is even greater than those golems. Thinking of this, Chaoxing put the armor into his backpack, ready to decide later whether to sell it or give it to someone else. After checking the stats of the 3 items, the next step was to examine the 3 recipes. This time, Chaoxing decided to examine them all at once. 3 ancient scrolls materialized in his hands. Unfolding, they revealed the detailed recipes for each potion, along with the required ingredients. Information for the 3 items appeared one after another. Ancient Recipe. Spikelet cardiac tonic, orange. Quality, epic. Recipe description. This recipe allows you to create a long-lost ancient secret potion. Potion effect. Upon consumption, instantly increases spirit by 10,000, increases abnormal resistance by 50%, and reduces the duration of being controlled by 50%. After successfully resisting a controlled skill, you will recover 1% of your maximum health. Effect lasts 60 seconds, cooldown, 120 minutes. Required level, level 60 and above. Crafting required, Master Alchemy Workshop, 1 glass bottle, 1 star grass, 5 heart crystals, 5 mist dust powders. Ancient recipe, super fire resistance, orange. Quality, epic. Recipe description. This recipe allows you to craft a magical potion capable of withstanding high temperatures. Potion effect. Upon consumption, instantly increases your fire resistance by 50% and grants a 10% chance of complete immunity to fire attacks. Equals level, level 60 and above. Crafting requirements, Master Alchemy Workshop, glass bottle *1, lava flower *1, ice vine *1, 200 milliliters of frigid water. Ancient recipe, heretic essence, orange. Quality, epic. Recipe description. This recipe can be used to craft a significantly enhanced potion. Potion effect, after taking, grants special abilities, dealing an additional 30% damage to all non-human creatures. Potion duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 180 minutes. Crafting requirements, Master Alchemy Workshop, glass bottle *1, alien blood *3, dark crystals *5, soul crystals *2, description. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Those who drink this potion will gain the power to slaughter aliens. After reading the properties of the 3 potion recipes, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with shock. As expected of an ancient recipe of epic quality, each one possesses a truly powerful effect. The first, Spike Heart Tonic, can directly boost 10,000 points of spirit, a significant boost for any spirit-type cultivator. Not to mention the subsequent significant increase in abnormal resistance and reduced duration of control. Although every attribute in this world has a cap. For example, skill cooldown reduction can only reach 90%. Also, damage reduction and abnormal resistance can only stack up to 90%. Even so, the effects of this potion are still terrifying. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and continued his analysis. The second, super fire resistance, is equally impressive. Although fire-attributed creatures are rare in this world, if we did encounter one, it would definitely suppress most of us. Making it now will provide a precautionary measure in case we encounter one in the future. As for the third type, this heretical essence is somewhat special. After ingestion, it deals an additional 30% damage to all creatures except those of the human race. Chao Xing thought to himself, this potion only says it won't cause additional damage to humans, but it doesn't restrict its use by creatures of other races. In other words, I can actually use it on members of other races in my territory. After understanding this, he no longer worried. Not only does this potion have no side effects, it also significantly increases the damage of all its subjects. It's just that it won't be as effective against human enemies later on. Next, we need to find a way to go to the market and collect hundreds of recipes for the dozens of secret medicines in my backpack, and have Francesca craft them. After all, with the blessing of the eternal power, taking just 1 bottle of these secret medicines is equivalent to a permanent improvement, making it quite cost-effective. After reviewing the 3 potion recipes, the next step was to digest the rest of the harvest. Chao Xing impatiently took out the frost blue forging hammer, seemingly forged from black ice, and grasped it in his hands. Wow! The hammer emanated a strong chill, and the black core of eternal silence encased in its center emitted waves of energy. Next, we need to use the decryption chip to remove the binding effect on this hammer. Then, Chao Xing immediately removed the newly acquired chip from his backpack and held it in his other hand. At the same time, the frost core hammer of eternal silence seemed to have a premonition of its own fate after the chip appeared. It began to tremble violently, emitting an even stronger chill, as if trying to escape. But it was clear that in Chao Xing's hands, it stood no chance. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Type 7 cracking chip to reset the frost core hammer of eternal silence, legendary? Yes. When he clicked OK, the chip transformed into a stream of light, and swiftly burrowed into the forging hammer. After a brief silence, the forging hammer began to tremble violently again, releasing bursts of stinging frost, freezing the bluestone floor for hundreds of meters around it. Crack, crack. As time passed, the frost power within the forging hammer rapidly dissipated, and the light emanating from the core of eternal silence at its heart flickered, as if in its last moments of agony. Chao Xing could clearly sense the soul energy within it growing increasingly faint. Meanwhile, in the distant southern continent, the climate here was essentially the same as that of the western continent, both shrouded in extreme cold year-round. Looking out, the entire continent resembled a vast ice sheet covered for millennia by black ice. The aurora danced across the night sky like silk, illuminating the pale snow with psychedelic blue-green hues. Amidst this harsh environment, many brilliant civilizations still flourished. Amidst the drifting snow, a magnificent city forged from obsidian and cold iron stood tall. This was the capital city of the Frostbeard clan of the Dwarven Kingdom. A totem of a forging hammer on the city wall gleamed mysteriously under the aurora. Deep within the city, in a spacious forge, an old dwarf with waist-length white hair wielded a crimson warhammer. Clang! Clang! Rhythmic hammering echoed, and the old dwarf's brow remained furrowed, as if troubled. As he wielded his hammer, a powerful aura emanated from him. A closer inspection revealed that this aura was truly legendary. In other words, this dwarf possessed not only exceptional forging skills, but also legendary strength. He was none other than the legendary forger, Grender Frostbeard. As he hammered the red-hot metal, he sighed, "This new hammer, while equally costly, is in no way as effective as my Frostcore hammer of eternal silence. After all these days, I still haven't gotten used to it." Thinking of this, a hint of anger shone in the old dwarf's eyes. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn thief, he stole my hammer. If I catch him, I cast his bones into lava." As he spoke, the old dwarf suddenly stopped. He sighed regretfully, "After all these days, I wonder if the investigation has found any clues about the thief. Because the western continent is so far away from the southern continent, and because the dwarves are inherently arrogant and rarely interact with other races, they haven't established a proper intelligence network in the western continent. So, almost a week later, they still had no idea that the Frostcore hammer of eternal silence had appeared on a black market in the western continent." And just then, the old dwarf shuddered. After a brief silence, the forging hammer in his hand dropped to the anvil with a clang. The next moment, he raised his calloused hands, shaking uncontrollably. "My hammer. Someone's damned, erasing my spiritual connection to the Frostcore hammer of eternal silence. Who is it?" Chapter 794. Who the hell is wiping my soul connection with the Frostcore hammer of eternal silence? Grender's furious roar shook the icicles from the workshop's roof, and the roar echoed throughout the city. The dwarves in the city dropped their work and gazed in disbelief toward the source of the sound. The old dwarf suppressed his rage and carefully sensed the area. Then, his icy blue pupils narrowed sharply. "Look at the direction of the aura. It's extremely far away from me. That location is the western continent." After reaching this conclusion, the old dwarf stumbled back 2 steps. He had never imagined that his forging hammer had traveled so far, and at such a distance. Given the distance, he couldn't possibly reach out to stop the other party's actions. "No! I must find His Majesty the Dwarf King as soon as possible." He tore off his soot-stained leather apron and said gravely, "Have His Majesty activate the Continental Teleportation Array immediately. Even if it means turning the entire western continent upside down, I will recover the clan's sacred relic." The old dwarf grabbed a rune-shaped battle axe hanging on the wall, and sharp ice crystals immediately condensed on the axe blade. A vast aura erupted from him. At this moment, his legendary combat power was unmistakable. Deciphered. Frostcore hammer of eternal silence, legendary, has returned to its original state. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the hammer, now silent in his hand, and a smile crept onto his face again. "Excellent, deciphered successfully. Next, you can give this hammer to Harold to bind." With this thought in mind, he left the central square with a joyful heart and headed towards the blacksmith's shop. But before that, Chao Xing changed direction and headed for the Crystal People's residence. Under the neat rows of stone houses, Sanyeshi and her tribesmen sat in a circle, their crystal-clear bodies reflecting a rainbow of light in the dim light. "Lord." Seeing Chao Xing approach, Sanyeshi immediately stood up. And, along with the other tribesmen, he bowed respectfully. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Please bring out all the crystals your tribesmen have produced recently." "Please wait, Lord." Sanyeshi's crystal-clear voice echoed, and she quickly walked towards the stone house behind her. A moment later, she emerged with a bag in her hands. "It's all here. Please take a look." Chao Xing took the bag and transferred all the crystals inside into his backpack. Obtained, dark crystals *174. Obtained, sparkling crystals *15. Obtained, colorful crystals *2. Seeing the last message, Chao Xing's heart skipped a beat. 2 more colorful crystals. Great. Add to what I've found in the ruins recently, I can almost upgrade all my legendary equipment. Thinking of this, he nodded with satisfaction. Looking at these crystal people, his eyes filled with admiration. Spending over 100 million crowns to acquire these crystal people was a huge win. In just a few months, I've already recouped my entire investment, and even made many times the profit, although they're quite gluttonous. After all, those precious crystals aren't cheap. The average person simply can't afford them. Fortunately, Master Chao controls 2 crystal veins, and he's been using the Shining Throne once a week lately. There are still 2 precious veins waiting for him to develop. So, the crystal people don't have to worry about food anymore. Sanyeshi, you've done a great job. As soon as Chao Xing finished speaking, a storage bag appeared in his hands, filled with a full 5,000 shadow amethysts. This is your reward. Sanyeshi extended her glittering hands, and carefully took the bag. When she saw the mountain of precious crystals inside, her eyes sparkled. Wow! So many crystals! Are these all for us? She asked cautiously. Of course. After receiving Chao Xing's affirmation, the crystal people's face lit up with a happy smile. She turned and called out to her tribesmen, "The Lord has brought us a lot of food again. Let's all thank you." The crystal people immediately chorused, "Thank you, Lord." Chao Xing smiled, "Go and distribute it to the people." Okay. With that, the crystal people turned and happily walked towards her companions. Her crystal-like bare feet creaked across the bluestone slabs. Chao Xing turned and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. A minute or two later, he arrived at the industrial area of the territory. A row of blacksmith shops appeared before him. Chao Xing selected the largest one and walked straight in. Creak! As the door swung open, a burst of hot air mingled with the clanking of metal. This blacksmith shop, Harold's exclusive forging grounds, boasted a vast interior space compared to other smithies. 12 furnaces were arranged around a circle, with a massive magical forging table at the center. Chao Xing passed through the furnaces and arrived at the innermost forging table. The territory's only legendary blacksmith was directing several apprentices as they worked together to polish a giant hoof, as big as a city gate. Harold's gruff voice echoed through the smithy. Pay attention to the angle. The 7th section of the skeleton must retain its natural grain. Use icy spring water for quenching, immersing in 3 batches. The apprentices diligently followed their master's orders, oblivious to the Lord's arrival. Until Chao Xing called out, "Harold." The dwarf blacksmith turned sharply, saw Chao Xing, and quickly lowered his hammer. "Greetings, Lord." The apprentice blacksmiths also bowed and said, "Lord, may you be well." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then waved his hand. "You all, please leave for a moment. Harold and I need to discuss something." "Yes, Lord." The apprentice blacksmiths put down their work and respectfully left the smithy. The last one gently closed the heavy door. When the 2 of them were the only ones left in the smithy, the dwarf blacksmith stood awkwardly by the furnace, looking a little nervous. "Lord, do you have any new orders?" Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. "Don't be nervous, Harold. I came to see you for 2 things. The first is to give you a new forging hammer, so you can do your work better. The second thing is, just like last time, using the colorful crystal to strengthen some of our equipment." Hearing this, Harold breathed a sigh of relief. He had also noticed the first thing Chao Xing mentioned and asked, puzzled, "A new forging hammer?" "My lord, this obsidian forging hammer I have is quite useful. You don't need to bother with it on my behalf. For us forgers, tools are merely auxiliary. The most important thing is our own strength." However, before he could finish his words, Chao Xing's hammer, forged entirely from black ice and emitting a fierce chill, had appeared out of thin air. The moment Harold felt the biting chill, he realized the hammer's extraordinary power. He examined it carefully, and upon seeing the pitch-black core sealed within the hammer's center, his eyes suddenly widened. This is the Frost Core Hammer of Eternal Silence, the exclusive property of the legendary forger, Grinder Frostbeard. The dwarf blacksmith's rough hands trembled unconsciously. "Gods be damned. How did this hammer end up in your hands?" As a fellow dwarf, while Harold disliked his own people, he still held an instinctive reverence for the legendary forgers within their clan. Or rather, figures of this caliber were already included in the dwarven learning materials. In the dwarven tribe, you might not know the legendary masters within your clan, but you must know the legendary forgers. Each of them was a household name. Chao Xing chuckled and said, "For some unforeseen reason, this hammer ended up on the western continent, and I bought it at an auction." After hearing the explanation, Harold's eyes still lingered with shock. he asked incredulously, stranded to the western continent? That legendary blacksmith from Grinder cherished this hammer as precious as his own life. How could he have lost it so easily? Could it be that legendary blacksmith is dead? When Harold sensed that the soul binding on the hammer had dissipated, his suspicions were reinforced. A complex look crossed his eyes. Chao-Shing smiled, shook his head, and said, "As far as I know, the original owner of this hammer is probably still alive. I also removed the soul binding on it through a special method. As for why it ended up on the western continent, I have no idea." Harold took a deep breath. "I see. Your Excellency is able to remove the soul binding on such a legendary weapon. You are truly powerful." Chao-Shing smiled, then handed over the forging hammer, saying, "Take this hammer and bind it. While you're at it, use a colorful crystal to strengthen it, and see if you can increase its power even further." Harold gazed at the hammer he handed over, a hint of desire in his eyes. After all, for any blacksmith, a legendary quality forging hammer is a coveted treasure. Let alone owning it, even the opportunity to observe it up close is rare in this lifetime. And now, such a precious item lay before him. However, the dwarven blacksmith didn't take it, a look of hesitation creeping into his eyes. He said with some concern, "My lord, a legendary forging hammer is of great importance. It's even considered a sacred artifact of the dwarven race. If the original owner of this forging hammer, Grinder, hadn't died, he certainly wouldn't have given up searching for the relic so easily. Given the Frostbeard clan style, they might already be preparing to head to the western continent to retrieve the hammer." Chao-Shing pondered for a moment, then asked, "How powerful is this Frostbeard clan you're talking about? Or, in other words, how many legendary warriors do they have?" Hearing this question, Harold reflected on it, and replied solemnly, "My lord, among our dwarves, anyone who possesses legendary strength or legendary forging skills can establish their own clan. Frostbeard. Among our dwarven clan, it's not considered a particularly powerful one. Grunder is probably the only dwarf with legendary combat power." He added, "However, a legendary forging hammer is of great importance. Plus, it involves other continents. He will definitely seek out His Majesty the Dwarf King, and do everything in his power to retrieve the hammer." Chao-Shing nodded thoughtfully. "So how powerful is your Dwarf King?" Harold shook his head, his expression grave. "I'm not sure. He hasn't taken action in many years. However, he should be much more powerful than a legend, or even a demigod. According to dwarven texts, 1,125 years ago, a spatial rift appeared in the sky above the southern continent. From this rift emerged a terrifying being from another dimension. It destroyed vast tracts of land, and slaughtered countless lives along the way, leaving even legendary dragons powerless. At that time, the Dwarf King, wielding his clan's sacred relic, the Storm Axe, faced that terrifying being from another dimension. In the Eagle Mountains, he split them in half with a single blow. That mountain range, stretching hundreds of kilometers, was split in two by that blow, and from then on was renamed the Sin Judgment Mountains." Hearing this, Chao-Shing frowned slightly. He murmured, "A spatial rift, another dimension. Even legendary level powerhouses were powerless, meaning beings at least demigod level. A powerhouse of this caliber was slain by the Dwarf King with a single blow. So, this one is incredibly powerful beyond imagination." Chao-Shing frowned slightly, instantly realizing that the Dwarf King's strength might be even greater than he had imagined. Furthermore, this happened over 1,000 years ago. After so many years, it's hard to say if the Dwarf King hasn't made further progress. Of course, while the Dwarf King is powerful, his side is no pushover either. The number of legendary warriors in his territory now exceeds double digits, each one unrivaled in their rank. Marinina even possesses demigod-level combat power, and with the aid of various states, she is also an invincible demigod-level warrior. Add to that Chao-Shing's various trump cards, and he's not afraid of a head-on conflict with the dwarves. So, he patted Harold on the shoulder. "Harold, don't worry about that legendary blacksmith. I won this hammer at an auction, so it belongs to me. No one, not even the dwarves, can take it from me." Upon hearing this, Harold took a deep breath. He was well aware of the immense power of the dwarves, one of the three major ethnic groups in the southern continent. However, he placed even greater faith in his lord. It was a faith that bordered on blind. Since following this lord, he had witnessed countless miracles where the impossible became possible. The dwarf blacksmith's rough hand slowly reached out. The moment it touched the frost-core hammer of eternal silence, the hammer erupted with an intense icy blue light. The temperature in the entire forge plummeted, even the flames in the furnace stagnated. Harold solemnly declared, "I understand, Lord. I swear by our ancestors, I will use this holy hammer to forge the most powerful equipment for you. Your territory member, Harold Iceberg, has successfully bound the legendary weapon, Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. Title, Star Reaper has been upgraded, and luck has increased by 10. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Very good, now let's begin enhancing the other equipment. He then pulled 8 gleaming colorful crystals from his backpack and said, enhance your Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence first. I go call the others. Harold carefully accepted the precious crystals and respectfully replied, as you command, Lord. He then walked to the forging table and began the enhancement process. Chao Xing, on the other hand, pondered in his mind. This time, there are plenty of colorful crystals, enough to enhance almost all the legendary equipment in the territory. Aside from the previously enhanced Demon Codex, Sword of the Lake Lady, and Dagger of Death. In the territory, there's still Chapter of Light, Chapter of Dawn, Ancient Sword Magdel, Shield of Beginning Anodite, Elegy of the Years, Whisper of Eternal Night God Slayer. Add to that my Archlich's Soul Robe, Orfal Codex, and Nessa's Blessed Ring. That leaves 9 pieces of equipment that need to be enhanced. After arriving at this number, Chao Xing was slightly stunned. He had thought 8 rainbow crystals would be more than enough. Unexpectedly, even with so many legendary items, it still wasn't enough. And he needed to enhance the Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence with another one. In other words, there were only 7 legendary items left to be enhanced. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. Is this the problem of having too much top-grade equipment? However, if we eliminate the unusable Dawn chapter and the Nessa's Blessing Ring that doesn't need strengthening, there's just enough to strengthen all the other equipment. Thinking of this, he pressed the communication device at his ear and began to call out names. Isabel, Mushua, Brown, Rennies, Xiao. You 5, come to the blacksmith shop and see me. Chao Xing finished speaking, and soon their voices responded. Yes, Lord. After a moment's wait, the door to the blacksmith shop opened. 5 powerful figures entered one after another, and soon arrived at Chao Xing's side. They saluted respectfully. Lord, good day. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then said, Mr. Harold is strengthening his forging hammer. You will hand over your weapons to him later. Everyone exchanged glances. Since Assam's weapon had already been strengthened, they understood the Lord's intention. They responded in unison, yes. Then they quietly waited. Even then, Harold was concentrating on the inlaying process on his forge. With his skillful and meticulous movements, just a few minutes passed. The frost blue hammer on the forge suddenly emitted a startling chill. The temperature in the entire smithy suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Even the blazing flames in the furnace were frozen, transformed into a solid icy blue flame. Furthermore, the pitch-black core continued to emit waves of strange energy. Amidst this, Chao Xing sensed that a completely different power had awakened within the hammer. Chapter 795. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment. Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. Equipment level increased. Legendary special effect. Frost Soul brand enhanced. At this moment, Harold grasped the enhanced legendary forging hammer and approached Chao Xing. He raised the hammer above his head with both hands and said respectfully, Lord, the enhancement is complete. Please review it. Chao Xing quickly scanned the hammer's attributes. Added effects 3. Frost Soul brand. Legendary effect. Ice-type equipment crafted using this affix will always receive the Frost Core affix. Gives the equipment 1 or 2 random additional effects from the 4 affixes. Frost, Ice Soul, Frost Fury, and Eternal Silence, rare effect. After strengthening, this adds 2 or 3 additional effects. A 5th affix has been added to the Frost Core affix. Frostfall. Frostfall, new rare effect upon killing an enemy, there's a 15% chance to summon a Frostfall impact, dealing 235% frost damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius and applying frostbite for 5 seconds. Effect. Trigger interval, 120 seconds. After seeing the legendary special effects of this legendary forging hammer after being enhanced, Chao Xing's breath suddenly stopped. This enhanced effect seemed beyond imagination, not to mention the addition of a rare level Frostfall special effect to the Frost Core affix. Adding 1 or 2 additional effects to equipment when crafting it now adds 2 or 3 additional effects. What does this mean? Previously, according to Chao Xing's speculation, green-grade equipment crafted with this forging hammer would already be comparable to purple-grade equipment. Green equipment crafted now is even comparable to gold quality. You should know that the value of a piece of gold quality equipment is nearly 100 times that of green quality equipment. From this, You can imagine how terrifying this wave of enhancements is. Chaoxing took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He said, "Herald, the enhanced effect of this forging hammer is remarkable. It will produce a large number of powerful weapons in our territory." Herald said solemnly, "Yes, Lord. I can also sense the magical power of the enhanced Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence. It will grant even greater power to the equipment I forge." Chaoxing nodded. "Very well. Next, I begin enhancing our other equipment." "As you command, Lord." At the same time, Chaoxing looked at the people behind him and said, "Give Herald your tomes and weapons." The 5 men stepped forward and placed their swords, shields, coats, and bows beside the forge, waiting for the dwarven blacksmith to enhance them one by one. Chaoxing himself still had 2 pieces of legendary equipment, but he planned to wait until the others had finished enhancing their own. Meanwhile, Herald had already begun to pick up his first weapon, Lu Mushua's ancient sword Magdel, and placed it on the forge, beginning the strengthening process. As he continued to extract the second colorful crystal, bursts of rainbow light gradually emanated. The others waited patiently nearby. The only sounds in the blacksmith's shop were the hammering of metal and the crisp clink of gemstones. 5 minutes later, Herald's enhancement process had reached its final stage. As the colorful crystal nestled squarely into the hilt of Magdel, the ancient sword suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light, its entire blade trembling slightly, as if infused with new power. Ding! Enhancement successful. Legendary weapon, ancient sword Magdel, equipment level increased, special effect, sword of judgment enhanced. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing nodded again. This enhancement is okay. Although it's not legendary, the effect of enhancing sword of judgment is even better. After all, the ancient sword's legendary special effect, enemy purgatory, is unlike other equipment. It's a terrifying effect that can transform all allies into undead. Even if forced into a desperate situation, Chaoxing wouldn't use it. So, the legendary special effect mentioned above is essentially non-existent. Aside from its dominant position among the Ascalonians, this ancient sword was several notches below other legendary weapons. Chaoxing even considered replacing it with a more powerful weapon better suited for Lu Mushua. Of course, that was a story for later. Meanwhile, Harold had already grabbed a second piece of equipment to enhance. It was Isabel's Holy Codex of Light, Radiant Chapter, now lying on the forging table, emitting bursts of bright light. Everyone continued to wait. Thus, the dwarf blacksmith maintained a 5-minute enhancement rate for each piece of equipment, enhancing the equipment for everyone. 20 minutes later, the remaining 4 legendary weapons were all enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment, Holy Scripture of Light, Radiant Chapter, equipment level increased, special effect, Will of Light enhanced. Legendary equipment, Origin Shield, Anodite, equipment level increased, legendary special effect, Origin Giant enhanced. Legendary equipment, Elegy of Ages, equipment level increased, legendary special effect, Time Reversal enhanced. Legendary equipment, Whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer, equipment level increased, legendary special effect, Whisper of the End enhanced. 4 prompts appeared in succession. At the same time, Harold arrived before the crowd, carrying 5 pieces of enhanced legendary equipment. The veins bulged slightly on the dwarf blacksmith's sturdy arms, clearly indicating that the enhanced power of these pieces of equipment was significant even to him. "Lord, the enhancement is complete." Harold's voice carried a hint of pride at having completed a masterpiece. At this moment, not only Chaoxing, but everyone else's eyes also showed anticipation. Their eyes were fixed on their familiar weapons, their fingers trembling subtly, as if they couldn't wait to experience the power of their enhanced weapons. Chaoxing smiled and said, "Put your weapons down first. I see the effects." "Yes," Harold nodded respectfully, carefully placing the 5 pieces of equipment down one by one. Then, Chaoxing scanned the pieces of equipment one by one. He decided to examine the enhanced special effects of all 5 pieces of equipment together. First, in order, was Lu Mushua's ancient sword. Its usability level had reached 100, and its attributes had been slightly improved. Ancient sword, Magdel, legendary. Equipment level 100. Added special effects 4. Sword of Judgment concentrates the divine power of the sword, slashing forth a terrifying sword aura. Dealing rending damage, increased from 880% to 1880% to all enemies in the path ahead. Adds 10 stacks of bleeding, causing enemies to lose. Agility *0.3, health per second for 60 seconds. This special effects cooldown has been reduced from 7 days to 3 days. Not bad. The Sword of Judgment's attack coefficient has increased from 8.8x to 18.8x to 18.8x. The damage has skyrocketed, almost comparable to a forbidden spell. Add the subsequent bleeding effect and reduced cooldown, and it's still quite powerful. With a look of satisfaction, Xiaoxing continued to examine the enhanced special effects of other equipment. After viewing the enhanced stats of these 4 pieces of equipment, Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Will of Light special effects. The secondary effects increased by 30%, significantly increasing Isabel's damage and attack range. Although the second buff to Braum's original shield wasn't very effective, he could still transform into Original Giant at any time, eliminating the need to slowly absorb damage. The aforementioned increase in healing effectiveness from 100% to 150% was truly remarkable. With the added bonus of various healing skills and potions, Braum's health regeneration was over 400,000 per second, double that of the others. And now, it's been boosted to over 500,000. This translates to over 30 million health points restored in a single minute. This significantly boosted his endurance. Even Reni's legendary longbow's special effect, Time Reversal, had its range significantly increased, and its cooldown reduced by half. Each special effect had seen a significant improvement compared to before, enhancing the user's combat effectiveness and survivability. However, what surprised Xiaoxing the most was the buff to the final magic sword, Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer. Not only did the permanent attack damage bonus from killing holy legendary creatures increase from 10,000 to 12,000, the second affix change was even more surprising. The number of legendary creatures required to evolve into a demi-artifact was now reduced by half, from 100 to 50. This means I only need to slay 39 more legendary level powerhouses of the corresponding attributes to acquire a complete demi-artifact. While it still sounds far-fetched, it's a significant improvement compared to before. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing was filled with anticipation. He suppressed his excitement and said slowly, "All right, each of you take your weapons now." "Yes, Lord." Unable to conceal their excitement, everyone hurried over, reclaiming their weapons or codexes. As their fingertips touched the enhanced equipment, an unprecedented sense of power surged through them. They, too, sensed the changes in their equipment, and expressions of surprise crossed their faces. Xiao gently stroked the pitch-black blade of Eternal Night Whisper and whispered, "This demonic sword. The power within it has suddenly surged. It seems to be getting closer to transformation." Braum, standing next to him, also laughed heartily, "Aha! The vitality contained in the Shield of Origin seems to have grown even stronger." Everyone fondly played with their equipment, exclaiming in amazement from time to time. Xiaoxing and Harold couldn't help but smile slightly at the joy they saw. Then, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Next, it's time to enhance my 2 pieces of legendary equipment." He first took off his Archlich's Soul robe and put on his spare Ancient Winter robe. At the same time, he took the Starfall Codex from his backpack. Then, Xiaoxing handed him the robe that exuded a chill and a heavy tone that shone with the light of the stars. "Begin, enhance these 2 pieces of my equipment as well." The dwarf blacksmith solemnly took them. "As you command, my lord." His eyes became more focused than ever, and his fingers were gentle as they touched the 2 pieces of equipment. He then carefully placed the 2 pieces of legendary equipment on the forging table and took out 2 colorful crystals. Then he began skillfully inlaying them. Harold's movements were fluid. From drilling to inlaying, each step was completed in one go. 5 minutes later, with a flash of intense colorful light, the first robe was enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment, Archlich's Soul robe. Item level increased. Legendary effect, Archlich's Soul curse enhanced. Seeing the system notification, Xiaoxing was delighted. Excellent! That's the legendary special effect I wanted to enhance the most. I'm pretty lucky this time. He wanted to check the enhanced robe stats right away, but Harold was concentrating on enhancing another piece of equipment and couldn't be disturbed. So, Xiaoxing suppressed his excitement and continued to wait silently. His eyes flickered between the robe and the codex. Finally, after another 5 minutes, the familiar rainbow light erupted again. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment, Starfall Codex, equipment level increased. Legendary special effect, Dark Night Star Lake domain enhanced. Xiaoxing was startled again. Holy crap! Another legendary special effect. Is my luck this good this time? He looked at the Star Reaper title above his head in disbelief. Clearly, his luck points had come into play again. After using over a dozen pieces of legendary equipment, this title had already increased his luck points by over 100. Such a high luck value is even hundreds of times higher than that of others. Critical moments always bring unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, after Harold finished inlaying, he respectfully presented the 2 pieces of legendary equipment with both hands. Lord, they have all been enhanced. Please review them. Chao Xing nodded appreciatively. Very good, thank you for your hard work. With a wave of his hand, he accepted the 2 enhanced legendary equipment. Then, he eagerly checked the stats. After seeing the enhanced special effects of the 2 pieces of equipment, Chao Xing was extremely satisfied. It goes without saying how powerful the enhancement effect of the Frost Soul Robe is. The selected skill's damage increased from 100% to 150%. Combined with Chao Xing's permanent Ice Spirit possession, his DPS increased by another 50%. What a concept! He had previously used Enhanced Cone of Ice, which could deal 30 to 40 million DPS per second. Now, his direct damage per second will be around 45 to 60 million, a massive improvement. Adding to this, the subsequent buffs will indirectly increase his damage output and weaken his enemies. After this buff, this Frost Soul Robe is now quite comprehensive. And the special effects of the subsequent Starfall Codex are also very impressive. First, the area covered by the domain has been increased by approximately 4 times. Additionally, the domain's durability has been significantly increased, reaching 40 times. Chao Xing's current health is around 250 million. With this 40-fold increase, the domain's durability is 10 billion. In other words, even if a demigod were trapped by him, escaping in a short period of time would be impossible. Excellent. With this domain, I have an absolute home field advantage. Want to escape? Break my domain first. Chapter 796. Chao Xing was extremely satisfied with the enhanced Dark Knight Star Lake domain. Furthermore, this domain had the most important function. That is, the space within the domain was independent of the outside. In other words, even if Chao Xing encountered a battle in his territory, he could simply activate the domain and forcibly pull all enemies into another space. It was a perfect combination of defense, offense, and trapping. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt even more satisfied. He looked around, the flames of the forge illuminating everyone's faces, each one gleaming with excitement. Thus, this enhancement was complete. He turned and said, Harold, you will use this legendary forging hammer to continue forging those 2 pieces of legendary equipment. We can forge the other materials later. The dwarf blacksmith straightened his body, his right hand tightly grasping the recently bound frost core hammer of eternal silence, and respectfully replied, As you command, Lord. Chao Xing turned and left the forge with Lu Muxue, Rennies, and the others. The moment they stepped through the threshold, a strong chill washed over them, as if they had instantly stepped from a warm room into a world of ice and snow. Chao Xing said, You can all go back too. Those who need to train, train. Those who need to rest, rest. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, then headed towards their own quarters. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. He glanced at his backpack. Inside, 3 emerald green hearts emanated a strong aura of life. Like 3 beating emeralds, they shimmered with a brilliant light. Next, I have the pale sacred tree devour the vitality contained within these 3 jade elephant hearts. He whispered to himself, his fingers gently stroking the surface of one of the hearts, feeling the surging vitality within. Although it's still some distance from reaching 1,000 years old, using it sooner will enhance the effectiveness of the pale blessing. It will also earn more experience points during battle. So, he headed straight for the back garden area of the territory. A gentle breeze blew through the garden, filling it with the delicate fragrance of flowers, blending with the fresh scent of earth. But today, the 2 tree spirit sisters were not there. Ever since Chao Xing had given them 2 new magical plant seeds, star beans, and twisted vine seeds, the sisters had been immersed in cultivating them day and night, meticulously caring for these precious seeds. Chao Xing didn't take it seriously. From previous experiences, he knew how to use these tools to accelerate the growth of the pale tree. Without further ado, Chao Xing removed all 3 jade elephant hearts from his backpack. A rich aura of life instantly spread, transforming into wisps of emerald green light. The plants in the garden swayed. The leaves of the moonflowers unfurled, the golden sunflowers blossomed, and the Moses grass grew wildly. Even the pale trunk of the pale sacred tree trembled slightly, its dense crown swaying gently. Faintly, Chao Xing seemed to sense a glimmer of longing within it. His heart stirred, and he whispered, I've sensed it again. Although the consciousness of this sacred tree is faint, it is truly real. It seems there's hope for reviving this sacred tree's consciousness in my territory. He then placed the jade elephant heart against the trunk of the pale sacred tree. A trace of icy magic flowed from his palm. Then, a tiny crack appeared on each of the 3 hearts, and a crystal-clear emerald green liquid flowed out. Like the purest essence of life, it slowly dripped onto the pale tree's crown. At that moment, not only the back garden, but all creatures in the entire territory felt a surge of life energy sweeping over them. The warriors in training, the busy craftsmen, and the group of ancient war trees all paused. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Instantly, they felt a refreshing breath in their lungs, their minds cleared, and their bodies felt exceptionally relaxed. At the same time, the trunk of the pale sacred tree absorbed all the dripping life essence. After a brief silence, the sacred tree underwent a startling transformation. Clang! Its body began to grow frantically, its trunk expanding at a visible rate. Its bark cracked and healed, its grayish-white surface gradually gilding with an emerald sheen. The branches stretched out like a mighty dragon, and each leaf glowed with a faint silvery white gleam. In the blink of an eye, the sacred tree had grown from its original height of 50 meters to over 100 meters. The dense canopy, like a vast canopy, nearly obscured the sky over the entire back garden. The pale sacred tree once again became the most striking presence in the entire territory. Even from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, its towering shadow could be clearly seen. Like a natural monument, it stood tall between heaven and earth. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have used 3 jade elephant hearts on your territory plant, the pale tree, and have accelerated its growth. This acceleration lasts for 500 years. The effect of pale attraction has been enhanced, increasing experience gained in battle by 80%. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. As he expected, the 3 jade elephant hearts accelerated its growth by a total of 500 years. The pale tree leapt to 800 years old. Excellent! Now I just need to find 1 or 2 more special items that can accelerate growth, and the pale tree will officially reach 1,000 years old. After digesting the 3 hearts, Chao Xing glanced at his backpack again, where he still had dozens of secret medicine formulas from the ancient treasure chest. Next, we go to the market and gather all the ingredients needed for these potion recipes. Then give it to Francesca to refine. He paused, as if remembering something. Speaking of which, a few days ago, I gave her 99 leaves from the Tree of Life to refine into a legendary secret elixir. It's been almost a week now. I wonder if she's succeeded. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to stop by and take a look. He first went to the territory's market area, then listed legendary giant rhino meat, and set up the transaction information. Although this was his 4th time selling legendary giant rhino meat, the meat still caused a sensation once it was put on the shelves. Notably, Chao Xing also used this legendary giant rhino meat to purchase some purple and gold quality herbs. This attracted a large number of survivors to trade. After a while, the screen was flooded with trade messages. Trade successful. You received 3 alien blood, orange, but lost 300 G legendary giant rhino meat. Trade successful. You received 60 mutated agave, gold, but lost 300 G legendary giant rhino meat. Trade successful. You received 200 breeze bellflower, purple, but lost 200 G legendary giant rhino meat. Trade successful. You received 40 giant mushroom, gold, but lost 200 G legendary giant rhino meat. Trade successful. The number of various rare and exotic herbs in Chao Xing's backpack continued to increase dramatically. In just 5 minutes, the total number had already exceeded 100,000. Among these, the materials needed to refine secret medicines like soldier stimulant, metal fluid, and adrenaline had already exceeded tens of thousands. Even those orange-quality raw materials were collected in considerable quantities. Chao Xing had only spent over 6,000 kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat. After several trades, there were still over 700,000 kilograms of this precious beast meat left. That's great. By that calculation, I have plenty of this giant rhino meat for a long time. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. However, most of these materials were used to refine the purple and gold quality secret potions. He had only received around 100 copies of each of the 3 formulas he most desired: Spike Cardiac Tonic, Super Fire Resistance, and Heretic Essence. 100 copies is more than enough. I'm planning on using these potions for my own people anyway. Those natives and other surviving lords don't possess the eternal power, so their value isn't as great as one might imagine. Next, I go and give all these ingredients and recipes to Francesca. With this thought, Chao Xing closed the market. He then headed straight for the 4th ring of the territory. A moment later, an ancient alchemy workshop came into view. Chao Xing walked forward and pushed open the oak door. Creaky! As the door swung open, a rich medicinal aroma filled the air, mingled with a potent breath of life. a thrilling sensation. Then, Chao Xing caught sight of a graceful figure within. She stood gracefully before the crucible, her slender fingers gripping a pestle, gently stirring the boiling potion. Gulp! Gulp! The dark green liquid bubbled with sounds, slowly swirling under her guidance, emitting bursts of green light. This figure was none other than Francesca. She was wearing a dark purple gown today, the silky fabric clinging to her graceful curves, gleaming mysteriously under the dim lights of the alchemy workshop. The expanse of white on her chest was particularly eye-catching, and as she leaned slightly forward, a seductive cleavage faintly became visible. Her movements were skillful and graceful, though her aura, unlike her previous aloofness, now possessed a touch of languid charm and allure. That was the allure of a woman, her every gesture exuding an alluring allure. Francesca also noticed Chao Xing at the door, and the corners of her dark purple lips curled slightly. Ever since that night, she was no longer the aloof and casual person she had been with Chao Xing. Instead, she took the initiative to greet him, her voice tinged with teasing. You're here? Chao Xing nodded, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, and with a half-smile he said, Why, you don't welcome me? The witch snorted softly, tapping the pestle on the edge of the crucible with a crisp sound. I don't know who it was, but they haven't come to the alchemy workshop since that night. She raised her eyes, a hint of amusement flickering in her deep pupils. Are you afraid I used that method on you again? After a pause, she deliberately lowered her voice, her tone ambiguous. I did save a few leaves from the tree of life. At this, a dangerous glint flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He stepped forward, his voice low. In that case, tonight I test your strength. At this moment, their faces were less than a centimeter apart. Their breaths brushed against each other's faces, a scent of enchantment filling the air. The witch didn't retreat. Instead, she lifted her chin slightly, her lips almost touching his earlobe. Okay, then I wait and see. Her breath was warm, carrying the faint aroma of potion. I hope you can hold on to the end. At that moment, Chao Xing gazed at the charming witch before him, her eyes darting and full of charm. Compared to the aloof alchemist from before, she formed a stark contrast. This intensified Chao Xing's inner fire, and he even wanted to pin her down on the alchemy table and teach her a lesson. But he was here to get down to business. As for the other matter, it wouldn't be too late to wait until tonight. So, Chao Xing smiled softly and gently stroked her high nose. Don't worry, this time you'd definitely be the one to collapse first. Is that so? The witch's voice rose, a seductive lingering sound. She gracefully brushed her drooping hair, the ends of which shone with a charming sheen. Chao Xing straightened his expression and asked, By the way, have you refined all those leaves of the tree of life I gave you a few days ago? Francesca lazily pointed to the storage box in the distance and casually said, Of course, I refined a total of 90. But, during the refining process, I failed a total of over 20. At this point, she opened her watery eyes and said pitifully, Will you blame me? Chao Xing glanced at her, his heart aching at the contrast between Francesca's expressions before him. That graceful gesture, combined with the pitiful expression before him, was truly inspiring. He took a few deep breaths to calm the fire within him. Yes, I come over tonight and teach you a lesson. But for now, you should focus on refining the potion. At this point, Chao Xing pulled a parchment from his backpack and continued, I've recently acquired a large batch of recipes and gathered a lot of materials. You should be busy for the next month or two. Hearing this, the witch stopped joking, her expression returning to her usual focused and cold demeanor. A lot of secret potion recipes? Want to see them? Of course. Without hesitation, Chao Xing handed all of the dozen or so recipes he selected to Francesca. The witch took the recipes, her slender, jade-white fingers gently sliding across the yellowed parchment, a look of surprise gradually filling her eyes. These recipes are all things I've never seen before. Francesca's fingertips trembled slightly, as if she had discovered something surprising, and she seemed extremely excited. The refining methods described here are quite ancient, but also quite perfect. If I can master all these recipes, I greatly expand my knowledge of potions. Excitement gradually filled her eyes, the same look she had just had when she saw Chao Xing enter. It was the passionate glow of seeing something you love. Chao Xing, observing her focused gaze, chuckled softly, If that's the case, then keep working on it. Francesca gently put away the potion recipes, her expression returning to her usual calm demeanor. I do my best. Now I get to work. She walked towards the alchemy table without looking up. Please help yourself. Francesca seemed to have reverted to her aloof, cold witch form, as if her earlier charm had never existed. Chao Xing was stunned, unable to help but sigh at how quickly this woman changed her attitude. One moment she was flirting with him, the next she was completely immersed in her alchemy. He shook his head helplessly, unconcerned. Instead, he walked straight to the storage box and opened it. The next moment, when he saw over 60 bottles of crystal-clear potions neatly arranged inside, his face lit up with joy once again. Each of these potions emanated a faint emerald green glow, and strands of life energy entwined within the bottles, flowing slowly within them like a living being. Chaoxing stowed all of them away in his backpack without hesitation. Obtained, Life Source Essence, Legendary, *63. Then, he eagerly examined the potion's properties. Life Source Essence. Quality, Legendary. Potion effect, upon consumption, instantly restores 60% of the health of legendary creatures, and 100% of the health of creatures below legendary. Potion effect, upon consumption, instantly restores 250,000 health points per second for the next 100 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, because this elixir contains extremely rich and pure life force, the first dose will repair some non-fatal injuries. The moment Chaoxing read the properties of this elixir, he couldn't help but gasp. Oh my! Fuck! This effect is too strong. The immediate 60% health restoration isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the subsequent 250,000 health points restored per second. After receiving the blessing of the Pale Tree, this is 500,000 health points restored per second. Add Chaoxing's Eyes Healing, Andrew's Life Blossom, and the Tribal Witch Doctor's Rejuvenation. The total recovery reaches approximately 700,000 health points per second, 42 million health points restored in 1 minute. This figure even exceeds the total health of most hero-level creatures. If it's used on Braum, it's even more exaggerated. His enhanced Origin Shield can increase the healing effect by an additional 150%. You can imagine what this entails. As for the additional effect, which can repair non-fatal injuries, Francesca had already mentioned. Chaoxing took a few deep breaths, suppressing his excitement. Next, let me try the effects of this potion. Then, without hesitation, he drank the entire bottle. Gulp, gulp. As the pure life essence flowed through his throat and into his stomach, the liquid had a strangely sweet taste, yet a slightly bitter aftertaste. Then, Chaoxing felt a surge of life energy exploding within him. It felt like being illuminated from within by warm sunlight, every cell rejoicing with joy. Chapter 797. Chaoxing involuntarily stopped straining his back, his fatigue vanishing, and even his breathing became exceptionally smooth. At the same time, several green numbers appeared above Chaoxing's head. Add 241624568. Add 718342-100,000. Add 718342-100,000. Feeling the vitality surging within him, Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. With my current recovery data, it seems that the curse on me, Gaze of the Mother of the North Wind, won't have much impact whether it's lifted or not. He couldn't help but glance at the half-blood witch beside him, wanting to share his joy and excitement with her. He discovered that she was absorbed in researching the new potion formula, paying no attention to Chaoxing at all. Chaoxing shook his head helplessly, but didn't bother her. Instead, he placed a bottle of Life Source Essence next to the crucible and left the alchemy workshop. After arriving in the outside world, Chaoxing distributed this precious legendary potion to everyone while inspecting the territory. However, due to the limited supply, he couldn't just give it to everyone. He instead guaranteed one bottle to each core combatant and crucial support staff in the territory. The core combatants, needless to say, were legendary and heroic powerhouses like Braum, Sarah, and Isabel. The support staff included Edward, Yolan, Elder Chao Yi, Elena, Xia Yani, and others. Even the pets enjoyed this privilege. In the end, Chaoxing still had about 11 bottles left. After drinking the potion, the residents who had been allocated the Life Source Essence were all amazed at its miraculous effects. They were all beside themselves with excitement. After all, even putting aside its per second regeneration, the 60% instant health recovery was a truly incredible effect. Especially for a massive being like Braum, whose health had soared to 4.2 billion after entering original giant form and glacier form. One potion could instantly restore 2.5 billion health points. Even for a demigod, it would take a considerable amount of time to knock down that much health. So Chaoxing kept 11 bottles, just in case. A few minutes later, Chaoxing stood on the city wall, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the territory. This trip to the ruins, combined with the black market auction, has completely absorbed all the gains. 20 days of exploration have dramatically transformed the strength of the entire territory. This gives me more resources to deal with future crises. After a pause, he continued, however, there shouldn't be any trouble for the next while. Looks like I can take a good rest. With that, Chao Xing continued his tour of the territory, then took a look at the progress of the construction of the giant city in the outer city, before returning to the Lord's castle to rest. As he had expected, the next few days were uneventful. The entire day passed without incident. Chao Xing first visited the sewing shop and spent some time with the mature women, Xia Yani and Elena. The shop was filled with the scent of fabric and incense. The two beautiful women blushed with joy at the arrival of the Lord himself. They put down their work and surrounded him from both sides. After 2 or 3 hours of fierce fighting, Chao Xing pushed open the door of the sewing shop with steady steps, and a warm atmosphere emanated from within. Then, he returned to the Lord's castle. It's worth noting that Bai Ji had now moved into his territory. This woman was now practically inseparable from Lu Muxue, constantly caring for her daily needs. Furthermore, as a legendary warrior, Lu Muxue possessed a formidable physique. Even pregnant, she looked energetic and agile. In this way, Chao Xing moved from woman to woman. Time flew by, and it was evening. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, its silver light shimmering. The stagnation magic shield that enveloped the entire territory shimmered with light, like a giant bubble shimmering in the night sky. Inside the Lord's castle, two beautiful figures cuddled together on the spacious bed in the second-floor bedroom. They sat together on the bed, covered by a thick bearskin quilt. Besides Lu Muxue, pregnant, and with a hint of maternal radiance in her eyes, lay a cold, silver-haired woman beside them. They were whispering to each other, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. Chao Xing stood at the edge of the bed, observing the scene. Moonlight streamed through the slits in the curtains, casting a silvery glow over the two beautiful women. Muxue, I sleep in another room tonight. As Chao Xing spoke, the two women looked up at him. Lu Muxue nodded gently, a hint of apology in her eyes, and a hint of reluctance as she said, Okay, Xing. During my pregnancy, I need Sister Baiji to accompany me. I've been sorry to have troubled you lately. Hearing this, Chao Xing showed no emotion, but a gentle smile. It's okay, don't worry about me. Then he looked at Baiji beside him. But he saw the woman lower her head, not daring to meet Chao Xing's gaze. Maybe it was the scent of a man on the sheets, or perhaps some other reason, but she seemed a little uneasy. Baiji, I trouble you to take care of Muxue for the time being, Chao Xing said gently. The woman, still without looking up, said in a cold voice, It's nothing. Sister Muxue is very kind to me. I enjoy taking care of her too. After a pause, she added, Besides, I be a member of your territory from now on, so it's only natural that we help each other. Hearing this, before Chao Xing could even speak, Lu Muxue's eyes flickered with emotion. She took Bai Ji's slender fingers and said gently, Sister Bai Ji, what do you say about the baby accepting you as its little mother after it's born? Bai Ji was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, Little mother? Lu Muxue nodded, Yes, that means godmother. Are you willing, Sister Bai Ji? She placed Bai Ji's hand on her belly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Bai Ji hesitated, then looked down at their intertwined fingers and whispered, If you don't mind. That's fine with me. Hearing her promise, Lu Muxue smiled happily again. Great. Then, when this child is born, it will be ours, 3 of us. At this moment, not only Bai Ji, but even Chao Xing was stunned. This usually aloof woman's face flushed bright red, as if she had just thought of something. Sensing the growing awkwardness in the room, Chao Xing coughed and said, Muxue, Bai Ji, I'm leaving first. Contact me immediately if anything happens. He turned and walked towards the door, his steps slightly hurried. Lu Muxue nodded gently, her voice gentle as water. Okay, go ahead, Ah Xing. At this moment, as if remembering something, she added something unexpected. Take advantage of this time to get all the other sisters in the territory pregnant. At this moment, Bai Ji's eyes widened in shock at these words, and she looked at Lu Muxue in disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Chao Xing quickly fled the room, hastily closing the door. Soon, he left the Lord's castle. The night wind howled, and even with the energy station providing heat, the temperature was still much lower than inside the room. The icy air slapped against his face, quickly cooling his feverish mind. He let out a long sigh, then shook his head helplessly, saying, Muxue, you're quite outrageous. But on second thought, this suggestion doesn't seem so bad. Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. He never considered himself a gentleman, but he made sure every woman in his family received the care they deserved. Then, a beautiful elegant figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was the witch with half-elf blood. Especially, the thought of her curvaceous figure beneath that loose dress warmed his heart. In that case, let's go to Francesca tonight as agreed. So, Chao Xing headed straight for the territory's industrial area and pushed open the door to the alchemy workshop. At that moment, Francesca was still intently studying the dozens of new secret potion formulas. Her slender fingers traced the parchment paper. On the workbench before her lay a dozen crystal test tubes, bubbling with multicolored liquids. She seemed to be adjusting the potion's proportions. At the sound of the door opening, she didn't even look up, but casually greeted, "Come in? Find a place to sit. I prepare." Before she could finish, she felt a pair of strong arms wrap around her slender waist, and her vision began to spin. The test tube slipped between her fingers, tumbling several times on the workbench. "Wait! Wait! My experiment." Her protests were quickly silenced by the passionate kiss, and her pointed ears quickly flushed crimson. Her once meticulously combed hair fell loose. Following this, Francesca's feet left the ground, and Chao Xing held her in his arms, walking towards the small wooden bed in the corner. A moment later, Chao Xing gently placed her on the bed. The gorgeous dress unfurled like a flower. Then, Francesca felt her belt loosen. Swish! Swish! As the elegant dress slipped off. A figure of utter perfection lay quietly upon it. The exquisite curves captivated the eye, the soft whiteness rippled in the air. The witch gently folded her arms, her face tilted slightly to the side, leaving Chao Xing with a stunning profile. Moonlight streamed through the skylight overhead, illuminating her fair skin with a pristine, almost artistic quality. Inside the workshop, the witch's cauldron radiated a faint green light, illuminating the intertwining shadows of the two. The battle raged for a long time. Until the first rays of morning sun filtered through the windowpane, the two embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep. The scattered potion notes and clothing silently told of the madness of the previous night. The next day. It was just after 6 o'clock. The system notification appeared on cue. Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived day 49 of the unrest period. There are 24 days left until the Dream Fractal event opens, and 25 days until the Golden Scripts treasure opens. Weather forecast. Light snow today, with lows between -62 degrees Celsius and -74 degrees Celsius. Chao Xing, who had been toiling all night, opened his eyes promptly after seeing the notification. He thought to himself, there are just over 20 days until the new event begins. Based on the progress of the megacity's construction, it will probably take about 2 months to complete. This pace isn't slow, it can even be considered quite rapid. After all, building any megacity isn't a one-time undertaking, it requires a tremendous amount of manpower, material resources, and time. It's common for a city to take 4 to 5 years, or even 7 to 8 years to build. For someone like Chao Xing, to complete the massive city in just 3 months was already miraculous efficiency. Of course, this was also due to the combined efforts of tens of thousands of workers. Add to that the ample supplies and safety guarantees. Otherwise, no one else could have achieved such efficiency. A lazy snort reached his ear. Chao Xing tilted his head and immediately saw a face, almost too perfect to be real, lying quietly in his arms. Francesca's long hair fell like silk on the pillow, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her fair cheeks. Her purple lips parted slightly, sound asleep. After 6 hours of battle last night, Chao Xing had finally brought this stubborn witch to her knees. By the end, her body had become limp, as if she had exhausted her last ounce of strength, and he finally let her go. That was why Francesca slept so soundly. He chuckled, shook his head, and whispered, "Let's see if you dare tease me again next time." Without waking the beautiful woman, Chao Xing gently rose from the small wooden bed and gently tucked the corners of the blanket behind her. The heating pipes in the alchemy workshop continued to pump heat, keeping the room at a comfortable temperature. Then, he left the alchemy workshop. The moment he stepped through the threshold, a sharp gust of cold wind hit him. After closing the door, Chao Xing turned and looked upward. The sky was now filled with drifting snowflakes, but they were all blocked by the stagnation magic shield. The energy radiated from the shield melted the glittering snowflakes, transforming them into rain. The rain, frozen by the extreme cold, turned to ice. So now it looked as if the entire shield was covered in a thick layer of solid ice. The entire territory, within a 10-kilometer radius, was unaffected by the wind and snow. Chao Xing exclaimed in admiration, "This stagnation magic shield is truly effective. Now, whether it's wind, rain, blizzards, or hail, none of them will have any impact on my territory. You see, in the past, Although the territory's facilities were relatively complete, but whenever severe weather, such as blizzards, occurred, snow would pile up in every corner of the territory. Once the snow melted, the ground would become muddy, seriously affecting the workers' travel and the cleanliness of the territory. Now, there were no such problems. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to remember something and whispered, "The system said there would be a light snow today. That reminded me. I need to arrange for someone to check the drainage system in the outer city." He was about to head to the outer city to check on the situation. Suddenly, an elegant figure emerged from the residential area. She was dressed in a luxurious, pale blue gown, exuding a calm, mature demeanor. Additionally, a hint of maternal radiance lingered between her brows, a gentleness tinged with dignity. It was Marita, the woman Chao Xing had abducted from the Orchid Kingdom and brought to his territory some time ago. Because she had become pregnant earlier than Lu Muxua, her belly was already noticeably bulging, and even her wide dress couldn't conceal her curvaceous curves. Seeing this woman, Chao Xing quickly approached. "Marita." Hearing the call, the woman raised her eyes slightly, her lake-like eyes gleaming softly in the morning light. Upon seeing Chao Xing's face, a gentle, serene smile crossed her features. "Greetings, Lord." Marita bowed slightly, performing standard court etiquette, her skirt swaying like water. Chao Xing quickly grasped her hands and helped her to her feet. "You're pregnant, so there's no need for formalities. Besides, with our relationship, why are we being so polite?" Marita's eyes flickered, a faint smile playing on her lips. "That being said, in this territory, you're the lord and I'm your subject. Naturally, we must abide by the rules." Her slender fingers unconsciously stroked her slightly swollen belly. After all, this isn't the royal family of the Yuan Kingdom anymore. Hearing this, Chao Xing feigned displeasure, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Is that so? Then, as lord, I command you not to salute me from now on. Do you understand?" The noblewoman blinked, a playful expression on her face. "Yes, I will obey your orders, my lord." She deliberately emphasized the last few words. Chao Xing then smiled with satisfaction, his eyes unconsciously flicking down to her abdomen. Marita now wore less of the shrewdness she had at the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce and more of a motherly gentleness. Of course, she was still as beautiful as ever. After a pause, he continued, "By the way, have you been getting used to the territory lately? Is there anything you're not used to?" Marita shook her head gently, the jewel pendant in her hair swaying. "It's always warm where you're around." Chao Xing felt a warm sensation in his heart, reaching out to smooth her hair from her temples. "Let's go! I help you go to the outer city to check on the progress of the project." Marita nodded gently, resting her hand on his arm. "Okay, I'm also planning to inspect the plans for the new trade zone." With that, Chao Xing supported her, and they walked slowly forward like a couple on a journey. Workers along the way stopped and saluted upon seeing the two of them. Chao Xing and Marita also nodded slightly in greeting. Soon, they reached the foot of the city wall, ascending the bluestone steps to the top of the nearly 20-meter-high rampart. From this vantage point, the view suddenly became incredibly expansive. For several kilometers in all, the scene was bustling with activity. Tens of thousands of workers toiled in an orderly fashion. The roar of transport vehicles, goblin airships, large robots, and various other machines blended into one cacophony. Chapter 798. After over 20 days of construction, the framework of the massive city has taken shape. So far, all the city streets have been paved, the bluestone pavement smooth and wide, with the main avenue wide enough to accommodate 8 carriages. Pre-arranged magic lampposts line the streets, and a comprehensive underground drainage system is in place. In addition, the foundations of important buildings such as the City Hall, the Mage Academy, the Blacksmith's Guild, and the Trade Fair have also been completed. In the distance, the city wall has been erected at a base over 10 meters high, encircling this magnificent city with a diameter of 7 kilometers. An arrow tower rises every 100 meters, and a large number of heavy artillery bastions are reserved on the city walls. Marita's penetrating gaze swept over the area, and even with her knowledge, she couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. "What a brilliant plan," she whispered. "Once completed, this massive city will surely become the most prosperous in the surrounding countries." Chao Xing smiled and said, "From now on, the financial and commercial aspects of this city will be fully under your control. Of course, in a few months, don't overwork yourself. I find someone else to take over your duties." Hearing this, Marita chuckled again, covering her face with her hands. "Lord Chao Xing, have you forgotten my strength? I'm also a 7th-level archmage, not some delicate noblewoman." She raised her chin proudly, a gesture that made her look both mature and playful. Plus, the potion you gave me yesterday has infused my body with vitality, as if I have endless energy. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right. If you feel any discomfort, remember to stop working immediately. Understand? After a pause, he added, by the way, this is an order. Marita blinked and said slowly, I obey. The wind from the city wall ruffled their hair, freezing the tenderness of the moment in the morning light. After inspecting the progress of the outer city's construction, Chao Xing supported Marita and returned to his residence. He himself went alone to the center of the territory and summoned the light-feathered chicken, Buoyancy. In the distance, bursts of soft light echoed, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A crisp cry drifted closer. Soon, a light-feathered chicken, covered in white feathers and shrouded in a faint white light, flew in front of Chao Xing. Since reaching the hero level, the white crest on its head had also changed. It rested on its head like a crown, poised to become the king of chickens. Chao Xing gazed at the spirited pet and said, Buoyancy, come on, cast purifying light on me a few times. The curse upon him, gaze of the mother of the north wind, was a demigod-level curse. Even a legendary-level powerhouse could hardly withstand it. But the light-feathered chicken was different. Although it was currently only a level 100 hero-level creature, its commander skill, Purifying Light, could purify negative states across a single level. Adding to its innate talent, it could even purify across 2 levels. Earlier, I had already experienced the power of the light-feathered chicken's purifying power. Therefore, Chao Xing had high hopes for it. At the same time, upon hearing its master's command, Buoyancy immediately held its head high and chest puffed out, appearing exceptionally spirited. It gently fluttered its wings and floated in midair. The next moment, a ball of pure light condensed before it. Cack! With a crisp cry, the ball of pure light descended directly upon Chao Xing. The light flowed like flowing water, enveloping him completely. Hiss, hiss! A corrosive sound echoed, and puffs of black smoke rose from above Chao Xing's head, gradually dissipating. He felt his body relax, as if some cold, sticky force had dissipated somewhat, and even his breathing became smoother. A smile played across Chao Xing's lips. It really works. Although this curse is quite stubborn, it might take dozens or even hundreds of times to completely remove it. That doesn't matter, I have plenty of time anyway. He then looked at Bui and said, continue. Although this chicken was usually rather lazy and gluttonous, and no one could call it without sufficient benefits, it still dared not disobey its master's orders. And so, Bui used purifying light once every minute to expel the curse from Chao Xing. After an hour of continuous use, the chicken was exhausted, its mental energy significantly depleted. Its feathers had dulled, and its wings drooped limply. Even so, Bui did not dare to pause for even a moment. After a brief rest, he forced himself to continue casting the spell. However, after Chao Xing fed it a dozen drops of superior tree sap, Bui's spirits suddenly perked up. The pure white light emanating from it surged again, evidently having regained considerable mental strength. Then, it diligently cast purifying light on Chao Xing. And so, after nearly 3 hours of purification, the last wisp of black smoke was forced out of Chao Xing's body. A ferocious, looming face seemed to appear in midair, gazing at Chao Xing with resentment. Then it dissipated into the air. A system notification appeared. Successfully removed demigod-level curse. Gaze of the mother of the north wind. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of relief. He patted his head, which had drooped, and smiled, thank you for your hard work. I have someone give you a snack tonight. The previously listless light-feathered chicken's eyes lit up at this, and its feathers glowed with renewed brilliance. It clucked incessantly, circling Chao Xing relentlessly, not even a hint of fatigue. Chao Xing smiled, and shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, in the distant North Wind Kingdom, today, a devastating blizzard lashed the boundless snowfields. The howling cold wind, swirling snowflakes, ravaged the earth, seemingly drowning the entire world. Visibility for ordinary people dropped to less than 10 meters, and even the hardiest snow wolves huddled in their caves, shivering. And beneath a city now reduced to ruins, completely buried under drifts of snow, 10,000 meters deep underground. Here, in a dark space, stood 12 massive bronze pillars engraved with ancient runes. Chains as thick as bowls entwined the pillars, as if sealing away some unspeakable horror. Crackle. A faint sound of dragging chains could be heard, and the runes on the giant bronze pillars began to glow faintly. Then, in the darkness, 2 large, bright red lanterns suddenly lit up. A closer look revealed that they were not lanterns, but 2 enormous, vertical pupil dragon eyes, These eyes held immense rage and deep-seated hatred, as if they wanted to devour and destroy everything. In the reflection of the dragon pupils, a faint human figure could be seen disappearing. A chilling, sinister voice rang out, "Roar! Damn you! You actually lifted my curse! I'm going to eat you! I chew you up piece by piece! I want revenge for Loner! Avenge for Kai!" It seemed incredibly violent, as if it had fallen into a strange state of madness. As it moved, a howling wind roared for hundreds of kilometers, causing the earth to tremble violently, and the snow on the ground heaved like waves. It seemed as if even the heavens and the earth responded to its wrath. The sealed creature showed signs of losing control. And just then, a golden beam of light descended from the endless darkness above. Like divine punishment descending from the heavens, it reached the depths of hell, illuminating this sealed land where no one dared to tread. Amidst the golden light, the terrifying form of the monster gradually emerged. It was a gigantic green dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, its body a translucent emerald hue, emanating a terrifying aura. Its slender neck was covered in layers of crystalline scales, each a solidified eye of a hurricane, with microcyclones swirling within. The enormous dragon head bore 3 pairs of backward-curving crystal horns, their shafts covered in spiraling wind-eroded lines. 2 bluish-white whiskers swirled from its jaws. The green wind dragon gazed at the golden light, the murderous intent in its blood-red pupils growing ever more intense, almost tangible. "You hypocrites, how dare you come to me? I will tear you to pieces." As its voice echoed, waves of invisible wind emanated, shaking the entire sealed space. A hoary voice echoed from the golden light, "Mother of the North Wind, be still." These 4 simple words, yet imbued with supreme power, weakened the frenzied wind dragon's aura. Its enormous, scarlet eyes stared intently at the beam of light, as if trying to discern something. Under its gaze, a clergyman clad in platinum robes, a codex in his left hand, and a holy emblem on his chest, slowly emerged. Waves of pure divine light emanated from him, like a walking torch, illuminating all darkness. When the Mother of the North Wind saw the face of this somewhat aged clergyman, her pupil shrank sharply. "Damn it! It's you? It was you who gave me that strange runestone back then, driving me into this madness, where I'm barely lucid for 5 minutes a day. Roar!" The wind dragon roared, shattering the very air. "I will tear you apart." However, faced with this devastating roar, the white-haired old man remained motionless. The hurricane whipped up by the dragon's wings didn't even stir the hem of his clothes. He whispered again, "Silence." Invisible golden light burst from the codex in his hand, and descended upon the wind dragon. Then, the Mother of the North Wind stiffened, as if struck by lightning, her massive body convulsing in pain, the sealing chains grating harshly. The wind dragon, resisting the pain, growled in frustration, "In my prime, I could have slain a creature like you with a single claw. How could I allow you to be humiliated like this?" The clergyman replied calmly, "You are correct. It is precisely because they value your combat prowess that the church is keeping you alive. Although the dragon runestone has caused you to lose your mind constantly, it has also maintained the chaotic divine power within you. Any other demigod would have exploded and perished after losing the divine fire. You should be grateful to the church, not resentful, right?" His voice was calm, yet it seemed to hold a special magical power that subconsciously calmed one's heart. The wind dragon's chest, heaving violently, gradually calmed, and soon fell silent. The clergyman, seizing the opportunity, took a step forward. The scripture on his robe glowed faintly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Mother of the North Wind, are you unwilling to accept your fate, and filled with a rage for revenge?" "Of course. I can't wait to charge forward, tear that otherworldly lord to pieces, and blow his domain to dust." The air around the wind dragon distorted with anger, forming countless tiny vacuum vortices. At its response, the clergyman's face lit up with a meaningful smile. "If that's the case, we, the Holy See, are willing to grant you this opportunity. I've brought the sacred artifact Ancient Flame from the Vatican. It will not only rekindle your divine flame, but also restore you to peak strength. Combined with the dragon runestone you possess, you will become the most powerful being below the gods." As he finished speaking, he pulled a crystal sacred box from beneath his robe, within which flickered a golden sacred flame. At the sight of this divine flame that seemed to purify all filth in the world, a flicker of desire flashed in the wind dragon's crimson eyes. They even possess a sacred artifact like the Ancient Flame. Is this the Vatican's heritage? It too was well aware of the preciousness of this flame. It was said that it was a sacred flame left behind after the fall of a powerful god in ancient times, before the environment of the 4 continents became so harsh. The power contained within it could truly transform decay into magic, truly capable of rekindling the divine flame. However, despite having lost its mind, the Wind Dragon still did not immediately agree. Instead, he asked warily, "You guys in the church are hypocritical and cunning. I've already suffered once. I don't believe you're so kind. Tell me, what are the conditions for giving me the ancient fire?" The clergyman's aged face relaxed, revealing a compassionate yet unyielding smile. "Join our church and become one of our battle beasts." Hearing this request, the Wind Dragon was silent for a moment, then roared resolutely, "Your church wants to enslave me?" "Absolutely not." As if anticipating its reaction, the other party replied calmly, "If you don't accept, you will be imprisoned in this desolate land forever, rotting in madness and pain. Forget revenge. Even the last vestiges of dignity will be eroded by time. Mother of the North Wind, are you sure you want this?" The Wind Dragon sneered. "I'm used to this kind of imprisonment. When I break free, I make you all pay." Seeing it wouldn't budge, the clergyman remained silent for a moment. Then, he slowly spoke, "If I say there's someone in the Vatican who can help you break through to the divine realm, will you agree?" Hearing this, the Wind Dragon remained silent again. Then, with a look of disbelief, he asked, "Let me break through to the divine realm? How is that even possible?" At this moment, it seemed to realize something, its pupils suddenly narrowing. "Your Pope has awakened?" The clergyman's face still held that unfathomable smile. He nodded gently and said, "The Holy See has returned. The Holy See will soon be fully restored, and soon, the entire Western continent will usher in a new order. All darkness, all blasphemers, will be annihilated by the glory of the Holy See." With these words, a sacred and vast pillar of light shot up into the sky, illuminating an area thousands of miles in radius. The wind and snow in the sky dissipated, and even the clouds were dyed golden. On the other side, a desolate, uninhabited area. For figures, shrouded in distorted light and shadow, stood in the center of the territory of an otherworldly lord. To the left, a woman in a long robe leaned lazily against a broken stone pillar, emanating puffs of pale pink smoke. Her eyes, as they flickered, seemed to evoke the most primal desires of all living things. To the right, a sinister-looking young man folded his arms across his chest, his face covered in dark purple lines. Those lines wriggled like living things, occasionally distorting nightmare scenes. In the center, a translucent figure hovered quietly. His outline was sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. Each breath caused subtle tremors in the surrounding space, and shadows appeared one after another. Beyond this, a mass of life forms constantly shifted into various forms. At times, he transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman, sometimes a hunched old woman, and sometimes a hunting dog, its head bowed in search. These four beings possessed distinct auras, yet all emanated a vibration far beyond legend. The robed woman stroked her hair and let out a seductive laugh. "Hee. Echo and Thousand Faces are here. Now all we need is decay and the weapon." Off to the side, the nightmare god asked in a low, somewhat impatient voice, "When do we begin? I can't wait to drag that damn fellow into my nightmare." The woman chuckled softly, pink mist curling around her fingertips. "Don't be impatient. That little fellow is no ordinary creature. I heard a few legends have joined his territory recently." The nightmare god snorted, dismissive. "A few legends, what's that? For this operation, we've gathered 4 demigods and over a dozen legends. Why are we being so cautious against this little creature who hasn't even ignited the divine flame?" The woman smiled meaningfully but remained silent. Beside him, the echo god suddenly let out a wave of overlapping voices. "He isn't an ordinary lord." Each word echoed 3 times in the air. "That Vatican is also paying attention." Off to the side, the thousand-faced god suddenly transformed into a dark shadow, emitting a chilling chewing sound. "The Vatican. Those hypocrites. Just swallow them all." Chapter 799. Hearing this, the other 3 powerful beings remained silent, for they all knew the immense power of the Vatican. Not to mention that they had been stripped of their godhood. Even at their peak, they would not have dared to confront this behemoth head-on. At this moment, the god of echoes spoke again. "Wait a little longer. We've just regained our demigodhood. Wait until we can condense a trace of godhood power. 2 months at most. At a critical moment, we can unleash power surpassing that of a demigod." Hearing this, the other 3 powerful beings remained silent for a moment, then all agreed. Meanwhile, after removing the curse from his body, Chao Xing continued to wander around the territory. Just then, he suddenly saw a faint glow in the second ring of the territory. There, where the dream library is. Could it be? Chaoxing seemed to realize something. 7 days ago, he contacted the Grey Mist King, Grey Phantom Mist. And in exchange for 100 divine power fragments, he allowed the Grey Mist King to enter the Dream Library and experience the building's magical abilities. Calculating the time, today was almost the same day he woke up. Perfect timing. Let's see what the Grey Mist King brought back from his dream. Thinking of this, Chaoxing hurried to the second ring area. Soon, he saw the mysterious-looking building towering over the ground. It was the Dream Library. However, the hazy bubble that enveloped the entire library had dissipated, and the oak door had opened. A dwarf, wearing an ill-fitting, floor-length robe and exuding a majestic aura, stood at the doorway. He seemed dazed, having clearly spent a considerable time in a dream, unable to regain consciousness. Only upon sensing Chaoxing's presence did the Grey Mist King regain consciousness, as if awakened from a dream. Lord Chaoxing, I finally see you again. He let out a shrill exclamation, quickly taking 2 steps at a time, his short legs taking 3 steps at a time, his movements somewhat comical. Chaoxing looked at the excited dwarf king and smiled. Your Majesty, it's been a long time. At this greeting, the Grey Mist King paused, a look of emotion in his eyes. He spoke slowly, muttering, It's been a long time indeed. I never expected this dream to be so real. I spent almost 30 years there. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject, his tone sharpening. Lord Chaoxing, you have no idea how I've lived these past few decades. I turned into a crow chick. The kind with such a horrible cry that even the villagers chased it away. What's more, as soon as I emerged from my eggshell, that damned crow kicked me out of the nest, leaving me to fend for myself. He suddenly burst into conversation, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in decades. Chaoxing stood there, smiling, listening silently. And so, the Grey Mist King spoke non-stop for over half an hour, finally finishing his recounting of his dream. Chaoxing listened patiently, and then summarized. To put it simply, the Grey Mist King transformed into a crow, born in a seldom-visited bird nest deep in the mountains. However, for some reason, its body was abnormal. Not only was its fur gray, unlike its siblings who had hatched at the same time, but a faint mist escaped from its beak with every breath. To the mother crow, this chick looked alien, a sign of something ominous. So, one cold night, it was pecked out of the nest, plummeting into the leaf litter below. Faced with the threat of death, the Grey Mist King unleashed his body's potential. Dragging its bruised wings, it searched the soil for worms, berries, and even nibbled fungi on dead wood. Every time it breathed, the mist swirled around it, making it difficult for predators to locate it. And so, it managed to survive. Then, it continued to grow in that mountain range. After years of solitary survival, it gradually learned how to control the mist. Not only could it use the mist to blur its silhouette and evade hawks, it could also create a misty clone to lure foxes into traps. It could even condense the mist into fine needles to pierce its prey's eyes. Through these various methods, the Grey Mist King surprisingly quickly became a 4th-level gray-feathered crow. Until a few years later, its fate reached a turning point. The Grey Mist King found a strange mushroom deep in the mountains. The cap resembled burning charcoal, while the gills continuously oozed mist like spores. It could sense that the mushroom held some strange power, but it also felt an unprecedented longing. So, driven by instinctive desire, it devoured the strange mushroom. Instantly, excruciating pain washed over its body. Its feathers peeled off as if engulfed in flames, only to reassemble themselves in the mist. Under this excruciating agony, the Grey Mist King's size exploded several times, reaching a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. His feathers crumbled to a texture like ash, each shrouded in lingering mist. More crucially, it discovered the ability to summon and control flocks of mist ravens. Those gray ravens, formed from the mist, now spread across the mountain range, becoming both its eyes and ears and its minions. Thus, the Grey Mist King relied on this ability to grow and become stronger. Over a decade, he became the supreme overlord of this mountain range. He perched atop the tallest dead tree, while the flock of mist ravens circled around his territory like a dark cloud. Any creature entering this mountain range would be instantly detected by him. After a series of bizarre and twisting experiences, the Grey Mist King, transformed into an ash raven, began to emerge from the mountains. He led his flock of mist ravens, conquering mountain ranges and great human cities one after another. Eventually, he became a legendary raven, ascending the throne. He left behind an immortal legend in that world. After listening to his story, Chaoxing asked with interest, Your Majesty, your dream experiences over the past few decades have truly been fascinating. But what did you bring back from your dreams? At this question, the Grey Mist King chuckled, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Hee, watch out, Lord Xiaoxing. With that, he took a step back and suddenly spread his arms. A powerful gray fog erupted, instantly engulfing his figure in the swirling mist. A pair of gigantic raven wings, composed of gray mist, tore through his robes from behind and suddenly spread out. The wingspan reached 3 or 4 meters, a truly visually striking sight. Not only that, his face began to be covered in an ash-like substance, transforming into a sharp raven-like beak, his eyes blazing with a faint blue light. Cry! A shrill crow's hoof echoed all around, and countless fog crows gathered in the gray mist, circling him like a storm. The next second, the Grey Mist King raised his clawed right hand. Clatter! Tens of thousands of crows soared into the sky, like a gray curtain covering the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire territory. The light was completely blocked out, and the entire land was plunged into darkness, with only the swirling fog and the shadows of crows darting through. Furthermore, new fog crows continued to emerge from the Grey Mist King's body, as if he possessed an endlessly productive crow's nest within his body. The newly born mist crows flapped their wings and rose, joining the flock, thickening the shadows in the sky. The people who were working stopped their work and looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with shock. Oh my God! What is that? So many crows! It looks like some imaginary monster. Is it the Lord's power? Even some legendaries were startled. Assam and Sarah drew their weapons, watching intently. The aura emanating from the Grey Mist King now completely surpassed that of a typical high-level legendary, even approaching that of the Ice Crystal King, wielding the kingdom's holy sword. Xiaoxing looked at the massive figure before him, shrouded in gray mist, and with its wings spread out, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your Majesty, is this the ability you brought back from the dream? After completing his demonstration, the Grey Mist King quickly gathered his strength. Whoosh! Endless mist ravens transformed into a torrent of gray mist, absorbed into his body. His figure gradually shrank, his raven wings folded, and the gray mist dissipated. Finally, he transformed back into the diminutive dwarf king. A smug smile crossed his face, and he said, Indeed, Lord Xiaoxing. This ability is called Embrace of the Ash Raven. It allows me to temporarily enter the state of the Mist Raven King, dramatically increasing my strength. In this state, even Elton, wielding the kingdom's holy sword, would be pinned to the ground by me. The dwarf king rubbed his fingers triumphantly, and the shadow of a mist raven emerged, as if showing off. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Clearly, the ability the Grey Mist King brought back from the Dream Library far exceeded their expectations. According to Xiaoxing's estimation, this embrace of the Ash Raven will boost the Grey Mist King's attributes by at least 100%. Add to that the ability to control fog ravens, create mist illusions, and various other abilities. The overall improvement could reach 150%. Congratulations, Your Majesty. His congratulations were not merely polite, but rather sincere. After all, the Grey Mist King was an ally, and the stronger he was, the more helpful he would be. After a moment of elation, the Dwarf King quickly regained his serious demeanor. I also want to thank Lord Xiaoxing for this opportunity. You're right. This is truly a magical building. It can transform the strength of us old men. When I return this time, I definitely promote this building so more legendary warriors can experience it. With a wave of his hand, a small, luminous bag flew toward Xiaoxing. Lord Xiaoxing here, this is the reward I promised you. Looking at the bag, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take it. Gain, Divine Power Fragment *150. When he saw the system notification, Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise again. He asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, according to our agreement, wasn't it 100 Divine Power Shards? You've given me too much. The Dwarf King smiled and shook his head, saying, Lord Xiaoxing, this is what you deserve. In fact, the power you've granted me is far more than worth it. Such a massive improvement. For old folks like us, even if it meant breaking the bank, let alone 150 Divine Power Shards, it would be worth it. He spread his hands, with a hint of regret. But unfortunately, our daily expenses are high, so our reserves of Divine Power Shards are limited. Otherwise, I'd like to give you a few more. But I can assure you that if you need anything in the future, just ask and I'd be happy to help. He sounded sincere and enthusiastic, without the slightest hint of the airs of a king. Xiaoxing nodded secretly. This was one of the reasons he was willing to form an alliance with the Grey Mist King. Although he was a bit shrewd in his actions, at least he wouldn't cheat his own people, and would give every penny he deserved. Chao Xing smiled and said gently, "Your Majesty, you are very polite. However, I do have a small request that I need your assistance with." "Oh, what is it?" Gray immediately piqued his interest, leaning forward slightly. "Lord Chao Xing, just ask." "I can do it," Chao Xing explained. "It's nothing serious. I'm planning to invite legendaries from other countries to my territory to experience the magical power of the Dream Library. Before that, please demonstrate the power you've just gained to them." In fact, there were many legendaries in his own territory waiting to enter the Dream Library and gain their own opportunities. But there was no other way. Chao Xing was even more desperate for divine power fragments. Although King Gray had given him a full 150 this time, filling a significant gap, he still needed quite a bit to achieve the breakthrough to demigod status. After all, the combat power of a demigod was far greater than the boost from entering the Dream Library. "No problem. It's a piece of cake," Gray readily agreed, a sly glint in his eyes. He was happy to showcase his newfound power in front of the other legendaries. "But who is the legendary figure Lord Chao Xing invited?" Gray asked doubtfully. Chao Xing smiled mysteriously and didn't answer, instead pressing the communication device at his ear. A few minutes later, a dazzling light shone from the territory's teleportation array, and space distorted slightly. As the light gradually faded, two figures emerged clearly. On the left was a mature woman in a plain long dress, her face slightly weathered, yet her elegance remained undimmed. Her hair was simply tied up, a few strands of silver shimmering softly in the sunlight. In her arms, she held an ancient organ. On the right, a woman dressed in a gorgeous long gown and crowned with an orchid, exuding the majesty of a king. Her long black hair cascaded down, and her azure eyes gleamed with wisdom. After appearing, the two women quickly glanced around, surveying the territory. After a moment, surprise crossed their beautiful faces. The two women exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. The mature woman on the left gently stroked the organ in her arms. As expected of the territory of the chosen lord, the number of powerful individuals and prosperity within are even more astonishing than the rumors. The woman on the right nodded slightly. "Yes, I even sense several threatening forces. I just wonder why he called me here now." At the same time, two figures approached swiftly from the distance. They walked side by side. The man on the left, slender and holding a staff, on the right, a short dwarf, shuffling in his loose robe, created a striking height difference. It was Chao Xing and the Grey Mist King. As Chao Xing approached, he saw the two women before him, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. "Your Majesty Xia, long time no see." Then he looked at the mature woman on his left, "And Senior Luo Shi, why are you here too?" This time, Chao Xing had only contacted Queen Yuan, but he had no idea Luo Shi would also be coming. The elegant, mature woman beside him softly explained, "When you contacted Xia just now, I was discussing something with her. I heard you asked Xia to come to your territory, and since you mentioned a while ago that there was a young lady in your territory who was proficient in music, I thought I'd come along and see her." After a pause, she blinked. "Why you don't welcome me?" Chao Xing quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. It's an honor for Senior Luo Shi to be here. Rather, I've been looking forward to meeting a beautiful and intellectual woman like you again. Ever since we last met, Ms. Luo Shi's elegance and grace have left a deep impression on me." Such straightforward praise made even Rosie, with her experience, blush a little. Queen Yuan coughed lightly and interrupted, "Lord Chao Xing, Senior Luo Shi has far more experience than you do. Please stop being so frivolous." There was a subtle hint of bitterness in her tone. Unbeknownst to her, her words only made Rosie even more embarrassed. Off to the side, King Grey Mist glanced back and forth between Queen Yuan and Chao Xing, then glanced at Rosie. He had a feeling that something was off about Queen Yuan today. She had lost her former royal majesty, and instead looked more like a petty woman, protecting her own food. Seeing this, Queen Yuan realized she had lost her composure, and could only change the subject. "You called me here, saying there was something important. What did you mean?" Chao Xing also straightened his composure, and looked at the Grey Mist King beside him. He said, "Your Majesty Grey, please explain this to Her Majesty Xia." The Grey Mist King nodded, and cleared his throat. Then he explained the function of the Dream Library to Queen Yuan and Rosie. The two women's reactions mirrored the Grey Mist King's initial reaction. Their pupils shrank slightly, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. Queen Yuan's voice trembled as she confirmed, "Grey, are you serious? Is there really such a magical place? Not only can one experience a complete life within, but one can also bring forth the special abilities within." Chapter 800. The Grey Mist King blew his beard and said proudly, "Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can show you right now. As he finished speaking, a thick gray mist suddenly erupted from his body, and countless fog crows condensed from the void. His figure loomed in the mist, his massive crow wings spread out from behind him, and his entire body exuded a suffocating pressure. By the time the Grey Mist King had retracted his power, Queen Yuan and Rosie had completely confirmed that Chao Xing's words were true. Xia murmured, "Power that surpasses the limits of legendary realm is truly incredible. Grey, you've really found a treasure this time." The Grey Mist King stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Thanks to Lord Chao Xing for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, even if I delved into that secret inheritance realm again, I probably wouldn't have achieved such a significant improvement." "Well, do you believe it now?" Queen Yuan nodded slightly, then looked at Chao Xing. "Lord Chao Xing wants me to experience this dream library?" "Yes, Your Majesty Xia." He added, however, "Opening this building will require a considerable amount of divine power fragments and precious resources. So, if you wish to experience this power, you may need to pay me some divine power fragments." He used the same rhetoric with Queen Yuan as he had with King Grey Mist. Hearing this, Queen Yuan raised her brows slightly and asked, "How many divine power fragments would you need?" 100 will be enough, Your Majesty Xia." Queen Yuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I give you 200. A place like this, where one can significantly enhance one's strength, is a rare opportunity, even for legendary warriors like us. 100 divine power fragments is too few." After saying this, she glanced at the Grey Mist King beside her, hinting at something. The Dwarf King felt a little embarrassed by her gaze. He rubbed his fingers and stammered, "Well, actually, I gave Lord Chao Xing 150 divine power fragments." The Orchid Queen snorted coldly and interrupted, "Do you think 150 fragments is a lot for such a powerful ability? Grey, as an ally, Lord Chao Xing has given you so much help. Don't you think you're being too stingy with just these few fragments?" Clearly, the Orchid Queen felt that the Grey Mist King had wronged Chao Xing, and she was defending him. Face to face her question, beads of sweat formed on the Grey Mist King's forehead. Chao Xing was about to speak, but the short king suddenly stopped slouching, as if making some kind of resolution. "The 150 divine power fragments I gave you are truly insignificant compared to the power you gain. But the treasury is indeed strained right now, so I can't offer more treasures." After a pause, he said firmly, however, "Lord Chao Xing, please give me a little more time. I will soon delve into the Grey Mist Heritage Secret Realm again. I try to present you with a great gift on the day your giant city is completed." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise when he heard the Grey Mist Heritage Secret Realm, because he had previously heard these legendary masters mention that the power of several Grey Mist Kingdom kings seemed to originate from this secret realm. With this thought, he glanced at Queen Yuan beside him, his eyes questioning. The majestic queen nodded imperceptibly. Chao Xing understood her meaning and quickly said, "Your Majesty Grey is too polite. 150 divine power fragments are actually more than enough." But the Grey Mist King insisted, "Lord Chao Xing, there's no need to say more. Xia is absolutely right. Compared to the power I've gained, 150 divine power fragments are far too few. As an ally, I can't be too stingy. It's settled." Seeing that he had reached this point, Chao Xing stopped refusing. His face showed an awkward expression, but his heart was filled with joy. Secretly, he gave Queen Yuan a thumbs up. As expected of the woman he admired, that assist was brilliant. At this point, Queen Yuan casually said, "Lord Chao Xing, I pay you 200 divine power shards first, and let's begin." For a kingdom that had existed for 1,000 years, its heritage was truly astonishing. After all, she had just recently given Chao Xing 100 divine power shards, and now she'd taken out another 200. Such financial resources were truly astonishing. But Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, Xia, there's no need to rush. Everyone experiences life differently after entering the dream, and so what they bring back is also different. Perhaps your gains from this dream are not as rich as you imagined. Your Majesty Grey was able to awaken the miraculous power of embrace of the Ash Raven, because he was lucky enough to encounter a power that suits his attributes." After a pause, he said, "You can enter the dream first and experience it. Wait 7 days after waking up to see what abilities you've gained, and then decide how many divine power shards to pay me." "How?" Queen Yuan was slightly startled, a thoughtful look flickering across her beautiful eyes. She knew Chao Xing was thinking of her, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Looking at the man before her, a gentle look appeared in her eyes. "Very well, then it's as you say." Chao Xing gestured with invitation, "Your Majesty Xia, please follow me." I will lead you into the dream library. Just as they were about to leave, the mature woman beside them suddenly spoke. Luo, she softly said, Lord Chaoxing, please wait a moment. He paused and asked in confusion, Senior Luo Shi, what's wrong? Luo Shi gently stroked the strings of her zither. I'd like to ask, can I also enter and experience the dream library you mentioned? Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Clearly, even this powerful being was deeply interested in the dream library's capabilities. Hearing this request, Chaoxing didn't respond immediately, but instead fixed his gaze on Luo Shi. Then, a property panel filled with question marks appeared. Luo Shi of Chuanhai Fort. Level, question mark. Attribute, question mark. Skill, question mark. Clearly, the opponent also possessed some special ability that blocked his detection. However, judging by the ranking tablet from the last ancient arena, this Luo Shi of Chuanhai Fort was undoubtedly formidable. Before Chaoxing and the others arrived, she had been ranked third for many years with her outstanding 6-minute performance. This was sufficient proof of her unfathomable depth. If she were to encounter further opportunities after entering the library, perhaps her strength would be further enhanced. Thinking of this, Chaoxing nodded and said, of course. However, the dream library only opens once every 7 days. You need to wait until Her Majesty Xia comes out before you can use it again. Rosie smiled faintly. Then I stay in your territory for the time being. It's a good opportunity to talk to the girl you mentioned. I enter the library after Xia comes out. How about that? Chaoxing readily replied, no problem. After receiving a positive response, a smile crossed the face of the legendary expert. Then, 4 figures arrived in front of the dream library again. Having already explained the upcoming tasks to Queen Yuan, she naturally walked towards the library's entrance. The black royal robe dragged on the ground, leaving Chaoxing with a resolute and elegant figure. Buzz! Following a mysterious wave, a bubble-like light curtain rose, completely enveloping the entire library. With this, Queen Yuan also entered a 7-day dream state. Only Chaoxing, King Grey Mist, and Luo Shi from Chuanhai Fort remained. At this moment, King Grey Mist stroked his beard and said, Lord Chaoxing, I will take my leave now. For the time being, I will first adapt to my new abilities, then head to the Heritage Secret Realm to see if I can find any opportunities. Wait for good news from me. Chaoxing bowed and said, okay, then I wait for your good news. At the same time, the Dwarf King's figure disappeared. A moment later, a white light illuminated the territory's teleportation array. Chaoxing withdrew his gaze, looked at the mature woman before him, and said, Senior Luo Shi, please follow me. I arrange a place for you to rest first, then have Gwyneth come visit you. Rosie nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. Half an hour later, Chaoxing arranged a single room for Lucy from Chuanhai Fort, fully furnished with all the necessary necessities. Not only that, he also assigned 2 women to take care of her daily needs. As a top legendary powerhouse, she deserved such treatment. In the room, Chaoxing and Lucy sat opposite each other. He spoke first, Senior Lucy, please wait a moment. Gwyneth will be here shortly. Rosie nodded slightly, and continued to wait. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. With the knock, the wooden door of the residence slowly opened. A woman dressed in a plain, long dress, with an elegant demeanor and a harp in her arms, slowly walked in. She raised her head, revealing a uniquely beautiful face. Then she spotted Rosie, seated in a chair. Rosie's gaze also fell on Gwyneth. The 2 women, sharing the same experience and equally proficient in the art of music, met eyes. Somewhere, a resonance seemed to resonate in the air. Clang! The organ in Rosie's arm suddenly emitted a clear, resonant sound. She gently stroked the strings with her right hand, quieting the organ's agitation. With a hint of surprise, she said, it actually resonated with my heavenly musical harp. She's truly a promising talent in the art of music. Chaoxing said, Senior Rosie, what do you think of Gwyneth's aptitude? Could she study with you? The mature woman nodded slightly. Of course. This girl is incredibly gifted, a musical prodigy rarely seen in a century. Perhaps, you can perfectly inherit all my abilities, and become the new harrier of heavenly sound. Even surpass me in the way of rhythm. Hearing such high praise, Chaoxing's face lit up with satisfaction. Then, he looked at the slightly reserved bard at the door and said, Gwyneth, come and meet Senior Rosie. From now on, she will be your master. Although the bard was still a little bewildered, she obeyed Chaoxing's orders 100%. Gwyneth stepped forward and performed the standard apprenticeship ceremony. Greetings, Senior Rosie. Rosie quickly stood up and helped Gwyneth to her side. No need to be so polite. We're family from now on. When you're with me, just be normal. Don't be shy. Gwyneth nodded gently, the tension on her face fading a little. Yes, Senior Luoshi. Chao Xing observed the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a smile, he said, Well, Senior Luoshi, please have a conversation with Gwyneth. I be leaving first. Rosie replied softly, Okay, you go ahead and get busy, Lord Chao Xing. After Chao Xing left, Luoshi quickly pulled Gwyneth aside to discuss the way of music. Even after he closed the door, he could still hear their discussion from inside, along with the occasional melodious sound of a piano. And so, after finishing his work at the Dream Library, Chao Xing continued his tour of the territory. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he entered the Mage Tower to meditate. The entire day passed quickly. For the next few days, Chao Xing remained largely within the territory. Every morning, he would rise punctually and watch the sun rise over the horizon from the city walls. From the walls, he could see the construction teams outside working tirelessly to build the massive city, tens of thousands of workers bustling about like ants. And at night, he would randomly wander into the rooms of women like Francesca, Rennies, or Xia Yani, lingering for a while. Even the other combatants stayed in their rooms. During the day, they would go to the warrior camp or the training ground for daily drills, and in the evening, they would enjoy a drink in the tavern and exchange battle experiences. In addition, the carriages of the Black Lion and Woodpecker merchant guilds would bring in large quantities of food daily. Even the Dream Library was enveloped by bubbles. During this time, the territory was occasionally filled with the melodious sound of a piano. Sometimes, the sound resembled the gurgling of a spring, sometimes the chirping of 100 birds, and seemed particularly ethereal in the morning mist. The beautiful sound of the piano mesmerized everyone. The staff would put down their tools and listen quietly, and the soldiers would temporarily lay down their weapons to enjoy this rare moment of peace. Moreover, the moving sound seemed to improve every day. From its initial awkwardness to its current smooth flow, it felt like listening to heavenly music. And just like that, a week had passed in a flash. Less than 2 weeks remained until the Dream Fractal event began. That day, the bubble in the Dream Library burst, and Queen Yuan awoke from her dream. Chao Xing, accompanied by Luoshi from Chuanhai Fort, immediately arrived at the library entrance. The queen remained clad in her magnificent robes, unwrinkled after a week's sleep. Even her beautiful face showed no sign of fatigue, as if the dream had been nothing more than a brief nap. However, her eyes held a deeper depth, steeped in the lingering years. Chao Xing spoke first. Your Majesty, you're awake. Queen Yuan nodded gently, suppressing the myriad thoughts in her eyes, and replied softly, This library is truly a magical building. I've actually spent nearly 50 years inside, experiencing a complete life. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he pressed on, Your Majesty, did you bring anything back from there? Hearing this, Luoshi, beside her, pricked up her ears, her eyes gleaming. It was clear that even this experienced woman was eager to see what Queen Yuan would gain in her dream. Observing their reactions, the corners of Queen Yuan's lips curled slightly. What I brought back from this dream is a bit complicated to explain. Let me demonstrate it myself. She slowly raised her right hand, and a translucent orchid condensed from it. The orchid emanated a dreamy purple halo, and 9 fine lines could be faintly seen flowing through the pistil. Off to the side, Rosie asked in confusion, This is your natal orchid. Is there anything special about it? The orchid queen gently stroked the petals with her fingertips and explained, You should know that my natal orchid is the source of my power. The more natal orchids I have, the stronger I will become. After 9 grow, I can activate my divinity and officially prepare to break through to the demigod realm. As she spoke, the phantom orchid blossomed slightly in her palm, emitting a heart-pounding energy wave. Chao Xing looked at the phantom orchid in the orchid queen's hand with some surprise. I had previously known that this queen controlled orchids to fight, but I hadn't expected her power system to be so unique. She continued, however. This type of natal orchid is extremely difficult to grow. It requires daily consumption of divine power to feed and carefully nurture, and it takes 100 years for a single orchid to grow. To break through to the demigod realm, it will take at least 900 years. During the Blood Rebellion, I used an orchid to forcibly increase my power, but that also cost me 100 years. According to estimates, it will take another 400 years for me to officially complete the breakthrough to the demigod realm. In the dream, I not only recultivated the final 4 orchids, but also orchid, and even merged 9 into 1. Hearing this, Luoshi's eyes flashed with surprise. She couldn't help but ask, 9 merged into 1. You mean, you've activated your divinity now, and are ready to break through to demigodhood? The orchid queen nodded gently. That's right. I have a feeling that the previously unbreakable barrier has begun to loosen. Now, I just need to condense my own divine origin fire to transform into the demigod realm." When she finished speaking, the two people present were completely stunned. No one had expected the Orchid Queen's gains from this dream entry to be so great. Speeding up time by 400 years, she directly skipped over the most difficult accumulation stage. It was beyond imagination. This also made Chao Xing feel extremely envious. But on second thought, he felt relieved. Chapter 801. After all, Queen Yulan was both his ally and his woman. The more powerful she became, the more confident Chao Xing felt. Not to mention Xia, Chao Xing wished every other legendary figure from the other four kingdoms could achieve the demigod realm. Chao Xing smiled sincerely. "Congratulations, Xia." Luo Shi beside him whispered, "You've activated your divinity, which is equivalent to completing the most difficult and longest step for you. Then, breaking through to the demigod realm is just around the corner." After a pause, a look of emotion crossed her face. "I never thought that in my lifetime, I would see the second queen of the Yuan kingdom reach the demigod realm." Listening to the two people's congratulations, Queen Yuan smiled gently. "Then," she continued, "activating my divinity wasn't my only gain from this dream. After I combined the 9 natal orchids into one, I also activated a special ability." "Special ability?" Chao Xing couldn't help but repeat. The Orchid Queen nodded slightly. She didn't explain, but demonstrated it directly with action. She extended her slender right hand, then pointed it at the natal orchid floating in midair before her and gently tapped it. OM! An invisible wave of energy spread like ripples. Then, the natal orchid began to spin rapidly. As it spun, it transformed into countless tiny points of light, flowing out like a galaxy and merging into the Orchid Queen's body. At the same time, countless vines emitting a faint blue light began to grow from beneath her feet. These vines began to spread outward at an astonishing speed. Swish! Thick vines instantly spread out over 3 or 4 kilometers, completely covering all the buildings in the territory, including the distant city walls. These vines were also covered with them. Soon after, these vines began to sprout crystal-clear orchid flowers. It was as if the entire territory had been dragged from the human settlement into the primeval forest. Moreover, as the vines' reach grew wider and wider, the Orchid Queen's aura began to surge. Boom! It was as if she had broken through some kind of shackle, or perhaps a bottleneck. In a short period of time, she had broken through the legendary limit, approaching the level of the Grey Mist King's embrace of the Ash Raven. At this moment, endless vines frantically moved beneath her feet, weaving into a vegetal throne. And she floated above the throne, like a goddess ruling over all things. The staff and combatants in the territory gazed in shock at the vine-shrouded territory. And then, there was the Orchid Queen, hovering in midair with an awe-inspiring presence. They couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "That one seems to be a friend of the Lord. What a miraculous ability, capable of making these vines grow so quickly. Yes, it's like the work of a creator." After about 3 or 4 seconds, the Orchid Queen withdrew her astonishing power. The spreading vines quickly retracted, and the Queen's aura calmed down as she stood down. When she landed safely, Chao Xing eagerly asked, "Is this the special ability you mentioned?" The Orchid Queen nodded slightly. "Yes, by drawing upon the power of my own orchid, I can generate a whole new realm. In this realm, my strength will increase significantly, and I can also control these vines to aid me in battle. Before, I needed to consume a natal orchid to activate this ability. Now, with 9 orchids fused into one, I can briefly activate the realm every day, and it costs very little." As she finished, Chao Xing and Luo Shi both expressed amazement. It was clear that the Orchid Queen's gains from this visit to the Dream Library had far exceeded their expectations. In fact, they were on par with the abilities the Grey Mist King had gained in his dream. "Excellent, Xia!" Chao Xing was genuinely happy for her. Gaze upon the man's delighted expression. A rare gentle smile crossed Queen Orchid's majestic face. "Thank you, Lord Chao Xing, for this opportunity. Then, this is our agreed-upon reward." With a wave of her sleeves, she released a small, glowing bag. A small bag flew toward Chao Xing. He instinctively reached out to take it. Gain, Divine Power Fragments *200. Chao Xing felt a surge of satisfaction as he looked at the number of Divine Power Fragments in his backpack, which had once again surpassed 300. With this, he had officially gathered the Divine Power Fragments needed to allow a legendary in his territory to reach demigodhood. Next, he only needed to wait for one of the legendaries to reach level 150 before officially preparing for their breakthrough. The Orchid Queen and the Grey Mist King had also greatly increased their strength in the Dream Library, and Xia could even sprint towards demigodhood. And he also had Mernina, who could unleash the power of a demigod. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of confidence. In the face of such overwhelming power, who cares about the Northwind Alliance or the fleeing gods? As long as no deity has appeared, anyone who dares to trouble me will be crushed. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Then, he looked at the mature woman beside him, and said, Senior Luoxi, Her Majesty Xia has concluded her dream. Then, as agreed, it's your turn to enter. Luoxi nodded slightly, a glint of anticipation flickering in her deep eyes. Thank you, Lord Chao Xing. Like Xia, I will pay you sufficient divine power fragments as compensation. After a pause, she stroked the silver hair beside her ear with a hint of embarrassment. However, because I've been traveling around the world for years, and have encountered many battles, my reserves of divine power fragments may not be as abundant as Xia's. But don't worry, I make up the difference soon. Chao Xing shook his head and chuckled. Senior Luoxi, you're too polite. Help me teach Gwyneth. Legend has it that her musical skills are enough to cover the cost of opening the Dream Library. When you come out, just give me a few divine power fragments. Hearing these words, a warm smile played on Luoxi's lips. Because of your words and actions, Luoxi of Chuanhai Fort has increased her favorability towards you. Current favorability, friendly. Lord Chao Xing is truly generous. I think I understand why Xiao liked you so much, Luo Qian said calmly. Chao Xing was slightly startled by the latter part of the sentence. Queen Yolan's face suddenly changed when she heard this. She was about to say something, but then she thought of the man's knowledge and experience. She also knew that any unnecessary excuses would be useless in front of her. She simply stood there and refrained from explaining. Rosie observed the two's reactions, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She didn't continue on the topic. Gwyneth is very talented. According to estimates, it will only take 2 months for her to fully master my 7 chapters of heavenly music and become ushers of heavenly music. Chao Xing gathered his composure and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Now, please enter. Okay. Rosie said nothing more and stepped directly into the library. At the same time, with a wave of Chao Xing's hand, dozens of shimmering divine power fragments were released. A translucent bubble rose, enveloping the entire library. At this point, Luoxi of Chuanhai Fort also entered a dream state. Left behind were Chao Xing and Queen Yuan. The two exchanged glances, each sensing the complex emotions in the other's eyes. There was a tacit understanding, and also a hint of unspoken anticipation. Queen Yuan parted her rosy lips, and spoke slowly. Lord Chao Xing, I've been in a dream for 7 days. It's the 100 Flowers Festival in the Yuan Kingdom, so things are quite busy. I must return to attend to government affairs first. I visit your territory again when I have time. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Okay, Your Majesty, Xia, take care. By the way, he paused, his tone softening. Although state affairs are busy, you should also make sure to rest and avoid overexerting yourself. Hearing those last words of concern, the corners of Queen Yolan's lips curled slightly, a softness flickering in her eyes. I understand. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped, turned her head, and pursed her red lips. But, don't forget our earlier agreement. So far, I haven't felt any movement in my belly. So, until I'm pregnant with your child, you need to work harder. Chao Xing gave a wry smile, and said helplessly, Your Majesty Xia, this kind of thing isn't something you can achieve instantly with just hard work. Queen Yuan chuckled softly. Well, I'm leaving. When you have time, remember to visit me in Linglan City. With that, she waved her sleeves, a faint purple glow enveloping her. Her figure gradually faded, transforming into countless drifting petals before dissipating into the air. A faint floral fragrance lingered, elegant and lingering. After Xia left, Chao Xing paused and observed the dream library. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he headed for the Mage Tower. During the current peace period, there were no major expansion packs or large-scale enemies. Their only means of gaining experience were the Mage Tower or the Knight's Hall, the class buildings. While not much, it still amounted to several thousand to 10,000 experience points per hour, which was better than nothing. As Chao Xing entered a meditation room, the surrounding magic runes automatically illuminated, and a faint magical fluctuation filled the air. He sat cross-legged, his hands resting lightly on his knees, and soon entered a deep meditative state. Time flew by, and an entire day passed. Night. The engineering team outside had returned to camp to rest, and the staff within Chao Xing's territory had also returned to their respective residences. Across the territory, distinctive buildings still glowed faintly. Chao Xing and the Holy Light Sage, Isabel, emerged from the mage tower together. The two legendary mages walked side by side, emanating two distinct and powerful magical auras. Chao Xing's magic was as profound as the abyss of eternal cold, while Isabel's was as pure as the morning light. Lord, through my recent meditations, I feel my understanding of magic has deepened considerably. It seems it won't be long before you reach the legendary limit. Chao Xing nodded gently. Yes, Isabel. I have gathered the divine power fragments you need to strengthen your divinity. Soon, you will be able to attempt a breakthrough to demigodhood. Isabel's face lit up with a serene smile. She was about to say something when, as if realizing something, her expression suddenly changed. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her fingers unconsciously clenched around her robes. Chao Xing sensed something strange and asked, Isabel, what's wrong? The holy light sage raised his head, his voice trembling. I sense a powerful aura of holy light approaching our territory. This aura is very familiar, it shares my origin. It's the Grand Sage Oracle. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, Grand Sage Oracle. Are you saying that those approaching our territory are from the Vatican? Yes, Isabel replied solemnly. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then asked, what kind of power is the Grand Sage Oracle? The Holy Light Sage took a deep breath and began to explain. It's divided according to the strength and rank of our church. Those new to the church are apprentices, responsible for basic rituals, copying texts, cleaning sacred objects, and other miscellaneous tasks. After that, there are the official clergy, divided into 3 ranks, expert, master, and hero, and further divided into light priests, shining star priests, holy light priests. After a pause, she continued, followed by us, the legendary holy light sages, who are the backbone of the church. However, in addition to us legendary holy light sages, there are even more powerful beings within the church. They are the high-ranking members of the church, possessing at least demigod-level combat power. In other words, the Grand Sage Oracle. After hearing her explanation, Chao Xing's eyes grew serious. You mean, this person approaching our territory is a demigod? Isabel nodded solemnly. Chao Xing remained silent, but thought rapidly in his mind. It had been foreseen that the Vatican might soon make a comeback. Now, it seems, the time has come for them to officially emerge. As soon as they return, they immediately dispatch a demigod, and according to the information she revealed, there are more than one such great oracle sage. This demonstrates the formidable foundation and strength of this force. Chao Xing remained silent, instead silently pressing the communication device to his ear and whispering, all legends, restrain your auras now. Stay in your rooms and await my orders. At these words, the auras throughout the territory quickly subsided. However, everyone sensed the warning in Chao Xing's words and drew their weapons. They were like cheetahs lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce and launch a fight at any moment. Sarah, clutching the death dagger, waited quietly in the darkness. Hilda held a ball of tricolored blood in her palm, emitting strange energy fluctuations. Assam, Marlene, and the others also prepared for battle. Just as Chao Xing hung up the call, an elderly voice reached his ears. Lord Chao Xing, I am the Ice Crystal King. I sense a demigod-level aura entering the country. Their destination appears to be the snowstorm fields, where your territory is located. Their intentions are unclear. Do you need support? There was a hint of anxiety and concern in his tone. As the ruler of the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Ice Crystal King could sense powerful energy fluctuations in areas within his territory. So, he would be the first to detect any powerful intruders. Chao Xing replied, Your Majesty, this demigod is from the Vatican. I'm not sure of their intentions at this point. Please wait for my news. I contact you immediately if anything happens. Hearing the word Vatican, the Ice Crystal King paused. The Vatican. Has this ancient power made a comeback? I see. I be waiting near the teleportation array. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Chao Xing said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then he hung up the call and stood there with Isabel, waiting. The Holy Light Sage held a copy of the Holy Book of Light in his left hand, and a staff in his right, his eyes gleaming with a divine light. Gazing into the distance, she solemnly declared, Lord, the enemy is still 4,000 kilometers from the territory. 3,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. The enemy didn't seem to be deliberately concealing their presence, and their speed remained at a relatively steady cruising speed. They advanced 1,000 kilometers approximately every minute. And when Isabel softly announced, 1,000 kilometers from the territory. At the same time, all the creatures of the snowstorm plain seemed to sense something. They involuntarily raised their heads, gazing at the distant night sky. There, as if a sun had suddenly appeared, shattering the pitch-black darkness. Dazzling light swept in like a tide, its divine pressure shaking the entire snowfield. And as the sun rapidly approached, it illuminated the entire snowstorm plain as bright as day. Where the holy light passed, the ice and snow melted, revealing the earth's true face. It was as if a god had descended upon earth, streaking across the sky at high speed. When the brilliant holy sun appeared above the territory, the snow melted for hundreds of kilometers, and puffs of white smoke rose from the bodies of all creatures illuminated by the holy light. They felt their bodies become incredibly relaxed, their minds entering an unprecedented state of tranquility. It was as if their bodies, from the inside out, were being thoroughly purified. Even before Chao Xing, a system notification appeared. You have been baptized by the holy light of the great sage oracle, ? All abnormalities have been cleared. At this moment, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, as he gazed at the sun overhead. Baptism of holy light? Such a powerful aura. Even the other powerful individuals in the territory sensed the threat from the other party, their gazes growing serious. The aura emanating from the other party was nearly as strong as that of the fresh-blooded leader Urgi they had encountered earlier. In fact, it was even more pure and vast. At the same time, a deep voice echoed from the sky. Lord of another world, would you be willing to remove your shield and allow me to visit your territory? A smile played on Chao Xing's lips, and he simply replied, no.